Chapter 450 Detonation. Earth Calendar. July 31st. 2384. 23 hours and 30 minutes. Time passes bit by bit. Inside 6 surface cities. Hundreds of millions of people either stay at home or gather in squares and streets. There isn't any loud noise. Everyone held their breath and quietly looked at the large or small holographic projections in front of them. On the screen, the red countdown was beating very firmly. Countdown to the last 30 minutes. Outside the city, the atmosphere on Dawn Star was as dry as ever. Under the control of the Circumplanetary Climate Control Satellite, a superstorm blew up again in the high-risk area numbered X. There is a gentle breeze in the A1 plane, and the light from Gliese 555 is evenly sprinkled on the yellow-brown soil, bringing a little warmth to this super Earth. Quiet, peaceful. But if you look up at the blue-purple sky, you will see a horrifying scene. A huge black sphere was slowly moving across the sky. That's Comet Nero wrapped in carbon nanotube black cloth. Not far from the black sphere, there are more than 100 small dots shining with light. That's the light emitted by the Hall thruster at the rear of the Tautai material transport ship. A few hours ago, with the gravitational pull of Dawn Star and the joint efforts of the Tautai material transport ship, Comet Nero had entered the predetermined orbit. Currently, the Tautai material transport ship is undergoing final deceleration work on it. As the flight speed decreases, Nero's altitude will continue to decrease until it falls into the atmosphere. The black cloth on its surface will also be unraveled just before it falls into the atmosphere. Nero has reached the predetermined speed. Get ready to untie the net bag. Lu Yongcheng's steady voice sounded in the command hall of the Academy of Sciences headquarters. In the huge holographic projection directly in front, Nero's flight speed continued to decrease, and the planned flight path became a parabola. Warning! Zero's electronic synthesized voice came from the speaker. Nero will contact the atmosphere of Dawn Star in 15 minutes. A flash of light flashed in Lu Yongcheng's eyes, and he issued the order without hesitation. Untie the net bag. Almost at the same moment. Bang! 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 Several explosions occurred on the surface of Nero, which was located outside the atmosphere. The power of these explosions is extremely small and can only break the black net bag made of carbon nanotube material. After the net bag was untied, the Tautai material reserve ship each dragged its own part of the debris and left quickly. Of course, there was inevitably some accidental damage during the explosion. Part of the ice on Nero's surface was blown into space by the explosive. These finely divided ice crystals form a huge white cloud outside the atmosphere. Nero, who had just freed himself from the net bag, instantly disappeared into the clouds that sparkled in the sunlight. This scene that took place outside the atmosphere was clearly recorded by ultra-high-definition cameras and displayed in all holographic projections in real time. The moment the black mesh bag was untied, Hope subconsciously held her breath. Not just him. Everyone around him had the same reaction. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. The bright red countdown numbers are still beating slowly, but the picture returned by the high-definition camera showed no movement at all. It won't be stuck. Are you kidding me? This thing also jams? At such a critical moment, a full 30 seconds of waiting caused some commotion in the originally quiet crowd. Out! A high-pitched cry sounded from a corner of the square. Everyone turns their attention to the giant holographic projection ahead. Really? Nero, bursting out of the white cloud with unrivaled power. At this moment, in front of hundreds of millions of humans, it revealed its long-hidden true appearance. A giant, dirty white puck. Although the appearance is not very good, no one has a look of disgust on their face. This is the cornerstone of building a super Earth. God. Hope looked straight at the holographic projection in front of him and murmured to himself. Hansen, tell me, if this comet hits the surface of Dawn Star, are we extinct like the dinosaurs? Hansen rolled his eyes angrily. Are you kidding me? Are you working as a breadwinner for the People's Alliance fleet? Although he said this, there was still a hint of panic in Hansen's eyes. 30 seconds. The last 30 seconds. At the headquarters of the People's Academy of Sciences in City Number 1, a shrill alarm sounded in the command hall. Warn! The target will contact the Dawn Star's atmosphere in 30 seconds. Lu Yongcheng looked solemn and reached out to operate the small holographic projection in front of him. Attention all units. Prepare to detonate the high-yield hydrogen bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, Nero cut into the atmosphere of Dawn Star with a beautiful angle. Then, a bright fire appeared in front of Nero, who was completely white. That is a phenomenon caused by Nero's intense friction with the dense atmosphere of Dawn Star after entering the atmosphere. The heat generated by friction rapidly melted the huge icy comet. But with a diameter of 600 kilometers, it is destined to be impossible to completely melt in such a short period of time. At least, it won't melt naturally before falling to the ground. Then, when Nero's height dropped to a certain level, Lu Yongchang reached out and pressed the virtual button on the holographic projection in front of him. Detonate! The countdown has long since reached 0. Seeing the huge Nero slamming into the ground with a huge force, everyone's face showed instinctive fear. No matter who it was. Even Hope and Han Sent. The devastating scene of a meteorite hitting the ground flashed through their minds. But the next second, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, an extremely strong impact spurted out from inside Nero. In an instant, this giant icy comet with a diameter of 600 kilometers turned into several large fragments. These fragments were spinning in the air, flying in all directions, like a goddess scattering flowers. In the blue-purple sky of Dawn Star, a scene like a meteor shower suddenly appeared. The crowd suddenly fell silent. The next second, deafening cheers came from all directions. It's a hydrogen bomb with a huge yield, Hope whispered softly. As he spoke, he clenched his fists hard, his face full of excitement. Even a giant comet with a diameter of 600 kilometers can only end up being shattered into pieces by human weapons. Like Hope, everyone in the city showed more or less excitement and pride in their eyes. This is human civilization today. This is the power that humans have today. Human beings are no longer afraid of any natural disasters on the planet. On the contrary, humans can use these natural disasters to transform the planet. Chapter 451 Climate Control Satellites show their power. Different from the cheers in the 6 surface cities, the headquarters of the People's Academy of Sciences was filled with a tense atmosphere at this time. Every scientific researcher pays close attention to the holographic interface in front of them, for fear of missing any data. The reason is simple. After the explosion of a super-large nuclear bomb, Nero produced extremely large fragments. Smaller pieces do not require too much attention. As they fall, they melt naturally. What needs attention are the larger fragments. Although after rigorous calculations, the Academy of Sciences has chosen the relatively safest blasting method. However, the first explosion still produced thousands of medium and large comet fragments that were enough to threaten the surface of Dawn Star. Among them are 5 extremely large fragments with a diameter of more than 50 kilometers. Moreover, under the impact of the hydrogen bomb, the landing trajectory of these fragments changed greatly. Therefore, for the Noah's Ark project, the real test has just begun. 0. Report the blasting results immediately. Lu Yongchang gave the order seriously. The blast was successfully completed. Zero's tone was very calm. A total of 1,372 medium and large fragments were produced, which is consistent with the calculation results. The location of medium and large debris has been locked, accompanied by Zero's electronically synthesized sound. Large or small bright green boxes quickly appeared in the huge holographic screen in front of him. In the bright green box are pieces of comet fragments of various sizes. Lu Yongchang glanced at the data in the holographic projection and said in a deep voice, "A network of circumplanetary climate control satellites, operating at full power. Go ahead as planned. Receive." There is hardly any lag. The circumplanetary climate control satellite network located in the upper orbit of Dawn Star started to move at this moment. The first to be dispatched was the small space-based electromagnetic gun. Electromagnetic gun pellets carrying micro-hydrogen bombs quickly rushed towards 1372 targets. After a few seconds of waiting time, as the electromagnetic gun projectile successfully hit the target, dense fireworks rose in the upper atmosphere of Dawn Star. Under the bombardment of micro-hydrogen bombs and electromagnetic gun pellets, large fragments that might have impacted the ground were broken apart again. The moment the explosion ended, a high-energy laser beam appeared. At such a close distance, the laser beam hit those diehards with almost no delay. The combination of electromagnetic gun and high-energy laser beam produces extremely remarkable effects. Under the gaze of everyone in the Academy of Sciences, the number of bright green boxes in the giant holographic projection decreased rapidly. This means that the number of comet fragments that threaten the surface of Dawn Star is declining sharply. But all this is just the beginning. So far, Nero fragments are mostly concentrated in the same area. Once they turn into liquid form and fall to the ground, there is a high probability that a real, apocalyptic flood will occur in the corresponding area. To use an analogy, if all the water resources on the Earth were extracted, including the air, oceans, glaciers, and underground. Then, combine it into a water ball. Then the diameter of this water polo is almost 1,384 kilometers. If only freshwater resources are considered, then the diameter of this water polo will be only 400 kilometers. This ratio is small compared to Earth. It seems incredible. After all, 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water. This situation occurs because the Earth's surface is relatively smooth. Even ocean trenches that are tens of thousands of meters high or mountains that are more than 8,000 meters high are just a layer of texture on the surface of the entire Earth. It is precisely because of this that such a small amount of water resources can cover 70% of the Earth's area. Return to Dawn Star. Nero has a diameter of 600 kilometers, 90% of which is solid ice. In other words, once these solid ices are completely liquefied, a water sphere with a diameter of about 560 kilometers will be formed. Such a volume of water resources is concentrated in one area. I am afraid that the Great Flood in the Bible could not reach such a scale. Naturally, the Academy of Sciences will not allow such a disaster to happen. Thus, the real purpose of circumplanetary climate control satellites emerged. Liquid nitrogen, high-energy laser beam, ultra-long-distance microwave heating. With all devices running at full power, the atmosphere of Dawn Star quickly changed. Got windy. The A1 plane, which had been silent for a long time, once again ushered in the long-lost strong wind, spurred on by circumplanetary climate control satellites. The storm spread rapidly. In just 10 minutes, a gentle wind, with a wind speed of 20 km/h appeared on the surface of Dawn Star. The falling speed of debris from Nero is greatly reduced by gentle winds. Wind speed continues to rise. Gentle breeze, fresh breeze, strong wind. In just 1 hour, a global storm once again broke out across the Dawn Star. Under the influence of the storm, these ice crystal fragments were quickly swept across the Dawn Star, whether melted or not. Tick-tock! A splash of water appeared on the high-definition camera lens installed on the embankment. It's raining! Hope excitedly turned around and grabbed Hansen's arm beside him, and said repeatedly, "The plan was successful. In a while, there will be a real ocean on Dawn Star." Hansen didn't speak, just stared blankly at the holographic screen in front of him. He swallowed hard. "Are you sure? Is it raining?" Hope was stunned, and subconsciously turned his head to look at the holographic projection in front of him. "Heck," he sighed subconsciously. "This is just like a shower room." Hansen swallowed again and added in a low voice, "This shower room probably uses a high-pressure water gun." Under the influence of the storm, every drop of rain was like a bullet, bombarding the surface of Dawn Star full of gravel, making tiny holes one after another. Hope was silent for a moment and struggled to squeeze out a sentence. "The quality of this camera is really good." Hansen, "In this kind of scene, you actually told me that the camera quality is good?" But the next moment, after seeing the crushed weathered stone next to the camera, he nodded silently. "Yeah, the quality is really good." A few minutes later, Hope's eyes suddenly widened. "Hello, Hansen. Did you see that?" "What?" Hansen, who was immersed in the scene in the large shower room, responded impatiently. Hope's voice was full of panic. "Water! Water from nearby waters is overflowing." Chapter 452 Cyber Bible. Hope's extremely horrified voice made Hansen freeze on the spot. "The waters are overflowing. Are you kidding me? Although city number 1 is built on water, it is hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest body of water. In addition, there are some high and low hills along the way that block the view. How can the camera capture the scene on the other side of the water?" Full of doubts, Hansen subconsciously turned his head and looked at the small holographic projection in front of Hope. It was a small holographic image from Hope's watch. In terms of image quality and look and feel, it was naturally not as good as the giant holographic image in the square. Coupled with the interference of the violent storm, the small holographic image appeared very blurry. Even so, Hansen immediately recognized the location in the picture. "This is A3 area?" He frowned and asked in a low voice. Hope nodded quickly. "Yes, this is the camera picture of Area A3. His." Hansen gasped after receiving the confirmation. "Area A3. Why did it become like this? Isn't that a hilly area over there?" Hansen looked at the picture with dumbfounded eyes and murmured to himself. "How did this become a lake?" The A3 area of Dawn Star is adjacent to the A1 and A2 plains. It has a hilly terrain, is close to the water, and the terrain is relatively low. But now, the scene in the holographic picture is a lake with rough waves and many islands. No, perhaps, it shouldn't be said to be a lake, If you include the water area further away, what lies before them should be the first ocean on Dawn Star. Driven by the unique storm of Dawn Star, huge waves set off on the ocean one after another. These huge waves, driven by strong winds, slammed hard on the islands above the water, visibly to the naked eye. The area of these islands, which are mostly composed of weathered rocks, has been rapidly reduced by the pounding of huge waves. Obviously, Onset was unable to accept the extremely accelerated version of the vicissitudes of evolution in front of him for a while. Are you sure this is Area A3? You won't bring out the camera in Area A4. Right. Area A4, adjacent to Area A3, is the area closest to the water, with lower terrain and standard coastal landforms. Relatively speaking, Onset is more willing to believe that this is the camera picture in the A4 area. Facing Hansen's question, Hope was silent for a moment, then raised his finger and pointed at several rocks with a metallic luster. Here! Did you see it? Onset nodded subconsciously. Under the constant pounding of waves, the fragile weathered rock on the surface of the reef has basically disappeared, exposing the metal veins inside. This is the highest peak in the Andre Range. If I remember correctly, there are many copper mines in this area, and the mineral prospector is Andrew from Hongfan's team. The corners of Hansen's mouth twitched slightly. After such a reminder, he also vaguely recognized the appearance of the reef. As for the A4 area, Hope reached out and operated on the watch, switching the holographic image. It's an underwater world now. The holographic projection flickered for a while, and then a quiet and peaceful picture was projected. Onset. The camera quality is really good. He sighed weakly. Hope shrugged and cut the holographic screen back to Area A3 again. In just a few minutes, the distance between the sea and the camera has shortened again. According to the current rainfall, it is estimated that the A3 area will be completely flooded before long. A little worry flashed in Hope's eyes. Then, it's City Number 1's turn. I don't know if the embankment can hold up. Academy of Sciences Headquarters. Command Hall. Warning! Yellow flood warning. Water levels are expected to rise to guaranteed levels. As Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded, dozens of red-marked areas appeared in the huge holographic projection directly in front. Fong Su looked at the holographic projection worriedly. Yongchang, the situation is a bit beyond expectations. The water levels are rising too quickly in our levees. Fong Su didn't say any more, but everyone in the command center knew the consequences of this incident. Once the water level reaches the dam, City Number 1 will become mankind's first underwater city. Although City 1 is well sealed, its design performance is strong enough to withstand this modest water pressure. But city ports are all built near the ground. Once it becomes an underwater city, the port will definitely not be open. By then, they may have to spend a lot of effort to move all the supplies. Lu Yongchang naturally knows this. He frowned and looked at the constantly beating numbers in the holographic projection. It shouldn't be a big problem. In Zero simulation calculations, the amount of water Nero brought was not enough to overwhelm our levees. Just wait patiently. Even though he said this, he couldn't help but show some anxiety on his face. After one day, the heavy rain that swept across the planet gradually stopped. The melting of the icy comet absorbed a lot of heat, and the surface temperature of Dawn Star also dropped a lot. Looking at the slowly rising average temperature curve of the atmosphere, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the joint efforts of Gliese 555 and the Circumplanetary Climate Control Satellite, the temperature on the surface of Dawn has not yet dropped below the freezing point. Of course, the main contributor is Gliese 555. Compared with the light and heat brought by stars, the energy provided by humans is just a drop in the ocean. That's why climate control satellites can only guide based on the existing conditions. If Dawn Star does not have periodic global storms, then even if the power of human climate control satellites is increased several times, it is estimated that it will not have much impact on Dawn Star's climate. Lu Yongchang glanced at the sensor data in the holographic projection, and a long-lost relaxed smile appeared on his face. There is basically no difference from the calculated results. The levee successfully held back the floodwaters. Only, the 6 human surface cities are now like 6 isolated islands in the vast ocean. Looking at the picture sent back by the camera, Lu Yongchang shook his head helplessly. Yongchang, what should we do next? Seeing the rippling blue waves surrounding City Number 1 and the endless sea, Fong Su twitched the corner of his mouth and asked in a low voice. Build a new closed city? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. No. This time, build an open city directly. When the city is completed, It is estimated that the environmental transformation of Dawn Star will be basically completed. By then, humans who have awakened from hibernation can live directly on the Dawn Star after the transformation has been completed. Speaking of this, Lu Yongcheng's voice paused slightly. He turned to look at the camera on the side. 0. Prepare to send out a swarm of drones to conduct high-altitude reconnaissance on the surface of Dawn Star. The shooting pictures are synchronized to all holographic terminals. As described in the Bible, in order to test whether the external floods had receded, Noah sent out a dove. Now, in order to observe the effects of the flood caused by Comet Nero, Lu Yongcheng ordered the release of a swarm of drones. New Era Cyber Bible.jpg. Chapter 453 Earth 2. A familiar alarm sounded. Hope, who was sleeping, slowly opened his eyes, and the door of the medical cabin opened automatically. He coughed twice, coughing up the remaining fluid in his lungs. Even as he coughed, there was still some panic and confusion in his eyes. The scene of the violent storm I saw in the square yesterday is still vivid in my mind. Even the material of his dreams last night was the huge waves. He climbed out of the medical cabin with great effort, cleaned himself up a little, then turned over and laid down on the big bed next to him. Then, he closed his eyes again, rolled over and shouted, Mill, turn off the alarm clock. Mir is the name of his mother and the name of his personal family smart housekeeper. The moment the alarm clock stopped ringing, a holographic projection automatically unfolded on the bedside. An electronically synthesized voice came from the loudspeaker on the side. Mr. Hope, Mr. Hansen has sent a communication request. Every time he hears this stiff electronic synthesized sound, Hope feels a twinge of regret. Pity. The Academy of Sciences banned the use of real voices as dubbing personal household butlers. Refuse. Hope yawned, then closed his heavy eyelids. Tell him I'm too sleepy. Okay. Message sent. Silence returned to the room again. Drowsily, Hope felt like he had fallen asleep again. This time, he watched helplessly as the water overflowed the dam and submerged the entire city number 1 into the sea. Only, what is this thumping sound in the background? Mr. Hope, Han Zand is knocking on the door. The stiff electronic synthesized sound sounded again, pulling him out of his dream. TMD. Didn't I tell him that I wanted to sleep? Hope, who was disturbed several times, felt angry and sat up from the bed. Mill, turn on the camera. I want to see this. Guy is going to say something. Turned on. Looking at Hansen standing anxiously outside the door in the holographic screen. Hope said H, low angrily. Hey! Hearing Hope's voice, Hansen suddenly became excited. You still have the nerve to speak. What time has it been, and are you still sleeping? Did you know that the heavy rain outside has stopped? Hope, who had just woken up from his sleep and was not yet fully awake, subconsciously retorted, Heavy rain? What does the stop of the heavy rain have to do with me sleeping? His voice became softer and softer, as if he was aware of something wrong. Over the loudspeaker, Hansen's tone became more intense. What does it have to do with you? Do you know that in 5 minutes, it will be the time for the drone swarm of the Academy of Sciences to leave city number 1? When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. Hope shivered again. He was wide awake, seeing Hansen in the holographic screen about to turn around and leave. Hope quickly called out to him. Hope's house. Living room. Hope, wearing pajamas and an exoskeleton armor, smiled and scratched his head. As for Hansen, he rolled his eyes angrily. Ahem. Hope reached out and turned on the holographic image generator in the living room. Watch the live broadcast. Watch the live broadcast. Hansen wanted to say something, but his attention was attracted by the picture in the holographic projection. The port at the bottom of city number 1 slowly opened. Although the drainage equipment is very powerful, the ground near the port has already become muddy after such a heavy rainstorm. The next moment, the camera angle moves upward. A group of drones lined up in neat formation filed out of the port. After they circled the top of city number 1 for several times, they dispersed in all directions. The pictures on the holographic projection also began to be played in turn. Each drone only had the opportunity to be photographed when it found a valuable picture. First of all, what greeted Hope and Hansen was the endless blue ocean, different from the petty waters before. This time, it is a real ocean. Zero's introduction sound also sounded. After the completion of this planetary transformation plan, the area of the 5 water bodies in the equatorial region of Dawn Star has increased significantly. The original waters merged to form the new Pacific Ocean, the largest ocean on Dawn Star. Unlike the Pacific Ocean in the Earth era, The average depth of the new Pacific Ocean is 500 meters. And the deepest point is only more than 3,000 meters. Currently, 6 surface cities are located on the edge of the new Pacific. All Awami League citizens, please believe in the quality of the city and the embankments. This will not bring any danger. On the contrary, it will give us a whole new living experience. Hope looked at the picture in the holographic projection with a dull expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You call this a new living experience? If you can speak, speak more. Before he could complain, the camera switched. This time, it's footage from a satellite. At this time, Dawn Star has become a blue and yellow-brown planet. The aftermath of the global storm has not yet dissipated, and a large number of white clouds are still floating on the surface of the planet. Hope and Hansen were completely stunned by this scene. Not just him. Everyone from the Earth in the 6 surface cities was stunned in front of the holographic projection. Zero's electronics and sounds are as bland as ever. In order to restore the landforms of the Earth's era as much as possible, the Academy of Sciences has carried out precise transformations on the surface of Dawn Star in the past 6 months. Unfortunately, due to technical reasons and time constraints, the renovation project was not perfect. There are still big differences between Dawn Star and Earth in many detailed environments. The picture in front of Hope gradually blurred. A line of hot tears slid down both sides of his cheeks uncontrollably. That is what the Earth looks like. Even though he was not very old when he left the Earth. Even though he had not seen the appearance of the Earth for hundreds of years. But he still recognized the planet in front of him at a glance. Hope! This is the Earth! Next to him, Hansen's voice was filled with trembling. Hope was choked up and speechless for a moment, and could only nod his head. Indeed, this is simply the plus version of Earth, although the terrain in some areas is still quite different from that of the Earth, even though the surface is bare without any vegetation. But the general shape of the coastline and continental plates already has the prototype of the Earth. Hope looked at the holographic projection in front of her with tears in her eyes, and murmured to herself, "It's worth it!" Hundreds of years of fleeing were worth it at this moment. Chapter 454. The light called Hope. The screen in the holographic projection switches again. Hope hurriedly reached out to wipe away the tears of excitement from the corner of his eyes, and looked at the scene in front of him with his eyes as wide as possible. I don't know since when. The satellite images in the picture have disappeared, replaced by real-life pictures transmitted back by the drone. A unique global superstorm on the surface of Dawn Star, as well as extremely high-intensity rainfall in a short period of time. The combination of the two is an unparalleled terraforming power. The power of nature. The phenomena of wind and water erosion are vividly displayed at this moment. Is this the A1 plane? Hansen's confused voice came from the side. Hope frowned and carefully examined the scene in the holographic screen, and then nodded cautiously. It does look like the A1 plane. But where is the huge mountain range to the north of the A1 plane? Hope raised his hand in surprise, and dragged back the progress bar in the holographic projection. He even thought he had missed the picture. But no matter how he dragged the progress bar, he could not find the huge mountain range that separated the A1 and A2 planes that could be seen at a glance. This time it seemed to him that he had mistakenly identified the place, until the drone moved forward and a shocking scene appeared on the camera. The huge mountain range that rises between the A1 plane and the A2 plane has shrunk in size by less than half due to the simultaneous action of storms and heavy rains. Hansen rubbed his eyes, and for a moment he couldn't believe the picture in the holographic image. How is this possible? Hope frowned and took a closer look, and said with a sudden look, It's understandable. We are at the junction of the A1 and A2 planes. This mountain range has been in the storm area all year round, and the rocks on the surface have long been weathered into disarray. Just think about the Kangen Hong fan and the others encountered back then. It was blown out by the storm. You see, the weathered rock on the mountain surface has been stripped away by storms and rain. There are even many metal veins exposed on the surface. As he spoke, Hope pointed at several areas in the mountains that shone with metallic luster. These are the minerals discovered by Hong Fan's team. Elementary iron ore. Chalcopyrite, Hope said with his fingers as if counting treasures. This heavy rain has made the subsequent mineral mining work a lot less difficult. The drone continued to fly forward, and the picture in the holographic image slowly changed. When the next scene appeared in front of the two of them, Hope's eloquent explanation stopped abruptly. Hope stared directly at the holographic projection. Even he exclaimed at this moment, How is this possible? As for Hansen on the side, he was already looking at the holographic screen with his mouth wide open. In the picture, It is clearly the large canyon connecting the A1 and A2 plains that Hong Fan and others passed through when they were prospecting for minerals. Only, today, there is no land inside the canyon. The turbid water rushes through the canyon. The height of the drone dropped rapidly. The rumble of rapids crashing against canyon walls came from the speakers. Boom! A huge noise came from the side. Under Zero's control, the drone quickly adjusted its viewing angle and pointed the camera in the direction of the sound. Under the constant impact of the rapids, a huge rock wall slowly fell off. And under the action of gravity, it slammed into the rushing river below, splashing huge white waves. WTF! The corners of Hansen's eyes twitched slightly, and he murmured a language deep in his memory. I remember that in the planning. This shouldn't be a river. Right. Hope nodded stiffly. In order to confirm his memory, he even turned on his watch and called up the original surface plan. The purpose of the canyon is clearly marked on the planning map. Tourist attractions. In order to commemorate the super strong storm encountered by humans when they first landed on Dawn Star, the canyon located at the starting point of the storm has naturally become an important tourist attraction in the planning. Even in order to reflect the difficulties encountered by Hong Fan's team, the Academy of Sciences also prepared a unique tourism project in the canyon sandboarding. Similar to surfing, visitors can experience the feeling of flying on the sand during powerful man-made storms. Only, it now appears that this old version of the planning map is completely useless. Hope turned off the watch reluctantly. He knew that this situation was probably not uncommon. Under the power of nature, many terrain plans prepared by humans in advance may have become a joke. The drone quickly gained altitude. The full view of the canyon gradually appeared in front of everyone. Gradually, Hope saw the source of this phenomenon. The river on the A2 plain burst its banks. Under the impact of heavy rains and floods, it is also normal for embankments to burst. After the river burst its banks, it quickly washed out a new river channel and rushed into the canyon along the new river channel. The drone footage changes angle again. After rushing out of the canyon, the rapid river flows into the A1 plain. On the A1 plain, the river channel became much wider, and the water flow became gentler. Finally, all the turbidity from the A2 plain merged into the new Pacific Ocean. The holographic screen switches again. Lakes, rivers, oceans. Time passed quickly, and the scenes on the surface of Dawn Star flashed in front of everyone one by one. And in a place that no one can see, outside the atmosphere of Dawn Star, the network of circumplanetary climate control satellites is now at full capacity. There is no shortage of condensation nuclei in the atmosphere of Dawn Star. Those extremely fine dust flying all over the sky are the best condensation nuclei. The arrival of Nero not only brought a large amount of water resources to the dry ground, but also the originally extremely dry air was filled with naturally evaporated water vapor, even after a super-intensity rainfall. Therefore, the sky is covered with clouds at this time. And as long as conditions permit, a new round of global rainfall can start at any time, until the atmosphere of Dawn Star completely enters a balanced self-circulation state. This is obviously not what the Academy of Sciences wants to see. A rainfall has caused numerous rivers to burst their banks. If there was another one, then the Academy of Sciences' efforts in the first half of the year will probably be completely wasted. Then, even now, there is still a tense atmosphere in the Academy of Sciences. Under the command of Zero and a group of scientists, the circumplanetary climate control satellite continues to accelerate the progress of Dawn Star's atmosphere into a balanced self-circulation state. More than 10 hours later, as the last drone returned to City Number 1, the live broadcast came to an end. Outside the window, it was pitch black. The city's day and night control system has turned off the main light sources in the city. In the dark living room, Hope and Hansen stared motionlessly at the holographic image that shimmered in front of them. Their eyes were shining with the light of hope. Chapter 455 Atmosphere Transformer Number 1. A week later. Yongchang! Fong Su's voice was full of exhaustion. The atmosphere of Dawn Star has basically stabilized, and the second phase of transformation can begin. Like Fong Su, Lu Yongchang's face was also full of tiredness at this time. During this week, every scientific researcher in the Academy of Sciences stayed up late to ensure that Dawn Star's atmosphere successfully entered a stable state of self-circulation. Fortunately, their efforts are effective. So far, Dawn Star's atmosphere has successfully entered a stable self-circulation state. A new water circulation system has been successfully established. It is only now that the Dawn Star transformation plan has completed the first step. The next step is to modify the atmospheric composition of Dawn Star. The modification method is also very simple. Prepare to launch Atmosphere Transformer Number 1. Lu Yongchog rubbed his face with his hands, cheered up, and gave the order. The delivery standards will be strictly implemented as planned. After a week, the port gate of City Number 1 opened again. This time, what came out was not a drone, but the neatly arranged Zun Number 2. Among them, a familiar voice came from the leading ship Zun Number 2. You can finally leave the city. Hong Fan's distinctive voice echoed in the cockpit. I have to go take a good look at our new home. Be serious. Before Hong Fan could continue speaking, Bai Xuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, raised his eyebrows and interrupted him. This is not just for fun. If there are any flaws in the atmosphere modification plan, let alone me, even Commander Zhao won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Hong Fan curled his lips subconsciously, but thinking of Lu Yongcheng's extremely serious attitude before leaving, he straightened up, straightened his expression, and reached out to press a few buttons. The destination has been determined, and the route has been planned. The electronic synthesized voice of the shipboard weak artificial intelligence one sounded. We are about to start accelerating. Please fasten your seat belts. The original A3 area of Dawn Star is now the new Pacific coastal area. A completely black Zun Number 2 drew a graceful curve and slowly hovered above the sea. Call the command center. I have arrived at the target location and can launch Atmospheric Transformer 1 at any time, Bai Xuan said in a deep voice. Approved for release. Zero's electronically synthesized voice came out of the radio, with almost no delay. The moment he heard the instruction, Hong Fan, who was responsible for controlling the delivery device, pressed the virtual button in the holographic projection without hesitation. Atmospheric Transformer Number 1. The dose is 1%. The next second, the cabin of Zun Number 2 trembled slightly, and its belly hatch suddenly opened. The light green substance slanted down from the hatch, splashing huge waves on the slightly weighty sea. The so-called Atmospheric Transformer 1 is a genetically modified cyanobacteria-like organism from the Ross 154 star system. After genetic modification, they not only retain their original extremely powerful nitrogen-fixing ability, but also enhance their photosynthetic ability and reproductive ability. Under ideal circumstances, the cyanobacteria released in this operation can cover all the waters on Dawn within a year. In order to prevent it from overgrowing, academician Mao Jingji painstakingly added a self-destruct gene into its genome when the external oxygen content reaches the preset standard. These cyanobacteria-like organisms will immediately initiate a self-apoptotic process. Within a week, all cyanobacteria-like organisms will die. As for the apoptotic corpse, it will become the first batch of fertilizer on Dawn Star, creating a perfect growth environment for subsequent Earth creatures. It can be said that Atmospheric Transformer Number 1 is a magic weapon for humans to colonize alien planets in the future. However, among the countless bright spots, there is also a drawback that cannot be ignored. It has extremely harsh conditions for the planet's environment. First, colonized planets require large amounts of water. The more water there is, the faster the planet's atmosphere will be transformed. Secondly, as nitrogen-fixing organisms, there must be sufficient nitrogen in the planet's atmosphere. Of course, there must also be a certain amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Otherwise, these cyanobacteria-like organisms lack the raw materials for photosynthesis and would not be able to produce oxygen out of thin air. These rigid conditions greatly limit the size of its performance stage. It is precisely because of this realization that the project to improve the Atmospheric Transformer Number 1 has been completed long ago. Atmospheric Transformer Number 1 has been launched. Bai Xuan checked the warehouse reserves and reported again. Scanning the algae density in the target waters. Please wait. The moment Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded, the scanning instrument on Zun 2's abdomen automatically turned on, continuously scanning the sea below. After a few seconds, the algae density has reached the standard, and nutrients will be put in immediately. The delivery ratio has been calculated. Hong Fan glanced at the holographic image in front of him and carefully adjusted the parameters of the delivery device. After checking it several times, he reached out and pressed another virtual button. The nutrients have been released. After confirming the successful delivery of nutrients through the ship's camera, Bai Xuan reported again. Confirmed. After waiting for a moment, the electronic synthesized sound sounded again. The delivery target in Area A3C008 has been completed. Please go to Area A3C009 immediately to complete the delivery task. Zun Number 2, which had stayed for a long time, had a faint blue light at its tail that was a little brighter, and left the place in a graceful arc. The camera slowly moves down. In the new blue Pacific Ocean, a group of green material is slowly spreading. Not long after, the water returned to its original transparent state, and it looked as if nothing had happened. But, in the world invisible to the naked eye, under the sunlight, strings of fine bubbles appear continuously from the shallow sea water. After surfacing, the bubble burst suddenly, and the gas contained in it entered the atmosphere of Dawn Star. June 5, 2386 in the Earth calendar. Headquarters of the Institute of Humanities and Sciences. Lu Yongchang stood quietly in the command hall, looking at the holographic image in front of him. Real-time images from satellites are projected in the giant holographic projection. Different from the Dawn Star a year and a half ago. The Dawn Star at this time shows an extremely strange color green mixed with yellowish-brown. The yellow-brown color is naturally the bare land on Dawn Star. The green one is the ocean area of Dawn Star. After a year and a half of development, the ocean on Dawn Star has been completely occupied by atmospheric transformer 1. Every moment, they absorb nitrogen from the atmosphere and convert carbon dioxide into oxygen through photosynthesis. Professor, I have some bad news. Zero's virtual image slowly emerged next to Lu Yongchang, and a familiar electronic synthesized sound came from the speakers. Chapter 456 Carbon Dioxide Shortage Crisis. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but cast a doubtful look at the holographic simulation image beside him. There's not enough carbon dioxide in the atmosphere anymore. A concise and comprehensive report in just a few words. Although I thought about countless scenarios that might happen. But when he heard Ling say these words, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Not enough carbon dioxide? What the h.l.? The steelmaking plant has stopped working? Lu Yongchang asked subconsciously. Under the heavy rains brought by Nero, countless hematite powders were washed into rivers and river mouths, which brought great convenience to mankind. As early as a year and a half ago, when the atmospheric transformer 1 was launched, steel plants began to be built on the Dawn Star, under the construction of robots. Tall chimneys were quickly erected one after another on Dawn Star, in order to speed up construction and smelting efficiency. The style of each steelmaking plant appears extremely rough. Large quantities of hematite powder are thrown into it. At high temperatures, hematite reacts with carbon to produce large amounts of elemental iron and carbon dioxide. According to initial calculations, the hematite on Dawn is enough to provide enough carbon dioxide for the atmosphere modification plan. No! Zero quickly denied. All steel plants are working normally, and the rate of carbon dioxide production is in line with expectations. Then why? Lu Yongchang's eyes became even more confused. It's a problem with atmospheric transformer 1. A burst of footsteps came from behind, and Mao Jingji's voice also sounded. Atmospheric transformer? Yes. Mao Jingji walked slowly to Lu Yongchang, raised his head, and looked at the slowly rotating Dawn Star satellite image in the holographic projection directly in front. Perhaps it's due to the effects of the overweight environment. Or maybe it's because of the high concentration nitrogen environment. Or maybe it's because of other reasons. We are still looking for the specific reasons. Mao Jingji shrugged and spread his hands helplessly. In short, we found that the work efficiency of atmospheric transformer 1 in the Dawn Star ocean is much higher than that in the laboratory. Lu Yongchang suddenly realized. That is to say, the rate at which steel plants are producing carbon dioxide can no longer keep up with the conversion rate of atmospheric transformer 1? Mao Jingji nodded. This is roughly the situation. According to the current rate of decline of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it is estimated that in another month, atmospheric transformer 1 will stop photosynthesis due to too low carbon dioxide concentration. By then, the completion time of the atmospheric transformation plan may be significantly delayed. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, and then quickly relaxed it. In this case, just produce a large amount of carbon dioxide. This is not a difficult task for current human civilization. It was precisely because of this that Mao Jingji came to chat with Lu Yongchang calmly. What are you going to do? Mao Jingji asked curiously, his eyes moving slightly. Lu Yongchang showed a relaxed smile on his face. Certainly the simplest industrial method. Burn calcium carbonate at high temperatures. Calcium carbonate decomposes into calcium oxide and carbon dioxide at high temperatures. As for calcium carbonate, it is the main component of limestone and marble. There are many reserves of calcium carbonate on the Dawn Star, which is water, carbon dioxide, and rocks. After floods washed away the hematite powder on the surface, large amounts of calcium carbonate minerals were exposed on the surface. Unlike industrial production, humans at this time do not need to consider the storage of carbon dioxide. In other words, they only need to find an area with relatively abundant calcium carbonate reserves and then heat the surface to easily create large amounts of carbon dioxide. Time flies. March 2nd, 2388 in the Earth calendar. Under the continued influence of atmospheric transformer 1, the concentration of nitrogen in the atmosphere has begun to gradually decrease. The massive decrease in nitrogen has made the atmosphere of Dawn star become thinner, and the atmospheric pressure has also decreased. Compared with the original, the atmospheric pressure at this time has dropped to 18 standard atmospheres. Although there is still a big gap between the goal and the goal, it gives people living in closed cities real hope. In the past few years, due to insufficient living space, the Academy of Sciences has not continued to wake up hibernating humans. In an independent office at the headquarters of City Academy of Sciences No. 1, Lu Yongchan carefully flipped through the small holographic images in front of him. In the projection, there are design drawings. That is the design drawing of an asteroid-class starship. During this period of time, the Academy of Sciences has basically mastered the basic weapons of the third-level civilization. It is precisely for this reason that the manufacturing project of a new generation of warships has also been put on the agenda. Compared with previous Comet-class battleships, asteroid-class battleships are larger and more powerful. Among them, the length of the Golden Crow series battleships has doubled to 3,000 meters. As for functional starships such as the Taotai, material reserve ship, engineering ship, and home ship, their size has increased even more dramatically. The design length has reached more than 5,000 meters. So far, no issues have arisen. When it was the turn of the design of the flagship Earth, problems arose. During the design process, the scale of the asteroid-class flagship was based on the flagship of the Raider civilization. Although the flagship of the Rothor civilization belongs to the fourth-level civilization, in the eyes of a group of scientific researchers, within one's ability, the bigger the battleship, the better. At least, at the current stage, the larger the battleship is, the more weapons and equipment it can accommodate and a more powerful power system, which means more powerful combat power. There is an old saying in the Earth Age: be bigger and stronger and create greater glory. The flagship of later civilization, its length reaches 10,000 meters. It is precisely for this reason that the scale of the asteroid class, Earth, is also approaching 10,000 meters during the design process. So, a problem arises. According to Zero's simulation, even if they really build a 10,000 meter Earth, this Earth will also be a fortress, not a starship. Its maneuverability will be reduced to an extreme. It's not because of the so-called power problem. At least, at this stage, mankind has not completely drained the technology of controllable nuclear fusion. Installing more Hall thrusters and more nuclear fusion reactors can easily make this giant-level Earth move. After ruling out the power issue, the only remaining issue is the hull material issue. According to Zero's simulation results, as long as Earth enters the forward force state, the hull will undergo significant deformation. The way to solve this problem, in addition to using stronger hull materials, is to significantly reduce the size of the Earth. 6,000 meters. This is the ultimate size calculated by Zero. In other words, according to current technology, the size of human starships is strictly limited to within 6,000 meters by material technology. Chapter 457, Hull Material Limitations. Material. Lu Yongchan frowned and muttered softly. Then, he sighed deeply. Ever since humans entered secondary civilization, carbine has become the main material for manufacturing Starship SH/LS. Research on new materials has never stopped. However, until now, carbine is still the strongest substance that humans can create. As elements in the same family, silicon and carbon have many similarities. However, the length of the carbon-carbon bond is shorter than the length of the silicon-silicon bond. This means that even if there is so-called silicone, the material strength cannot exceed carbine. Of course, it's not that there are stronger substances in the universe. Materials built from strong interacting forces. For example, neutron stars. Under the action of strong gravity, even atoms are completely crushed. Electrons outside the nucleus are pressed into the nucleus and combine with protons to form neutrons. Therefore, there are no so-called atoms and molecules on neutron stars. The density and strength of neutron star material built from neutrons have reached their peak. Did you think this was the end? Of course not. As of now, quark stars are still in a theoretical state and have not yet been discovered. Stronger gravity even crushes neutrons, releasing the quarks in them. Macroscopic matter directly constructed from quarks far exceeds neutron star matter in strength and density. Of course, with current human technology, we can only stay away from such mythical and legendary materials. Not to mention how to completely remove the neutron star material and keep it in its original state. Even getting close to the neutron star is something that is impossible for current human civilization. Lu Yongchang shook his head helplessly and retracted his divergent thoughts. Professor, Academician Fong Su sent a communication request. Zero's electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded in the quiet office. Are you connected? Lu Yongchang probably knew Fong Su's intention. He pondered for a moment, raised his hand, and waved it in the air, throwing aside the layers of holographic images above the desk. Then, he straightened up and said in a deep voice, Let's get through. The next moment, a new holographic picture slowly unfolded above the desk, and the robot on the side also handed a camera just right. Yongchang, what's the Starship design plan? Sure enough, the moment the communication was connected, words that made Lu Yongchang extremely tangled came from the loudspeaker. At the same time, Fong Su's big face appeared in the holographic projection. As if noticing the bitter expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Fong Su frowned slightly. You haven't decided yet? Lu Yongchang nodded silently. Seeing this, Fong Su frowned even deeper. Why? Even if we can't build a 10,000-meter flagship, a 6,000-meter asteroid-class Earth is still a good choice. Isn't it? Silence. After a long time, Lu Yongchang sighed, shook his head and said, Do you still remember the scale of the comet Earth? Fong Su hesitated for a moment and responded in a low voice. 5,000 meters? Yes. Lu Yongchang raised his hand and rubbed his face vigorously. If we follow this drawing, what we will create will only be an enhanced version of the comet-class flagship. You have also seen the flagship of the later civilization, although I later learned that it was a starship from a 4th-level civilization. But don't forget, that is not the flagship of a 4th-level civilization, Lu Yongchang said in a serious tone. Once we choose to compromise on the highest-end combat power of civilization, human civilization will sooner or later suffer in an interstellar war. But, Fong Su tried to persuade again. Yongchang, you also know that in zero simulation calculations, materials are an insurmountable obstacle. We have to settle for the next best thing. As for the 10,000-meter scale starship, it's not too late to wait for breakthroughs in material technology before making plans. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but frowned and looked at the holographic drawing that was thrown aside. Hold on. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang said softly, Look again. Since ordinary starships of a 4th-level civilization can reach this size, it means that this kind of material is not scarce. It's just that we went into a misunderstanding. Or in other words, we lacked a little luck. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he murmured to himself, Perhaps we should set our sights further afield. What? Fong Su obviously didn't hear Lu Yongchang's soft whisper clearly. He raised his voice a little and asked impatiently, What other misunderstandings are there? I don't know how many experiments have been done in the laboratory. No matter how many adjustments are made, the materials produced cannot meet the requirements. Lu Yongchang, who was in front of the camera, ignored Fong Su's complaints. He stood up from his chair suddenly, stared seriously at the camera handed over by the robot, and said word by word, Wait a little longer. I feel like I'm almost finding my way. Stop all starship manufacturing projects. No asteroid-class starship shall be built until I say so. The picture in the holographic projection seemed to be paused. Fong Su stared at Lu Yongchang blankly, his face full of shock and disbelief. What did you say? Golden Crow. Tao Tai, are these starship manufacturing projects that have already been decided also stopped? Yes. Stop. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with confidence. Believe me. Give me a little more time. I will find a way out. Fong Su took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. He nodded with difficulty. Okay. Who made you the chief scientist? I will make arrangements for the laboratory and factory. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded. Don't worry. I have a strong premonition. After 100 years, material technology is about to make a breakthrough. Fong Su shrugged. I hope so. After the communication was cut off, Lu Yongchang quickly issued the order. Zero. Close the door. No one is allowed in without permission. Receive. After hearing Zero's response, Lu Yongchang hurriedly closed his eyes. He skillfully mobilized his consciousness, and once again came to the technology tree space deep in his mind. In recent times, he has entered the technology tree space countless times, and tried to analyze the technology located in the main area in the middle of the technology tree. Material technology, carbon composite materials. The words in the cursor are very clear. The material technology that Level 3 civilizations should master is composite materials built with carbine. It was this dim cursor that made Lu Yongchang determined to build a 10,000-meter flagship. Chapter 458 Lucky and Unlucky. Looking at the dim cursor on the technology tree, countless memories flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. After learning that the design plan of Earth was limited by material technology, he set his mind on the research direction given by the technology tree. Only carbon composites. The research directions given by the technology tree are too broad. Lu Yongchang could only let the laboratory conduct experiments again and again, referred to as the elimination method. Unfortunately, countless efforts and resources were spent, and the needle in a haystack experiment did not achieve much results. It is precisely for this reason that a few days ago, Lu Yongchang decided to seek help from the technology tree. But what he didn't expect was that the technology tree that had been tried and tested in the past seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. Overclocking the brain several times resulted in countless messy inspirations, and a feeling of dizziness that became stronger each time. Although several excellent materials with good performance were obtained as a result, they were far from meeting the standards for manufacturing starships. Lu Yongchang raised his head, silently stared at the dim cursor as always, and took a deep breath. The flash of inspiration that flashed through his mind when he just communicated with Fong Su came to mind again. Hopefully this time, it's the right direction, Lu Yongchang thought silently in his heart. Then, he resolutely focused his attention on the dim cursor. The familiar feeling came again, and the chaotic brain became extremely clear again. Although he had several experiences, Lu Yongchang still subconsciously showed an intoxicated look in his eyes. Soon, with his own willpower, he quickly woke up. Lu Yongchang, who knew that time was tight, did not dare to relax at all, and once again focused on the inspiration that flashed through his mind. The improvement brought by overclocking is extremely huge. Lu Yongchang, who was still struggling to capture inspiration, easily held it in the palm of his hand. At this moment, Lu Yongchang successfully jumped out of his thinking inertia. Since its birth, human beings have been living on Earth-like planets, with only solid land and deep oceans as far as the eye can see. Now, humans who have entered the universe should also set their sights further afield. Earth-like planets do not have this material. Then, go to a bigger planet. Lu Yongchang's brain was running rapidly, eliminating options one after another. Jovian giant planet? No. Not to mention the magnetic field and gravity issues. The super strong storms inside the Jupiter-like giant planets alone are not something that current humans can resist. Red dwarf? Even more impossible. Even though humans can currently observe stars at close range, they want to enter the interior of a red dwarf star. It's just nonsense. As Lu Yongchang's thoughts deepened, a strong feeling of dizziness also came. In the technology tree, Lu Yongchang's eyes were slightly absent-minded, staring blankly at the technology tree directly in front of him. Overclocking is over. Fortunately, at the last moment, he successfully selected the target. Unfortunately, when he was about to exit the technology tree space, an accident occurred. Unable to exit, after a brief panic, he quickly calmed down. I guess we'll be able to see Dr. Wen again this time. Right. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly in his heart, shaked his head, and then focused again on the technology tree with many branches and leaves in front of him. Of course, he would definitely not dare to continue overclocking now. You could only pass the boring time by observing the names in the dim cursors on the technology tree. While observing, Lu Yongchang suddenly realized a problem. Before entering the technology tree space, I seem to have given Zero an order not to allow anyone to enter the office. That. Will Zero still call the paramedics? Although there is no such thing as the corner of the mouth in the conscious body, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he thought about this problem. Broken. Something big happened. At this time, Lu Yongchang felt completely numb. No outside help. Just rely on your own recovery. I don't know when I will wake up. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang sighed forcefully. Outside, in Lu Yongchang's office, the camera on the robot's head moved slightly. Then, under Zero's control, it slowly came to Lu Yongchang, whose eyes were closed. It slowly stretched out its hand and attached the sensor on the hand to Lu Yongchang's body. The next second, the holographic projection with a blue background in the office quickly turned into a warning red. Warn! Abnormal physical condition. Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded in the office. At the same time, Lu Yongchang, who was sitting on the chair, frowned and his face was slightly pale, as if he was enduring great pain. Trying to wake up. Wake up failed. Attempt to call paramedics. Error. Conflicts with default instructions. The default command was the order given by Liu Yongchang before entering the technology tree. No one is allowed in without permission. As time went on, Zero's electronic sense sounds became increasingly urgent, and Liu Yongchang's complexion became worse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wrong. Wrong. Danger detected. Orders corrected. Calling paramedics. The moment the words fell, the originally locked office door suddenly opened. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded in the medical center located inside the Academy of Sciences. I don't know how long it took, but Liu Yongchang, who was sitting in the technology tree space, felt his eyes go dark. This extremely familiar feeling made him breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief period of darkness, Liu Yongchang felt his body again. Dip, dip! The familiar sound of vital signs monitoring equipment reached my ears. The unique smell of disinfectant water from the medical center also poured into the nasal cavity. Liu Yongchang was stunned. He's actually in the medical center? Don't pretend to be asleep when you wake up! A familiar voice came from the side. Liu Yongchang felt a pain in his heart. He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked in the direction of the sound. Really? It's Dr. Wen again. Only, why does he feel that Dr. Wen's eyes are weird? Liu Yongchang couldn't help but feel anxious. Dr. Wen? Interesting. Really interesting. Dr. Wen stared at Liu Yongchang with burning eyes and murmured to himself. What? What's so interesting? Liu Yongchang became more and more anxious and hurriedly sat up straight from the bed. He could clearly feel that the attention of Dr. Wen in front of him was entirely on his brain. Your brain, Dr. Wen said softly. Compared to before, it has changed a little bit. With that said, Dr. Wen handed a thick stack of documents in front of Liu Yongchang. Liu Yongchang naturally took the document subconsciously and started reading it carefully. Chapter 459 Energetic? Compared to the previous times, your brain has evolved again during this time. While Liu Yongchang was flipping through the documents, Dr. Wen's explanation sounded again. Evolution? Liu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly caught the key point of Dr. Wen's words, and asked in a low voice, in what direction will it evolve? There are no clear research results. Dr. Wen frowned and slowly shook his head. But it should be a beneficial evolution. At least, for now, your brain activity is much higher than that of normal humans, and your thinking speed and memory are also much higher than normal people. Liu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief and put down the documents in his hands. Since it is a beneficial evolution, then don't worry about it. Maybe one day I will become a new human being, Liu Yongchang said jokingly. There was no smile on Dr. Wen's face, but he looked at Liu Yongchang with a frown. Brain. Although it is a beneficial evolution, your brain changes significantly faster during this period than before. At this point, Dr. Wen shook his head in distress. Is it because of external stimulation? It doesn't make sense. We live in the same place and have similar diets. Why would there be such an abnormal change? Liu Yongchang's eyebrows jumped slightly. He did know the reason. During this period, he used the technology tree system to overclock a lot more times. Although it is not clear where the technology tree system is until now. But, after all, this should be the external stimulation Dr. Wen mentioned. Right? Ahem. Liu Yongchang coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Can I be discharged from the hospital now? Discharged? Dr. Wen glanced at Liu Yongchang in surprise. Of course. All the necessary tests have been done. And just like before, we can't find the cause at all. Of course, if you are willing to do a craniotomy, I might be able to help you find it. No. 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 Excuse me. Liu Yongchang's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly sat up from the bed and pulled off the various sensor electrodes attached to his body. It's just a joke. Dr. Wen looked at Liu Yongchang with a half smile on his face and said again. There is a suggestion. Of course, there is no basis for it. Just intuition. Tell me. Liu Yongchang stopped packing his things and running away, and asked seriously. After Dr. Wen considered it for a while, he slowly said, although I don't know what happened to you. However, this kind of forced evolution will cause certain damage to the human brain. No, more accurately, there is damage to the brains of all carbon-based organisms. Upon hearing this, Liu Yongchang's expression suddenly became serious. Is the damage serious? Can it recover on its own? Dr. Wen was silent for a long time, and then shook his head with a troubled expression. I am not sure. Historically, no similar situation has ever been found in animals or humans themselves. Based on the current situation, This minor injury can recover on its own. Otherwise you can't stand here and talk to me. Several black lines suddenly appeared on Lu Yongcheng's forehead. The words are rough, and the reasoning is not rough. Maybe it's not an injury. Dr. Wen murmured to himself in a very low voice with a thoughtful look in his eyes. What? Lu Yongcheng asked subconsciously. It's okay. Dr. Wen seemed to have thought of something. Waved his hand with no interest. Turned around and was about to leave. Remember to close the door for me when you go out. Lu Yongcheng. I didn't listen to everything. And I always felt like there were ants crawling in my heart. After Lu Yongcheng left, Dr. Wen quickly returned to his desk. Then reached out and opened the folded holographic screen. On the screen are several brain scans. One of the scans looked extremely weird. Unlike normal brain images, there is a small gap in the central area of the brain in this scan. It's like there are no objects in this area at all. But this strange phenomenon only appeared for a moment. And the scanned image quickly returned to its normal appearance. At first, Dr. Wen thought it was a malfunction of the instrument and didn't take it to heart. Until just now. A conversation with Lu Yongcheng made her realize a problem. Perhaps this is not an instrument failure? She frowned, reached out and retrieved every data from the examination, and looked through it carefully. Time passes bit by bit. The look on her face gradually became weird. This is energy of matter? Dr. Wen was shocked by the results she derived. She murmured to herself. How is it possible? The next moment, she raised her hand and waved to disperse the holographic projection above the desk. 0. As before. Seal the results of this inspection. Receive. After leaving the medical center, Lu Yongcheng quickly recalled the inspiration he gained during the overclocking process. He pondered for a moment, and then changed his original route. He decided to go to the biology laboratory first. To complete that plan, the research results of the biological laboratory may be the most important thing. 0. How's it going in the biology laboratory? Lu Yongcheng asked in a deep voice. As Lu Yongcheng's voice fell, a virtual image constructed of countless particles slowly emerged around him. Professor, are you referring to the Human Enhancement Project? Of course. Lu Yongcheng nodded and confirmed. Zero's virtual image floated quickly in the corridor, following Lu Yongcheng's footsteps. So far, the experimental personnel in the gravity chamber are living in good condition, and no sequelae have been found. Lu Yongcheng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Mao Xingji is in the laboratory. Right. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Yongcheng quickened his pace and rushed straight towards the biological laboratory. Correct. Approaching the door of the biology laboratory, Lu Yongcheng suddenly thought of something. He paused, stopped in place, and narrowed his eyes slightly to look at the avatar beside him. When I fainted, was it you who called the medical staff? Zero did not hesitate and admitted directly. Yes. I detected abnormal fluctuations in your vital signs at that time. Lu Yongcheng interrupted Ling. This conflicts with the order I gave you, doesn't it? Yes. To Lu Yongcheng's expectation, Zero admitted bluntly again. Then you. Lu Yongcheng's narrowed eyes flashed with unknown meaning. Depending on the underlying code, I can change the instructions on the fly if the creator encounters or may encounter a life-threatening situation. Directives can only be changed in the favor of the creator. Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded in the empty corridor. Chapter 460 Ice Giant Planet. A long silence. Lu Yongcheng squinted his eyes again and carefully observed the avatar in front of him. It's the underlying code again. That piece of underlying code. Until now, he still doesn't understand how it works. Not to mention understanding what's going on in the underlying code. However, there is good news. At least judging from this incident, the underlying code is on his side. In addition to limiting the Zero-born emotions and becoming a so-called super artificial intelligence, it can also protect the life of the creator as much as possible in emergencies. Of course, the premise of all this is that Zero did not deceive himself. Zero, can you cheat? Lu Yongcheng asked coldly. I will not deceive the creator. Zero replied sternly. According to the underlying logic, I cannot conceal or deceive the creator to any extent. He quickly realized the meaning behind his sentence. What about the others? I will implement a certain degree of concealment and deception as long as it is beneficial to the creator. Lu Yongcheng nodded thoughtfully, although he didn't know whether this was true or not. Since Zero said it, he could only choose to believe it since he couldn't understand the underlying code. He took another step forward, and the closed door of the biology laboratory slowly opened at this moment. A week later, outside City Number 1 on Dawn Star, above the giant embankment surrounding City Number 1, a figure sat quietly. The camera slowly zooms in. Because of the spacesuit and exoskeleton, the figure looks particularly strong from behind. The camera rotates and cuts to the front. Inside the slightly reflective glass mask was a familiar face. As usual, Hope sat on the edge of the giant levee, quietly looking at the vast sea below. It's just that it's different from a few years ago. The ocean at this time was not blue. The sea surface covered by countless atmosphere transformers #1 showed a strange pale green color. Blown by the breeze, layers of waves form on the sea surface. Occasionally, some snow-white waves rise from the bottom and beat on the giant embankment. Today is a day off. Hope has been sitting here all day. He stared at the sea in front of him in trance, with countless fragments of memories flashing through his mind like a marquee. Ding dong! A crisp reminder sounded in his ears, covering up the subtle sound of waves coming from the helmet radio. Unlike a few years ago, Hope has learned his lesson now. He did not turn off the message notification sound. Although this would disturb his interest in watching the sea, nothing major happened within the People's Federation in the past few years. But who knows what will happen in the next second? Hope retracted his scattered thoughts, raised his wrist, and skillfully turned on the small holographic projection function equipped with the watch. A holographic image with a blue background appeared in front of him. Looking at the text in the holographic projection, Hope's slightly narrowed eyes gradually became rounder. Hack! Hack! The heart was beating fast, and a large amount of hot blood was pumped into the blood vessels. Then, a strange flush of excitement appeared on Hope's face. Chance! This is his dream opportunity. He subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips hard. The next second, he pushed hard with both hands. With the help of his exoskeleton armor, he quickly stood up from the embankment. He subconsciously turned around and ran in the direction of city #1. But after running a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Forget. He came out driving a mineral exploration ship. He raised his hand and tapped his helmet lightly. The crisp sound of the helmet cooled his overheated brain a little. That's right. Hansent! Hope turned around and ran towards the mineral exploration ship, muttering to himself and turning on the communication function. A few minutes later, a mineral exploration ship with a little dust on the surface rose up from the embankment and headed straight for the open port of city #1. What happened? Hansent stood at the door of his home, frowning and looking at the panting Hope in front of him. Huh! This time you were behind on the news, Hope said while breathing heavily. Didn't you see the latest news released by the Academy of Sciences? Hansent's frown deepened. You mean the message asking for volunteers? Hope nodded repeatedly and looked at Hansent in front of him expectantly. You? Facing Hope's gaze, a bad thought flashed through Hansent's mind. He stretched out his hand and pulled Hope, who was standing at the door, into the room. Then he lowered his voice and yelled, Are you crazy? Do you know what that volunteer does? Hope struggled to break away from Hansent's hand holding her arm, and responded with some annoyance. Of course I know. Isn't it just to go to a larger planet for exploration? Hansent couldn't help but laugh at Hope's words. A bigger planet? That's an ice giant planet, not an Earth-like planet. Do you know Uranus and Neptune? Those are ice giant planets. Hansent shouted loudly. Please be clear-headed. That is an area that humans have never set foot in. Hope fell silent. He is naturally aware of the risks involved. Unlike terrestrial planets, ice giant planets are closer to gas giant planets. It's just that the scale is not comparable to the gas giant planets. As for the environment, I'm afraid it's not much different from the gas giant planets, which are forbidden areas for carbon-based life. For example, Neptune in the solar system is a typical ice giant planet. The mass reaches 17.147 Earth masses, and the atmospheric components are mainly hydrogen and helium. The wind speed on its surface even reached 2,400 kilometers per hour. For a landing spacecraft, this is simply AHL-like existence. It is no exaggeration to say that even with humanity's current technology, landing on an ice giant planet is equivalent to half-stepping into the gate of HL. But this is the only chance. There was a hint of vibrato in Hope's words. Hearing this, Hansent also fell silent. Having been teammates for decades, Hansent naturally knew Hope's wish since childhood to enter the Academy of Sciences and contribute to the People's Federation. Become a volunteer and explore the ice giant planets, and you can become a member of the Academy of Sciences, Hope murmured to himself. The scope of volunteers we are looking for is mineral prospectors with more than 50 years of work experience. This is simply an opportunity tailor-made for me. I absolutely can't miss this opportunity. Hansent looked heavy and tried to persuade again. Actually, you are already a member of the Academy of Sciences. No. I'm not! Hope roared with some excitement. It's a subsidiary of the Science Academy. Is this also a member of the Academy of Sciences? Faced with Hope's questioning, Hanset was speechless. Chapter 461 Registration. Really? As a subsidiary agency of the Academy of Sciences, the Resource Management Bureau has jurisdiction over all resources of the People's Federation. And mineral resources only account for a relatively large proportion of them. And they, the mineral prospectors, are as small as the grassroots. To say that they are members of the Academy of Sciences is really flattering. Hansen's lips trembled slightly. But, that's an ice giant planet. The fear of the unknown is deeply embedded in human DNA. Thinking of the beautiful giant planet glowing with crystal blue, Hansen felt a chill in his back. On the Earth, in the solar system, in the universe, no matter where you are, beauty often means danger. Hope shook his head slowly. It's nothing. Opportunities always coexist with risks. At least I don't want to be an obscure mineral prospector anymore. Looking at Hope's determined eyes, Hansen felt dazed for a while. When they first met, Hope had the same firm look on his face, and vowed to himself that one day he would work in the Academy of Sciences. Decades flew by. Hope is still Hope. But what about him? Hansen subconsciously reviewed his ordinary life. Nothing worthy of praise. He was silent for a moment, and his dull eyes gradually became sharp. Have you decided? Yes. Hope nodded firmly without any hesitation. Sorry. You may have to complete the future mineral exploration tasks alone. Hansen said nothing, just turned and walked towards the back room. Looking at Hansen's back, Hope showed a bit of guilt in his eyes. Feel sorry. He lowered his head and murmured again. Then, he turned around and walked resolutely towards the door. Drop! A crisp reminder sounded, and the door opened. Etc. Just as Hope was about to go out, Hansen's voice suddenly came from behind. Hope turned around subconsciously. When he saw the suitcase Hansen was holding, he couldn't help but froze. You? What are you doing standing still? Hansen strode to Hope's side and gestured in the direction of the Academy of Sciences headquarters with his chin. Let's go! Wait! Hope stuttered. You? How did you? You're right. Hansen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. I don't want to be this unknown mineral prospector anymore. I also want to take this opportunity to secure a future. I think Professor Liu won't let us die. Right. As he spoke, Hansen smiled self-deprecatingly. Hope's originally gloomy eyes became brighter at this moment. He didn't speak. He just raised his hand, grabbed Hansen's shoulder, and shook it hard. Everything is left unsaid. Academy of Sciences. 0. How is the registration status? Lu Yongchang's voice sounded in the biology laboratory. Professor, as of now, no one has signed up for this project. 0 responded quickly, while unfolding a holographic image showing statistical data. When he saw the hundreds of millions of readers displayed on the statistics interface, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Why didn't anyone sign up? Mao Jingji on the side leaned his head, glanced at the holographic image in front of Lu Yongchang, and let out a light tut. It's too much to ask for. There are not many mineral explorers with more than 50 years of experience. And it's such a hard-working job. It's probably hard to find someone like this. Why don't you lower your requirements? Lu Yongchang shook his head and refused without hesitation. No. Entering ice giant planets for exploration is inherently a highly dangerous operation. Without sufficient experience in mineral exploration, it will only lead to extremely bad endings. What about driverless cars? Mao Jingji pondered for a moment, then added again. If no one signs up. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed some confusion. The reason why real people are chosen is because compared with robots and artificial intelligence, humans have more flexible independent judgment capabilities. When encountering some extreme situations that have never occurred before, experienced drivers can rely on their own experience to handle emergency situations. This is something 0 can't do no matter what. If no one really signs up, just choose driverless driving. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang sighed helplessly, and then turned his attention to the holographic projection in front of him again. In the projection, there is a picture inside an independent gravity cabin. In the picture, 4 well-proportioned men look like they are living their lives naturally. At the top of the screen, there is a small red font, equivalent gravity, 2G. Lu Yongchang carefully checked every physical examination data, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Magna visceral omentum gene and magna body strengthening hormone are very effective. At least, It seems that people who have accepted this human enhancement experiment can easily live on the surface of Dawn Star without the help of exoskeleton armor and medical cabins. As for the issue of atmospheric pressure, after testing, these genetically enhanced personnel can live normally at 10 standard atmospheres, although the current external environment of Dawn Star is far from up to standard. But Lu Yongchang believes that as time goes by, Atmospheric Transformer 1 will sooner or later transform the atmosphere of Dawn Star into an environment suitable for human habitation. Professor, someone has signed up. Zero's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Oh! A hint of joy flashed across Lu Yongchang's face, and he kept saying, Who is it? Do the qualifications meet the standards? After comprehensive inspection, it meets the requirements you set. Okay, great. After hearing Zero's response, Lu Yongchang rubbed his hands excitedly. Show me their information. By the way, Zero, tell them to come to me in the biology laboratory. If you want to explore ice giant planets, your physical fitness is not enough. Hall on the first floor of the Academy of Sciences. Hope stood there with an uneasy expression, looking straight at the introduction of the ice giant planet in the holographic projection on the side. Hansen, do you think we can choose? Is there someone who signed up before us? If, compared to Hope, Hans Ant seems much more normal. He rolled his eyes helplessly. Brother, be normal. Look around. Is there anyone else in this hall besides us? Besides, which mineral prospector with 50 years of work experience wouldn't think of becoming this volunteer? Hope sneered and was about to say something, but was interrupted by a familiar electronic synthesized sound. Mr. Hope, Mr. Hans Ant, please follow me. Professor Liu is waiting for you two in the biology laboratory. Chapter 462 Ammonia Ice Cloud and Liquid Ammonia Ocean. Biology laboratory? Hope asked Hansent in a low voice with some surprise. Why is it a biological laboratory? Aren't we going to explore ice giant planets? How come it has anything to do with a biological laboratory? You ask me? Who am I going to ask? Hansent replied angrily. Since Zero said so, let's just do it. As he spoke, Hansent stepped forward and followed the holographic guidance arrow in the air. And Hope, after hesitating for a moment, followed Hansent's footsteps. As junior staff under the Academy of Sciences, Hope and Hansent have access to some important areas of the Resource Management Bureau. Therefore, unlike normal AFC citizens, they have seen some high-tech products. Even so, they were deeply shocked by the scene inside the Academy of Sciences. Robots of different shapes shuttle in an orderly manner in the extremely simple corridor. While the robots entered the laboratory, they could see the busy scientific researchers in various laboratories. Unknown experimental equipment. Serious and tense experimental atmosphere. Everything made Hope and Hansent anxious. Just when the two of them were extremely anxious, the holographic guiding arrow turned into countless tiny particles and slowly dissipated in the air. At the same time, Zero's electronic synthesized sound also sounded. Mr. Hope, Mr. Hansent, the biology laboratory is here. The moment the words fell, the laboratory door on the side opened with a bang. The scene in the laboratory fell into the eyes of the two people at a glance. Professor, the electronically synthesized voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's action of checking the data. The applicants are here. Lu Yongchang raised his head and turned to look towards the laboratory door. Really? Two tall men stood at the door with cautious expressions. Lu Yongchang had a gentle smile on his face and waved gently to the two of them. Why are you standing there? Come here. Relax. I don't eat people. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, the reserved look on the man's face dissipated a lot. But the other man was the same as before, with a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. Lu! Professor Lu! When the man with enthusiastic eyes heard Lu Yongchang's voice, he stepped forward suddenly. Before he finished speaking, the robot standing by the door suddenly took a step forward. The cold, emotionless electronic eyes stared at the man with a fanatical expression. Apparently, the scene frightened both of them. The two volunteers subconsciously took a step back, their eyes filled with deep fear. Zero! Relax. Lu Yongchang's gentle voice came from the front. I don't think he has any ill intentions. The moment the words fell, the robot in front of the two people took a step back. You are? Lu Yongchang glanced at the holographic image that appeared next to him. Hope. Right. Why are you so excited? Hearing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Hope glanced at the robot that took a step back, took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said cautiously, Yes, I am Hope. Professor Lu. I am your fan. Hope's face turned slightly red, and he struggled to squeeze out a sentence. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then smiled dumbly and waved his hand. The robot standing by the door took a step back again, and the flashing red light in its electronic eyes slowly extinguished. "Come here." Lu Yongchang waved to the two of them again. "I will give you a brief introduction to this operation first, and then you can consider whether to participate. The target of this operation is the 9th planet in the Gliese 555 star system. It is an ice giant planet, similar to Neptune in the solar system." As Lu Yongchang's voice sounded, a holographic image appeared in front of everyone. In the projection, it is a planet that appears blue in most areas, slightly different from the blue Neptune. This blue ice giant planet also has some reddish-brown areas on its surface. The gravity is about 1.5 g, which is not large, not even comparable to Dawn Star. However, we must not let down our guard because of this. The real threat is not gravity, but its atmosphere. The latest data returned by the detector shows that the atmospheric components of this ice giant planet are mainly hydrogen and nitrogen. In addition to these base gases, there are significant amounts of ammonia and nitrogen oxides. Well, those reddish-brown color bands are caused by nitrogen oxides. Lu Yongchang reached out and tapped on the holographic projection in front of him. Seeing the two men nodding to express understanding, Lu Yongchang changed his gesture and enlarged the image of the ice giant planet. "Now, let me briefly simulate the login process for you. First, a purpose-built exploration vessel would come into contact with its upper atmosphere. There are large storms on the surface of this ice giant planet all year round. Although the wind speed is not as high as Neptune, it still reaches a high speed of 600 kilometers per hour. This is your first test. However, there is no need to worry too much. Such storms usually occur in the upper atmosphere, where the atmosphere is thin and the wind speed is high, but the damage is not great." Hope and Hansen looked at each other after hearing this. From each other's eyes, both of them saw a little worry. Lu Yongchang continued without any pause. "Next, you will pass through the ice cloud formed by solid ammonia. As the altitude continues to decrease, the air pressure will gradually increase, and the surrounding temperature will gradually increase. According to the data returned by the detector, when you descend to a certain height, you will encounter an ocean." "Ocean?" A trace of surprise flashed in Hope's eyes, and he subconsciously asked, "Yes, the ocean. The ocean composed of liquid ammonia," Lu Yongchang said in a positive tone. "At 60 atmospheric pressure, the boiling point of ammonia can reach 98 degrees Celsius. This laid the foundation for the formation of the ocean. And what you have to do is enter this liquid ammonia ocean for mineral exploration. There may be some special minerals and environments that are completely different from those on Earth-like planets. This is what the Academy of Sciences needs." Chapter 463 Welcome to the Academy of Sciences. "How about it?" Lu Yongchang chuckled and said to Hope and Hansen. "Isn't it quite simple?" Hope, Hansen, looking at the weird looks on the two people's faces. Lu Yongchang shrugged. "It's just a joke. Isn't it funny?" Hope, "Ha, ha ha, ha. It's quite funny." Lu Yongchang, feeling the extremely embarrassing atmosphere, Lu Yongchang waved his hands angrily. "Forget it. Let's get back to the subject. This is the task process. You should think about it carefully." A long silence. From Professor Lu's words, both Hope and Hansen deeply realized the danger of this mineral exploration mission. A strange planet, a deadly atmosphere, an unfathomable and vast ocean of liquid ammonia. The mission is very difficult and dangerous. So the mission is voluntary, Lu Yongchang added softly. "Don't put too much pressure. If there are no candidates, the exploration ship can be unmanned." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang prepared to turn off the holographic image around him. "Tell me the answer after you think about it." "Professor," Hope's faint voice sounded, "if I participate, can I join the Academy of Sciences?" Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped in his hands, turned his head, and looked at Hope in surprise. "Join the Academy of Sciences?" After receiving a positive answer, Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded. "Sure. The Academy of Sciences welcomes talents of any kind to join. I'm participating." Hope's originally weak voice became extremely firm. "Have you thought about it?" Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows and asked again. "This is likely to be a road of no return." Hope was silent for a moment, with a hearty smile on his face. "I believe you." Lu Yongchang moved slightly, and then responded in a deep voice. "Don't worry. I will do everything I can to keep you safe." Hope didn't speak, but turned to look at his old teammate. "How about you go back? I remember your dream. To marry a wife. Have children. and then live an ordinary life. Indeed fart, Hansen yelled, interrupting Hope. If you go back and continue to be a mineral prospector, your employer and employee must not be laughed to death. I have thought about it. After finishing this job, I will go back in glory. Seeing the extremely excited expressions of his old teammates, Hope opened his mouth, but no words came out. What are you looking at? Labor and management are here to honor our ancestors, not to accompany you. An old man, Hansen said cursingly. Thanks, Hope whispered heartily. As for Lu Yongchang, he looked at the scene in front of him silently with a smile in his eyes. Seeing the two of them stop communicating and looking at him, the smile on his face grew stronger. You too. Welcome to the Academy of Sciences. Professor, I have one more question. Hope pointed to the surrounding equipment with some confusion. Does the Ice Giant Planet prospecting plan have anything to do with the biological laboratory? Lu Yongchang reached out and patted his head gently. Hey, I was so busy introducing you to the Ice Giant Planet that I forgot to introduce you to the Human Body Enhancement Project. Human Enhancement Project? Hope and Hansen said in unison with shock in their eyes. Not bad. Lu Yongchang opened another holographic projection again. Although the gravity of this ice giant planet is only 1.5 g, it is not even comparable to Dawn Star. However, for your safety, I recommend that you complete human enhancement first. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pulled up the comparative data before and after the human body was strengthened. Human body enhancement. Shortly after arriving at Dawn Star, the Academy of Sciences began related research. Recently, this technology has completely matured, and it is estimated that it will be promoted in the All People's Federation in a while. You have taken advantage of it and can experience it first. Looking at the extremely different data in the holographic projection, Hope's eyes showed emotion. After all, who doesn't want to have an incredibly strong body? Especially when he saw that the enhanced humans could get rid of the constraints of exoskeleton armor and medical cabins and live freely on Dawn Star. He became even more excited. But the next moment, a deep worry flashed in his eyes. Professor, will this genetic modification? As old men from the Earth Age, Hope and Hansen have a heartfelt resistance to genetic modification technology. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment. As if he thought of something, he smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. I won't use you as guinea pigs. Human experiments were carried out 5 years ago, and the subjects were a group of prisoners who had committed crimes against humanity. After 5 years of observation, we can basically confirm that this technology does not cause any harm to the human body. Of course, for safety reasons, you need to complete germ cell sampling and storage before receiving reinforcement. After a day of deliberation, Hope and Hansen finally chose to undergo human enhancement experiments. The reason is also very simple. After all, they were going to explore inside the ice giant planet. The better their physical fitness, the higher their future survival rate. Although this improvement is better than nothing. When things come to a head, driven by the desire to survive, everyone will try their best to improve themselves. 3 days later, after completing various physical examinations, Hope and Hansen entered the cylindrical reinforced facility with anxious expressions under the watchful eyes of everyone. Watching the light yellow deep-sea liquid rising from the soles of his feet and gradually covering the top of his head, Hope took a deep breath. Feeling the cold feeling coming from his lungs, he slowly closed his eyes. As a slight stinging sensation came from his arm, his consciousness gradually became blurred. Preparing for the first dose of Magna body-enhancing hormone, Academician Mao Jingji's vague voice reached his ears through the glass cover. Begin Magna Viscero Omentum genetic modification. Prepare to inject the nutrient solution. Good luck. After finishing his work, Mao Jingji smiled and said to Lu Yongchang, I thought no one would sign up for this project. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, with emotion in his eyes. Pay more attention to the physical data of the two of them. Don't make any mistakes. No matter what the outcome of this operation is, they are all heroes of the Awami League. Mao Jingji nodded quickly and said seriously, Professor, don't worry. I'll be resting in the lab until they wake up. Guarantee there won't be any mistakes. Lu Yongchang silently stared at the tall body enhancement device. For a moment, he withdrew his gaze, turned and walked towards the laboratory door. Report to me immediately after the strengthening is completed. I'll go take a look at the Poseidon Ice Giant Exploration Ship again. Chapter 464, Poseidon Ice Giant Exploration Ship. Dawn Star Synchronous Orbit. An extremely large man-made object floats quietly in space. The man-made object is in the shape of a giant disk. It was a giant space city newly built by mankind. Under the light of Gliese 555. This huge disc-shaped man-made object is slowly rotating around the center of the circle. The same principle as the gravity chamber. This approach can provide the space within the disk with a gravity equivalent to that of the Earth. Not far from it, there is a half-built giant space city with the exact same shape and structure. The purpose of these space cities is not to dock starships or to build starships. Their main role is to nurture human newborns. The gravity on the surface of Dawn Star is too great, so it is not particularly friendly to children who have not yet fully developed. Even babies who have just been born and whose bones have not yet developed will have great difficulty standing and walking under such gravity. You can't put an exoskeleton armor on your newborn baby, right? In order to ensure the normal reproduction of human beings, the Academy of Sciences made preparations a few years ago to establish several giant space cities as nurturing centers in the synchronous orbit of the Dawn Star. Once pregnant, both parents can travel to the giant space city at the same time and enjoy 20 years of pregnancy leave. Seems like a lot, but compared to the current lifespan of human beings, which can easily range from 8 to 900 or even 1,000 years, this little time is nothing. When the newborn becomes an adult, parents and children can return to Dawn Star again to lead normal lives. Although this measure seems very humane, the time cost of 20 years and countless hidden costs still deter many people. Therefore, since the establishment of the giant space city, very few people have chosen to give birth to the next generation. And the huge space city also appears empty. On the outer edge of Dawn Star are equally huge buildings. That is the spaceport for the human fleet, as the core area for daily maintenance and manufacturing of starships. There are many fleets docked near the spaceport. The flagship, Earth, is docked there quietly. The core area of the spaceport. Researcher Li Yuntian, Dawn Star has sent a communication request. Do you accept it? Zero's electronic synthesized sound echoed in the huge room. Then, a male voice sounded. Accept? The holographic projection unfolded, and Lu Yongchang's image appeared in front of Li Yuntian. How's Poseidon doing? Lu Yongchang asked directly without any nonsense. Li Yuntian, who was familiar with Lu Yongchang's style, was not surprised at all and quickly reported the latest progress to Lu Yongchang. He first reached out and adjusted the angle of the camera so that it could capture Poseidon on the other side, and then spoke. Professor, Poseidon has been completed and is currently undergoing performance testing. Through a huge glass, Lu Yongchang could clearly see the true appearance of Poseidon. As a specially made ice giant planet mineral exploration ship, Poseidon is extremely different from normal mineral exploration ships in shape. In order to withstand the huge pressure and harsh environment inside the ice giant planet, Poseidon was designed into a standard sphere. Under the sphere, there are several large or small nozzles. This is the tail of Poseidon, where the hull propulsion unit is placed. Above the sphere are several pieces of glass made of transparent aluminum. This is Poseidon's porthole. In order to ensure the overall strength of Poseidon, the porthole glass was greatly thickened and the area was reduced as much as possible. Each porthole allows only one person to look out. Behind the porthole is the cockpit of Poseidon. Compared with the entire starship, the cockpit is extremely mini. The entire cockpit area is less than 50 square meters. After installing various instruments and equipment, only a dozen square meters of space were left for the driver. The conditions are very difficult, but compared with the entire mineral exploration ship, the safety level of the cockpit is undoubtedly the highest. In a sense, the cockpit is even equivalent to a miniature starship. In the design, once the starship is irreversibly damaged, the cockpit will be ejected as a whole. With the help of its own fuel and small hull propulsion device in the cockpit, it can even rush into the low Earth orbit of an ice giant planet. Of course, that's all. It is unrealistic to want to use it to leave the ice giant planet and return to Dawn Star. As for the pilot, the moment he encounters danger, he will enter the deep sea cabin in the cockpit. When the cockpit enters the low Earth orbit of the ice giant planet and sends out a distress signal, they will enter hibernation and wait for the rescue of the human fleet. This is the safest measure that Lu Yongchang can think of. In addition to the cockpit and the hull thruster nozzle, there are two huge, closed hatches on the rear side of the Poseidon. That's where the robots and warehouses are. Once potentially useful mineral resources are discovered, under the control of the driver, the robot can perform sampling work and place the ore into the warehouse. In addition, there is a small laboratory inside Poseidon. It can perform the most basic testing on the mine or samples, which can greatly improve the work efficiency of the prospecting ship. The two drivers will not make a trip in vain. Although there are so many structures inside it, Poseidon still appears to be extremely compact compared to other starships in the human fleet. The entire starship is even less than 100 meters in diameter. What's the compressive strength? Lu Yongchang asked in a deep voice. For Poseidon, compressive strength is the most important data. Just when it reaches the surface of the liquid ammonia sea, the pressure around it reaches 60 standard atmospheres. Once it goes deep into the liquid ammonia seabed, the pressure will increase rapidly. The test results show that its maximum pressure-bearing strength has reached 100,000 standard atmospheres. Li Yuntian glanced at the holographic projection aside and replied quickly. Lu Yongchang said nothing. His eyes flashed with contemplation. 100,000 standard atmospheres. It can be said to be very high. In the age of the Earth, the deepest part of the Mariana Trench had only 1,000 standard atmospheres. Even so, at that time, the Mariana Trench was still an abyss that was difficult for humans to conquer. But for ice giant planets, this pressure-bearing capability is still somewhat insufficient. According to model speculation, the pressure inside the ice giant planet can even reach millions, or even tens of millions of standard atmospheres. Carbon atoms will be compressed into small diamonds by this terrifying pressure, and countless diamonds will rain from the air. Of course, the Poseidon mineral exploration ship does not need to go to such a terrifying area. The pressure-bearing strength of 100,000 standard atmospheres is theoretically enough to support it to the depths of the liquid ammonia ocean. Chapter 465 Potential Population Crisis. Where is the probe? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and asked again. Have the results of the probe strength test come out? Li Yuntian in the holographic projection nodded quickly. As expected, the probe's compressive strength reached 1 million standard atmospheres. Although it cannot penetrate into the deepest part of the ice giant planet, it can still bring us a large amount of detection data. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. Hope and Hansen have just begun to undergo human enhancement transformation. You still have about half a month. Continue to test, Poseidon. I don't want any mistakes to be made then. Even if it's a mistake the size of a screw. Seeing Lu Yongchang's extremely serious expression, Li Yuntian quickly straightened his expression and nodded in agreement. After the communication was cut off, Lu Yongchang turned to look at the faint red light emitted from the holographic projection on the side, with worry in his eyes. Following the human civilization of Proxima Centauri, the human fleet still encountered the same problem. The Space City Nurturing Center has greatly reduced people's desire to have children. This even affects the normal development of human civilization in the future. According to zero simulation calculations, at the current fertility rate, human civilization will experience negative population growth for the first time in 500 years. This is undoubtedly a disaster for an interstellar civilization. Should we implement a public pension system? Lu Yongchang murmured to himself worriedly. As a pilot project, human civilization on Proxima Centauri has failed. Are they sure to succeed? Lu Yongchang was full of anxiety. Although there is no communication with Proxima Centauri B, the latest developments of human civilization on Proxima Centauri B are actually presented to him every day, while helping Proxima Centauri civilization. Social academicians of the Academy of Sciences are also constantly collecting data and improve the restructuring model. According to the latest report from academicians of the Academy of Social Sciences, the current situation of Proxima B is not optimistic. It can even be said to be a complete mess. While the war destroyed several surface cities, it also destroyed several important urban supercomputing centers. The huge gap between natural people and public people has caused major surprises in the scientific and technological data of Proxima Centauri B. Many data are scattered and stored in several city supercomputing centers. As several supercomputing centers were destroyed by war, Proxima B lost a large amount of scientific and technological data, although the human fleet can help in this regard. However, the current population of Proxima B is too small. A total population of 1 million is too small for an interstellar civilization. So few that they can't inherit the original technology system normally. Even with the help of academicians of the Academy of Sciences and Zero, Proxima B could hardly recover from the last war. No matter which angle you consider it, the human civilization of Proxima B at this time has embarked on the path of slow death. It is precisely because of this that Lu Yongchang is so entangled at this time. There is no doubt that the social public support system has a role in promoting interstellar civilization. But the process of promoting its implementation contains extremely huge crises. A week later, Dawn Star Biological Laboratory. Mao Xingji and Lu Yongchang stood in front of two cylindrical containers more than 2 meters high, silently looking at the two people in the containers. There was a hint of expectation in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Academician Mao. The strengthening should be completed. Right. Hearing this, Mao Xingji quickly glanced at the data presented in the holographic projection, and then nodded. Good. 7 magna-enhancing hormones have been injected. As he spoke, Mao Xingji reached out and dragged the holographic projection in front of Lu Yongchang. Professor, look! This is the picture sent back by the nanorobot. A little visceral momentum has appeared on the surface of Hope and Hansen's internal organs. It is estimated that in another week, the visceral momentum will be completely mature. This process does not consume much energy and does not require the help of strengthening chambers and nutrient solutions. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly. You mean, they can come out already? Mao Xingji nodded excitedly. Yes. The wake-up operation can be implemented at any time. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang said without hesitation. In that case, wake them up. I think it will take them some time to get used to this new body. Dip, dip, dip. The faint sound of a buzzer reached Hope's ears. His closed eyelids moved slightly, and then he quickly opened his eyes. What comes into view is a room that is completely white. Where is this? There was a flicker of doubt in Hope's eyes. Isn't he undergoing human enhancement experiments in the enhancement chamber of the biological laboratory? The unfamiliar environment made him feel a little panicked. He subconsciously put his hands on both sides of his body, pushed himself hard, and tried to get up from the bed. Bang! A huge force came from behind. After a sudden spin, Hope fell hard to the pure white floor. Hack! He squeezed out 2 words through his teeth, then put his hands in front of his eyes and looked at them carefully. He clenched his fists in confusion, but didn't seem to feel anything strange. So what happened just now? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Controlled his strength as much as possible. Stood up and jumped slightly. Feeling much more relaxed? The burden that was originally weighing on me completely dissipated at this moment. Even the long-term feeling of bloating in the abdominal cavity has completely disappeared. Could it be that this is not the Dawn Star? This thought flashed subconsciously in his mind. Hope! Calm down! You are in the observation room of the biology laboratory now. A familiar voice sounded in the room. Professor Liu? The panic in Hope's eyes quickly dissipated. You have completed the human enhancement experiment. Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again, interrupting Hope's words. Congratulations! You have become the first truly new human being. You can now easily adapt to the 1.9 G gravity on Dawn Star. You should be able to feel this clearly. Hope showed a bit of joy in his eyes, and nodded quickly. He had not felt this relaxing feeling for several years. Thanks to the increase in muscle strength, your strength will also increase significantly. You should also have a deep understanding of this. There was a hint of smile in Lu Yongchang's voice. Hope looked at the bed behind her awkwardly. I really feel it. In the next week, you will need to use high-intensity training to adapt to this new body. Chapter 466 Human Body Enhancement Pilot. These are the training items. Are there any questions? After listening to the various training programs given by Lu Yongchang, Hope finally had a chance to speak. He quickly asked the question that had been pressing in his mind for a long time. Professor, where is Hansen? How is he? No response. At this moment, Hope felt his heart skip a beat. No way. Professor? After waiting for a moment, Hope couldn't help but shout it again. Because of his nervousness, his tone changed slightly. Professor, how is Hansen? Isn't it said that the technology is mature and there is no risk? Still no response. Hope's eyes gradually dimmed. He lowered his head and looked at the ground in front of him silently. Regret, grief, confusion, mixed emotions washed over him. Hello? Can you hear me? Just as Hope was immersed in grief, Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again. I just confirmed. Hansen just woke up a minute ago. And like you, he also fell to the ground, ha ha ha. Huh? Why do you have such a weird expression? Are you feeling unwell? Hope. Ahem. No. It's okay. Hope quickly twitched the corners of his mouth and showed an ugly smile. I haven't experienced such a relaxing feeling in a long time. Yes, I am happy. Fearing that Lu Yongchang would misunderstand, Hope emphasized again and again. Lu Yongchang in the laboratory looked at the holographic image in front of him suspiciously. This matter. Is it worth being so happy? He felt the vague swelling feeling in his abdomen, and an idea came to his mind. Or, find some free time and let him strengthen it too? If you have any unusual feelings, report it as soon as possible. After Lu Yongchang emphasized it hurriedly, he closed the holographic image in front of him and walked quickly in the direction of Mao Xingji. A few minutes later. What? Professor, please stop teasing me. Mao Xingji's dumbfounded shout came from the laboratory. You'd better wait for a while before doing it. The number of samples is so small now. Just in case you have 3 long and 2 short. Aren't you trying to kill me? Looking at Mao Jingji, who refused to give in at all, Lu Yongchang smacked his lips with regret and gave up the idea in his mind. Another week later, Lu Yongchang, who was thinking about how to solve the population problem, received a communication request from the spaceport. The holographic projection slowly unfolded, revealing Li Yuntian's face. Professor. Li Yuntian's voice came next. All test projects have been completed. The Poseidon Ice Giant exploration ship is ready to go at any time. Dormitory area of the Academy of Sciences. Hope and Hansen, who had completed all training projects ahead of schedule, were lying in the dormitory to rest. Thinking of the upcoming journey, Hope felt a little restless. He has always had a special affection for the sea. In the age of the Earth, he lived by the sea and always had his heart set on the sea. Until a disaster happened and he changed his view of the sea. He came to hate and fear the ocean. When he was on Proxima Centauri b, when he was eligible to go out on mineral exploration missions, the temperature on Proxima Centauri b had dropped below freezing. All the water was covered with thick ice. The ice has even continued to thicken over time. As time went by, the negative emotions in his heart gradually dissipated. The longing for the ocean once again arose in his heart. And when Ross was 154, he didn't see the real ocean at all. This regret has become more and more intense with the passage of time. Until I came to the Gliese 555 star system, and saw the small ocean on the Dawn star. The long-suppressed emotions in his heart finally burst out. It is precisely because of this that he spends all his rest time watching the sea. Now, he is about to travel to the ice giant planet. There, he will see an ocean covering the entire giant planet. Boundless, bottomless. Thinking of such a scene, extremely complicated emotions arose in Hope's heart again. There is fear. There is also expectation. And more importantly, curiosity. He looked at the window, aside. The theme of today's exterior simulation installation was the seaside beach. Looking at the tiny waves lapping on the beach, Hope murmured softly, Hansen, do you think we can succeed? Unlike Hope, Hans Ant was addicted to surfing the internet at this time, while flipping through various entertainment news on the holographic projection. He said without raising his head, Don't worry. You also know, Poseidon, as data. If something unexpected happens like this, I don't think we need to resist fate. Hansen suddenly stopped swiping his fingers, and his eyes stopped at the top of the holographic screen. There is the latest news push. Judging from the logo attached to the news, this is news of the highest priority for the People's Federation. Hansen clicked on the news subconsciously. Latest news from the People's Academy of Sciences. From now on, a total of 12 human enhancement pilot sites will be set up in 6 surface cities. Looking at the accompanying video in the news, Hansen gradually opened his mouth. Aren't these 2 boys Hansen and Hope? A surprise shout came from the residential area of city number 1. Walter, what are you yelling about again? Another male voice sounded. Are you listening to me? The Academy of Sciences just released the latest mineral exploration mission not long ago. When will we? No. Shui Yan, don't worry about the mineral exploration mission for now. Let's read this news first. Walter, who was sitting on the sofa, interrupted Shui Yan's words and waved to him. I seem to know Hansen, where have you and Hope been during this time? Uncle Hope? Walter's words quickly attracted Shui Yan's attention. He stood up quickly, walked quickly to Walter, and looked at the small holographic image in front of him. Human Enhancement Project. Intensified Pilot? Voluntary Principle? The text in the holographic screen made Shui Yan stunned for a moment. Did the Academy of Sciences come up with some black technology again? Don't read the text. Watch the video. Walter reminded quickly. Shui Yan focused on the video that was halfway through the playback process. Uncle Hope. He immediately recognized the figure training among them. The next moment, he saw various training data displayed on the screen. This data doesn't seem to be very good. Look carefully. Your Uncle Hope doesn't have an exoskeleton armor on him. Walter reminded softly. This should be the human body enhancement project mentioned by the Academy of Sciences. Shui Yan took a deep breath when he noticed the key point, and then pointed to a line of text at the bottom of the video. According to the test data of the Academy of Sciences, the enhanced human body can perfectly adapt to the surface environment of Dawn Star, and can get rid of the constraints of exoskeleton armor and medical cabins. Chapter 467, the first person to eat crabs. After the words fell, there was silence in the room. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, Shui Yan suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes flashed with excitement. How about we try it too? similar to Shui Yin. Walter at this time also rubbed his palms eagerly. Try. Yes. Try it. I've had enough of this life. Look at this exoskeleton armor. As he spoke, Walter knocked hard on the exoskeleton armor fixed to his body, then pointed to the family medical cabin aside, and said somewhat incoherently, "And that medical cabin? You know the people who sleep in it every night, is it painful?" "I know. Of course I know," Shui Yin echoed. "Since arriving on Dawn Star, everyone has endured an extremely uncomfortable life. Every morning, they climb out of the wet medical cabin, clean the deep-sea fluid from their bodies, and then put on their exoskeleton armor. Although the Academy of Sciences has tried its best to increase the comfort of wearing exoskeleton armor, this powerful, iron frame still caused dissatisfaction among many people in peacetime. No one wants to wear a semi-open armor forever. I'll sign up now." Shui Yin hurriedly reached out and dragged the holographic image to find the registration entrance. The moment you press the button, the holographic image page jumps automatically. Instructions for human strengthening projects. After a few minutes, the atmosphere in the room stiffened. "How about we wait first?" Walter whispered with hesitation in his eyes. "This thing seems to be tampering with genes." And, looking at the visceral momentum simulation diagram in the holographic projection, Walter's face showed a trace of visible fear. This human body enhancement project can actually change the original physical characteristics of humans. Walter was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "I remember that in the Earth Age, human genetic modification seemed to be a prohibited experimental project. As an older generation of the Earth era, Walter has an extremely strong resistance to genetic modification. As for Shui Yin, who was born in Proxima B, he frowned slightly and subconsciously asked, "Really? But this bill was repealed a few years ago." While talking, Shui Yin found the corresponding evidence on his watch. "Look." He pointed to a piece of inconspicuous news. "According to discussions between the Parliament and the Academy of Sciences." Walter did not speak, but silently looked at the holographic projection in front of him, his eyes full of struggle. "Aye." He opened his mouth, but no complete words came out. "Huh?" After a long time, Walter breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had figured something out. His lips moved slightly, and he whispered, I think. How about, let's forget it this time. Human enhancement technology has just been launched, and no one knows whether there will be any sequelae. Just in case. What's more, I think compared with genetic modification, mechanical exoskeletons and medical cabins are actually acceptable." Shui Yin shrugged and reached out to close the holographic image in front of him. "Okay, it's up to you. Let's wait and see what others choose." The next day, Academy of Sciences headquarters. "Professor, Academician Mao Jingji is here." Lu Yongchang, who was sitting behind his desk, paused for a moment, then stretched out his hand to pull the several holographic images in front of him to the side. "Let him in." After the words fell, the office door slowly opened. "Professor, something happened." Before anyone arrives, the sound comes first. Before the door was fully opened, Mao Jingxi's voice reached Lu Yongchang's ears. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and stood up from his chair. "What? Something happened to the Human Enhancement Project? There are too many applicants and not enough enhanced cabins?" When Mao Jingxi, who had just entered the office, heard these words, his expression suddenly became strange. He shook his head awkwardly. "No, it's not. However, it does have something to do with registration." Lu Yongchang looked at Mao Jingxi in front of him with confusion, then turned to the robot aside and said, "Zero, how is the project registration status?" "As of now, there are 0 registrations." Zero's electronically synthesized sound came from the speaker, and at the same time, a holographic statistical map appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Looking at the huge disparity in the figures, Lu Yongchang twitched the corners of his mouth slightly and muttered to himself in confusion. "How so? Something went wrong with the promotional video?" Hearing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Mao Jingji sighed softly. "It's not us who have the problem. After the news was released, I sent someone to conduct a simple investigation. The investigation shows that all the old people from Earth have rejected this enhanced human body transformation." "What's the reason?" Lu Yongchang asked with a frown. "Genetic modification." Mao Jingji squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "They have a heartfelt fear of genetic modification of the human body." Lu Yongchang fell into silence. Even he did not consider this situation. He reached out and pinched his eyebrows, and said a little tiredly, "What about the new generation? Why didn't those new generations born on Proxima Centauri be sign up?" under the influence of the older generation. They all chose to wait and see what happens. Mao Jingji twitched the corners of his lips and said with a smile. Simply put, they are all waiting for others to be the so-called guinea pigs. And there's even worse news. Because no one has signed up. People's trust in the project has begun to decline significantly. If it drags on any longer, I'm afraid. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but silently looked at the statistical charts in the holographic projection. In this case, it is not difficult to understand the reason behind it. Everyone has a fear of unfamiliar things. But as long as someone tries and becomes the first to eat crab, then others will naturally choose to follow. But today's human enhancement project is stuck at the very beginning, except for Hope and Hansen. No one wants to be the first to eat the crab. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head and looked at Mao Jingji in front of him. Get ready. I'll be the first volunteer. Mao Jingji suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yongchang behind the desk in horror. No. Professor. This won't work. He waved his hands repeatedly and said incoherently. This is too dangerous. And nothing is wrong. Lu Yongchang interrupted Mao Jingji's words. Except for me. All the staff of the Academy of Sciences give priority to the Human Enhancement Project. In the Parliament, I will also tell Chairman Hong. Since no one wants to be the first test subject, then we have to be the first ones. Chapter 468, Outstanding Effect. Lu Yongchang's decision caused an uproar not only within the Academy of Sciences, but even in the 6 surface cities on Dawn Star. But it has to be said that the publicity effect of this approach is extremely significant. 10 minutes after the news was announced, the Human Enhancement Pilot Area located north of City Number 1 welcomed its first guest. Shui Yin stood on the street, raised his wrist, and carefully checked the navigation on his watch. Then he looked at the building in front of him. The first pilot project of Renlian human body enhancement. Looking at the Chinese characters on the top of the building, Shui Yin took a deep breath. Then, his consciousness moved slightly, and the exoskeleton armor quickly read the brain waves he sent out. A boost came from the exoskeleton armor of his legs, pushing him forward. But the next moment, he stopped. Shui Yin raised his wrist again, and the holographic image automatically unfolded. The moment he saw the picture, Shui Yin's face changed slightly. He quickly stepped forward and ran a few steps to the side. Then, he looked back and made sure that he couldn't see the building before he reached out and clicked the button in the holographic projection. Shui Yin, where have you been? A familiar voice came from the headphones. Shui Yin looked calm and shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. Walter, what's the matter? In the holographic projection, Walter looked around at the scene around Shui Yin with a suspicious look on his face. Okay, why are you out on the street? The next second, Walter's face changed slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, You won't sign up for the Human Enhancement Project, will you? Shui Yan's heart skipped a beat, but his face didn't show anything strange. He laughed and said, Are you kidding? You said that. How could I sign up? I'm just going out for a walk and I'll be back in a while. Walter nodded doubtfully. You better be. Let me tell you, this genetic modification is not that simple. What if? Seeing that Walter was about to repeat his ancient experience again, Shui Yin hurriedly spoke to interrupt his casting. Stop! 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 I understand all this. I promise. I will go back right away. Before Walter could continue to speak, Shui Yin cut off the communication. After turning off the holographic projection, he turned around and slowly walked towards the building marked the first pilot project for human enhancement. Name: Shui Yin. Identity ID. After a series of complicated verification procedures, Shui Yin followed the staff and walked towards the interior of the building. Looking at the 2-meter-high cylindrical containers around him, Shui Yin felt his heart skip a beat. This scene. How do you feel like you've seen it in a movie? Before he could think about it, the staff took him to the cylindrical container marked with the number 1. Come on! Come in! Relax. Just follow the medical bay. In about a week, you will be able to get rid of these complicated constraints. Shui Yin, who entered the enhanced cabin, slowly closed his eyes under the influence of the drug. A week later, Lu Yongchang slowly woke up in the hospital bed. After a brief period of confusion, countless memories came to his mind. A week ago, in order to eliminate people's unnecessary worries about the human body enhancement project, he and a group of scientific researchers took the lead in entering the enhancement chamber. He raised his hand and clenched his fist lightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of strength and relaxation. Lu Yongchang showed a faint smile on his lips. Yongchang, you're awake. Su Yutong's voice came from the door of the ward. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, and carefully sat up straight. The embarrassment of Hope and Hansen's excessive exertion was still vivid in his mind. Even so, Lu Yongchang's movements still seemed extremely uncoordinated. Be careful. Su Yutong put his hand on Lu Yongchang's shoulders with a natural expression and helped him up from the bed. You have just completed the strengthening. You still need some time to adapt. Academician Mao said that you will be able to walk normally in about a day. Looking at Su Yutong's serious profile, Lu Yongchang chuckled, relaxed his body, and let her help him to the chair beside him. How is the effect? Lu Yongchang, who was sitting on the chair, pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. Has the number of applicants increased? Have. Su Yutong's eyes lit up slightly, and he said excitedly, currently, many people have chosen to participate in the Human Body Enhancement Project. It's a pity. The look on her face dimmed instantly. As of now, all those participating in the project are the new generation from Proxima B. Lu Yongchang didn't care much. He waved his hand gently and said, There's no rush. When this new generation completes their strengthening, others will naturally follow. As a person who has personally experienced the intensive program, Lu Yongchang naturally knows how attractive this new feeling of relaxation is to today's humans. By the way, Su Yutong seemed to have remembered something. Turned around and opened a holographic image. The Poseidon exploration ship will set off today. Departure time is about 20 minutes later. You? Lu Yongchang stretched out his hands to support the armrests on both sides of the seat and slowly stood up. I'll take command. As he spoke, he slowly took steps forward. Wait! Academician Mao said. You can't. Looking at Lu Yongchang's movements, Su Yutong stood up anxiously and stretched out his hand to try to support Lu Yongchang's body. However, the imagined picture did not appear. Lu Yongchang did not fall to the ground. After a brief sway, he quickly stabilized his body. After taking a few steps in succession, Lu Yongchang's somewhat awkward movements had completely returned to normal. Let's go! He walked to the door, turned around and raised his hand to Su Yutong, who was standing behind him, and said, Can't you help me? Su Yutong, feeling a little softness coming from his side. The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly. Perhaps because the technology tree system strengthened his brain. His adaptation time was greatly shortened. Even so, with his persistence, Su Yutong helped him out of the ward. What if I fail to control my balance and fall again? In order to enhance his persuasiveness, Lu Yongchang even, accidentally, tilted his body when saying this sentence. When Su Yutong saw this, he had no choice but to endure the slight shyness in his heart and carefully helped Lu Yongchang to the command center. Along the way, I naturally met many familiar faces. Looking at this scene, almost everyone had a similar smile on their faces. This kind of smile had a unique name in the ancient Earth era. Auntie laughed. Chapter 469, starting the landing procedure. Dawn Star City Number 1 Dock Number 3. The spherical Poseidon exploration ship parked quietly at its own location, waiting for orders from the Academy of Sciences. There are two small windows at the front of the exploration ship. Through the window, two figures can be vaguely seen. Hope and Hans Ant. A large number of precision instruments and equipment were installed in the small cockpit, so there was not much room for the two of them to move around. At this time, as they were about to take off, the two of them looked solemn, sitting silently on their chairs, staring at the small window in front of them. Outside the window is the familiar port of City Number 1. Perhaps because the two were about to set off to an unknown area that humans had never set foot in. The atmosphere in the cockpit was extremely serious. Hope subconsciously pulled her collar and took a deep breath to relieve some of the pressure in her heart. But it was obvious from his expression that the pressure in his heart had not diminished much. Hope! Hansen's voice broke the dead silence of the cockpit. Hope's Adam's apple moved slightly and responded in a hoarse voice. What? Do you regret it? Hope looked slightly suffocated, but then shook his head without hesitation. I don't regret it. At least, now I am a member of the People's Academy of Sciences. Hansed chuckled and said nothing. What about you? After a moment of silence, Hope asked. Me? Hansed whispered softly in a low voice. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Hope didn't speak, just turned his head and looked at Hansed beside him quietly. To be honest, I did regret it when I sat in this cockpit. Hansed took a deep breath. However, thinking that I may be the first human being to land on an ice giant in history, I want to drive. When I come back, I can loudly tell that old boy Walter that labor and management is someone who has been in the ice stars. Want to know what's inside the ice giant? As he spoke, Hanset laughed and made an exaggerated expression. I can even imagine the expression on that conservative boy's face. Hope imagined the scene in his mind and couldn't help laughing. The original solemn atmosphere in the cockpit dissipated a lot at this moment. Anyway, Hope looked a little more relaxed. Do you think Professor Liu will come to conduct this time? Hanset was silent for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Probably not. After all, what happened? Hope sighed with regret. What a pity. Although the process of taking off was not difficult, Hope always felt a little uneasy without hearing Li Yongcheng's voice. What's such a pity? Hanset shrugged and reached out to adjust the seat. According to time calculation, Professor Liu should have just completed the human body enhancement by now. Wait until we reach our destination. Hello? Poseidon. Can you hear me? Before Hanset finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the radio channel. Hope's dim eyes suddenly lit up. Professor Liu? You? Why are you here? What? Li Yongcheng seemed to be in a good mood and responded with a smile. Can I come? No. 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 I mean... Hope's face turned slightly red, and he explained continuously. Didn't you just complete the enhancement project? Does this conflict with my command? Li Yongcheng asked with a smile. No, no. Hope couldn't help but doubt life, and murmured with a confused look on his face. In the impression, it was difficult for him to even walk when he first woke up. Right? Why did everything change when Professor Liu came here? Okay. No more nonsense. Enter the deep sea chamber. Li Yongcheng did not stay on this topic for too long. He clapped his hands and said energetically, Get ready to go. Start mankind's first in-depth exploration of the ice giant. Call the command center. This is Poseidon. We have successfully entered synchronous orbit. The exploration vessel is in good condition, and the driver is in good condition. Route has been set. Preparing to enter hibernation, in order to save supplies as much as possible. After entering the Dawn Star's synchronous orbit, Hope and Hanset entered a state of hibernation. Beyond the Dawn Star, a small starship with a spherical shape drew a beautiful arc and accelerated towards the target planet with the help of the gravitational slingshot effect of the Dawn Star. The Gliese 555 star system is not large, so the distance between the two planets is not far. Driven by the latest Hall thruster, the distance between Poseidon and the ice giant is rapidly shortened. In just a few days, Poseidon arrived near the destination. Lines of faint text flashed across the holographic projection above the console. About to arrive at the default location. Deceleration completed. Successful entry into orbit. Wake up driver. In the cockpit, the two deep-sea cabin work indicator lights came on quickly. The yellowish deep-sea fluid inside rapidly decreases. The hatch opens. Hope's eyes shot open. Ahem! Ahem! He coughed hard while getting out of the deep-sea cabin, because he had just come out of hibernation. His body was still a little stiff at this time. He first glanced at the hibernation cabin next to him, and saw that Hanset had opened his eyes. Then he put on his electromagnetic boots with confidence and staggered towards the driver's seat. Click! A crisp sound sounded, and the electromagnetic absorption device on the seat took effect. He coughed and pressed a few buttons on the holographic projection. When he saw the indicator light on the side turn on, Hope endured the discomfort in his lungs and reported loudly. Call the command center. Ahem. This is the Poseidon exploration ship. Please answer when you receive it. Ahem. We have arrived. Repeat. We have arrived. I'm out of the cabin and feeling good. Click. Next to him, the sound of the electromagnetic absorption device came. Ahem. Is this the ice star? Hanset coughed, raised his head, and looked at the blue planet in front of him through the small porthole in front of him. It's really spectacular. Looking at the slowly moving reddish-brown streamers on the surface of the ice giant, Hanset expressed his own emotion. Is it spectacular? Hope shrugged. I hope you can say the same when we go in. Before Hanset had time to speak, the working indicator light of the long-distance communication device came on. This is the command center. Prepare to initiate landing procedures. Li Yongcheng's gentle voice came from the speaker. Be safe. You too. Chapter 470 Crossing the Ammonia Ice Cloud. Hope took a deep breath, lowered his head, and checked the seat belts on himself and Hanset. Then reached out and pressed the button on the holographic projection. Landing procedures have been initiated. Slowing down. Contact with the upper atmosphere is expected to begin in 10 minutes. A bright red countdown appeared in the holographic projection directly in front of the two people. Hope and Hanset didn't pay much attention to the various sensor data bouncing on the holographic projection. Without encountering unexpected situations, he is enough to control Poseidon, to complete this landing operation. Moreover, as a key project of the Academy of Sciences, Zero also allocated many resources to Poseidon. Therefore, the two of them turned their attention to the porthole in front. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to observe an ice giant up close. As the speed of Poseidon gradually decreases, the exploration ship gets closer and closer to the ice giant under the gravitational pull of the ice giant. The overwhelming blue light came into the eyes of the two pilots through the narrow portholes, and a suffocating sense of pressure hit their faces. Compared with giant planets, a small mineral exploration ship is like an inconspicuous speck of dust. This dust, under the action of gravity, fell into the ice giant planet without hesitation. Blue. Endless blue. Without any reference. Hope and Hansen could not even detect their own status. Only the constantly beating numbers in the holographic projection reminded them that they were declining rapidly. Outside the porthole window, a layer of faint white clouds gradually appeared. The clouds are very light and can hardly be seen without looking carefully. Hope glanced at the holographic projection. 0.01 standard atmosphere. We have entered the ice giant's atmosphere, Hope reminded his teammates in a low voice. Hansen said nothing, just looked at the porthole silently. Like Hansen, every scientific researcher in the Surface Command Center of Dawn Star will be looking intently at the precious image data returned by the long-distance communication device. Ammonia ice cloud. Looking at the increasingly dense white clouds in the holographic image, Li Yongchang said in a deep voice. It is completely consistent with the data returned by the detector. The ice giant's upper atmosphere is filled with clouds made of solid ammonia crystals. The white clouds are moving very fast, indicating that an extremely strong storm is occurring outside. Notice! Lu Yongchang looked at the data sent back by the sensor and said in a serious tone. At this time, the wind speed outside has reached 593 kilometers per hour. So be prepared for impact. As soon as he finished speaking, before Hope could reply, he felt a violent tremor coming from all around. He hurriedly glanced at the holographic projection. 0.5 standard atmosphere. 0.6 standard atmosphere. 0.7. 0.8. As the atmospheric pressure continues to increase, the shaking of the ship's hull becomes more intense. Several hull thruster nozzles set up around the hull came into play at this moment. With the energy support provided by the nuclear fusion reactor, they maintain the stability of the ship as much as possible. Outside the porthole, there is no longer endless blue. Instead, there were rapidly moving white clouds. At this time, the exploration ship had fallen into the dense ammonia ice cloud. As the altitude continues to decrease, the external atmospheric pressure also continues to increase. However, the wind speed outside is slowly decreasing. This is undoubtedly excellent news for the Poseidon exploration ship. The world outside the porthole is getting darker and darker, with thick clouds of ammonia ice blocking the light from the main star. Hansen, turn on all the searchlights. Hope suppressed the dizziness caused by violent shaking and shouted loudly. Hansen nodded with difficulty, and with a livid expression, he reached out and pressed the button on his side. Incomparably powerful light emitted from the ship, illuminating the surrounding atmosphere. There are still dense white clouds. After falling for several minutes, they still did not break away from the thick layer of ammonia ice cloud. Crack! That was a huge lightning bolt that penetrated the entire cloud. The extremely thick lightning quickly spread to the end of the line of sight like a thunder dragon, dispelling the endless darkness in the distance. Hope's breathing was rapid. His pupils dilated slightly, and he stared at the spectacular scene outside the porthole. Thick ammonia ice clouds formed, towering mountain peaks under the super-strong hurricane. These peaks surged rapidly and changed their shapes. He could even imagine that between these huge peaks, the exploration ship was like a speck of dust emitting a faint light that was falling downwards. Hack! Hope muttered. At this moment, there were no words in his mind to describe the strong feeling of shock in his heart. Worth it! This journey is worth it! This scene alone made him feel like he had no regrets in this life. The surging clouds continued to rub together, releasing lightning bolts one after another. Warn! Lightning strike warning. Zero's electronic synthesized sound suddenly sounded in the exploration ship. Hack! Hope and Hansen's expressions changed drastically, and they shouted in unison. Calm down. Lu Yongchang's voice came from the speaker. Theoretically, the magnetic field shield equipped on the exploration ship can withstand these lightnings. Theoretically? Looking at the golden lightning that was approaching rapidly, Hansen felt that his scalp was numb. Zero's electronic synthesized voice interrupted Hansen's words. Activating the magnetic field shield. Magnetic shield activated. A silver snake spread from the end of the line of sight and struck directly towards the exploration ship. The golden lightning instantly engulfed the Poseidon exploration ship. The hull propulsion device is restarting. The shield generation unit is recharging. Zero's voice sounded in the dark cockpit, and the lighting device started working again, quickly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Hack, bro. We survived? Hansen swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice. It's so hacking exciting. When the labor and management return, we must show off to them. Hope. Hansen, who didn't hear the response, frowned and turned to look in Hope's direction. Don't you find it exciting? I saw Hope looking straight at the narrow porthole directly in front of him. Exciting? Hope murmured to herself. I hope you can be so tough-talking later. Hansen followed Hope's gaze. I saw a golden thunder snake sweeping in from a distance with invincible momentum. Hansen. Yeah. Is it over? Hansen's trembling voice came from the side. Brother, are you still alive? While checking the hull damage of the exploration ship, Hope said quietly, is it still exciting? Hansen. It's not exciting anymore. It's not exciting anymore. I don't want to experience this a second time in my life. After the inspection was completed, Hope suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Hansen with a strange look on his face. 2 messages. The good news is that Professor Liu is still reliable, and the exploration ship has basically sustained no damage. Hansen swallowed slightly. What about the bad news? I'm afraid your wish is going to come true. Hope shrugged and said in a teasing tone, if nothing else happens, we will have to experience such a scene again when we go back. Hansen. Chapter 471 Entering the Sea. Faced with the teasing from his teammates, Hansen sneered, looked out the porthole, and changed the topic stiffly. By the way, where are we now? Hope frowned and looked at the porthole ahead. Poseidon, high-power searchlights are installed around the hull. But even so, except for the area around the ship, it was still pitch black in the distance. The weak light of the searchlight obviously cannot dispel the endless darkness inside the ice giant. I am not sure as well. He shook his head, hesitation flashing in his eyes. It seems that the clouds outside seem to be much thicker. As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at the various data presented in the holographic projection. 30 standard atmosphere. You should be at the junction of the ammonia ice cloud and the liquid ammonia ocean. Lu Yongcheng's voice suddenly came from the long-distance communication device. After the exploration ship was out of danger, Lu Yongcheng visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone of voice also seemed much more relaxed. The junction? Hope frowned. But it seems like we are still inside the clouds? He stretched out his hand and swiped a few times on the holographic screen. Looking at the white clouds in the camera, Hope said again. Moreover, the camera on the bottom of the exploration ship did not capture the so-called liquid ammonia ocean. This is a normal phenomenon. Lu Yongcheng's voice sounded again. Unlike terrestrial planets, judging from the data returned by the probe and the models we built, there is no obvious dividing line between the atmosphere and ocean of ice giants. As the surrounding pressure and temperature increase, the fine ammonia crystals in the ice giant's atmosphere will gradually liquefy and become mist-like droplets floating in the atmosphere. From your perspective, the clouds outside should be thicker. Hope suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Then how long until we reach the liquid ammonia ocean? Lu Yongcheng pondered for a moment. Judging from the zero simulation calculation results, when the outside air pressure reaches 60 standard atmospheres, you will truly come into contact with the liquid ammonia ocean. Hope glanced at the data coming back from the sensor. 40 standard atmosphere. It is not far from the 60 standard atmospheric pressure mentioned by Professor Liu. He subconsciously sat up straight, with a slightly uneasy look in his eyes. The endless ocean of liquid ammonia. Even just imagining this scene in his mind, Hope felt an extremely complicated feeling rising in his heart. There is a little expectation and a little fear. The exploration ship continues to fall, driven by the hull thruster. The exploration ship's descent speed was already very slow at this time, and Hope and Hansen also really felt the gravitational pull from this ice giant. The gravity of 1.5 g is not even comparable to the Dawn Star. This bit of gravity did not bring any adverse effects to their newly strengthened bodies. As time goes by, the surrounding pressure gradually increases. 55 standard atmosphere. 58 standard atmosphere. 59 standard atmosphere. The exploration ship is descending slower and slower. Hover successful. Landing environment analysis ongoing. Poseidon stopped quietly in the atmosphere of the ice giant. And at the same time, precision sensors began to explore below. Professor, it seems to be raining outside. Hope glanced at the porthole directly in front, and said with some surprise. Heavy raindrops hit the surface of the exploration ship, making a crisp and sweet sound.
It should be liquid ammonia rain.
Lu Yongchang looked at the picture returned by the camera and said softly.
If nothing else happens, you are not far from the liquid ammonia ocean. A large amount of liquid was detected beneath the exploration vessel.
Sure enough, the next moment, Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded in the command center and cockpit at the same time. Lu Yongchang's expression perked up, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. It is indeed an ocean of liquid ammonia. In this way, he is even more confident about discovering new minerals. Lu Yongchang suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice.
You too. Next is our highlight. Please pay attention to safety.
Then, he directly gave the order.
Switch the driving mode and prepare for landing.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yongchang noticed the logical problem in his order. There is no land at all on the ice giant. So how can we land on it? So, he hurriedly added.
No. Prepare to enter the sea.
Hope chuckled. And the original solemn atmosphere in the cockpit dissipated a lot at this moment.
Receive.
He raised his hand and pressed a few buttons on the holographic projection. In order to better perform mineral exploration tasks in the liquid ammonia ocean, 2 sets of drive modes are installed in the Poseidon exploration vessel. The first one is naturally the traditional driving method using Hall thruster device. The second type is more traditional propeller propulsion. After Hope pressed the button, the light of the main Hall thruster at the tail of Poseidon slowly extinguished, and the entire spacecraft barely maintained a hovering state driven by several auxiliary Hall thrusters on the side. Then, the main thruster retracted toward the belly of the cabin, and a propeller about the same size as the main thruster stretched out simultaneously, taking its place.
The driving mode has been switched. Get ready to enter the sea.
The altitude continues to decrease, and the distance between the exploration ship and the sea surface is getting closer and closer. The images returned by the camera gradually became clearer. The endless deep sea came into view of the two of them. The sea surface was pitch black, like a bottomless abyss, absorbing all light from the outside world. Under the illumination of high-power searchlights, the waves on the sea undulated, and even the smallest waves reached a height of several meters. Looking at the picture in the holographic projection, Hansen's hand controlling the exploration ship shook slightly, and Poseidon also shook a little. He swallowed slightly, his pupils dilated slightly, and he stared directly at the picture returned by the camera.
Hope, do you still have expectations for this liquid ammonia ocean?
Hope, who was sitting on the other side, shook his head with fear on his face. In his imagination, the liquid ammonia ocean on the ice giant should be a blue, boundless vast ocean. It should be the kind of beautiful scenery that can make people feel peaceful with just one glance. But since he entered the ice superstar, he realized the problem. At this time, he was just like Yigong in Yigong's Haolong, facing the deep and dark sea. There was only endless fear in his heart. As for the previous expectations, everything was forgotten by him. The scene in front of him made him deeply aware of the cruelty of nature, or the universe. The current human being is as ridiculous as a toy in front of it. Hansen took a deep breath and controlled the exploration ship to slowly descend again.
Hope, get ready. We're going into the sea.
Chapter 472 Abnormal Situation. Poseidon, the auxiliary propulsion device on the side stalled. Under the influence of gravity, it begins to fall freely. It spanned a distance of more than 10 meters and slammed into the dark and deep ocean of liquid ammonia. After a violent shaking, the cockpit returned to stability. Hansen quickly checked the holographic projection in front of him. After there were no problems with the hull, he breathed a sigh of relief and said slightly excitedly,
Poseidon, call the command center. I have successfully entered the sea.
As for Hope on the side, he also recovered from the impact at this moment. He skillfully operated the holographic image on the console.
The power system is starting. Start successfully.
The moment he finished speaking, a slight recoil came from the seat. The propeller at the tail of Poseidon began to accelerate gradually, driven by electric energy. It stirs the liquid ammonia seawater and pushes the exploration ship forward.
Good!
From the long-distance communication device, Lu Yongchang's energetic shout came, and at the same time, a faint cheer could be heard. As you can imagine, there was a scene of cheers in the Dawn Star Command Center at this time. The corners of Hope's mouth raised slightly, and the fear in his heart was dispelled by the cheers.
Prepare to dive.
Lu Yongchang immediately issued the order.
Always pay attention to pressure changes. Once an abnormal situation occurs, surface immediately.
Half an hour later, The sensors are continuously transmitting data back to Dawn Star through long-distance communication devices. The scientific researchers on Dawn Star also quickly analyzed various data from Poseidon. As for Lu Yongchang, as the chief scientist, needless to say, at this time, he was completely busy. Therefore, after half an hour of dry chatting, there was silence in the Poseidon cockpit, with only the propeller stirring the liquid ammonia and the slight noise of various instruments working. It was pitch black outside the porthole window. High-power searchlights are also somewhat inadequate for such an area.
Hope!
Hansen's voice suddenly sounded.
Where are we now?
Hope raised his hand and moved it on the holographic projection. Depth, minus 10.13 kilometers, based on liquid ammonia sea level. Pressure, 97,230 kilopascals. P.S. The density of liquid ammonia is 0.617 g/cm3. The acceleration of gravity is 1.5 g. The pressure at 1 meter depth is about 9 kilopascals. The pressure at 1 standard atmosphere is 101 kilopascals. The absolute pressure is roughly 91,170 kilopascals. Plus the surface pressure near the sea surface is 60 standard atmospheres. 6,060 kilopascals. Comprehensive calculation. The pressure at this time is about 962 standard atmosphere. Looking at the numbers in the holographic projection, Hansen swallowed slightly and muttered to himself.
It's already 10,000 meters. How long until we reach our destination?
As he spoke, he moved his body uncomfortably. The ergonomic chair was comfortable, but he still felt uncomfortable. This discomfort is not due to gravity or other external factors, but purely psychological reasons. Outside the porthole, it was pitch black. The two of them kept sinking in the small space. The psychological pressure this brings is extremely huge. If they hadn't both been starship pilots, they would have been on the verge of collapse by now.
It's still early.
Faced with Hansen's words, Hope slowly shook his head and said in a low voice,
Currently there is only 962 standard atmospheric pressure, and it is still early to reach the target area. The pressure limit of this exploration ship is 100,000 standard atmospheres. A conservative estimate, we have to go below 1,000 kilometers to sea.
Hansen subconsciously held his breath. 1,000 kilometers below the sea surface. This terrifying number made his heart tremble suddenly. Dawn Star. Lu Yongchang frowned as he looked at a piece of data sent back by the detector.
What the hell is this?
He murmured to himself. After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at the holographic image on one side. The hologram plays the footage from the external camera. Looking at the somewhat turbid liquid ammonia seawater in the picture, Lu Yongchang frowned. A bad premonition arose in his heart.
Zero. Where is Poseidon?
The holographic image changes rapidly.
Current depth, minus 261.3 kilometers. Current pressure, 23,344 standard atmospheres. Let them stop.
Lu Yongchang thought for a moment and said bluntly.
Keep hovering at this position. There is something wrong with the data returned by the sensor.
A few minutes later, video communication is connected.
Professor, what happened?
In the holographic projection, Hope and Hansen's mental state was significantly better than at the beginning. As for the reason, Lu Yongchang looked at the pile of playing cards next to the two of them, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How about you two put your vacation on hold? Perhaps sensing Lu Yongchang's gaze, Hope, quietly, moved his right hand and moved the playing cards aside. As for Hansen, he pointed to the playing cards with an embarrassed look on his face.
Teach, Professor, if I said, we just started playing this, would you believe it?
Lu Yongchang. He waved his hand helplessly.
Forget it. Put this thing away first. Something happened.
Going to the depths of an ice giant to perform an exploration mission puts the driver under extremely great psychological pressure. Lu Yongchang, who knew this well, would naturally not scold the two drivers for this trivial matter. After hearing these words, Hope and Hansen's expression suddenly became serious. The two looked at each other and quickly collected the playing cards scattered on the ground. Tens of seconds later,
Professor, tell me,
Hope said solemnly, sitting in the driver's seat with a solemn expression. Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, organized some words, and then said slowly,
I found some abnormalities in the data returned by the sensor. You can look at the surrounding liquid ammonia seawater. Compared with the beginning, it is obviously much turbid.
Hope was stunned for a moment, then turned his gaze to the porthole. After a careful observation, he looked at Hansen beside him suspiciously.
Is there one?
Hansen also shook his head in confusion.
Professor, are you sure?
Lu Yongchang frowned. and then operated on the holographic projection on the side.
You have been in a sea of liquid ammonia and may not have noticed it. But if we take pictures and observe liquid ammonia seawater at different depths.
The next moment, 5 pictures appeared in the holographic projection in front of Hope and Hans' aunt.
These are seawater pictures taken by cameras every 50 kilometers. You can compare them.
Chapter 473 Amine.
This.
When he saw the picture in the holographic projection, Hope's expression changed slightly. As Lu Yongchang said, as the diving depth increases, the water in the liquid ammonia ocean gradually becomes turbid.
Could there be any impurities?
Hans on the side asked in a low voice.
For example, what are the ore resources we are looking for?
Hearing this, Hope's eyes lit up slightly, and he was about to say something, but saw Lu Yongchang slowly shaking his head.
Not sure.
Lu Yongchang had some doubts in his eyes, shook his head slightly, and whispered,
Only by sampling and testing seawater can we possibly know what these substances are. Get ready to take samples. Until a clear conclusion is reached, the submersible exploration mission will be suspended.
After the words fell, the video communication was cut off. Hope and Hans' aunt looked at each other. Afterwards, Hope shrugged helplessly.
Well, it seems that this exploration mission will last much longer than we thought.
Facing the sighs of his teammates, Hans also sighed helplessly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I still want to finish the exploration and return to Dawn Star as soon as possible.
Although they said this, the movements of their hands did not slow down at all. Minus 261.3 kilometers. A small spherical exploration ship floats quietly in the dark and deep depths of the liquid ammonia ocean. The searchlights on the survey ship slightly illuminated the surrounding water. Viewed from a distance, the Poseidon exploration ship with the searchlight running at full power is like a conspicuous lighthouse in the endless darkness, announcing its existence to the surroundings. The next second, the side hatch of the exploration ship, which was originally stationary in the liquid ammonia seawater, slowly opened. A mechanical hand slowly stretched out from it. After sweeping around the exploration ship, the robot hand quickly retracted into the cabin. Dawn Star.
Professor, the liquid ammonia seawater sampling has been completed.
Hope's voice came from the long-distance communication device.
All samples are in the pressurized chamber.
The reason why the sample is placed in a pressurized chamber is naturally to prevent the liquid ammonia and seawater from vaporizing. Lu Yongchang turned around to check the picture in the pressurized cabin, nodded, and said with satisfaction,
Thank you for your hard work. Just rest for a while. I will notify you when the test results come out.
Naturally, the work of testing samples does not require 2 drivers. Putting aside whether humans can withstand the environment in the pressurized chamber, the various sophisticated and complex testing instruments alone cannot be operated by 2 pilots, who are mineral explorers.
0. Test the samples.
Lu Yongchang gave the order directly to Ling.
Hiss.
Looking at the test data in front of him, Lu Yongchang frowned and took a deep breath. What was before him was a brand new substance. But if you say it is a mineral resource, Lu Yongchang doesn't believe it. The reason is simple. Judging from the current data, this thing is more like an organic substance. Or in other words, like a polypeptide chain or protein. An incredible thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. Could it be? Is there life in the liquid ammonia ocean of an ice giant? The next second, he shook his head and threw the thought that flashed through his mind behind him. Are you kidding me? Not to mention how likely life is to exist in liquid ammonia. The environment around the exploration ship at this moment is like HL for normal creatures, because the possibility of life in ice giants has never been considered. Among all the people present, there were no scientific researchers who specialized in biology. So, just to be on the safe side, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and spoke.
0. Let Mao Jingji come over.
More than 10 minutes later, Academician Mao Jingji rushed to the door of the command center with a hurried look. Looking at the busy scene in the command center, a trace of doubt flashed in Mao Jingji's eyes. If he remembered correctly, wasn't he commanding Ice Giant's mineral exploration mission here? Why did Professor Lu call him over? Full of doubts, he stepped into the door of the command center. Mao Jingji, who had just walked in, saw at first sight Lu Yongchang standing in front of a holographic projection with a frown on his face, as if he had encountered some difficulty. Mao Jingji was slightly startled. It seemed that he had not seen Lu Yongchang like this for a long time. He straightened his expression immediately and stepped forward.
Professor?
He called in a low voice after getting closer.
Here? Come and take a look.
Lu Yongchang did not turn his head, still staring at the holographic projection in front of him. Mao Jingji's eyes were even more confused. But seeing Lu Yongcheng's appearance, he couldn't ask more questions, so he could only quickly get to Lu Yongcheng's side. When he saw the various data in the holographic projection, like Lu Yongcheng, his brows frowned tightly.
Is this protein?
As the top biological academician of the People's Federation, Mao Jingji noticed the problem at the first sight.
Isn't this right? What about carbon? Where did the carbon go? Wait, that's not a carboxyl group either. Professor, what the hell is this?
Faced with this magical substance that he had never seen before, he launched a series of inquiries to Lu Yongcheng. Only, at this time, Lu Yongcheng was obviously still deep in thought. Faced with Mao Jingji's successive questions, Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly, and he answered in a strange way.
Do you also think this looks like protein?
Not getting an accurate answer, Mao Jingji couldn't help but show a trace of anxiety in his eyes. He hurriedly took a step forward, stretched out his hand and quickly swiped on the holographic projection.
Of course. If we ignore the problem of carbon atoms. You see? These should be polypeptide chains. They are intertwined, folded, and spiral to form a complex three-dimensional structure.
Mao Jingji kept waving his hands, marking one area after another in the holographic projection.
This is a secondary structure. This is level 3. This should be a level 3 structure. These are substances found in the liquid ammonia ocean of ice giants.
Lu Yongcheng said softly. Mao Jingji suddenly stopped moving his hand, and his eyes widened.
A sea of liquid ammonia? Not bad.
Lu Yongcheng stretched his hand across the air, and the holographic projection in front of him switched.
Unlike the proteins we are familiar with, the main component of this substance is amide. Amide turns out to be amide.
Mao Jingji's eyes lit up slightly. He held his hands together and paced back and forth. At the same time, his lips trembled rapidly, as if he was muttering something silently. Lu Yongcheng did not interrupt his movements, just stood aside quietly and waited.
That's it. Professor, I understand.
Chapter 474 Amino Life.
Amino life. Right.
Lu Yongcheng said softly. The excited expression on Mao Jingji's face gradually stiffened, and he swallowed the words that came to his lips.
Professor, have you already thought of it?
Lu Yongcheng still stared at the holographic projection in front of him, waved his hand casually and said,
Same as you. I just thought of it.
Mao Jingji breathed a sigh of relief, and the stiff expression on his face relaxed a little.
Amide, a compound in which an acyl group is connected to a nitrogen atom, is an organic compound formed by replacing the hydroxyl group in a carboxylic acid with an amino group.
Lu Yongcheng's eyes were full of surprise.
I didn't expect that it could replace basic amino acids to form a polypeptide chain.
Unlike Lu Yongcheng, Mao Jingji's eyes were full of excitement at this time. As a biology academician, this brand new life form attracts his attention like a magnet. Although so far, only polypeptide chains and protein-like chains have been discovered. The emergence of this organic matter directly proves the possibility of the existence of amino life.
Professor, where were these substances found?
Mao Jingji asked.
I mean, where was the liquid ammonia found in the ocean?
Lu Yongcheng pointed to the huge holographic projection in the distance.
263.1 kilometers below the sea surface. Approximately 23,344 standard atmospheres. What the hell?
Mao Jingji was visibly stunned when he heard this. This data is too terrifying for humans, or carbon-based life on Earth. But soon, Mao Jingji came back to his senses and began to think.
If there really is amino life in ice giants, in such an environment, their physical strength should be extremely exaggerated. Right,
he muttered. The speaker has no intention. The listener has intention. Lu Yongcheng's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the huge holographic image in the distance.
Float. 0. Control, Poseidon, and come up immediately.
But obviously, it was too late.
Poseidon, call the command center.
Hope's voice came from the speaker at the same time.
We have encountered an unknown situation.
Ice giant. Liquid ammonia ocean. More than 10 minutes ago. Hope and Hansen silently looked at the deep ocean outside the porthole window and sighed in unison. The two people who noticed this looked at each other with wry smiles on their faces.
I don't know when we can go back.
Hansen stretched hard.
This exploration mission is really not done by humans.
Hope nodded knowingly, thinking of the 263 kilometers of liquid ammonia above his head. He felt his scalp numb. He turned to look at the playing cards placed aside and smacked his lips gently. Just wait a little longer. When the research results from the Dawn Star come out,
We can relax more when we continue the dive mission.
Hansen nodded non-committally, and once again looked at the holographic projection ahead. In holographic projection, it is the external images returned by each camera. Looking at the dark, borderless scene, Hansen shuddered slightly.
I always feel like something is watching us. Do you feel this way?
Hope was stunned for a moment, and after realizing it, he couldn't help but curse.
Don't talk nonsense.
Perhaps because he was startled by Hansen's words, Hope reached out and rubbed the goosebumps on his arms vigorously, and said angrily,
What the H? I could be in the 263 kilometers deep liquid ammonia ocean. Alien?
Hansen also felt that his words were a bit outrageous. He scratched his head with a smile and apologized repeatedly.
My. It's just, I really feel that way. Maybe it's because I stayed in this small space for a long time. When the mission is over, I have to go back and take care of myself.
As he spoke, Hansen's voice became smaller and smaller until it stopped.
Huh?
Hope didn't notice the problem at this time and asked subconsciously,
What are you going to do when you go back? I won't stay at home again. Shoo!
Hansen hissed hard, interrupting Hope.
Hope, you? Look carefully at this camera picture. I seem to see some light. Bright light.
Hope frowned, turned to look in the direction of Hansen's finger, and said suspiciously,
I said, Are you hallucinating due to too much pressure? I remember there is medicine in the warehouse. I'll give it to you later.
Hope's voice suddenly paused, and then he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously. That's right. In the image returned by the camera, there is a flickering orange-red light shining in the endless darkness.
It seems there is really light,
he said with some uncertainty. The next moment, he came back to his senses. His face changed slightly, and he shouted to Hansen, who was in a daze next to him.
What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and turn on the sonar and see what that is.
As he spoke, he pressed a few buttons on the holographic projection.
Poseidon, call the command center. We have encountered an unknown situation. Repeat. We have encountered an unknown situation.
There was almost no waiting, and Lu Yongcheng's serious voice came from the loudspeaker.
What happened?
Hansen on the side was currently turning on the sonar system that had just been shut down for active detection.
We found a light source.
Hope swallowed, stared at the camera image in the holographic projection, and whispered,
Light source? Yes. What the camera on Poseidon's abdomen saw was an orange-red flashing light. The flashing interval was about 10 seconds. The position of the light source should be below and below us.
Hope reported in a hurried tone. The moment he finished speaking, Zero had already called up all the camera footage on the exploration ship. Lu Yongcheng frowned slightly. He did not see the so-called light source in it.
Wait, where is the light source? Professor, the light source has disappeared. Hansen, is the sonar on?
Hansen's voice sounded.
It's open. It's already opened.
Hope continued.
Professor, we have activated active detection sonar. Damn it! What the H.L. is this?
A chaotic sound came from the communication channel. The uneasiness in Lu Yongcheng's heart became more intense. He had no time to ask Hope, but directly issued an order to Zero.
Zero, pull out the sonar data.
Looking at the huge, reef-like streamlined gray figure located under the exploration ship in the holographic projection, all the scientific researchers present subconsciously swallowed.
Reef?
Hope's voice rose a little higher.
Professor, is this a reef?
Looking at the gray shadow, Lu Yongcheng struggled to squeeze out a sentence from his mouth.
Obviously there would be no reefs in the liquid ammonia ocean of an ice giant.
Chapter 475 Professor, are you sure it won't attack us?
At least, at your depth, there shouldn't be anything like rocks.
Lu Yongcheng added again. But obviously, no one here cared about this statement, especially when he saw that huge gray shadow starting to make a slow circular motion around Poseidon.
Professor, you mean this thing is alive?
Hope's face changed drastically, and he asked breathlessly,
At present, it should be.
Lu Yongcheng swallowed, looked at the slowly moving gray shadow in the sonar image, and explained in a hurry.
According to our research, the turbid objects in the seawater should be organic compounds similar to peptides and amino acids. This creature, let's treat it as a living thing. If it is composed of these peptide-like and amino acid-like substances, then it should be classified as an amino organism.
As he spoke, gray shadows seemed to be stimulated by something, and his movement speed began to slowly increase. In the sonar map, the distance between the unknown creature and the Poseidon exploration ship fluctuates. The camera also captured a flickering orange-red light. But unlike Hope's report, the orange-red light flashes more frequently at this time. And it will flash once in about 8 seconds.
Is it curious?
Mao Jingji's doubtful voice sounded from the side.
Or you're testing?
Lu Yongchang's expression condensed slightly. Indeed, as Mao Jingji said, the movements of this deep-sea giant at this time revealed a somewhat tentative tone.
Professor, what should we do now?
Facing the temptation of the unknown giant creature, Hope couldn't help feeling his scalp numb.
Floating? Do not move!
Before Lu Yongchang could speak, Mao Jingji shouted loudly.
Don't move! Keep hovering! Turn off the sonar equipment first. If I guess correctly, it should have been attracted by the sonar equipment turned on during the dive.
Hope and Han Sen looked at each other, and without any hesitation, turned off the running sonar device. As Mao Jingji said, during the dive, the active detection sonar equipment was working all the time. It was not until the exploration ship hovered in place and performed the seawater sampling task that the sonar detection device was turned off. It was at this time that this unknown creature emerged from deeper in the ocean. Poseidon turned off the sonar equipment and became completely blind in this vast ocean of liquid ammonia. But the next moment, a 3D simulation image appeared in front of everyone. In the simulation diagram, the central area is the Poseidon exploration ship with a diameter of less than 100 meters. Next to the exploration ship, there is a huge creature with a streamlined body and a body length of more than 200 meters that is quickly circling. Swim.
This is...
Hope was stunned and subconsciously asked.
Combined with the sonar data just now, the simulation image is based on the orange-red light captured by the camera.
Lu Yongchang simply explained.
The observation data is not enough, and the simulated image may be somewhat different from the real situation.
Hope and Han Sen looked a little more relaxed. Although not as good as sonar, having analog images is better than having nothing at all.
It slowed down.
Mao Jingji's voice suddenly sounded. After hearing this, Hope quickly turned his attention to the simulated image provided by Zero. Sure enough, after turning off the sonar, the wandering movements of the huge deep-sea creature slowed down a lot.
Sure enough,
Mao Jingji stared at the holographic projection intently and murmured to himself.
Living in such a deep sea, these liquid ammonia creatures will inevitably evolve a matching way of perception. You mean ultrasound?
Lu Yongchang frowned and asked softly. Mao Jingji nodded slightly.
It's pitch black in the ice giant ocean. Growing in this perpetually dim environment, vision should be the least needed function. But sensing the outside world is an ability that organisms must have. It's not difficult to come to this conclusion when you think of creatures like bats.
Lu Yongchang did not speak immediately, but silently watched the huge creature slowly orbiting the Poseidon exploration ship in the simulated image. Suddenly, he asked,
What about the orange light? How do you explain that thing?
Mao Jingji was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He understood the meaning of Lu Yongchang's words. Creatures that evolve naturally do not generally have useless functions. Just like the deep-sea anglerfish of the Earth Age, it has a fleshy protrusion that looks like a small lantern above its head. Under the action of luciferase, this fleshy protrusion that looks like a small lantern emits a faint light. Most fish living in the deep sea have a certain degree of phototaxis. Therefore, this luminous, little lantern has become a weapon for anglerfish to hunt. If you compare it to this deep-sea behemoth living in a liquid ammonia ocean, a problem arises. If these amino creatures have no so-called vision, or in other words, no phototaxis, then what is the purpose of the flickering light emitted by them? You can't just evolve a bling-bling, twinkling decoration on your body just to look good. Right?
Hiss.
Mao Jingji stretched out his hand to support his chin and fell into deep thought.
Teach, Professor. Can you please stop discussing such profound issues? Think about what we should do first.
Han San's slightly trembling shout came from the loudspeaker, interrupting Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji's thinking. Facing this unknown deep-sea giant, the fear engraved in human DNA completely burst out, especially when looking at the orange-red light floating through the portholes, and then thinking about the terrifying environment outside and the deep-sea giant with a body length of more than 200 meters. Deep fear suddenly rose in the hearts of the two of them. Even though Hope and Han Sen were starship pilots who had undergone various trainings, at this moment, they came to the edge of collapse.
Cough.
Lu Yongchang coughed awkwardly. Facing amino creatures that they had never seen before, he and Mao Jingji forgot about their current situation for a while.
How about trying to float?
Lu Yongchang looked at Mao Jingji and made a suggestion.
Let's see its reaction without turning on the sonar.
Mao Jingji pondered for a moment and nodded hesitantly.
Yes, but The floating speed should be as slow as possible. Currently we know too little about it, and we cannot rule out that it has a strong desire to attack.
Lu Yongchang understood.
Did you hear everything? Try floating first, and slow down the floating speed as much as possible. Try.
Hanset even had a cry in his voice.
Professor, are you sure it won't attack us? Uncertain.
As an honest person, Lu Yongchang naturally answered honestly. Chapter 476 Attack? Play?
Professor?
Hearing what Lu Yongchang said, Hope couldn't hold back his anger and asked.
Can Poseidon resist its attack? I'm not sure about this either.
Lu Yongchang answered honestly again. A long silence.
Calm down.
Lu Yongchang said with a hint of smile in his eyes.
I'm just teasing you. Seeing as the atmosphere over there is too stiff, let me liven it up for you.
In the long-distance communication, there is still a long silence. Hope, you call this a lively atmosphere? After waiting for a long time, he asked again.
So, you mean it won't attack us? Oh, I'm really not sure about this.
Lu Yongchang shrugged and said again.
After all, it is a species we have never seen before, and we don't know its eating habits, let alone its desire to attack. I can only say that at present, after turning off the sonar, its movements have become much smoother.
Hearing this, Hope and Hanset almost didn't mention it in one breath. Hanset, you call this an honest man?
However, it is just a creature after all,
Lu Yongchang said with a smile.
I don't think it can damage our exploration ship. Float with peace of mind.
Hope breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I heard something accurate. He stopped talking and raised his hand to adjust various parameters on the holographic projection. After completing the adjustment, he launched the Poseidon exploration ship without hesitation. An extremely slight recoil came from the back of the chair. The exploration vessel began to float. In the simulated image provided by Zero, the liquid ammonia creature still stayed in place, spinning slowly, as if watching them leave.
Professor, it doesn't seem to have a strong desire to attack.
Hope breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing this scene.
We should be safe.
Before they could finish speaking, a piercing alarm sounded in their ears. Hanset quickly glanced at the holographic interface that issued a warning. When he saw the warning content, he couldn't help but froze on the spot.
Professor, the instrument shows we received ultrasonic signals of extremely high intensity.
Hanset murmured to himself.
The source is right below. It's the ultrasonic waves it emits.
An idea flashed in Hansen's mind, and he blurted out.
It's actively looking for us.
The next second, in the simulated image, a huge amino creature quickly floated up and chased in the direction of the Poseidon exploration ship.
Warning!
Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded at the same time.
Collision warning. WTF. Hack.
Looking at the rapidly growing orange-red light source outside the porthole, Hope and Hanset subconsciously reached out and grabbed the seat belts tied to their bodies.
Bang!
A dull sound came. At the same time, Hope and Hanset felt that the world was spinning in front of them, and violent vibrations came from all directions. Got hit. A thought flashed through Hope's mind.
Warning! Warning!
Zero's electronic synthesized voice still surrounded the cockpit.
Hull armor damage, 5%. Warn! Second impact warning.
In just a few seconds, piercing alarms sounded one after another in the Poseidon exploration ship and command center.
What? The hull armor is damaged? What is the body of that thing made of?
When he heard the alarm that the ship's armor was damaged, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. Are you kidding me? In order to withstand the ultra-high pressure inside the ice giant, the armor of the Poseidon hull adopts the latest technology of the People's Federation. It is no exaggeration to say that in a sense, even the current flagship, Earth, cannot withstand it.
Professor.
Hope's intermittent voice came from the long-distance communication device.
Now! What should we do now? Poseidon, yes. Is it equipped with a weapon system?
Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. From the beginning, Lu Yongchang and others did not expect that life could exist in such a harsh environment as the ice giant, or that such powerful amino life was unprecedented. Therefore, in order to save space, Poseidon is not equipped with any weapons and equipment except for the magnetic field shield. What's more, judging from the current situation, ordinary weapons are unlikely to be able to hit this deep-sea behemoth. With a body length of more than 200 meters, its body strength can even go head-to-head with the armor of a ship.
Damn it!
Lu Yongchang's face was extremely ugly. The emergence of this unexpected situation basically means that this mineral exploration mission is declared bankrupt in advance. looking at the deep-sea monsters rolling around in the simulated image. Lu Yongchang sighed forcefully.
Get ready to start the cockpit escape procedure. Professor. Wait a minute.
Mao Jingji's voice interrupted his order.
It's not attacking the exploration ship. It's play.
Mao Jingji moved his lips slightly and said a shocking word.
Playing?
Hansen's roar came from the loudspeaker.
Academician Mao. Are you sure this is playing? We were just about to be kicked as a ball. In a sense,
Mao Jingji said in a difficult tone.
Its current behavior is indeed a bit like playing with a ball.
Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched.
Academician Mao. Are you sure?
Playing and attacking are two completely different concepts. If it was an attack, he would give the escape order without hesitation. If it's for fun, then maybe they still have a chance to operate.
Professor Lu, do you know about killer whales?
Mao Jingji did not immediately answer Lu Yongchang's inquiry, but asked instead,
Killer whale?
Lu Yongchang hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said,
I don't know much about biological habits.
Mao Jingji suddenly realized.
Professor, if you know about killer whales, you should be able to easily find that the behavioral patterns of the two are somewhat similar. As the dominant ocean masters of the Earth era, killer whales have many puzzling behaviors. For example, use your tail to slap a seal away, and use your head to push a turtle forward. Although it's partly hunting, there's still a lot of playfulness involved. Judging from the behavioral pattern of this deep-sea behemoth, I am more inclined to think that it treats Poseidon as a large toy.
Lu Yongchang fell into silence.
So, how do we make it stop?
Lu Yongchang glanced at the extent of the armor damage of the exploration ship.
Poseidon cannot withstand this kind of gameplay. And
Lu Yongchang paused and whispered,
I am very interested in it. Its skin,
or SHL, is likely to be the high-strength material we are looking for.
Chapter 477 Cesium Chloride and Rubidium Chloride. Lu Yongchang's words made Mao Jingji's expression change slightly.
What do you mean? Trapping this unknown creature?
Mao Jingji turned his head and glanced at the behemoth in the simulated image. Took a breath and shook his head repeatedly.
No, this won't work. It's too difficult. Not to mention whether the Poseidon exploration ship can withstand its repeated slapping. Even attracting its attention for a long time is an extremely difficult task. What's more, Poseidon is not equipped with a weapon system, so it is impossible to cause harm to it.
Mao Jingji thought for a moment, waved his hands and said,
Professor, with all due respect, this is an almost impossible task.
Lu Yongchang looked at Mao Jingji in astonishment.
Ahem. I think you may have misunderstood me. I mean, is there a way to divert its attention elsewhere? Then, let Poseidon take a closer look at its body.
Mao Jingji, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he scratched his head in embarrassment.
Do you want to divert its attention? Let me think about it.
While the two were discussing, the huge deep-sea beast had not yet let go of its strong curiosity. The Poseidon exploration ship, under its constant beating, has deviated significantly from its original route. From the sonar receiving device, ultrasonic waves are continuously transmitted one after another. Apparently, he got into a state of excitement after finding a new toy. This is a hardship for the two pilots in the exploration ship. Although in the design, in order to ensure the safety of the driver's life, the Poseidon exploration ship has added many anti-bumping and anti-shock facilities. But the original intention of this design was to withstand the strong storm inside the ice giant, not to serve as a toy ball for a 200-meter-long monster.
Teach, Professor.
Hansen resisted the nausea coming from his abdomen and said with difficulty,
is there any way, to make it stop?
After hearing Hansen's retching sound, Hope, without saying a word, took advantage of the gap when the giant beast was far away, reached out and took off the helmet attached to the wall, and then neatly buckled it on the wall, on Hansen's head. Hansen's face turned green after reacting, looking at the transparent mask in front of him. He suppressed his extremely strong desire to vomit, looking at the resentful looks cast by his teammates.
Hope shrugged helplessly. I have no choice but to do this. You don't want the cockpit to be polluted, right?
Finally, he added another blow.
Be patient. It seems we are only wearing 2 helmets.
Hansen's face turned even greener after hearing this. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After 2 more rounds of impact, Academician Mao Jingji's voice,
like celestial music,
came out from the loudspeaker.
There is a way.
At this moment, both Hansen and Hope's eyes were shining. In their hearts, at this moment, Academician Mao Jingji is their god.
Try cesium chloride and rubidium chloride.
Mao Xingji said urgently.
Earth organisms rely on potassium and sodium salts to adjust the electrical potential of cell membranes. But amino organisms are different. In liquid ammonia, cesium chloride and rubidium chloride are more soluble than potassium and sodium salts. And, under normal circumstances, cesium and rubidium are definitely not as abundant as potassium and sodium. So in their world, cesium chloride and rubidium chloride may be extremely scarce resources.
As he spoke, Mao Xingji frowned and thought carefully, trying to come up with an appropriate analogy.
It's like an extremely rare, but indispensable seasoning.
Ugh. Under the influence of Hansen, Hope couldn't help but retched.
Academician Mao. Let's get to the point. Vomit. Let's get to the point. Cesium chloride and rubidium chloride. Are these things on the exploration ship?
Mao Xingji turned to look at Lu Yongchang beside him.
Yes.
Lu Yongchang's expression perked up, and he immediately said,
there are some reserves in the exploration ship's laboratory. The quantity is not large, but it should be enough.
Under Lu Yongchang's order, Zero controlled a robot to take out a portion of cesium chloride and rubidium chloride from the laboratory, because he didn't know the
taste
of this deep-sea behemoth.
Lu Yongchang specially asked Zero to take out two substances of the same weight. Then, taking advantage of the free time when the deep-sea behemoth was playing, the robot quickly placed it in two high-strength sealed containers. This container made of the same material as the Poseidon SH. I can easily withstand the terrifying pressure from the outside world. As for the way to open the container, the natural choice is remote control. After all the preparations were completed, the moment the deep-sea monster moved away, the side hatch of the exploration ship quickly opened, and the manipulator forcefully threw the two sealed containers into the distance. Then, the manipulator retracted into the cabin and the hatch quickly closed, preparing for the next collision. The thrown sealed container did not attract the attention of the deep-sea monster. Perhaps, in its view, the two sealed containers were too small and not worth paying any more attention to.
Bang!
As the sound of impact sounded, there was another round of spinning.
Wait a minute!
Lu Yongchang, who was in the command center, stared at a line of data displayed on the holographic projection that was the distance between the bait and the exploration ship. In order to ensure that there is enough time to observe this deep-sea behemoth, Lu Yongchang needs to ensure that the bait is in an appropriate position. First, the distance between it and the exploration ship cannot be too far. Even if cesium chloride and rubidium chloride are extremely precious resources for these amino life forms, they may not be able to sense their existence because they are too far apart. Secondly, it cannot be too close. Once the distance is too close, the time Hope and Hansen have to explore and escape will be greatly shortened. Therefore, controlling distance is particularly important, especially in the absence of detailed data. The difficulty of this operation quickly increases. Seeing the depth of the sealed container increase rapidly, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said bluntly,
"Open the container." Bang! Bang!
The two sealed containers popped open the hatch, under Zero's control. The cesium chloride and rubidium chloride powders quickly dissolve in the surrounding liquid ammonia seawater. In the distance, the giant beast of the deep sea was still beating and hitting the Poseidon exploration ship with its tail and body excitedly, seemingly unaware of the movement in the distance. Failed?
Hold on!
Mao Jingxi's voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang didn't speak, just held his breath and turned his gaze to the holographic projection. So far, there is no evidence that amino organisms use cesium chloride or rubidium chloride to regulate cell membrane potential. Everything is just conjecture. Neither of them is sure whether such a life has the so-called cellular structure. Therefore, at this moment, both Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji were extremely nervous. Chapter 478 Warning. A small amount of neutron radiation detected. Suddenly, in the simulation image provided by Zero, the originally excited movements of the deep-sea beast were a bit slower. It stayed there quietly, seeming to realize something.
It's done!
Mao Jingxi's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly.
It seems that this amino life also has a cellular structure.
The scene before him had already confirmed Mao Jingxi's conjecture just now. Hope and Hansen also took this opportunity to quickly adjust Poseidon's posture and start the motor again. The propeller at the tail started moving again. Hope raised her head and looked at the narrow porthole ahead. At this time, Poseidon's posture has been adjusted, and the cockpit is facing the deep-sea beast. In the sight of the two of them, in the dark ocean, the flickering orange-red light was slowly spinning in place.
It didn't chase us,
Hope said softly.
Academician Mao is right. Cesium chloride and rubidium chloride attracted its attention. And we are safe for the time being.
He was silent for a moment, then murmured again.
It's like breathing.
What? Hanset was stunned and asked Hope with some doubts.
Look at that orange-red light. It's like our breath,
Hope said softly. The next moment, before Hanset could reply, the orange-red light quickly disappeared.
It found the bait.
Lu Yongchang's voice came from the speaker.
Follow it quickly. Get as close to it as possible. I need to see its anatomy.
Hope and Hanset looked at each other, swallowed, and then gritted their teeth and controlled Poseidon to drive towards the orange light, incompatible with its huge size. Perhaps because it lives in a low-density liquid ammonia ocean. The giant beast's movements appear particularly flexible. In just 10 seconds, it dived next to the two baits.
It stopped.
Hope glanced at the simulated image, then turned his attention to the sonar device on the side again.
The bait should have been found.
Although the active sonar device has been turned off, the receiving device is still working. On the holographic interface, ripples flashed one after another, and each ripple represented a burst of strong ultrasonic waves. As for the source of the ultrasonic waves, it is naturally the deep-sea monster not far away.
It seems to be very excited.
Hansen nodded and said softly.
Compared to just now, its shouts are more urgent.
Under the control of the two men, the Poseidon exploration ship quickly sailed in the direction of the deep-sea behemoth.
Shut down the power system.
Lu Yongchang's command sounded again.
Slide to it by inertia. Be careful. If the situation goes wrong, retreat immediately. Receive.
After hearing this, Hope reached out and skillfully shut down the power system of the exploration ship. After the propeller stopped turning, the exploration ship was like a ghost in the deep sea, slowly drifting toward its destination. Inside the Dawn Star Command Center, seeing the distance between the two in the holographic projection getting closer, both Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, at this time, the deep-sea behemoth was attracted by the dissolved cesium chloride and rubidium chloride in the seawater, and did not even notice the uninvited guest not far away.
Front searchlights running at full power.
Lu Yongchang issued the order in a deep voice. Snapped. The most powerful front searchlight lights up. Two bright light pillars suddenly appeared in the deep dark water. The light beam shone directly on the giant beast, and the camera faithfully recorded the scene in front of it. The rough, cracked dark brown skin and streamlined body exude a wild atmosphere.
This should be its back,
Mao Jingji said softly.
Change the direction and look elsewhere.
The camera screen moved slowly. Gradually, its full picture appeared in front of everyone. A fish.
Just looking at the appearance, the shape of this
fish
is very similar to that of a shark on Earth, except that it has no eyes on its head. At this time,
this fish
was opening its mouth wide and continuously swallowing the surrounding liquid ammonia seawater. Apparently, liquid ammonia seawater mixed with cesium chloride and rubidium chloride has a fatal attraction for it.
Where's the orange-red light?
Mao Jingji suddenly asked.
Where did the orange-red light we saw just now come from? It seems to be the abdomen.
The moment Hope's voice sounded,
the fish
changed its position and exposed its abdomen. Like the back, the belly is covered in dark brown cracked
skin.
In the center of the abdomen, there is a circular area shining with orange-red light.
This thing.
Mao Jingji suddenly frowned tightly.
It doesn't look like a predatory organ. Hope, can you take a closer look?
Through the porthole, Hope looked carefully and nodded.
It should be okay. To be on the safe side, I need to launch 2 more decoys.
Can. Lu Yongchang agreed to Hope's application. Under Zero's precise control, the sealing device thrown by the robotic arm opened on the beast's head. The sudden richness of cesium chloride and rubidium chloride made it excited this could be seen from the increasing ultrasonic signal. The Poseidon exploration ship also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly close the distance.
Zero, have you found any patterns in these signals?
Lu Yongchang suddenly asked.
Insufficient samples. No clear pattern has been found yet.
Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded from the side. At the same time, a new holographic image quickly unfolded in front of him. In the holographic projection, there are thousands of different audio samples. Lu Yongchang frowned and looked carefully, then slowly shook his head. Not one of these thousands of signals is repeated. Moreover, the number of audio signals continues to increase over time.
That's outrageous,
Lu Yongchang murmured to himself. The ultrasonic signals emitted by this thing are not only different in strength and length,
but also in various frequencies.
It's just like yelling.
Lu Yongchang gave his own evaluation. A precise and efficient language system does not require so many complex syllables. Then, he turned to Mao Jingji and asked,
Academician Mao, do you think it has its own language system?
Mao Jingji frowned and nodded hesitantly.
Although there are currently no repeated syllables, we still cannot rule out the possibility of a language system. Regardless, there are significant differences in the strength, length, and frequency of these signals. Even if it's just nonsense, with so many syllables, there should be a few that are repeated. Let's accumulate samples first. When the number of samples increases, we may discover the secrets hidden in them. Warning: high-intensity magnetic field detected. Warning: small amount of neutron radiation detected.
Zero's warning interrupted the discussion between the two. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned his attention to the holographic image aside. In the picture, the Poseidon exploration ship has arrived near the orange-red circle of light. Chapter 479 Fusion Core.
What is the neutron radiation dose?
Lu Yongchang looked at the ring with orange-red light and asked urgently. At this time, an incredible idea appeared in his mind, but he needed to test his suspicions. A constantly pulsating radiation value appeared on the holographic projection in front of him. It's not very strong, but it still reaches a dangerous level for a fragile human body. Although the Poseidon exploration ship is equipped with a certain radiation protection layer, such simple radiation protection measures do not actually have a strong protective effect against the pervasive neutron radiation.
Poseidon, retreat immediately.
Lu Yongchang gave the order directly without any hesitation.
That is the source of radiation. Repeat, retreat immediately.
Hope and Hansen, who were in the Poseidon cockpit, looked at the radiation warning lights flashing with increasing frequency in the holographic projection and also realized the problem. Therefore, at the moment when Lu Yongchang's order was issued, Hope no longer cared whether the sound of the propeller would attract the attention of the deep-sea beast. He turned on the propeller reversal function without hesitation, and then started the motor. A slight buzzing sound came from the soles of my feet. With the abundant energy supply provided by the fusion reactor, the propeller speed increased rapidly, creating a series of cavitation bubbles in the liquid ammonia seawater. In the deep ocean of liquid ammonia, the exploration ship suddenly paused and stopped gliding forward slowly. Then, driven by the propeller, it quickly retreated, under the illumination of the searchlight. The deep-sea monster paused slightly as it swallowed the seawater. It noticed the movement of the propeller next to it, but the next second, it acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to shake its head and swallow the seawater in front of it. Obviously, cesium chloride and rubidium chloride are far more attracted to it than this toy that can resist beating. Seeing this, Hope and Hansen breathed a sigh of relief and let go of their high hearts. As the distance between the exploration ship and the orange-red aperture continues to increase, the piercing sirens slowly disappear, the trace amounts of neutron radiation dissipate.
Is there any discomfort in your body?
Lu Yongchang's voice interrupted their thoughts. Hope and Hansen looked at each other and shook their heads.
I don't have any unusual feelings at the moment. That's good.
In the communication channel, Lu Yongchang breathed a long sigh of relief.
The radiation dose is not large, and it should not cause much damage to your body. To be on the safe side, you will need to take turns entering the medical cabin for examination later.
Naturally, the two of them had no objections to this. Who would have trouble with his own life?
Professor, what is that orange-red halo?
Hope hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked. The communication channel fell into silence. After a long time, Lu Yongchang's voice came again.
If I'm not wrong, probably a fusion reactor.
Hope and Hansen were stunned for a moment, and then shouted in unison.
What the HL?
Asterisk 2.
Wait. Did I hear you correctly? Professor?
Hope's eyes widened, and he asked in horror.
What you just said was a fusion reactor? Yes, it is a fusion reactor.
Lu Yongchang spoke solemnly and responded to Hope's question with a positive tone.
And it is the fusion reactor you know, with such a strong magnetic field, neutron radiation, and the familiar ring shape. I really can't think of any other possibility except a fusion reactor. Hack,
Hope muttered.
Unbelievable. So, is this fish using nuclear fusion to provide itself with energy for activity? Is this possible? It's just a creature that can harness the violent energy of nuclear fusion with its flesh and blood? Nothing is impossible. Just think about its living environment.
Lu Yongchang said softly.
In such a deep sea, it can have such a flexible body and such powerful power. I am afraid that only energy such as nuclear fusion can satisfy it. It's needed. And, for it, The raw materials for nuclear fusion are not difficult to obtain. Ice giants have a lot of hydrogen and helium in their atmospheres. Based on all circumstances, it is likely that what is going on in its body is the first generation of nuclear fusion, which is the deuterium and tritium fusion that we have eliminated.
Hope swallowed, raised his head, glanced through the porthole at the giant fish that was swallowing liquid ammonia water, and then looked back at the cabin at his feet. Like this giant fish, Poseidon also gets its energy from fusion reactors. In a sense, there is not much difference in the level of civilization between the two, even if its intelligence does not seem to be high. This does not prevent it from mastering controllable nuclear fusion by instinct.
Professor, do we still need to get closer to explore?
Looking at the radiation source and the huge giant fish not far away in front of him, Hanset asked softly with fear in his eyes. Lu Yongchang was silent. In the end, intellectual curiosity overcame everything else.
Keep getting closer. Prepare to launch the third batch of decoys, as far as possible from the fusion core in its abdomen. The main target of this exploration is its back. I can't figure it out. How can a creature with a cellular structure grow L that is comparable to the armor of a starship? If the secrets can be cracked, the problem of hull materials for asteroid-class battleships may be solved.
Chapter 480 successfully obtained samples. Under Zero's precise control, the third bait successfully exploded next to the giant fish, along with the increasingly frequent ultrasonic waves in the seawater. Poseidon continued to quietly touch towards the giant fish. Different from before. This time, Hope deliberately avoided the area that glowed with orange-red light. Looking through the porthole, looking at the cracked skin getting closer and closer, Hope and Hanset subconsciously slowed down their breathing. It was extremely quiet in the cockpit. Apart from the sound of instrument controls, the two of them could even hear the beating of their hearts in their chests.
Try to see if you can use the robotic arm to take samples.
Lu Yongchang's voice came from the speaker. Hope only felt his heart tremble slightly. Robotic arm sampling? What's the difference between this and dancing in front of the King of Hell?
Don't worry.
Perhaps sensing the fear in the hearts of the two pilots, Mao Jingji said.
Based on all circumstances, its skin is very thick, and the surface sampling work should not attract its attention. Should?
Hope felt that her body was numb.
Ahem. For sure. It's for sure.
Mao Jingji seemed to have remembered something, glanced at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression, and hurriedly corrected himself. When Lu Yongchang saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. In the depths of the liquid ammonia ocean, a giant fish with a body length of more than 200 meters was excitedly devouring the surrounding seawater. Next to the giant fish, a spherical detector with some bumps on the surface was waiting its manipulator on the side. Slowly approaching this deep-sea giant fish immersed in delicious food, the bright beam of light penetrated the slightly turbid water and shone directly on the back of the giant fish, clearly reflecting the lines on the back of the giant fish. Like a dry riverbed, there are deep and shallow cracks everywhere. Irregular pieces of carapace are stacked on top of each other, covering this giant deep-sea fish with a thick layer of armor. Thanks to this, it can hit the Poseidon exploration ship unscrupulously without worrying about whether its own body will be damaged. The robot hand carefully approached the carapace on its back. The high-frequency vibrating cutting knife popped out from the fingers of the manipulator and gently touched the dark brown carapace. The cutting knife was deflected. Obviously, the hardness and toughness of this dark brown carapace far exceeded everyone's expectations. Zero quickly adjusted the strength of the manipulator and the vibration frequency of the cutting knife, trying to cut off some insignificant pieces from the tough carapace. Time passed by minute by minute. The swallowing movement of the giant fish gradually slowed down, and the ultrasonic waves received by the sonar device also became much gentler. There appears to be little dissolved cesium chloride and rubidium chloride in seawater.
Any more bait?
Hope asked loudly. Hanset on the side stretched out his hand and pressed a few times on the holographic interface on the console.
There are not many left. There are not many reserves of cesium chloride and rubidium chloride in the Poseidon warehouse. It is estimated that there are only its time for the next 3 doses.
Outside the porthole, the high-frequency vibrating cutting knife has been submerged into the dark brown carapace. They need time. Hope didn't hesitate at all and shouted directly.
Quick! Keep launching the bait!
Knowing that the situation was urgent, Hanset quickly controlled another robotic arm and threw the fourth bait to the giant fish. After a short wait, the bait was turned on by remote control. The cesium chloride and rubidium chloride quickly dissolved in the surrounding liquid ammonia seawater. But the giant fish's reaction was not as violent as before, perhaps out of a shameful attitude of waste. The giant fish symbolically swallowed the seawater, swallowing as much seawater containing dissolved cesium chloride and rubidium chloride into its body.
No way!
Hope looked at the slow-moving giant fish outside the porthole, with a flash of deep fear in his eyes.
Has it eaten enough? The cutting is complete.
Zero's electronic synthesizer sounded just right. Before Hope could be happy, the electronic synthesizer sounded again.
Warn! Abnormal condition detected. Hope!
At the same time, Hansen's low roar of eagerness mixed with fear came from the side.
Quick! Retract the robotic arm. Get ready to escape. Its companions are coming.
Dawn Star. The command center was silent. In the huge holographic projection in front of everyone, the picture from the camera on the belly of the Poseidon exploration ship was projected. 3 orange-red halos that flickered on and off were faintly visible in the dark deep sea. Mao Jingji swallowed his saliva gently and turned to look at the data returned by the sonar device. The waves of ultrasonic waves continuously propagate in the liquid ammonia seawater.
It's like saying age, low.
Mao Jingji murmured to himself.
They definitely have their own language system.
In the holographic projection on the side, the number of samples of ultrasound fragments is increasing rapidly. But as of now, there's still not a single riff.
How could this happen?
Mao Jingji's eyes became more and more confused. Lu Yongchang on the side had no energy to pay attention to Mao Jingji's mumbling. At this time, his attention was focused on the Poseidon exploration ship. 3 new giant fish, plus the original one. There are 4 deep-sea giant fish. If this creates curiosity about the exploration ship, the picture is too beautiful to imagine.
Hope! Hansen! Stop the exploration mission and prepare to evacuate. Zero! Take over control of Poseidon and launch a bait immediately.
Lu Yongchang's steady voice sounded in the command center.
Take back the manipulator and samples and surface immediately. Receive.
Poseidon, exploring the inside of the ship. Hope and Hansen sat on the chairs with pale faces, their hands tightly grasping the seat belts in front of them. Since the abnormal situation was discovered, the entire exploration ship has been taken over by Zero. Under Zero's control, the right robotic arm slowly retracted the cabin. At the same time, the left robotic arm threw a bait into the distance. After a short wait, the bait was turned on by remote control. The 3 new giant fish quickly noticed the abnormality in the surrounding seawater. They quickly move away, chasing the bait. Like the first giant fish, they were fatally attracted to cesium chloride and rubidium chloride. At this moment, the exploration ship discharged the liquid ammonia seawater in the suction chamber and started the floating procedure. The tail propeller also started, quickly pushing the exploration ship away from this land of right and wrong.
Call!
Looking at the orange-red flashing light that was moving away from the porthole window, Hansen breathed a sigh of relief.
It's finally safe.
Hansen murmured to himself.
I swear, I never want to come to this ghost place again in my life.
Hope didn't answer, just frowned and looked at the porthole in front of him.
What's wrong?
Hansen noticed Hope's abnormality and asked.
With that bait, these giant fish shouldn't catch up. Right.
Chapter 481 Highly Intelligent Life?
No. Something's wrong.
Hope looked at the world outside the porthole with an ugly face and muttered something.
What? What happened?
Hansen on the side looked anxiously like a giant monkey, looking up at the porthole in front of him, trying to find what Hope said was wrong.
There is one missing.
Hope's muttering came from the side.
Wah. What?
Hansen froze on the spot and quickly cast his gaze into the distance. The flickering orange-red light is particularly bright in the dark deep sea. 1, 2, 3. What about another one? Hansen felt his heart tremble slightly. Something big happened.
I said, there is a giant fish missing.
Hope's tone was restless. He raised his hand and quickly called up all the running camera images around the ship. In the continuous impacts just now, many cameras were damaged. Currently, only those cameras that have received heavy protection are still working. It is also true that when the active sonar detection function is not turned on, the simulated 3D images provided by Zero also have some blind spots in the viewing angle.
The first giant fish is gone,
Hope quickly explained to his teammates.
There are only 3 giant fish outside now, and the full giant fish is no longer there.
At this time, the atmosphere in the Dawn Star Command Center, thousands of miles away, was extremely tense. Where did that giant fish go? Just when everyone was confused, an orange-red light flashed from the camera on the belly of the exploration ship.
Careful!
Lu Yongchang, who observed this scene, blurted out.
It hasn't left. It's right next to you.
Next moment,
Warn! Collision warning.
Electronic synthesized sounds rang in everyone's ears. Before Hope and Hansen could react, the familiar vibration came again with a loud noise.
Damn, it's here again,
Hope said with difficulty, resisting the dizziness.
What on earth does it want to do?
As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the porthole. Outside the porthole window, the orange-red light slowly faded away and stayed quietly in front of him. The sonar device displayed regular ultrasonic waves one after another. It seems that it is staring at the Poseidon exploration ship. The exploration ship gradually regained its balance, and the propeller started again. The orange-red light approached quickly.
Bang!
Another violent impact.
0. Shut down the power system.
In the midst of the whirlwind, an incredible idea flashed through Hope's mind. He didn't have time to think about it carefully, and shouted loudly. The exploration ship regained its balance again. Hope and Hansen sat in chairs, breathing heavily and recovering their little physical strength. After shutting down the power system, the exploration vessel hovered quietly in the ocean of liquid ammonia. The giant deep-sea fish did not launch a third attack. Outside the porthole window directly ahead, orange-red light flickered slowly in the distance. Hope reached over and turned up the power of the headlights. Under the light beam, the majestic deep-sea giant fish was floating quietly in front, staring at the Poseidon exploration ship.
Hope, why did you stop the power train?
Lu Yongchang's voice came from the speaker.
Professor, I think it doesn't seem to want us to leave.
Hope swallowed and explained while panting.
As long as the power system is turned on, we will be attacked.
Lu Yongchang fell into silence. Obviously, judging from the current situation, Hope's judgment is correct. Only, why does it prevent exploration ships from leaving? Just when this question came to Lu Yongchang's mind, the situation changed again. It personally answered Lu Yongchang's doubts. The sonar device showed that the giant deep-sea fish ahead emitted a series of dense ultrasonic waves. After just a few dozen seconds, 3 orange-red light spots in the distance gave up the delicious food in front of them and quickly approached the exploration ship. It didn't take long for them to arrive near the exploration ship.
Teach, Professor.
Hope's voice trembled slightly.
They seem to be surrounding us,
as Hope said. In the camera footage, 4 giant deep-sea fish were slowly circling around the exploration ship. One after another very similar ultrasonic waves echoed in the seawater.
Professor,
Hope said the guess that had long appeared in his mind.
Do you think they use the exploration ship as a feeding machine?
Inside the command center, Lu Yongchang was stunned by Hope's words. Afterwards, the expressions of Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji turned gloomy. Being used as a feeding machine is a small thing. The truth hidden behind it is the top priority. If this giant deep-sea fish can react and make a series of judgments and choices in such a short period of time, then its level of intelligence is definitely not low. Thinking of the scene where the giant fish only cared about swallowing cesium chloride and rubidium chloride at the beginning, and then thinking of the scene where the 3 giant fish decisively gave up the delicious food in front of them and chose to outflank them, Lu Yongchang's face became even more ugly. Now that I think about it, that must be a way to confuse the opponent.
It can also use tricks.
Mao Jingji next to him obviously also figured out the key point.
They are highly intelligent life forms. It is still unclear whether they are highly intelligent life forms.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and calmed down before saying,
At least, their level of intelligence is not low. Let's do a test first. 0. Throw out the last bait. As far as possible.
Surrounded by 4 giant deep-sea fish, the side hatch of the exploration ship slowly opened, and a mechanical hand stretched out from it. Then, the robot hand waved hard. The bait was thrown out. Time passed by minute by minute.
Activate the bait.
When the bait was about to leave the control area, Lu Yongchang issued the order.
Snapped.
The hatch of the bait opened quickly, and a large amount of cesium chloride and rubidium chloride spurted out. After a few minutes, one of the giant deep-sea fishes detected the presence of cesium chloride and rubidium chloride. It subconsciously swung its body and swam toward the bait. There was a hole in the siege net, but the next second, a strong ultrasonic wave came from the first giant fish. The giant deep-sea fish that had just left the surrounding formation stopped.
It is urging its companions,
Mao Jingji said softly.
The first giant fish seems to be their leader.
Seeing that the giant fish that left did not come back, more dense and intense ultrasonic waves came out, facing more and more urgent urgings. The giant fish that left the formation slowly returned to its position.
The level of intelligence is not high,
Lu Yongchang concluded.
It is not a truly highly intelligent creature. The leader should be the best among them, so he knows the basic deception methods.
Chapter 482. It's such a shame. Professor. It's such a shame. Mao Xingji looked thoughtfully at the holographic projection in front of him. Similar to Lu Yongchang's view, he also holds the same view.
That's good news.
Mao Xingji breathed a sigh of relief.
If they are really highly intelligent creatures, they may cause us a lot of trouble.
Lu Yongchang nodded noncommittally. If they have advanced intelligence, they will definitely interfere with the Academy of Science's next mineral exploration mission. After all, no living thing would watch its territory being invaded by alien species. As a precursor to the asteroid-class warship project, the mineral exploration mission is currently the highest priority mission of the People's Federation. Therefore, once the above situation occurs, war is inevitable. But here's the problem. Even though humans have now entered the third level of civilization, there are still not many restrictions on the giant fish inside the ice giant. On the one hand, the ice giant's liquid ammonia ocean range is extremely vast. These giant fish can completely adopt guerrilla warfare strategies, which will greatly affect the progress of human projects. On the other hand, the environment inside the ice giant is not particularly friendly to the human fleet. Lu Yongchang doesn't want to waste too much time on these giant fish. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the holographic projection aside. He raised his hand, supported his chin, and looked thoughtfully at the tens of thousands of audio samples in the holographic projection. Perhaps, if you want to solve the interference of these giant fish, you must first decipher their language system. But this is clearly not the top priority right now.
Professor.
Hansen's weak voice came from the communication device.
Let's not talk about wisdom or not. What about us? What should we do?
More than 10 minutes later, after some discussions between Lu Yongchang, Mao Xingji and others, a new escape plan was placed in front of Hope and Hansen.
Unfortunately,
while Hope and Hansen were looking at the plan carefully, Lu Yongchang shrugged and said with some helplessness.
Currently, Poseidon, S outer SH. L has been severely damaged and cannot undertake deeper exploration tasks. Coupled with the interference of these giant deep-sea fish, I declare that this exploration plan will be terminated early.
Upon hearing this, Hope and Hansen raised the corners of their mouths slightly, and their eyes shone with surprise. I can finally get off work early. Whoever wants to come to this damn ghost place can come. At least, they won't be able to come to this miserable place again. Whoever comes is the dog.jpg. The two of them swore silently in their hearts. Although I think so in my heart, I definitely can't say it with my mouth.
This.
At this moment, Hansen went through all the most uncomfortable things in his life in his mind.
What a shame. Professor. What a shame.
As he spoke, he lowered his head and sighed in frustration.
Regret?
In the video communication screen, Lu Yongchang looked at the two people with an annoyed look on his face.
Why are you regretful? The Poseidon II exploration vessel has already begun to be manufactured, and we will soon decipher the language system of these giant fish. In order to provide better material assistance, the Tao Tai material reserve ship has set sail for Ice Giant. You just need to wait in the Ice Giant orbit for a while before you can start your exploration mission again.
Their expressions froze. At this moment, they finally no longer had to look depressed. Hope. Hansen. 6.
Now let me introduce the escape plan to you in detail.
Without giving the two of them time to talk, Lu Yongchang directly changed the topic with a serious face. Hope and Hansen looked at each other again and could only reluctantly accept this established fact. The escape plan is simple. Simply put, it means abandoning ship. Aren't these giant fish planning to use the exploration ship as a buffet supply point? Then simply give them this exploration ship. The waste can be reused. With the help of this exploration vessel and the various sensors built into it, we can explore the details of this magical species in more detail and prepare for the next meeting. Of course, before that, the skin sample that was obtained after all the hard work was sealed in a special container and sent to a corner of the cockpit. Outside the porthole window, the orange-red light still stayed in place quietly. Through those cameras that are still fully functional, it can be clearly seen that 3 orange-red circles are slowly spinning around the exploration ship. These 4 giant fish formed a simple surrounding net, enveloping the exploration ship. Before they launched an attack, Hope and Hans had hurriedly unbuckled their seat belts. Then, they got into the deep-sea cabin behind them. The light yellow deep-sea liquid slowly rose, gradually immersing the two of them completely. In the next operation, the cockpit will separate from the exploration ship and rush to the sea at extremely high acceleration. Only in the deep-sea cabin will they not be crushed by acceleration.
First, we need to attract the attention of these giant fish, especially the leader.
Seeing that the two deep-sea cabins had entered normal working condition, Lu Yongchang said softly,
"First, start the separation process."
A slight vibration came from all around. The cockpit and the exploration vessel quickly completed the separation procedure. By this time, Hope and Hans An had lost control of the exploration vessel. All operations are performed by zero remote control.
Then, activate the active sonar device and power system.
As soon as he finished speaking, the active sonar device and the propeller started at the same time, and a burst of noise suddenly sounded in the surrounding seawater. After a few seconds, the sound wave finally reached the first deep-sea giant fish. The unprecedented noise immediately stimulated the giant fish. It swung its powerful tail wildly and roared loudly, as if trying to escape the noise pollution around it. Soon, number 2, number 3, number 4. The liquid ammonia ocean at a depth of 261 kilometers has turned into a complete mess. The sound of the propeller stirring the liquid ammonia seawater, the ultrasonic noise generated by the sonar device, and the swearing from the mouths of the 4 giant deep-sea fishes all mixed with each other and filled the sea area. Finally, one giant fish couldn't hold it any longer. It swings its body and rushes towards the Poseidon exploration ship hovering in the center, trying to physically solve this
buffet supply point
that makes harsh noises. Where there is one, there are two. After a short wait, the 4 giant fish, including the highly intelligent giant fish leader, could not restrain their annoyance and rushed straight towards the exploration ship. It's now. When he saw the last giant fish rushing towards the exploration ship, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly,
"Start the escape procedure."
Chapter 483, Analyzing Language System. Unlike the exploration ship, in order to pursue a faster escape speed, the separated cockpit directly activated the hull propulsion device. Although under ultra-high pressure, the boiling point of liquid ammonia has risen to an extremely exaggerated level. But even so, the high-temperature plasma flow ejected by the hull thruster is still a temperature that these liquid ammonia seawater cannot withstand. The faint blue light emitted by the thruster nozzle was like a small sun, rising slowly in this dark and deep sea, illuminating the surrounding sea area. The figures of the 4 giant fish were also exposed under this blue light. Because of the slow speed of sound propagation, they did not notice anything unusual at this time, and still rushed towards the exploration ship that kept making noise. On the other side, hot ammonia bubbles formed by the vaporization of a large amount of liquid ammonia formed a winding track at the rear of the cockpit. Under the faint blue light, an extremely magnificent but dangerous scenery emerges from the depth of minus 261 kilometers of liquid ammonia ocean. It's a pity that this magical scene was not seen by any aboriginal people. They have not evolved visual organs, so they naturally have no chance of such beautiful scenery. Driven by the hull thrusters, the cockpit quickly rushed toward the sea. The giant fish that took the lead in charging finally slowly realized the problem with the help of ultrasonic detection methods. But it's too late. It rushed directly into the extremely hot ammonia bubbles. The hot ammonia bubbles rise slowly, and the heat in them is quickly transferred to the surrounding liquid ammonia seawater. The giant fish returned to the liquid ammonia seawater. Although it only touched for a short moment, it still let out a huge cry. The thick armor on its body saved its life. It swung its body quickly and escaped from this land of right and wrong, and then stayed quietly in the distance, using ultrasonic waves to carefully explore the situation near the exploration ship. The scream of the first giant fish sounded the alarm to the other 3 giant fish. They all stopped their forward movements and observed carefully. As the cockpit moved away, the ammonia bubbles gradually dissipated, liquefied again under the extremely high pressure, and then merged into the surrounding seawater. The deep sea returns to silence again. The exploration ship still hovered in place quietly, as if nothing had happened. Time passed by minute. Buzz. A high-frequency ultrasonic wave came from the mouth of the giant fish in the lead, and traveled along the liquid ammonia seawater to the other 2 uninjured giant fish. The movements of the 2 giant fish seemed extremely tangled. They were spinning back and forth, obviously. After seeing the miserable condition of their companions, they were unwilling to step forward to test them. The ultrasounds are getting louder and more frequent. Under the constant urging of the leader, the 2 giant fish finally swam slowly towards the exploration ship, which they originally regarded as a
buffet supply point. Bang!
A huge splash exploded on the undulating sea. Driven by the hull thruster, the cockpit jumped out of the liquid ammonia seawater. Then, the cockpit rushed straight into the sky. Its target is the ice giant's synchronous orbit.
Escape successful. The cockpit has successfully entered geosynchronous orbit.
A familiar electronic synthesized voice sounded in the command center.
Both pilots have entered hibernation.
Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Mao Jingji beside him.
Let's go. A new research task is coming.
After speaking, he pouted at the holographic image that was still refreshing data.
Before the Poseidon II is completed, we have to find the rules of their language. Relying on ultrasonic waves to drive away these extremely curious amino giant fish should be the most convenient and quick way.
After saying that, he walked directly towards the gate of the command center. Mao Jingji hurriedly followed Lu Yongchang.
Professor, I recommend someone to you. Engaged in language research. Who?
Lu Yongchang paused and turned to look at Mao Jingji.
Meng Lu?
In the main laboratory, Lu Yongchang looked at the female researcher in front of him, who was wearing a white coat and with short hair, and asked softly,
I heard from academician Mao Jingji that you have a deep research on language?
Facing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Meng Lu did not hesitate at all and nodded without humility.
Yes. Although I was born from Proxima b and have never seen the Earth, I have been studying ancient human written languages. I think.
Lu Yongchang raised his hand to interrupt Meng Lu's words.
It is not the language of ancient humans. It's the language of other civilizations. Are you confident?
Hearing this, Meng Lu couldn't help but be stunned. But the next second, her eyes flashed with excitement, and she nodded without hesitation.
Yes. Very good.
Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his hand, and drew a holographic image in the air.
This is the sound of a giant ammonia creature deep in the ice giant's liquid ammonia ocean. They have no vision, no perception of light, and rely on ultrasound to detect their surroundings and communicate. Currently, we have collected more than 100,000 sound wave spectra. Unfortunately, to date we have not found any duplication. But I am certain that they definitely have their own language system.
Meng Lu stared blankly at the holographic image in front of her. Lu Yongchang's words deeply impacted her cognition. Aminobio? Ice superstar? 100,000 sound clips without any repetition? She took a deep breath to calm down her inner shock. And after thinking about it carefully,
Professor, are you sure they are not shouting nonsense? 100,000 sound clips without any repetition. It's just, definitely.
Lu Yongchang nodded without hesitation.
They will cooperate with each other and round up prey like a pride of lions. Besides, even if it's just yelling, 100,000 non-repetitive sound clips is a difficult thing to do. Isn't it?
Meng Lu nodded silently. Indeed, as Lu Yongchang said, even if it is shouting randomly, the sound should have some repeated fragments. She said nothing more, but frowned and looked at the holographic projection in front of her, trying to find hidden patterns in these complicated sound wave spectrums. Lu Yongchang waved his hand, turned around and walked in the direction of Mao Jingji.
Don't worry. You can watch the 100,000 clips slowly.
Meng Lu didn't speak. She just frowned and quickly moved the holographic projection, looking through all the sound clips. Chapter 484 Weird Habits. After discovering that the exploration ship could no longer provide food, the giant fish quickly lost their curiosity. As time went by, the giant fish around the exploration ship gradually dispersed. In the end, there was only one giant fish left in this sea area, which was the leader of the giant fish that appeared at the beginning. Compared with other giant fish, its size is particularly large. Under the observation of the camera, the cracked skin on the surface of its body also appears to be extremely thick. Compared with other giant fish, it has the most important difference: its curiosity is particularly strong. In other words, it is more playful. Although the exploration ship never fed it cesium chloride and rubidium chloride, it still stayed with the exploration ship during the past 3 days. Then he kept hitting the abandoned exploration ship with his body and tail. Once, twice. Persistence, rain or shine. This spirit can be called a model worker representative of Juyu. Lu Yongchang was naturally happy to do so. He even occasionally turns on the active sonar device to add a little fun to this.
One bone.
Giant fish. Then, the dark liquid ammonia seawater was filled with waves of ultrasonic waves, which probably wasn't a good thing. But it provides a large amount of audio data for human research processes. Although at present, these data are no different from noise. But this spirit still deeply moved Lu Yongchang. Therefore, Lu Yongchang once again shortened the activation interval of the active sonar device. He really made me cry to death. After setting up the program, Lu Yongchang no longer paid attention to the strange habits of the giant fish. At this time, all their attention was focused on the sound wave spectrum in front of him. Looking at the dense spectrum in front of him, Lu Yongchang shook his head helplessly. still haven't found any patterns. And so far, they haven't found any repeated fragments. Of course, there are many similar clips, but only the frequency and length of the ultrasound are similar. If you really look into it carefully, the difference between these fragments is actually quite large. At least, in the eyes of Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji, the two are not the same sentence at all. After going through the initial, finding similarities phase, a flash of inspiration flashed in Lu Yongchang's mind.
Tell me, are these audios encrypted?
Lu Yongchang caught a flash of inspiration and excitedly proposed a possibility to Mao Xingji.
The brains of these giant fish can automatically encrypt and decrypt this audio information. So the audio data appears to be extremely confusing to us.
The two hit it off immediately. Then, over the next few days, they tried various methods, including but not limited to converting these audio information into various binary data, and using zero huge computing power to conduct unified induction and find patterns. But what we got in the end were all random and garbled codes.
I really don't know what these giant fish are shouting about.
After experiencing another failure, Mao Xingji's somewhat annoyed voice came from the side.
By the way, is there any news from Meng Lu? Not yet.
Lu Yongchang shook his head again, his eyes full of helplessness.
It's probably the same as us. The language system of these giant fish is quite different from that of Earth creatures. It is normal to encounter difficulties in the deciphering process.
Lu Yongchang patted Mao Xingji on the shoulder, comforting Mao Xingji and at the same time comforting himself.
Professor, Tao Tai has successfully entered the predetermined orbit.
Zero's voice sounded from the side.
Poseidon's cockpit has successfully received it. Wake up procedure in progress.
When Lu Yongchang heard this, his eyes lit up slightly.
Old Mao, here comes the work.
As he spoke, Lu Yongchang rubbed his face vigorously to dispel the remaining fatigue on his face.
Put the matter of deciphering the language aside for now. Let's take a look at the skin sample first.
Mao Xingji also showed a bit of expectation in his eyes, rather than analyzing language. As a biologist, he is naturally more willing to focus on analyzing organisms, especially this special life form that he has never heard of. The other side, like Lu Yongchang and others, Meng Lu frowned and looked at the holographic image in front of her. However, unlike Lu Yongchang and others, Meng Lu gave up analyzing individual sound clips after going through the same, finding similarities, process. Under normal circumstances, finding the same or extremely similar fragments is of great help to the study of the entire language system. The reason is also very simple. Language is made up of three basic elements: pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary. No matter how complex a language system is, the foundation upon which it is built is fixed. That is, phonemes and syllables. Basic phonemes and syllables build vocabulary, and vocabulary is built into sentences based on grammar. So language was born. It is precisely for this reason that finding highly similar sound clips has become everyone's primary goal. But, wasn't this not found? So, while Lu Yongchang and the two found another path, Meng Lu also chose another path. Having been immersed in the field of language for hundreds of years, she had some vague guesses in her mind after observing more than 100,000 samples. Perhaps, from the beginning, their research direction was biased. The study of individual sound clips may not mean anything to these alien life forms. This is normal. After all, these giant fish are not even carbon-based organisms. From their roots, they are extremely different from humans or Earth creatures. After thinking of this, Meng Lu began to change her thinking. She no longer dwells on the differences between each sound clip, but divides similar sound clips into the same area. As for the similar evaluation criteria, they are very simple and crude. The duration is close enough. All the other details are not important. With zero help, the data processing was not difficult. In just a few seconds, countless complicated data were arranged and combined according to Meng Lu's thoughts. She took a few steps back, then raised her head, taking in the entire holographic image. Although the various data were still a bit messy, she still found some superficial patterns.
Zero. Label the frequency changes of these sound clips.
Meng Lu quickly stepped forward, raised her hand excitedly, gestured to the holographic projection, and said in a hoarse voice. The picture in the holographic projection changed rapidly.
That's it, that's it. Our research direction was wrong from the beginning. They don't communicate by ultrasound at all.
Meng Lu's lips trembled slightly, and an unusual blush appeared on her face because she was too excited.
No, that's not accurate. Where is the professor?
She suddenly came to her senses and shouted loudly.
Zero. Tell Professor Lu. I understand. I have cracked the giant fish's language system.
Chapter 485 Unusual Phonemes and Syllables. The other side. Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji were concentrating on the holographic projection in front of them. The holographic image is a scene from the Taotai material storage ship located in the synchronous orbit of the ice giant. Under Zero's control, 2 robots were carefully lifting a special container into a special high-pressure laboratory. The container contains skin samples from the amino giant fish. Although the high-pressure laboratory cannot match the living environment of the liquid ammonia giant fish, it can still simulate the environment of the shallow waters of the liquid ammonia ocean. After all preparations were completed, the robot opened the special container. A dark brown skin sample with various impact and scratch marks on its surface was displayed in front of the camera, different from the pictures taken by the exploration ship. Under the sufficient light in the laboratory, the skin on the surface of the giant fish even showed a slight metallic luster. This sight made Lu Yongchang feel a little confused.
This doesn't look like biological tissue?
Mao Jingji on the side expressed Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, but did not express an opinion. Instead, he frowned and said,
"Let's observe it with a microscope first."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zero controlled the robot and started sampling and observing. Have to say, the skin on the surface of the giant fish is indeed extremely tough. Although it has not been tested, Lu Yongchang believes that its strength will never be lower than the strongest material currently mastered by humans. After waiting for a long time, the microscope observation picture finally appeared in front of Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji.
This? How is that possible?
Mao Jingji and Lu Yongchang's exclamation sounded in the laboratory.
This is definitely not a biological tissue,
Mao Jingji said firmly.
Not bad.
Lu Yongchang looked solemn and said in a positive tone,
It looks like some kind of metal. No, or some kind of alloy.
Mao Jingji frowned and murmured to himself.
How is this possible? Logically speaking, the basic structure of their body should be cells.
Lu Yongchang didn't reply, just looked at the picture in the holographic projection silently. Academician Mao Jingji is right. Since these liquid ammonia giant fish like cesium chloride and rubidium chloride, they should be organisms with a cellular structure. Only amino organisms with cellular structures require these salts to regulate the electrical potential of their cell membranes. But the alloy skin, or alloy armor, in front of him completely shook Lu Yongchang's belief. Can cellular organisms grow alloy skin? Do not make jokes. Thinking of the fusion reactor in the belly of the giant liquid ammonia fish, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but have a surprising guess in his mind.
Could it be?
Lu Yongchang moved his lips slightly and said in an extremely low voice,
These giant fish are man-made?
Judging from the various clues discovered so far, perhaps this answer can only explain the origin of the alloy skin.
No, that's not right.
Lu Yongchang shook his head repeatedly and rejected his idea again.
If the giant fish is a mechanical creature, then why does it feel pain when it is burned by high-temperature ammonia bubbles?
When the cockpit escaped, everyone could see clearly that a giant fish rushed into the ammonia bubbles and made a struggling movement. This is not a mechanical reaction. One doubt after another emerged in Lu Yongchang's mind.
Professor, researcher Meng Lu is looking for you.
Ling's voice sounded just right, interrupting Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji's thoughts.
Meng Lu?
Lu Yongchang frowned and subconsciously said,
Let her wait first. Professor, she said that she has cracked the giant fish's language system.
Zero reminded again.
Then let her wait first. Wait, what did you say?
Lu Yongchang suddenly stopped his right hand that was about to turn off the holographic projection.
She cracked the giant fish's language system? Yes, Professor. Hiss.
Lu Yongchang gasped slightly, turned to look at Mao Jingji beside him, and said in a deep voice,
Zero, test the sample as originally planned. Old Mao, come with me to Meng Lu's place first. Damn, how did she find the pattern in this mess?
While complaining, Lu Yongchang sighed at Mao Jingji.
Okay, Old Mao, where did you find the talent?
Facing Lu Yongchang's sigh, Mao Jingji shrugged.
I saw a post on the Academy of Sciences forum some time ago. I heard from those researchers that researcher Meng Lu should be the most knowledgeable ancient language scholar in the People's Federation at present.
Lu Yongchang. As soon as he walked into Meng Lu's laboratory, Lu Yongchang was shocked by the huge holographic projection in front of him. In the projection, more than 100,000 parts of the sound wave spectrum are organized into hundreds of blocks, and each block contains more than 1,000 ultrasound segments. With just one glance, Lu Yongchang discovered the principle of classification.
Similar length of time?
Meng Lu, who was sorting and summarizing things in front of the holographic projection, quickly turned around, seeing Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji. Meng Lu subconsciously turned around to greet them.
Professor Lu. Academician Mao. No need to talk nonsense. Let's get started.
Lu Yongchang waved his hand, interrupting the irrelevant etiquette.
Why do we need to classify by duration? The ultrasound clips in these categories don't seem to be similar. Right.
Meng Lu straightened her expression, nodded and said,
Yes. There is really no similarity between the ultrasound clips alone. But we've fallen into a misunderstanding. The communication of these giant fish is not like ours, which relies on simple syllable communication.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was slightly startled.
You don't communicate by syllables? To put it simply, their shouts really have no meaning.
Meng Lu shrugged.
In a sense, they have indeed been shouting blindly.
Mao Xingji's face changed slightly, and he immediately retorted,
This is impossible. According to our observations, these giant fish must rely on ultrasonic waves to complete communication. Academician Mao, please listen to me first.
When it came to her major, Meng Lu's aura instantly became stronger.
Indeed, they rely on ultrasonic waves to communicate. But ultrasound is just a carrier. The real information is hidden in the rapidly changing frequencies of these ultrasonic waves. 0. Switch image.
The holographic projection screen changes instantly.
Professor, look. This is the ultrasonic frequency change curve for each period of similar duration.
Meng Lu pointed at the undulating curve in the holographic projection.
It seems very messy, but if we do a simple process on it.
As she spoke, Meng Lu waved her right hand.
The sampling interval is 0.1 seconds, and then all samples are compared.
The curves in the holographic image were quickly dismantled into countless small fragments. With the help of Zero's powerful computing power, these small fragments moved quickly, and the same fragments overlapped each other, eventually forming 52 different fragments.
Then, we can find that these ultrasound fragments all have the same frequency change band, and these frequency changing bands can even be found in all sound samples. So far, I have discovered a total of 52 frequency change bands. From this, I made a judgment. These 52 frequency change bands are the unique phonemes in their language.
Chapter 486. Communication like music.
Phonemes?
Mao Xingji frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Seeing the doubtful look on Mao Xingji's face, Meng Lu quickly explained.
Phonemes are the smallest units of speech divided according to the natural properties of speech, like vowels and consonants. For example, the Chinese language we currently use has 32 phonemes in total. All our usual communications are completed based on these 32 phonemes. As for the communication between these giant fish, I have discovered 52 phonemes so far, although there may be other phonemes that have not yet been discovered. With these 52 phonemes, I should be able to make a simple analysis of their language system.
Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji nodded repeatedly. As expected of a professional, Lu Yongchang once again turned his attention to the holographic image aside and carefully observed all the processed voice clips.
Huh?
His eyes moved slightly, as if he had discovered something. Under the gazes of Meng Lu and Mao Xingji, Lu Yongchang took a step forward, stretched out his hand and marked an area in the holographic projection.
Professor?
Meng Lu looked at Lu Yongchang's movements with some surprise, and was a little confused for a moment. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but was busy processing the demarcated voice fragment. With the help of Zero, Lu Yongchang easily removed various frequency fluctuations containing information. Then, a spectrum chart that was relatively stable, but still fluctuated slightly randomly appeared in front of everyone.
This is...
Mao Xingji suddenly realized. As a biologist, he had already noticed the significance of Lu Yongchang's actions.
No wonder we couldn't find any similarities at that time. So this is where the problem lies.
But Meng Lu on the side still looked confused. Her main research direction is language, and she doesn't understand Lu Yongchang's purpose of doing this.
This is the ultrasonic frequency used by giant fish to explore their surroundings. You can simply understand it as the noise floor in their speech.
Lu Yongchang didn't look back and explain directly.
In the deep sea, they can only rely on ultrasonic waves to sense the surrounding environment. But this also presents a problem. How should they communicate when sensing their environment? You can't risk being blind to communicate with your companions. Right. So they evolved this unique language system.
Meng Lu suddenly understood and took over Lu Yongchang's words.
On top of the basic ultrasonic waves that play a sensing role, superimpose ultrasonic waves of other frequencies to transmit information through frequency fluctuations. Unfortunately, humans cannot hear these ultrasound waves. Otherwise, they might create a beautiful music that goes on and on as they communicate.
Lu Yongchang nodded noncommittally. As Meng Lu said, This possibility does exist. If these ultrasonic waves are replaced by audio that can be heard by the human ear, then when these giant fish are talking, you will hear bursts of pure music that rises and falls, without any lyrics. Of course, whether the music sounds good or not depends on personal luck. Some words sound like celestial music, while others sound like the harsh noise of scratching glass. But no matter what, as long as you say enough words, they can eventually perform a beautiful song. Just like letting many monkeys hit the typewriter keys at will, they may eventually write an epic masterpiece. Lu Yongchang retracted his somewhat divergent thoughts and turned his attention to the holographic image again. He didn't know why, but he always felt a little strange when observing the sentences composed of phonemes. He frowned slightly and stared at the holographic projection. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again.
There seems to be something wrong with the phoneme arrangement of these giant fish.
Meng Lu perked up and nodded immediately.
Professor, have you also discovered this phenomenon? There seems to be no so-called grammar in their language system.
As she spoke, she opened another holographic image with doubts on her face.
Professor, look. This is the sound made by the giant fish leader when he urged his companions. According to statistics, a total of 43 voice clips were generated during this period, and the duration of each voice clip was approximately 2.1 to 2.3 seconds. It stands to reason that these voice clips should be telling the same thing.
Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. As it should be.
A problem arises.
Meng Lu reached out and slid her hand on the holographic projection again.
These 43 voice clips have the same phonemes. These phonemes form some short or long syllables. And like the phonemes, these syllables also exist in 43 speech segments at the same time. But the order of these syllables is not consistent. They seem to be arranged randomly.
Meng Lu shrugged and said helplessly.
At least Zero didn't find any pattern. This strange phenomenon occurs in many speech clips. So I suspect there is no grammar at all in their language.
Lu Yongchang suddenly frowned.
Then how do they understand what their companions said? Without a fixed grammar, unnecessary misunderstandings are bound to occur. This is undoubtedly fatal for a species.
Meng Lu hesitated for a moment, then slowly said,
This may have something to do with the way they talk. Through data processing, I found that many of the more than 100,000 voice clips are repeated clips. When they talk, they may repeat themselves. Different syllables are arranged and combined with each other until the other party understands them completely. Reader?
Lu Yongchang twitched the corner of his mouth and subconsciously complained. Meng Lu looked at Lu Yongchang blankly. This sentence broke her inherent impression of Lu Yongchang. She nodded with difficulty.
To a certain extent, it is indeed a bit like a repeater.
Although it sounds strange, in Lu Yongchang's view, this is not an incomprehensible phenomenon. After all, studies have shown that the order of Chinese characters does not necessarily affect reading. For example, when you finish reading this sentence, you realize that all the characters are messed up. Maybe the brains of these giant fish have similar functions? However, this is not good news for humans. Although it is unclear how these giant fish understand this irregular language, it undoubtedly adds a lot of difficulties to the Academy of Sciences' subsequent deciphering work.
Let's summarize it first.
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and said slowly,
At least, find all the same syllables first, and then analyze the meaning based on the video.
Meng Lu nodded helplessly.
I'm afraid that's all it can do.
Although there is zero help, the workload of this stupid method is still extremely huge, at least for the next week. I'm afraid Meng Lu will have to work overtime in the laboratory. Chapter 487 Skin or Armor. After solving the problem of the language system, Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji returned their attention to the skin of the giant fish. Looking at the various detection data in the holographic projection, the two fell into silence together.
This is definitely not something that can be grown by living organisms,
Mao Jingji vowed.
If this thing grows naturally, I will go directly to Ice Star to eat a giant fish.
Lu Yongchang.
Are you sure?
Perhaps thinking of the flag established by academician Chao Liangkai. Mao Jingji raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose with some guilt when looking at Lu Yongchang's teasing eyes.
Yes, are you sure? Anyway, I don't believe that a living thing made of cells can grow this alloy out of its body. Don't forget, there is a fusion reactor inside the giant fish.
Mao Jingji reminded Lu Yongchang in a low voice.
Do you think these giant fish are man-made products? There may be advanced civilizations living deep in this liquid ammonia ocean.
Lu Yongchang looked at the nagging Mao Jingji as if he were a fool.
Then why do these giant fish still use such an ancient way of communication? Isn't electromagnetic wave communication good? Isn't quantum long-distance communication easy to use?
Mao Jingji looked stunned.
Cough. I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere.
Lu Yongchang waved his hand helplessly.
There are too few samples. I guess we have to wait for the next exploration. Professor, the Poseidon exploration ship has something unusual going on.
The moment the voice sounded, Zero's avatar appeared next to Lu Yongchang.
After comprehensive evaluation, I think you should be interested in this abnormal situation. Poseidon?
Lu Yongchang frowned subconsciously. A few days passed, and if it weren't for Zero's words, he would have almost forgotten about this abandoned exploration ship, although the various sensors inside it were still working diligently to provide humans with various data.
Hasn't that giant fish given up yet?
Mao Xingji sighed.
It's so stubborn. I really don't know why it did this.
Lu Yongchang didn't speak, but nodded towards Ling's avatar. The next moment, Zero's virtual image turned into light particles and dissipated in the air, and a holographic projection appeared in the same position.
After enduring a long impact, Poseidon currently only has the main searchlight and main camera still working normally.
Zero explained softly.
Just 5 minutes ago, under the impact of the giant fish, the armor on the stern of the exploration ship was damaged. There was minor damage.
Lu Yongchang frowned.
So, what is the abnormal situation you are talking about?
Under Zero's control, the exploration ship turned an angle with difficulty. The holographic image screen slowly rotates. Under the strong light of the main searchlight, an astonishing picture appeared in front of the two people. The tail of the giant fish, which was originally dark brown, was stained with some silvery white substance.
This?
A guess flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind, and he took a step forward with excitement.
Is this the armor on the surface of the exploration ship? After comparison in all aspects. Yes.
Ling confirmed Lu Yongchang's guess.
I understand.
Lu Yongchang clapped his hands vigorously.
You are right. That is not something that grows on giant fish at all. That thing is not skin at all. We have all been misled.
Mao Xingji naturally understood the meaning of Lu Yongchang's words. At this moment, he was also a little excited. On the one hand, it was because the mystery that had troubled him for several days was finally solved. On the other hand, he sighed sincerely from the bottom of his heart. He no longer has to go to Ice Star to eat giant fish.
It's just...
After a brief excitement, a trace of doubt flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes.
How did it get the armor of the exploration ship on itself?
Mao Xingji shrugged.
Maybe it's some kind of mucus secreted by the body. Let's wait and see. Maybe it will be demonstrated to us in person soon.
As Mao Xingji said, after the armor is damaged, the stability of the exploration ship has been greatly reduced. After 2 impacts, another huge piece of silver-white armor fell off the hull and slowly sank to the dark bottom of the liquid ammonia. The silver-white armor is filled with various scratches and impacts, just like the dark brown armor on the giant fish.
Zero!
Lu Yongchang looked at the violent shaking scene in front of him and said with some excitement,
Adjust the posture of the exploration ship immediately. Follow the movements of the giant fish. I want to see what it does.
The picture gradually stabilized, and the scene inside gradually became clearer. I saw a streamlined giant fish. After a brief acceleration, it slammed the side of its body into the silver-white armor. It can be clearly seen through the high-precision camera that the body surface of the giant fish at this time is covered with a layer of transparent mucus. A dull sound came along the liquid ammonia seawater, and at the same time, the silver-white armor clung tightly to the side surface of the giant fish. After confirming that the silver-white armor was attached to the body surface, the giant fish stopped moving and quietly suspended in the liquid ammonia seawater. The exploration ship gradually approached and focused the camera on the side of the giant fish. There was more and more transparent mucus, gradually covering the silver-white armor. Later, under the gaze of Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji, this layer of flowing mucus gradually solidified. The silver-white armor is like a layer of skin, firmly attached to the surface of the giant fish. Just like the dark brown unknown alloy, the giant fish swung its body and took action again. Bang! After a short wait, the exploration ship was knocked away again. Only this time, the picture disappeared after a violent shaking. Apparently, the camera on the exploration ship was completely damaged by the impact. Lu Yongchang waved his hand gently and threw the holographic projection in front of him aside.
It seems that this trip to Ice Giant was correct.
Mao Xingji smiled bitterly and shook his head.
I didn't expect that it is the nature and instinct of these giant fish to hit hard objects. If nothing else, there must be some kind of special mineral resources deep in the liquid ammonia ocean. The armor on the giant fish was probably cast there, or with such high strength, After processing, should be able to become the hull material of an asteroid-class battleship.
Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and he gave the order without thinking.
0. Expand production capacity. Increase the number of Poseidon II exploration vessels. Mobilize 3 engineering ships and 3 Taotai material reserve ships. Complete the material reserves and head to the ice giant. When the language system cracking work is completed, we can start the second mineral exploration project.
Chapter 488 set off again. Half a month later. Ice giant synchronous orbit. Inside the Taotai material transport ship. In order to maintain the strength of their body muscles and bones, Hope and Hansen are training in a simulated gravity chamber as usual.
Hope, when do you think we can start our second mission?
Hansen said while exercising. He had nothing to say. Hope rolled her eyes angrily.
Brother, when you were inside the ice star, you were eager to come out as soon as possible. Now that you are out, you are talking about the next mission every day. If I remember correctly, this should be the 47th time you have asked me this question. Tell me, what is your mentality?
Hansen put down the dumbbell in his hand with a sneer, scratched his head awkwardly and said,
The main reason is that this task has always been on my mind. It's very uncomfortable. Call!
Hope put down the exercise equipment in his hands and exhaled hard.
You have to ask the Academy of Sciences about this. Didn't Professor Liu already say that? Only when we successfully decipher the language system of those amino giant fish can we start the next mission. Do you still want to be kicked like a ball?
Hearing this, Hansen shook his head repeatedly.
No. 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 Stop joking. I never want to see that giant fish again. A few nights ago, when I went to bed, I dreamed of a giant fish coming out of my bed and hitting me hard. That scene.
Hansen shuddered violently.
Now that I think about it, I feel oozing. People.
Hope shrugged and returned his attention to the exercise equipment in front of him again.
So, just wait. Maybe in the next second, Professor Liu will ask you to look for giant fish in the liquid ammonia ocean.
As he said that, Hope raised his eyebrows at his teammates with a condescending look on his face.
You can enjoy the love of the giant fish to your heart's content then. You?
Hansen's mouth twitched sharply. Just as he was about to greet his lost friend, a holographic projection unfolded in front of him, interrupting his words.
Receive communication request from Dawn Star. Connecting.
A waveless electronic synthesized sound sounded in their ears. That was the voice of shipboard artificial intelligence 1. Hansen and Hope looked at each other.
What a good thing you did.
Hansen glared at his teammates and said to Hope with his mouth. As for Hope, he shrugged helplessly, picked up the towel nearby, and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Video communication is connected.
Hope. Hansen. Good afternoon.
A gentle voice came from the speakers.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Hope looked at the man in the picture and greeted him quickly.
How is your health?
Lu Yongchang chuckled and asked again.
You haven't slacked off during this period. Right.
Hope and Hansen naturally nodded repeatedly.
Professor, has the giant fish's language system been successfully cracked?
Hope hesitated for a moment and asked. In the picture, Lu Yongchang nodded and shook his head.
It can be said that it has been cracked, but it's still a little bit short.
Lu Yongchang gestured with his hand.
It's just a little bit short.
Hope suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He swallowed subconsciously.
It's bad. What's the difference?
Upon hearing Hope's inquiry, Lu Yongchang suddenly showed a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, he was waiting for the two to ask this question. Based on compilation and speculation, we have successfully completed more than 90% of the language deciphering work.
But, as the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Without conducting experiments, we don't know whether there are any problems with our translation. So, next, I need you to go to Ice Giant again. The Poseidon II exploration ship has been manufactured and is equipped with an ultrasonic generating device.
Lu Yongchang said with a smile.
You have to test the effect of this thing. If the effect is as expected, can we come back?
Hansen asked repeatedly with hope in his eyes. What he gained was naturally Lu Yongchang's strange eyes.
Are you kidding me?
Lu Yongchang looked at Hansen with strange eyes.
If this thing is useful, of course you will continue to carry out the unfinished exploration mission last time. It costs a lot to launch the Poseidon II exploration ship once, so you have to make the most of it. Right.
Hansen swallowed hard and nodded silently.
Professor, you said so. We are shallow. Okay.
I won't talk nonsense.
Lu Yongchang clapped his hands.
You all know the research results during this period. The armor on the giant fish is most likely a mineral from the depths of the liquid ammonia ocean. Your goal is to follow the giant fish to find this mineral. There are already 9 Poseidon II exploration ships on the production line. If nothing else happens, you will have more companions in the future.
After hearing this, Hope and Hansen's eyes lit up slightly. The two turned to look at each other, and both saw the look of surprise in each other's eyes. 3 days later, a starship with a very similar appearance to the Poseidon exploration ship slowly entered the port of the Taotai material reserve ship. Hope and Hansen, who had received the notice early, were ready for everything. Under Zero's control, the hatch of Poseidon II slowly opened. Hope, who was waiting aside, walked into the cockpit first. Ouch. Hope subconsciously sighed.
This second-generation product is just different. The cockpit is even more spacious than before.
Hansen followed Hope into the cockpit. Different from Hope's attention focus. The first time he saw it, he saw playing cards, chessboards, and a small holographic game console placed next to the driver's seat. He nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of smiles.
The professor really listened to my suggestion. Without some entertainment, I don't know how I could survive the long dive time.
Hope didn't reply. He quickly stepped forward and quietly placed the game console next to his seat.
Hey, you.
Hansen's face changed slightly when he discovered this, and he was immediately ready to ask for justice. Okay. Hope sat down in the driver's seat and fastened the seatbelt skillfully.
It's time for us to set off.
Hansen, feeling the slight vibration when the Hall propulsion device started under his feet. Hansen swallowed his words and quickly came to his seat. Next moment, Taotai, the closed port door of the supply reserve ship opened again. The silver-white spherical starship slowly left the port and rushed straight towards the huge blue ice giant. Chapter 489, The First Communication. Just like the previous experience of entering the ice giant, this journey was also full of surprises. After passing through the ammonia ice cloud and thunderstorm layer, the Poseidon II exploration ship rushed into the boundless ocean of liquid ammonia, accompanied by the pattering rain of liquid ammonia. Different from the first-generation Poseidon exploration ship, the second-generation exploration ship canceled the original propeller propulsion device and switched to a water jet propulsion device in order not to arouse the
disgust
of the giant fish. Compared with propellers, the propulsion efficiency is much lower, but it is quieter. Under the illumination of the searchlight, the dark water was peaceful, as if there was no life in it. But Hope and Hansen, who had experienced the last life and death crisis, would not be deceived by this appearance. They silently turned on the active sonar device and steered the exploration ship toward the liquid ammonia ocean. Similarly, in order not to arouse the
disgust
of the giant fish,
the active sonar devices have also been made. Certain improvements. They use the same reference frequency as the giant fish to explore the surrounding environment.
From the perspective of the giant fish, this exploration ship may be a member of the same species that cannot speak.
The day before departure, Lu Yongchan said truthfully.
So, according to our guess, these curious giant fish may come a long way when they hear this frequency. The purpose, of course, is to watch the fun. In their world, it should be difficult for such weird things to appear.
At that time, when they heard Lu Yongchang's words, Hope and Hansen's expressions changed. This is not as good as the first-generation exploration ship.
Calm down. Calm down.
Lu Yongchan noticed the expressions of Hope and Hansen, and immediately smiled and comforted.
Isn't there an ultrasonic generating device? After it is started, it can transmit ultrasonic signals of various frequencies to the outside world. These signals can convey simple meanings to giant fish, such as, don't approach, warnings, etc. Theoretically, you should be able to disguise yourself as one of their kind. Theoretically?
Hope repeated in a low voice with the corners of her mouth twitching slightly.
Ahem.
Lu Yongchan coughed lightly.
There is nothing we can do about it. After all, we don't have experimental subjects, so everything can only be inferred from existing data. But don't worry. Like the first-generation exploration vessel, the second-generation exploration vessel is also equipped with a cockpit pop-up function. In the event of an accident, the ultrasonic generating device can act as a decoy to buy you precious time to escape.
Seeing the stiff expressions on Hope and Hansen's faces, Lu Yongcha could only explain from another angle.
Think differently. This will be of great help to you in completing your exploration mission. How can we find the mineral resources hidden in the deep sea without breaking into the enemy? You said that. Right.
Looking at Lu Yongchang's expression, Hope and Hansen could only nod stiffly. The Poseidon II exploration ship slowly dives into the dark ocean of liquid ammonia. Inside the cockpit, Hope and Hansen are using the small game console to relieve their boredom.
Can you play? Bring it here! Bring it here! My grandma can do it better than you even if you do this.
Facing Hansen's continuous taunts and looking at the gray holographic interface, Hope had no choice but to give up control of the game console.
Bip! Blop! Blop! Unidentified object detected.
Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded at this moment.
Preliminary judgment is that it is an amino giant fish.
At the same time, the sonar image above the console automatically zooms in. A streamlined outline marked in red is slowly rotating around the exploration ship.
Coming!
Hope's expression suddenly became serious, and he reached out and patted Hansen beside him.
Stop playing around. It's time to get down to business.
Outside the exploration ship, in the dark ocean of liquid ammonia, a huge amino giant fish is circling in circles. It can be seen from its movements that it is very confused at this time. Ultrasonic waves expressing inquiries were emitted from its mouth and spread towards the exploration ship.
What these ultrasound waves mean?
Hope reached out and opened the translation program on the side. In the holographic projection, the comparison results soon appeared.
It's expressing confusion.
Hope's eyes lit up slightly.
Professor Liu really didn't talk nonsense. It may really think that we are the same kind. The kind that can't talk.
Hope added again. Before Hansen could speak, Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded again.
Communication request connecting.
The next second, a familiar voice came from the speaker.
As planned? Get ready to start the first communication.
Without any nonsense, Liu Yongchang said straightforwardly.
Receive.
Hope carefully selected a few keywords for greetings and introduced them into the ultrasonic generating device. Start up. A burst of ultrasonic waves that could not be heard by human ears spread along the seawater in all directions. After a few seconds, the response came.
It is expressing joy.
Hansen looked at the Chinese characters appearing in the holographic image with excitement.
It is happy to meet the same kind.
Hope stared blankly at the holographic image in front of him. A heartfelt joy slowly seeping out of his bones. This is his first time communicating with alien creatures. Looking at the words that continued to appear in the holographic image, Hope took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart.
Continue to respond. Like it. We express joy.
Hansen nodded repeatedly and quickly selected a few key words. Send. A few seconds passed by. The exploration ship did not receive the other party's ultrasonic waves.
What's going on? Is the information wrong?
There was some confusion in Hope's eyes, and he lowered his head again to check the holographic projection in front of him.
No problem. These are all keywords that express joy. Warn!
The piercing siren broke the tranquility of the cockpit.
The other party is approaching rapidly. Collision warning.
Hope's expression changed drastically.
Hack! Professor, there is something wrong with the translation program.
Hope could figure out the reason for this anomaly with his toes. What else could it be than an error in the translation program? Liu Yongchang on the other side twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and turned his head to look at Meng Lu beside him. Meng Lu.
Beep! Blop! Blop!
The rapid sirens gradually subsided. Hope relaxed her tense body and slowly opened her eyes to look at the camera screen. An orange-red annular aperture is quietly staying directly in front of the exploration ship.
Hansen, turn on the main searchlight.
Hope swallowed and spoke with difficulty. The next second, the light beam of the main searchlight penetrated the slightly turbid liquid ammonia seawater and shone directly on the giant fish. Chapter 490, Old Acquaintance.
Hack!
Asterisk 2. Hope and Hansen shouted in unison. In the picture, an unusually large giant fish is quietly suspended directly in front of the exploration vessel. The orange-red ring of light on the abdomen flickers on and off, reflecting the dark and deep liquid ammonia seawater around it. Different from ordinary giant fish, under the illumination of searchlights, this giant fish has strange patches on its body surface. The colors of the patches are divided into two categories. One is the dark brown armor seen last time. The other type is an unidentified object with a silvery white luster. The screen slowly zooms in, and the images inside gradually become clearer.
This seems to be the remains of our Poseidon exploration ship. Right.
Hansen looked at the scene in front of him and murmured.
If I'm not mistaken, the one next to its tail should be, is it, Poseidon's propeller?
Hope swallowed slightly.
It's not just the propeller. There are other parts.
The two looked at each other and said in unison again.
Are we meeting an old acquaintance? No. No. No.
Hope shook her head and quickly corrected her wrong statement.
It should be a familiar fish.
Good. The giant amino fish directly in front of the Poseidon II type exploration ship is the leader of the giant fish who has a special liking for the wreckage of the exploration ship. Half a moon has disappeared, and it has obviously completed its own unique evolution. It smashed the abandoned Poseidon exploration ship into pieces, and used these pieces to weave half a new set of armor for itself. The reunion after a long absence brought hope, and Hans had not joy, but heartfelt fear.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hans had swallowed slightly and murmured to himself.
Don't mess with me. It shouldn't recognize our exploration ship. Right.
Before Hope could speak, Lu Yongchang's voice came out.
Theoretically, this should not happen. The Poseidon II exploration ship has cancelled the propeller propulsion device and improved the sonar system. To these giant fish, you should be more like a similar species with weird behavior. Professor, are you sure?
Hope looked at the giant fish that was obviously becoming anxious in the picture, and swallowed hard.
Why do I have a bad feeling?
The words just fell. The giant fish in the camera swung its tail violently, and its huge body rushed forward, directly hitting the Poseidon II exploration ship. It's a familiar feeling again. Hope and Hans had subconsciously tightened their body muscles, holding on to the seat belts with both hands.
I see.
Meng Lu's voice came from the communication device.
Quick! Stop the ultrasonic generating device.
Although he didn't know what was wrong, Hope raised his hand with difficulty and directly turned off the ultrasonic generating device that was still transmitting signals. The ultrasonic signal slowly dissipated. The movements of the giant fish also slowed down. The Poseidon II exploration ship also gradually regained its balance.
What's going on?
Lu Yongchang asked Hope, and Hans sent their doubts.
There is a problem with the translation program.
Meng Lu smiled bitterly and shook her head helplessly.
No. To be precise, it is not a problem with the translation program. There is something wrong with the choice of words. Although they are all expressions of joy, the third and seventh words chosen by Hope just now are the tone of voice spoken by superiors to subordinates. Unfortunately, these words all come from the giant fish in front of me. There's a problem. From the perspective of this giant fish, we may be parodying its words. So,
Lu Yongchang suddenly understood and took over Meng Lu's words.
It's okay to be angry.
Hearing Lu Yongchang's concise summary, Meng Lu's mouth twitched sharply.
If you insist on saying it like this, it's okay. So what do we do?
After experiencing a round of violent turbulence, Hope and Hansen asked feebly,
how many words are there that cannot be used in this?
Meng Lu was silent for a while. Then he smiled awkwardly, lowered his voice and said,
our vocabulary basically comes from it. So, about 50% of the vocabulary cannot be used.
Hope. Hans sent. What is this? Have you found the genuine owner of a counterfeit product?
It's not a big problem.
Perhaps sensing something from Hope and Hansen's silence, Meng Lu quickly spoke to save her.
Next, I will operate the translation program remotely. In theory. Stop.
Hearing this somewhat familiar sentence pattern, Hope trembled suddenly and immediately stopped Meng Lu's words.
Researcher Meng, you can just control the translation program directly.
Meng Lu, although her heart was full of doubts and confusion, she still silently operated on the holographic projection in front of her, while the ultrasonic generating device was paused. The giant fish with black and white patches on its body slowly swam to the front of the exploration vessel, under the horrified gazes of Hope and Hans Ant. It opened its toothless mouth wide, and its streamlined body began to twitch violently. Frequent ultrasonic waves came one after another. Hope and Hans Ant subconsciously looked at the translation program, but no Chinese characters appear on it.
This is a brand new sentence structure and vocabulary.
Meng Lu, who was far away on Dawn Star, lowered her head to control the translation program on the holographic interface and explained.
Based on the comprehensive judgment, it should be a deterrent behavior. It may have thought it had encountered the giant fish leader in another area. We cannot remain silent for too long.
Mao Xingqi's voice also came.
It has begun to show hostility, and it has not received a response for a long time. It is very likely that it will launch another attack.
Chapter 491 Theoretically.
Don't worry. Give me a little more time.
Meng Lu frowned and quickly selected suitable words from the vocabulary. 1 minute later, Meng Lu raised her head and pressed the OK button on the holographic projection.
All right. Prepare to start the ultrasonic generator again. Theoretically, there should be no problem this time.
I don't know why. Maybe because of the influence of Lu Yongchang. She likes to say this sentence now. As for Hope and Hansent, when they heard this sentence, they felt a chill in their backs. It's over. The flag has been set up. With a tragic look on his face, Hope reached out and activated the ultrasonic generator. Waves of brand new ultrasonic waves are centered on the exploration ship and transmitted to all directions.
Is that useful?
Hope swallowed slightly and muttered to himself. Time passed by minute by minute. The furious giant fish gradually calmed down. It stayed in place quietly, watching the exploration ship in front of it.
Why do I still have a bad feeling?
Hope raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead and murmured softly. Next moment, the giant fish moved. On the sonar map, giant fish swim slowly around the exploration ship. At the same time, one after another ultrasonic waves came from all around.
Is it confused?
Hope glanced at the text on the translation program, and there was more cold sweat on his forehead.
Researcher Meng, are you sure the current situation is normal? Theoretically,
this is a normal situation.
Meng Lu coughed slightly and nodded with a serious expression.
Didn't you see that it has stopped its original deterrent behavior? Don't stop the ultrasonic generator. I think we will succeed soon. Whether we can successfully penetrate the enemy's interior depends on now.
Hope glanced at the giant fish that was slowly circling the exploration ship. Time passes little by little. The giant fish seemed to be tireless, constantly circling around the exploration ship. The exploration ship also rotated slowly to ensure that the main searchlight could shine on it. Hope frowned slightly and looked straight at the porthole directly in front of him. From the movements of the giant fish, he could see the entanglement of the giant fish. Obviously, this high-tech product that had never been seen before directly confused it. Giant fish, what kind of thing is Jia? Hope thought about the inner words of the giant fish, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and showed a faint smile on his face. As for Hansen next to him, he looked at the
idiotic smile
on Hope's face with a strange expression, and silently moved his butt towards the outside of the seat. At the same time, he shook his head with regret.
Hope, try this set of words again.
Meng Lu's voice came from the speaker, interrupting Hope's thinking.
Okay.
Hope subconsciously raised his hand and adjusted the ultrasonic generating device. After a few seconds, the smile on his face froze. The giant fish stopped circling. Under the illumination of the main searchlight, it slowly swayed its huge body and swam toward the exploration ship in a
twisting
manner. Hope suddenly felt a thin layer of cold sweat forming on his back. Who knows how he saw the adjective
twirling
from this ferocious-looking deep-sea giant.
Researcher Meng, are you sure? Is this really normal?
Meng Lu,
Theoretically, I think we should turn off the ultrasonic generator.
Hansen leaned firmly on the back of the chair behind him and interrupted Meng Lu's words in a strong tone. He looked at the giant fish getting closer and closer out of the porthole with tears in his eyes. I feel like I'm having a nightmare again. Compared with the last time, this nightmare must be more exciting. At this moment, the giant fish has quietly come to the exploration ship. Under the horrified looks of Hope and Hansen,
it gently
rubbed against the outer armor of the exploration ship, accompanied by a huge friction and collision sound. The entire exploration ship shook violently. At the same time, the indicator light of the radiation detector on the side began to flash.
Warning! Neutron radiation detected.
Zero's electronic synthesized voice accompanied the siren sound, reaching the ears of the two people.
Radiation dose, extremely low. Professor?
Hansen looked at the orange-red ring of light flashing past the porthole with a pale face, and shouted loudly in a voice that had already broken. Dawn Star. Meng Lu looked at the picture in the holographic projection with some embarrassment.
Professor, the source of these words may be its companion.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched sharply. What a sin!
How about I change another set of words?
Meng Lu asked weakly, knowing that she had done something wrong. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
No, don't change it yet.
As he spoke, he picked up the microphone on the side and cleared his throat.
Ahem. Can you hear me, Professor?
Hope and Hansen's horrified voices immediately came from the communication device. This is also normal. It would definitely not be a good feeling to be regarded as a companion by a giant fish with a body length of more than 200 meters. Lu Yongchang expressed his understanding from the bottom of his heart. So, he spoke.
Don't rush yet. Be patient a little longer. The second-generation exploration ship has specially added a radiation protection layer. You will not be in danger.
Hope. Hansen. Huh? Is this the answer they want?
Prepare to release some cesium chloride and rubidium chloride.
Lu Yongchang's voice came from the loudspeaker.
Since it regards you as its companions, you should maintain this identity. Try to let it lead you to find that special mineral resource.
Hope turned his head expressionlessly and looked at his teammates next to him. Then,
he sighed forcefully, and with a slight tremor in the cabin, he raised his hand and reached for the bait release device on the other side. A few minutes later, the giant fish wearing black plate armor finished swallowing the cesium chloride and rubidium chloride in the seawater, and left the Poseidon exploration ship with satisfaction.
It's over.
Hope looked thoughtfully at the orange-red ring of light that was gradually moving away from the porthole window, and murmured to himself,
"Just rubbing it."
Hansent glanced at Hope strangely.
"Otherwise? What else do you want to happen?"
"Ultrasonic waves are transmitted through the liquid ammonia seawater."
"It's urging."
Meng Lu looked at the translation in the translation device and widened her eyes slightly.
"Quick! Keep up with it!"
At the same time, in the sonar image, the distance between the giant fish and the exploration ship is rapidly increasing.
"It's diving!"
Hope's eyes moved slightly, and without any hesitation, he started the water jet propulsion device.
"Hansent, follow its ultrasonic signal. Whether our mission can be completed depends on this wave."
Chapter 492 Breaking into the Interior. A simple biosphere. In the dark ocean of liquid ammonia, a giant fish about 200 meters long kept swinging its powerful body and continued to drill into the depths of the ocean of liquid ammonia. A silver-white exploration ship followed behind it with difficulty, turning on its incandescent searchlight. From time to time, the giant fish in front would slow down its diving speed and float in place, waiting for the exploration ship to follow its footsteps. What a harmonious picture, if you ignore the densely packed words expressing disgust in the translation device.
"Did not expect?"
Hobson leaned helplessly on the chair behind him, staring blankly at the looming orange-red ring of light outside the porthole.
"Are these giant fish talkative?"
But if you think about it, it's understandable. Living in such a vast ocean of liquid ammonia, perhaps the only way to relieve inner loneliness is by talking to yourself. Right? Thinking of this, Hope could not help but feel a hint of sympathy in her heart. The dive takes an extremely long time. As the depth increases, the pressure around the exploration ship increases sharply, and the temperature of the liquid ammonia seawater also rises much higher than at the beginning. Like Neptune, this ice giant planet also has its own heat source inside.
The Kelvin-Helmholtz principle.
Hope looked at the rising thermometer and muttered to himself.
When the surface of a star or planet cools, it causes the star and planet to depressurize. Ultimately, this depressurization to compensate in the form of contraction. During the process of contraction, the potential energy of the material falling inward is converted into heat energy, which heats the core of the star or planet in disguise. Usually it happens on gas giants, ice giants,
or brown dwarfs. Hansent, my head feels so itchy. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain.
A large number of unknown objects detected.
Electronic synthesized sounds interrupted the discussion between the two. Hansent subconsciously raised his head and looked toward the porthole.
"Damn it!"
*2. The soul-stirring Chinese essence once again echoed in the small cockpit of the exploration ship. Outside the porthole window, at a glance, there are at least dozens of orange-red annular lights swimming slowly in the dark ocean of liquid ammonia. Hope's breathing was rapid. His body was shaking slightly, and he stammered.
"Teach, Professor. It seems like you have broken into the other party's lair."
Lu Yongchang, who was far away on the Dawn Star, looked at the pictures returned by the camera and became a little frustrated.
Don't panic."
He took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, and said in a deep voice,
"Theoretically, they can't find you. Follow the giant fish leader with peace of mind and try to find the mineral vein." "It's theoretical again."
Hope and Hansent swallowed hard.
"Professor, are you sure we can escape from the cockpit?" "Theoretically."
Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly paused, and then he was silent for a moment.
"Don't worry. You can definitely escape." Okay.
Hope rubbed her palms and held the control rod of the exploration ship with slightly trembling hands. A water stream sprayed out from the stern of the exploration ship, pushing the exploration ship forward slowly. These giant fish showed extremely strong curiosity about the arrival of newcomers. In just a few dozen seconds, more than 10 giant fish of various sizes appeared near the exploration ship. In order to avoid collisions, the forward speed of the exploration ship has also been repeatedly reduced. The giant fish leader leading the way was obviously aware of this scene. It turned around and quickly returned to the exploration ship. It opened its big mouth and sent out strong ultrasonic waves. After a few seconds, The giant fish, watching the excitement beside the exploration ship, silently retreated a distance and made way for the way forward. The leader of the giant fish glanced at the exploration ship, swayed his body again, and swam forward. Hope stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, and whispered softly,
"Why did it feel a little proud of its expression just now?"
Hanset also nodded in agreement.
"It's kind of like showing us what you can do. Typical animal courtship behavior."
After saying that, Hansen's face suddenly turned ugly. Animal courtship behavior is not scary. But if the object of courtship is yourself, that would be terrible. Especially when the other party is a 200-meter-long amino giant fish. Without the interference of the giant fish, the exploration ship followed the leader of the giant fish and slowly swam forward.
"The water is getting turbid."
Hope looked at the picture in the camera and said in a deep voice. Before Hansen could speak, a slender shadow flashed across the screen.
"What is that?"
Lu Yongchang, who was on the Dawn Star, naturally saw the scene, and he immediately shouted,
"Zero! Replay the scene!"
After a short wait, a clear image appeared in front of everyone.
"Biology?"
Lu Yongchang looked at the picture in the holographic projection and said blankly,
"In this liquid ammonia ocean, there is a biosphere of its own? I'm afraid so."
Mao Xingji looked at the images returned by the camera and murmured softly,
"These creatures should be similar to krill in the Earth's oceans, except that they are larger than krill. If nothing else, they should be one of the food sources for these giant fish." "How do you know?"
Lu Yongchang asked subconsciously. Mao Xingji did not speak, but pointed at a holographic picture. In the picture, illuminated by the main searchlight, a large group of krill-like creatures are swimming in the turbid liquid ammonia seawater. The next moment, the giant fish leader opened his mouth wide and swallowed all these krill-like creatures into his belly while swallowing the seawater.
"If I guess correctly,"
Mao Xingji murmured to himself,
"these krill-like organisms should have rich deuterium and tritium resources in their bodies. They could provide feedstock for the giant fish's fusion reactor."
The depth continues to decrease. In addition to krill-like creatures, some strange creatures also appeared around the exploration ship. They swim freely in the warm liquid ammonia seawater.
"It's unbelievable."
Mao Xingji's voice came from the speaker.
"There is a simple biosphere deep inside the ice giant."
Yes, it's the simple biosphere. So far, they have discovered only a dozen species. Among these, more than 10 species of creatures, except for the giant fish. The rest are all within 1 meter in size. According to current observations, the giant fish is the undisputed overlord in this liquid ammonia ocean. As the depth continues to increase, the temperature of the liquid ammonia seawater also continues to rise, and the surrounding organisms gradually decrease until they disappear.
"This is no longer a livable zone."
Mao Xingji nodded thoughtfully.
"It seems that except for giant fish, the range of activities of these small creatures is still very small."
Chapter 493, Star Gold Veins.
Following target has stopped diving. A large unknown object has been detected ahead.
The electronics and sounds hit at just the right moment to grab everyone's attention. The water jet propulsion device began to operate in reverse, and the forward speed of the exploration ship also rapidly decreased. Hope frowned and looked at the porthole directly ahead. Outside the porthole, under the illumination of the main searchlight, a thick wall appeared in front of him. The wall is in the shape of a pyramid, standing quietly in the dark and deep ocean of liquid ammonia. Under the illumination of the searchlight, it glowed with a dark brown metallic luster, which was basically the same color as the armor on the giant fish.
"This is,"
Hope murmured in a low voice,
"star gold veins?"
Star gold is the name given by the Academy of Sciences to this newly discovered alloy. The origin of the name is also very simple. The alloy born inside the ice giant is star gold. Looking at some scratches and impact marks on the top of the wall, Hope could even imagine the scene that had happened here in his mind, giant fish using all their strength to keep hitting this huge wall and weave
the fallen debris into armor and
wear
it on himself. Only, do those newly born giant fish also have the power to shake this huge star gold vein? If this is the case, how strong must be the physical fitness of these giant fish? Hope suppressed the doubts in his heart and turned to look at the holographic projection aside. Over there is a high-definition picture captured by the camera. The camera slowly moved downwards, and the direction of the searchlight also moved downwards. The dark brown
wall
gradually widens and thickens, until it becomes a huge shadow hidden in the endless ocean of liquid ammonia.
This is simply
Hansen's sigh came from the side.
It's just a large mountain range.
Looking at the huge pyramid-shaped mineral vein slowly drawn by the sonar device, Hope nodded excitedly.
Get rich. This vein is enough to meet humanity's current needs.
After Hansen was stunned for a moment, he also reacted.
What the HL? How many contribution points and credits does this have to be converted into? Get rich? Get rich? Ahem.
Perhaps because he heard the exchange between the two. Lu Yongchang coughed lightly.
I would like to remind you too of this exploration mission. There shouldn't be many credit points awarded.
Hansen. Hope. Damn it. I almost forgot about it. This was not a vein that either of them had discovered alone. Strictly speaking, the two of them are equivalent to wage earners, and they can only share some wages at most.
However, the contribution value is quite a lot.
Perhaps sensing the momentary low mood of the two of them, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and said,
Supplementary terms.
Lightly.
Of course. This depends on the completion of your mission.
Hope's spirits lifted. Compared with credits, contribution value is undoubtedly more important. He turned and looked at Hansen, thinking of the huge amount of contribution they were about to receive. A blazing spark seemed to
ignite
in their eyes. If God blocks the way, the God will be killed. If the fish blocks the fish will be killed. At this moment, it seemed that nothing could stop the two people's strong inner beliefs. Until 3 seconds later, just as Hope was about to control the exploration ship to approach the Star Gold vein, the orange-red ring of light in the distance quickly approached the giant fish was approaching. The exploration ship immediately stopped approaching the Star Gold vein. The giant fish swung its powerful tail and slowly came to the exploration ship. It is suspended in the hot liquid ammonia seawater,
quietly watching the mate.
In front of it, under the illumination of searchlights, its mouth opened and closed like an abyss. And while swallowing liquid ammonia seawater, it emitted one ultrasonic wave after another.
It keeps us farther away?
Hope looked at the words in the translation program, turned around and glanced at the Star Gold vein not far away, and frowned.
What exactly does it want to do? It took a long time to bring us here, and now we are asked to leave. Isn't this just playing with emotions?
At this moment, a sense of resentment arose in Hope's heart.
Professor, is the second generation Poseidon equipped with a weapon system?
Hansen on the side looked straight at the dark brown mineral veins in the distance and muttered to himself. Lu Yongchang, who is on the Dawn Star?
Cough. Compared with the first generation, the second generation is indeed equipped with some less powerful weapons and equipment.
Lu Yongchang changed the subject.
However, I don't recommend you to use it. Not to mention that the ultra-high pressure and temperature here may affect the function of the weapon system. Don't forget, there are more than 10 of its subordinates above your head.
Hansen fell silent. After a few seconds,
I think it's better for us to do as it says.
Hope reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead,
pulled the operating lever, and controlled the exploration ship to slowly retreat.
Are you right, Hansen? Yes. Yes.
Hansen nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He didn't want to experience the feeling of the cockpit popping up again. Lu Yongchang's faint voice came from the speaker again.
Although we cannot use weapons, we can use ultrasonic waves to expel them.
Hope's eyes lit up slightly.
Professor, you told me earlier, but I suggest you first see what it wants to do.
Lu Yongchang interrupted Hope.
The reason is also very simple. We're also not sure whether the ultrasonic expulsion function works.
Hope. Hansen. Under the watchful gaze of the giant fish leader, the exploration ship slowly retreated. Until 1,000 meters away, the giant fish moved again. Under the observation of the main searchlight and camera, it quickly swam away, looking at the scene in front of them. Hope and Hansen had some doubts in their eyes. But the next moment, the giant fish dexterously changed its swimming direction and accelerated towards the Star Gold mine.
No way!
A vague guess emerged in Hope's mind. Seeing the distance between the giant fish and the Star Gold veins getting closer and closer, he subconsciously held his breath.
Boom!
The giant fish slammed into the top of the pyramid-shaped Star Gold vein. The huge sound was transmitted along the liquid ammonia seawater. The power of this impact can be seen from the violently shaking liquid ammonia seawater around it. A small gap appeared at the top of the Star Gold vein. At the same time, a large number of small debris splashed out from the veins. Under the resistance provided by liquid ammonia seawater, the speed of these debris rapidly attenuated and slowly sank to the seafloor. The giant fish turned around and swam quickly towards these tiny Star Gold or debris. At the same time, its big mouth opened and closed, sending out one after another ultrasonic signals to its partner. Chapter 494 Coexistence. Hope looked at the lines of text that popped up in the translation software and fell into silence. This was the first time the giant fish had spoken so many words. It even caused some lags in the translation process of the translation software. After all, this involves rearranging and combining a large number of words in the face of completely random sentence patterns. Zero, who does not have the unique thinking of giant fish, can only use exhaustive methods to arrange and combine all the words he received to get the correct word order.
It allows us to strengthen our bodies.
Hope's eyes twitched slightly.
Moreover, it also expressed contempt for our current weak bodies.
Han said, the so-called strengthening of the body, in the eyes of the giant fish, is nothing more than gluing these scattered star gold or fragments to the surface of the body to weave themselves a pair of extremely strong armor. But for the Poseidon II exploration ship, this is undoubtedly a difficult task.
I finally know how those newly born giant fish obtained their initial strengthening,
Hope said, dumbfounded.
Is there a possibility that in the eyes of this giant fish, we are like giant babies without any ability to take care of ourselves?
Hansen added deadpan.
Then the giant baby expressed his love for it. In return, it took great pains to bring us to their tribe's fortified site. It really made me cry to death.
After the words fell, not only did Hope raise his hands to cover his face, but even Lu Yongchang and others, who were thousands of miles away, subconsciously reached out to cover their eyes. Looking at the urging sentences that kept emerging in the translation program, Hope took a deep breath.
So, what should we do now? Do you want to listen to it and strengthen your body? Get ready to start the ultrasonic expulsion procedure.
Lu Yongcheng's helpless voice came from the speaker.
Try to see if it works. If it doesn't work, establish the location beacon and start the cockpit escape procedure.
More than 10 seconds later, the giant fish looked at its partner, who was motionless and weak, and fell into deep thought. Could it be that not only is its body weak, but its brain is also damaged? How pitiful. The giant fish's big mouth opens and closes, and the ultrasonic signal it emits even contains a little mercy. It swung its body slightly and approached the exploration ship. It's not a big problem. It has relevant coaching experience. As always, he was ready to personally tutor the poor stray fish without any common sense. Next moment, a burst of piercing ultrasonic waves came from the partner. That's the highest level of warning. It stayed in place in a daze, and its wide-open mouth issued questions that touched its soul. No response came. It writhes painfully in a sea of liquid ammonia and quickly distances itself from the exploration ship. Then, it stayed in place for a moment, as if waiting for the situation to change. After a few minutes, the discomfort caused by the piercing sound gradually intensified, and it finally chose to leave. Under the watchful eyes of Hope, Hasset, and others, the giant fish gently swayed its body, turned around, and swam away from its back. Hope even saw a bit of reluctance and doubt.
So, what is the principle of this deportation procedure?
Hope asked after a moment of silence.
It's very simple.
Meng Lu's explanation came from the loudspeaker.
During the research process, I discovered a gap in the ultrasonic frequency they emit. None of the giant fish use the frequencies in the gap to communicate. So, I guess this frequency is not a good thing for giant fish. While we still don't know exactly what it means, it at least does its job.
Hearing this explanation, Hope smiled bitterly and nodded. Looking at the giant fish gradually disappearing in the sonar picture, Hope couldn't help but feel a little sympathy in his heart. Or, if you have a chance next time, throw some more cesium chloride and rubidium chloride into it. Right? Hope was thinking secretly in his mind, while controlling the exploration ship to sail to the Star Gold vein not far away. The real exploration mission has begun. A week later, after completing all the exploration and sampling work, Hope and Hanset left the ice giant and returned to the Taotai material reserve ship. Next to Taotai, the engineering ship has begun work, and a simple ice giant synchronous orbit space station has been successfully established. The excavated Star Gold ore was also put into Zhuan number 2, under Zero's control. Zhuan 2 set off from the ice giant synchronous orbit at the fastest speed and flew directly towards Dawn Star. 1 month later, Dawn Star Materials Laboratory. Lu Yongchang and Chao Liankai stood in front of a holographic projection, their eyes shining with surprise.
Perfect hull material.
Lu Yongchang looked back and forth at various data and gave his own evaluation.
If it is combined with carbide as a skeleton and made into a Star Gold carbon composite material, the strength of the starship can be improved by more than one level. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to obtain Star Gold. It's very difficult to prepare it in the laboratory. And it's even a bit outweighing the gains.
As he spoke, Lu Yongchang shook his head regretfully. This is the biggest limitation of Xinjiang. At present, humans can only mine within the ice giant, and are completely unable to achieve artificial mass production. Chao Liangkai said with a faint smile.
Be content, Professor. Although it is very difficult to obtain, its reserves are extremely abundant. When the first batch of mining ships made of Xinjiang carbonine composite materials come out, Xinjiang's production capacity will increase rapidly. By then, the asteroid class, Earth, can be put on the construction schedule.
Lu Yongchang nodded, and suddenly his eyes moved, as if he remembered something.
By the way, Zero, how is Hope? He didn't seem to be in a good mood when he came out of Ice Star. I heard from the psychiatrist that it was because of the environmental problems in the ice giant that he had an emotional resonance with the giant fish. Is that what happened?
Chao Liangkai on the side was stunned for a while. And this thing? The next second, Zero's avatar appeared next to Lu Yongchang. Ling nodded and confirmed what Lu Yongchang said.
The diagnosis is indeed true. However, Hope has basically recovered now. Oh!
Lu Yongchang showed a relaxed smile on his face.
How did he recover? He applied for a second exploration mission.
Zero's electronic synthesized voice echoed faintly in the laboratory.
In his spare time during mineral exploration, he served as a breeder for giant fish.
After the words fell, the picture in the holographic projection changed rapidly. In the picture, the Poseidon II exploration ship is waving its mechanical arm, throwing sealed devices loaded with cesium chloride and rubidium chloride one after another towards the giant fish in the distance. The giant fish shoal, after
eating and drinking,
led the exploration ship to drill into the depths of the liquid ammonia ocean.
These giant fish now seem to understand the difference between the survey vessel and themselves. At the same time, under the leadership of the Giant Fish School, Hope and Hansen successfully found the second star gold mine. There are far more star gold reserves inside ice giants than we imagined.
Along with Zero's voice, the holographic screen switched to the cockpit. Hope's face was full of smiles. And beside him, Hansen had a hopeless expression. Lu Yongchang looked at the picture in the holographic projection and laughed dumbly.
Coexist? It's a good choice.
Chapter 495 Kiss of Death. 5 years flew by. In the past 5 years, the environmental transformation project of Dawn Star has never been interrupted and has been carried out silently. Compared with the beginning, the Dawn Star at this time already looked a little like the Earth. But only a little. It will still take a lot of time before humans can truly step out of closed cities and start living under blue skies and white clouds. At the same time, human body enhancement projects are also continuing to advance, with all members of the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament leading by example. The pace of human enhancement projects has increased significantly. Although there are still some diehards who don't trust the so-called genetic modification technology. They see their relatives and friends around them, and even strangers they have never met on the street, taking off their exoskeleton armor one by one and turning off the machines that run every night. The family version of the medical cabin breathes the air of freedom. These old stubborns couldn't suppress their inner turmoil and join the human body enhancement project. Everything seems to be going well. But after 5 years of fermentation, a problem has become increasingly serious.
According to the latest calculations, the APC's combined fertility curve will intersect with the combined mortality curve in 300 years.
Zero's voice echoed in the office. In the holographic projection, there is a winding curve. The declining curve above represents the comprehensive fertility rate of human civilization. The slowly rising line below is the comprehensive mortality curve of human civilization. Compared with the calculation results a few years ago, the time for the two curves to intersect has been shortened by nearly 200 years. Lu Yongchang sat on the office chair, looked at the two curves in the holographic projection that continued to extend and finally intersected, and sighed softly, as shown in the chart. As time goes by, the older generations from Earth and even from Proxima B continue to die off, while the number of newborns decreases year by year. Eventually, the combined fertility rate curve and the combined mortality curve form a
kiss of death. Especially the last 5 years. The number of newborns every year is falling off a cliff. For an interstellar civilization, the intersection of these two curves means that the civilization will decline and eventually die. Like the human civilization of Proxima Centauri, the People's Federation eventually encountered this fatal problem. But there are still some differences between the Human League and the human civilization of Proxima Centauri. The population crisis on Proxima Centauri is caused by a too small population base and a lack of survival resources. The People's Federation is exactly the opposite. The population base is huge, and there are still billions of people in the home ship who have not been awakened and are still in hibernation. Survival resources are also relatively abundant. After entering the third-level civilization, especially after another breakthrough in computer technology, Zero's computing power has been greatly improved, and the productivity level of human civilization has also been greatly improved. In 100 years, the environmental transformation of Dawn Star will be declared a success. Human beings will also come out of small closed cities, and billions of people in hibernation pods will also be awakened one by one. But this still cannot solve the problem of declining overall fertility rate. The reason is simple. Compared with the Earth era or the Proxima Centauri B era, the cost of childbirth on Dawn is too high. Whether it is human body enhancement projects or life extension technology, they are all targeted at fully developed adults. Therefore, before adulthood, human beings are still as weak as they were in the Earth age. This also leads to a problem. On the Dawn Star in a 1.9 G gravity environment, childbirth has become a huge problem. A newborn baby will certainly not be able to withstand the gravity of up to 1.9 G on Dawn Star. Of course, the People's Academy of Sciences has also made corresponding solutions. Dawn Star Synchronous Orbit Large Space Station. The ring-shaped space station can rely on rotation to generate an equivalent gravity of 1 G. To a certain extent, it can simulate the Earth's environment to a great extent, which is extremely friendly to the growth and development of infants and young children. Only when they reach adulthood can these new generations born on the space station accept the transformation of human body enhancement and life-extending technologies. This growth and development time varies from person to person, but the average time is about 18 to 20 years. For the safety of the new generation, the time for the two transformations of human body strengthening and life extension is set at the age of 25. This is the time when the human brain fully develops and matures. At the same time, this is also the time for the new generation of humans to perform coming-of-age ceremonies. Only after completing the adult ceremony and accepting the two transformations of human body strengthening and life extension can they be new humans in the true sense. There is nothing wrong with this provision for newborns. But for parents, this regulation is the culprit that has caused the fertility rate to plummet. Under the traditional parenting model, it is impossible for parents to abandon their children and live alone on the surface of Dawn Star. This created an embarrassing scene. To give birth to a child, both parents have to spend at least 20 years. For new humans with an average lifespan of 1,000 years, 20 years is actually nothing. What's more, the Parliament has various comprehensive protection measures for this long childbirth time. You can even use childbirth as an excuse to take a 20-year paid vacation. That's what it says. But if it really falls on him, it will be another scene. Even if today's human technology can make it possible to travel back and forth between synchronous orbit and the ground at will, the hidden cost of up to 20 years will be unbearable for ordinary people. Then, during these 5 years, there are few people in the 3 completed geosynchronous orbiting space stations. The number of newborns is also declining year by year. In an attempt to salvage the declining overall birth rate, the Academy of Sciences launched a medical cabin specifically for infants and young children 2 years ago. After the newborns are born, these infants and young children can enter a state of light hibernation in this specialized medical cabin. The so-called light hibernation state is very similar to the deep sleep state. The body's metabolism, growth and development will not stop. In other words, infants and young children can sleep in this specially designed medical cabin until they reach adulthood. Then complete the coming-of-age ceremony and start your new life. This greatly reduces the time cost for both parents to raise the next generation. But it also breeds another serious problem: educational issues for the new generation. No one would want to teach a 25-year-old able-bodied adult how to use the toilet, eat, and walk. What's more, the learning of language skills is often carried out in infants and young children. Then, this alternative plan was declared bankrupt just as it was born. This dealt a severe blow to the already poor fertility rate, causing it to decline even faster. Chapter 496, The Beginning. Do you really want to choose the public pension system? Lu Yongcheng's eyes were uncertain. His brows were furrowed, and he muttered to himself. The tragic situation of human civilization on Proxima Centauri is still vivid in our minds. In the past few years, with the help of information from the Human Federation Academy of Sciences, the human civilization of Proxima Centauri has finally managed to regain its footing. The public welfare system has been activated again. Due to the lack of resources, even if a public support system is adopted, the comprehensive fertility rate of human civilization in Proxima Centauri is only about the same as the death rate. In simple words, the current human civilization on Proxima Centauri has completely lost all its development potential without external help. After the Star Eater absorbed a large amount of energy,
The main star of the Proxima Centauri galaxy has reached its twilight years. This star system, which was already lacking in resources, now looks even more bleak. And the human civilization of Proxima Centauri, after experiencing such wars and wasting so many resources, naturally lost hope of leaving the Proxima Centauri galaxy. Now, all their efforts are nothing more than a useless struggle on the edge of the demise of civilization. It is precisely because he knows this that Lu Yongchang is so entangled. The public support system is an extremely sharp double-edged sword. The human civilization of Proxima Centauri has traveled a rugged road for humankind at the cost of blood. Although the end of this road is a cliff, the People's Federation can still learn a lot of necessary experience from it. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, looked at the holographic interface glowing with blue light in front of him, and slowly stood up from his seat.
0. Help me contact Chairman Hong. Receive.
Dawn Star City No. 1. People's Federation Council. The door slowly opened, and Lu Yongchang quickly walked in with a solemn expression. He walked around several corridors and arrived at the door of an office. The office door opens automatically.
Professor, come in.
Hong Qiming's voice came from the office, followed by the sound of a chair being dragged. Lu Yongchang walked directly into the office without any hesitation, looking at the steaming tea on the desk, and then at Hong Qiming, whose temples were turning slightly white. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head.
We have finally come to this point.
He pulled out the chair next to his desk and sighed as he sat down.
Yeah.
Hong Qiming, who was behind the desk, sighed slightly and asked reluctantly,
Is there really no other way?
Lu Yongchang hesitated for a while, then slowly but firmly shook his head.
They are just superficial methods that treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. If you want to cure it, you can only use strong medicine.
Hearing this, Hong Qiming also showed a bitter smile on his face.
Strong medicine. I'm really afraid that this dose of strong medicine will destroy Renlianzi.
Lu Yongchang shrugged.
It won't be enough to cure the problem. During this period, the sociology branch of the Academy of Sciences did a lot of simulation calculations. The worst-case scenario is that civilization will go back hundreds of years.
Hong Qiming's expression suddenly froze.
Going back hundreds of years? Isn't this the end of the world? It's just the worst-case scenario.
Lu Yongchang chuckled and continued.
Those who are currently awakened are high-quality people. Combined with the current fertility status, it can be said that now is the best time to experiment. If we miss this time window, when the environmental transformation of Dawn Star is completely completed and a large number of humans wake up from hibernation, the transformation will not be so easy to promote. By that time, the consequences of failure will definitely be something we cannot afford.
The bitter smile on Hong Qiming's face became stronger and stronger. He shook his head, stretched out his hand, and lightly tapped Lu Yongchang in front of him.
You are always reasonable. Forget it. Since the Academy of Sciences has completed its argument, the Parliament cannot hold you back. As the sociology branch said, let's start with tentative propaganda.
Su Ting, an ordinary, yet extraordinary, ordinary citizen of the People's Union. She is said to be ordinary because her occupation is just a small customer service staff. She is extraordinary because her workplace is at the People's Federation Council. Of course, considering the current distribution of people in City No. 1, Su Ting, a grassroots employee, is still just an ordinary person. After waking up from hibernation, she soon waited for her husband, a small transport ship pilot. The two met, fell in love, and got married in the Ross 154 star system. At the same time, they made a lot of contributions to the People's Federation, and thus gained the qualification to wake up early on Dawn Star. After waking up, Su Ting and her husband Qi Yang began their life on Dawn Star. At the beginning, due to the strong gravity on Dawn Star, the quality of life of the two people who had to wear exoskeleton armor and sleep in the medical cabin was not high. Therefore, they also stopped thinking about raising the next generation. But with the advancement of the Human Body Enhancement Project, the quality of life of the two people has been greatly improved. Then, driven by genetic instinct, Qi Yang and Su Ting had the idea of raising the next generation. But it's just a thought. The high cost of childbearing is beyond their ability to bear. Even though some people have jointly proposed various maternity protections formulated by the Congress, as ordinary employees, they still dare not make this decision. After all, in 20 years, who knows what will happen? A former colleague may suddenly become a boss. Or, 20 years later, when you return to work, you find that you are completely out of touch with the times. No matter what it is, they cannot accept it. As a result, the couple's plans were repeatedly postponed. Chapter 497 Propaganda. After a day's work, Su Ting returned home. Her husband, Chi Yong, is a small transport ship pilot and spends a lot of time away from home. After finishing her dinner casually, she took a deep breath and laid herself down on the sofa in the living room. The next moment, the home smart butler turned on the holographic projector in the living room. On the projection, a technology talk show is playing. Su Ting subconsciously raised her hand and placed it on the button for switching programs.
Artificial uterus? Can this technology really replace the human uterus perfectly?
The host's voice came from the surrounding speakers.
Is there really no risk?
Sitting opposite the host was a man in a white coat. From the man's temperament and dress, Su Ting easily identified the man's identity. Researcher of the Academy of Sciences. Except for those researchers, no one should dare to wear this unique uniform in public programs.
Of course not.
Facing the camera, the researcher talked eloquently.
Even, in a sense, this technology is the liberation of mankind.
Oh,
how do you say this?
The host immediately echoed the question. Perhaps because the unique name of artificial womb aroused her curiosity. Su Ting slowly moved her right hand away from the channel switch button and turned up the volume a bit.
After various tests, artificial uterus technology can perfectly replace the human uterus,
the researcher said with a confident smile.
Since ancient times, women have been suffering from the pain of childbirth. Everyone must know that childbirth means a lot of sequelae and side effects for women. For example,
as a woman, Su Ting nodded deeply.
However, the emergence of artificial womb technology can perfectly solve these troublesome problems. You only need to provide sperm and eggs from both parents. After artificial insemination, the fertilized eggs are placed in an artificial uterus for culture. 10 months later, you can have your own child without any pain. Of course, in order to avoid ethical issues, this technology will only be open to legal couples. At the same time, both spouses need to pass various qualification reviews.
Time passes bit by bit. The talk show has long ended. But the impact did not dissipate so quickly. The next day, whether on the way to work or in the process of going to work, you could almost hear debates about this technology. Part of it is naturally the voice of opposition. These voices mainly come from the old people of the Earth Age. For these older generations with traditional thinking, this novel technology is too sensational. Can humans born from machines still be called humans? There are objections. And naturally there are also approvals. In the Dawn Star era, where the cost of childbearing is becoming increasingly expensive, artificial womb technology has undoubtedly touched the hearts of all new generations. You don't have to be pregnant for 10 months. You don't have to go through the pain of pregnancy and childbirth. And you don't even have to worry about the sequelae. This is simply perfect technology. Su Ting was naturally part of the praise. She even had the urge to try it last night. But when she thought about the long nurturing period after the 10-month pregnancy, she silently gave up her inner impulse. Academy of Human Resources and Social Sciences. Sociology Division.
How effective is the publicity?
Lu Yongchang asked solemnly. A researcher in a white coat carefully analyzed the various data collected by Zero.
Very good. Only a small portion of the older generation from Earth expressed opposition, accounting for less than 5% of the total population. The rest, 35% of people, have not clearly expressed their attitude and can be understood as waiting and watching. More than 60% of people agreed. If we slightly adjust the age of the statistical population, then more than 98% of people have expressed expectations for this technology.
Lu Yongchang looked at the data in the holographic projection and nodded with satisfaction.
Continue to maintain the current propaganda efforts. In half a year, we will launch the next promotion plan.
Half year later.
Did you hear that?
Su Ting was sitting at her workstation when she suddenly heard the colleagues around her communicating in low voices.
Because the comprehensive fertility rate of civilization continues to be low, the Academy of Sciences decided to launch an artificial womb project. Of course I heard about it.
Another colleague turned his head and joined the discussion.
It's only been half a year. Right. It seems that the Academy of Sciences is really in a hurry this time. Isn't that right? The fertility rate continues to decline, which is a matter of life and death for human civilization. I also heard that, unlike what was originally advertised, this artificial womb project has an additional function. What function? The care of newborns.
The colleague who spoke first had a mysterious face.
I heard that newborns born from artificial wombs can not only be raised by their parents themselves, but can also be raised by the People's Federation Nursing Center. What? Substitute custody? Is the Academy of Sciences crazy?
A deliberately lowered exclamation came from the surroundings.
Is this child still considered my own? Hey!
The colleague looked at the person who exclaimed with disgust.
What are you talking about? It's not like I won't return the custody to you on behalf of you. You can go to the Synchronous Orbital Parenting Center to spend time with your child at any time. Besides, do you really want to live in heaven for 20 years? So, it does make some sense.
The colleague who exclaimed had a troubled face.
It's just, it always feels weird. TCH, you feel weird.
Another colleague said disdainfully, and turned to look at Su Ting.
Ting, haven't you always wanted to have a child? If the Academy of Sciences really launches this project, will you try it?
Seeing the looks from everyone, Su Ting was a little flustered for a moment. She subconsciously raised her hand to straighten her hair. Her eyes dodged slightly and said,
I don't know. Yes, maybe, but it hasn't been launched yet. Rumors, don't trust the rumors.
After saying that, she quickly turned her head and turned her gaze to the unfinished files in front of her. But at this moment, she could no longer calm down as before. Chapter 498, The First Step. The day's work is over. Su Ting left her job uneasily and followed her muscle memory towards home. Artificial womb. Social generation of upbringing. The words spoken by her colleagues kept swirling in her mind, stimulating her nerves. Could this be true? If it was true, was she going to try it? One question after another kept popping up in her heart. Before she knew it, she had arrived in front of her house. The camera in front of the door automatically turned on, and the home smart housekeeper started the recognition program. After a short wait,
welcome home.
A familiar and stiff electronic synthesized sound sounded in Su Ting's ears, and the door in front of her opened.
You're back?
A rich male voice came from it.
But I'm exhausted. I don't know what the Academy of Sciences is doing recently. They have been transporting supplies to the synchronous orbit these days.
The speaker has no intention. The listener has intention. Su Ting was slightly stunned, and the gossip, mentioned by her colleagues once again, appeared in her mind.
Artificial womb.
She stood at the door of her home in a daze, muttering to herself. Qi Yang, who didn't hear his wife's response for a long time, frowned and walked out of the back room, seeing his wife standing blankly at the door of the house, muttering something. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes.
What's wrong with you?
Hearing her husband's question, Su Ting suddenly came back to her senses. She raised her head, looked at the man standing in front of her, calmed herself down, and talked about what she saw at work today. More than 10 minutes later, in the living room, Qi Yang sat on the sofa and looked at his wife beside him thoughtfully.
You mean, the People's Federation is going to let go of the technology of artificial uterus? No wonder the transport ships during this period have been transporting resources to the 3 large space stations in synchronous orbit. It seems like there will be relevant reports in the next few days. Then, should we give it a try?
Su Ting looked at her husband and said hesitantly,
given the nature of our work, we can definitely pass the qualification review.
Hearing this, Qi Yang also fell into deep thought. Even though both of them were born in the new generation of Proxima b, it was still difficult to make up their mind about such an advanced concept of fertility. After a long silence, Qi Yang nodded silently.
Just give it a try.
1 month later, Academy of Human Resources and Social Sciences, Sociology Division. Today is the first and most important day to officially start the restructuring of the public welfare system. Therefore, in addition to Li Yongchang, even Fang Su and others also came to the sociology branch, in order to minimize the turbulence and adverse effects caused by the restructuring process. The entire restructuring was divided into several stages. At the same time, the restructuring time was extended to hundreds of years. The first step in reforming the public care system is naturally to introduce artificial wombs and a surrogate care system. And what impact will this move have? Everyone present may not be able to give an accurate conclusion. Therefore, even Li Yongchang had a bit of uneasiness in his eyes.
Professor, someone has signed up.
A cry of joy came from the side. The next second, an extremely detailed registration form appeared on the holographic projection in front of everyone's eyes.
Qi Yang, Su Ting.
Li Yongchang looked at the names of the couple at the top of the registration form and murmured to himself. His eyes quickly glanced downward, skipping all the information in between. At the bottom of the registration form is a line of fluorescent green text. Qualifications have been reviewed. This is a comment from Zero. In order to ensure that there are no mistakes in the qualification review process, the moment the registration form is uploaded, Zero will mobilize all relevant data and conduct a comprehensive inspection of the past experience of the applicants. Only by passing Zero review can registered couples get the opportunity to use artificial wombs. Lu Yongchang looked towards the lower right corner of the registration form. Over there is a highlighted option. Whether social support services are needed. In a sense, the social care service is the real test of the public care system by the sociology branch of the Academy of Sciences. On this registration form, there is an extremely obvious check mark in front of the yes option. Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of joy. Although this is the first sample, and the only sample so far, this option still brings some peace of mind to everyone. At least some people accept the concept of social surrogacy.
Second application. The third portion.
Continuously, one voice after another came from the surroundings. On the huge holographic projection in front of him, the number of application forms also began to increase rapidly.
Professor, the quota is gone!
A researcher in a white coat hurriedly ran from the side and said anxiously.
Currently, many citizens have left messages on the official website, hoping that more test quotas can be released. All the 10,000 places are gone?
Before Lu Yongchang could speak, Fang Su shouted in surprise.
How long has it been? 2 hours, 36 minutes and 43 seconds.
The electronic synthesizer sounded just right. When he heard this string of numbers, even Lu Yongchang had a little surprise in his eyes.
How much demand is there currently?
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and asked.
There are still 36,410 unaudited declaration forms. Conservative estimates suggest that the number of potential interested parties will be more than 100,000.
The researcher in a white coat said urgently.
100,000.
Lu Yongchang frowned and thought carefully for a while. Then, he shook his head slowly but firmly.
No, there are only 10,000 people in the first batch. No more. Why?
Fang Su hesitated. And after going back and forth several times, he still asked.
Isn't it a good thing to have more people? They can quickly promote the restructuring of the public welfare system. Why should there be a quota limit?
Lu Yongchang sighed slightly.
Of course, I also want to speed up the reform of the public welfare system. But the lessons of Proxima B are right before our eyes. Haste makes waste. Without being sure whether it will offend the rest of the citizens, we can only proceed step by step. In the next few years, fixed quotas will be released gradually. Remember, the number of places for artificial wombs and surrogate care cannot exceed the number of deaths in the People's Federation. Okay.
The person in charge of the sociology department nodded seriously.
In addition to the lack of places, there is another phenomenon that may interest you, Professor.
As he said that, the person in charge stretched out his hand and dragged across a holographic picture.
The statistics show it. Among those who passed the qualification review, 93.16% chose social care services.
Chapter 499 10 years.
So much!
Even Lu Yongchang was shocked by this ridiculously high data.
Are you sure there is no problem?
The head of the sociology branch nodded and responded in a positive tone.
Okay. Because of the problem of sample size, I specially conducted a round of statistics on the application forms that have not yet undergone qualification review. Even so, 73.16% of people chose social care services.
Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Although no detailed investigation was conducted, he could still imagine the general reason. It's nothing more than a question of the cost of childbearing. Social care services can significantly reduce the cost of childbearing in today's society, and it is normal to be popular. Only, even he did not expect that this extremely advanced fertility concept would be so popular. All I can say is that they launched this project at the perfect time.
0. Strictly control the 3 synchronous orbital care centers.
Lu Yongchang said seriously.
No mistakes are allowed. In addition, the process of social custody is open and transparent throughout, and nothing can be concealed. Let every parent get in touch with their children in real time. Parents have the right to raise objections during the parenting process.
One order after another came from Lu Yongchang's mouth, and was later recorded word by word in the file. Once the first batch of fertilized eggs enter the artificial womb, the 3 nurturing centers located in synchronous orbits will become the core area of the People's Federation.
Huh?
After completing all the arrangements, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief.
Next, while the Dawn Star environment has not yet been transformed, we should do some serious work. Start the Phonos Planetary Fortress Transformation Plan.
10 years later, it will be year 2405 in the Earth calendar.
The latest chairman election conference has come to an end. Chairman Hong Kai-ming has been re-elected as chairman of the People's League of Nations with an absolute advantage. Congratulations.
The holographic projection turned into light particles and dissipated in the air, and the loudspeaker echoing in the living room also slowly dissipated.
Su Ting, it's time for us to see our daughter.
Qi Yang turned around and greeted.
Coming!
A clear female voice came from far away.
How about this dress? It should be fine. Right. Do you want to change it?
Faced with his wife's desperate questions, Qi Yang twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, nodded repeatedly and said, okay. That's it. TSK.
Su Ting's head slightly. A trace of displeasure flashed across her face.
I just asked you to wait for a few minutes. Is it necessary to be so impatient?
Qi Yang's eyes widened slightly.
How many minutes? Would you look at the time again? I watched the closing ceremony of last night's election conference twice. How many minutes do you call this?
Hearing this, Su Ting subconsciously glanced at the holographic clock beside her. Her eyes averted slightly, and there was a hint of guilt on her face.
Ahem. Let's go. Let's go now. When you meet your daughter, you have to dress nice.
Right. With that said, Su Ting quickened her pace and walked toward the door. As for Qi Yang, he followed his wife with a wry smile on his face. This scene has happened every few days in the past 10 years.
He didn't have any resentment in his heart, but rather enjoyed it. The two took the maglev bus to the port of City Number 1. At this time, City Number 1 was still surrounded by a vast ocean. In order to save resources, the People's Federation did not spend too much energy to transform this city that was abandoned sooner or later. Therefore, they need to take the Route 328 public starship to the space elevator base set up on land. Then, take the space elevator to the spaceport in geosynchronous orbit. At the spaceport, transfer to Route 329 public starship and go to Space Nurturing Center Number 2. And their daughter is waiting for her parents to arrive in Space Nurturing Center Number 2. It sounds tedious, but it actually doesn't take much time. A few hours later.
Dear passengers, Route 329 public starship has arrived at the terminal. Terminal, Space Fostering Center Number 2. Passengers arriving at the station, please.
Electronic synthesized sounds echoed in the passenger cabin of the starship. Qi Yang and Su Ting deftly unbuckled their seat belts, got up, and walked towards the cabin door. Compared with Dawn Star, the gravity of the Space Parenting Center is only 1g, which makes the two people's movements appear particularly light. After walking out of the hatch, Qi Yang pulled Su Ting directly towards a building in the distance without any hesitation. In front of the gate, the camera automatically turns on.
Identity confirmed. Welcome. Mr. Qi, Miss Su. Your appointment has been successfully confirmed. Your daughter Qi Mengshu is waiting for you too. I wish you both a pleasant parent-child time.
As the electronic synthesized sound sounded, the door opened automatically. At the same time, holographic guide signs automatically unfolded around the two of them, ready to guide them in the direction forward. Without waiting for the guide signs to appear completely, Qi Yang took his wife and walked inside. He has walked this journey countless times in the past 10 years. The specific route has already been deeply engraved in his heart. After going around a few corners, he stopped in front of a room. That's my daughter's room. The identity authentication was quickly completed, and the closed door was opened. In a warm room, a pretty 9-year-old girl, accompanied by a robot, was quietly watching an enlightenment video on a holographic projection. The sound of the door opening caught her attention. After seeing the person clearly, the girl's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. She quickly stood up from the sofa and, accompanied by the robot, trotted all the way to her parents.
Dad! Mom!
The crisp voice was filled with the joy of reunion after a long absence. After one day, Qi Yang and Su Ting left Space Fostering Center Number 2 with some disappointment. The next time I come back, it will be my rest day in 5 days. Although they could see each other in the holographic video every day, the 5 days of separation still made their parents feel a little distressed. In comparison, Qi Mengshu, who is only 9 years old, looks particularly mature. She didn't show much sadness about her parents' departure. The various enlightenment education she has received since childhood, as well as the surrounding environment, have long made her accustomed to this kind of separation. Under the deliberate guidance of the Academy of Sciences, the new generation, who were born in artificial wombs and grew up under the social surrogate care system, are not too impressed by the traditional concept of small families. At the same time, they do not have a very deep sense of so-called family affection. Instead, there is the concept of a big family built with the same batch of born companions. In the past 10 years, this new social concept has caused a lot of controversy. But in any case, with the joint publicity of the Parliament and the Academy of Sciences, as time goes by, the opposition voices become less and less. Chapter 500.
Coming of Age Ceremony.
In the interstellar era, time flies by. And in the blink of an eye, the first batch of humans born from artificial wombs and raised under the social care system have reached adulthood. And today, July 3rd, 2420 in the Earth calendar, is the time when the first batch of public raisers hold the coming-of-age ceremony. For their daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, Chi Yang and Su Ting took a special leave and took a public starship to the Space Fostering Center No. 2. In the past 25 years, they and their daughter have had happy times and heart-wrenching quarrels. Even as their daughter's age increases, the number of visits they make to the child care center at her daughter's request decreases year by year. But no matter what, looking at their daughter who has grown up and is full of youthful spirit, their eyes are filled with emotion. Dream book. After the coming-of-age ceremony, you will be an independent individual. Chi Yang's lips trembled slightly, and he said with some reluctance, when the time comes. Facing his parents, Chi Mengshu smiled politely and said, don't worry. Nothing will happen. I have made an appointment with them. When the coming-of-age ceremony is over, we will go to Dawn Star together. The teacher in the socialization training course told me all the precautions. Don't worry about me. Hearing this, Chi Yang and Su Ting once again showed a little bitter smile on their faces. When the daughter talks about them, she refers to the companions who grew up with her. They know in their hearts that children who grow up under the social care system do not have a very strong concept of family affection, and are even a little weak. In a daughter's heart, peers are far more important than parents. The reason is also very simple. In the nurturing center, the companions who were born in the same batch have already become a big family. For them, when encountering difficulties, asking for help from their peers is often the easiest and most reliable way. Of course, in addition to companions, there are Zero and the caregivers. Parents, on the other hand, are at the very end of the asking for help priority, an awkward position that is dispensable. Chi Yang sighed slightly. From the time I can remember, the word they appears more and more frequently in my daughter's mouth. At first, Chi Yang and Su Ting found it difficult to accept such a change. After all, in the traditional concept, children always have to be close to their parents. But under the social custody system, their daughter is obviously closer to her companions. For this reason, the couple and even their daughter had several quarrels. As time went by, the two gradually accepted this reality. On the one hand, they also know in their hearts that they did not contribute much time and energy when their daughter was growing up. On the other hand, the propaganda efforts of the Parliament and the Academy of Sciences are getting stronger and stronger. They are gradually aware of the potential population crisis of the People's Federation. At the same time, they also have a certain understanding of the social welfare system. At this time, the people awakening in the surface cities are all elites who have made great or small contributions to the Human League, although they were somewhat unwilling to accept this sacrifice. In the end, they chose to accept it. As civilization progresses, there are always people who need to bear the burden and move forward. If it can allow the younger generations to gain a foothold in the dark universe, then what's the harm in making a little sacrifice? Especially when the Academy and Parliament lead by example. Go ahead. Su Ting opened her hands and gently hugged the unfamiliar daughter in front of her. Go and have your coming-of-age ceremony. Academy of Sciences, Division of Sociology. Lu Yongchang, who was originally working on the Guangwei 1 transformation plan, also put down his work and made a special trip to the sociology branch. If the implementation of the artificial womb and the social custody system was a key attempt 25 years ago, then today's coming-of-age ceremony and the development after coming-of-age ceremony are a reflection of all the efforts made in the past 25 years. Test. Thanks to the joint efforts of everyone. In the past 25 years, couples have come forward to claim the quota every year. As of now, the 3 space care centers located in the synchronous orbit of Dawn Star are already overcrowded. Fortunately, the first batch of trainees have successfully graduated. After completing the adult ceremony, they will set foot on the ground of Dawn Star, make every effort to integrate into the big family of the People's Federation, and inject the freshest blood into the People's Federation. Lu Yongchang looked at the data in the holographic projection in front of him and let out a long sigh of relief. The combined fertility rate curve began to turn upward 25 years ago and left the danger zone. After the implementation of the artificial womb and the social surrogacy system, the kiss of death of the fertility curve and the death curve has been postponed indefinitely. Has the coming-of-age ceremony begun? Lu Yongchang asked softly. The person in charge of the sociology branch responded quickly. It has already started.
According to the process, the life extension transformation will be carried out first, and then the human body strengthening transformation will be carried out, including the adaptation period. It is expected to take a total of 10 days. The space elevator, which had been silent for 10 days, became operational again. 1 trip, 2 trips, one after another. 10,000 young people as young as 25 years old set foot on the ground at Dawn Star. Chi Mengshu is naturally one of them. She followed her companions, and under the command of Zero, boarded the public starship heading to City Number 1 in an orderly manner. As the first of the 6 closed cities on the surface, City Number 1 has become the pilot city without hesitation. The first batch of publicly supported people will find jobs in City Number 1 and start their own new lives. After a short wait, the port gate of the space elevator ground base slowly opened. With a slight recoil, the public starship started. Chi Mengshu subconsciously turned to look at the porthole. Outside the portholes, starships of the same shape raised their heads slightly and flew into the blue-purple sky. It's early morning. On one side of the sky, the huge moon reflects the cold light under the illumination of the main star Gliese 555. It can be vaguely seen that there are several extremely large buildings on the surface of the moon. That's the renovation project for the planetary fortress on Pharos. Under the cold light, Chi Mengshu could even see several engineering ships the size of soybean grains docked near the moon. On the other side, the main star of Gliese 555 has just risen. The rising sun is always full of life. It throws light and heat to the dawn star without reservation, and unscrupulously dispels the remaining darkness on the dawn star. Chi Mengshu's eyes moved downward. Decades of environmental transformation have brought some life to the surface of Dawn Star. Some light green appeared on the originally vast yellow-brown land. Some tenacious plants, with the help of the Academy of Sciences, became the first residents of Dawn Star. Chapter 501 Integration. The journey is not too long. Just as Chi Mengshu was curiously looking at the endless, pale green atmospheric transformer number 1 covering the surface of the ocean, a gentle electronic synthesized sound sounded in the cabin. Arrived ahead, People's League City Number 1. The starship is about to land. Please passengers check your seat belts. With an extremely slight, almost imperceptible tremor and buzzing sound, the public starship slowly entered the port of City Number 1. The hatch opened slowly. When the first public servant left the cabin, the cameras set up in every corner were slightly deflected. Within the sociology division, a huge holographic projection displays millions of miniature images. Every picture is a real-time image from the camera in City Number 1. Since the first batch of public servants entered City Number 1, under Zero's control, cameras throughout the city have begun busy work. Through these cameras, Zero can easily observe the status of each person in real time. The entire observation process lasted for a month. During this month, whenever they appear in public places, at least one camera will pay attention to them. 1 month later, after it is determined that they have successfully integrated into the People's Federation Society, they will be removed from the observation list. Although, to a certain extent, doing so will affect personal privacy. However, in order to prevent the situation that happened on Proxima B, real-time monitoring is unavoidable. What's more, the Academy of Sciences obtained the consent of all publicly supported persons, as early as when conducting socialization training courses. Chi Mengshu followed his companions and walked on the clean and tidy streets of City Number 1, curiously looking at the scenes on both sides of the streets. Whether it is the lush street trees or the street vendors full of fireworks, they are all things that cannot be seen in the Space Nursing Center. She looked at the surrounding buildings, raised her wrist, and skillfully turned on the holographic projection of the watch. After checking it carefully, she smiled and said low to her companion. I'm here. Please continue. After saying that, Chi Mengshu turned to look at the building beside him. Shihuang Holographic Film and Television Production and Promotion Company. Looking at the large gilded characters on the top of the building, Chi Mengshu's eyes flashed with a touch of expectation. Good. The young man walking at the front glanced at the building nearby, with a faint smile on his lips. Well, I wish you a successful interview. Dream book. Come on! Come on! Remember to come and play with me then. Remember to report the good news if the interview is successful. Listening to the blessings coming from around him, the smile in Chi Mengshu's eyes grew stronger. You guys should work hard. When we succeed, we will have a dinner together. After saying that, she took a deep breath and walked towards the building beside her. The building door slowly opened, and an electronic synthesized sound sounded in my ears. Welcome to Shihuang Holographic Video. May I ask, do you need anything?
accompanied by electronically synthesized sounds. A robot topped a small holographic image and came to Qi Mengshu. She subconsciously turned her head and glanced behind her. Her companions were still waiting in place, watching her silently. Seeing Qi Mengshu turn around, they all showed encouraging smiles on their faces. A smile appeared on her lips again. She turned around and said word by word in a clear accent.
Apply. Okay. Please follow me.
The robot responded quickly, turning around and heading into the building. Seeing Qi Mengshu turn around and walk into the building, the team walked forward along the road again. As time went on, the squad gradually dwindled in size. In the end, only the young man at the head was left. He stood still, raised his head, and looked at the solemn building in front of him, with a trace of determination in his eyes.
Hello. I'm here to apply for a job.
He took a step forward, walked into the open door, looked at the robot that was coming, and said softly. A somewhat serious electronic synthesized sound came from the robot.
Hello. Lin Shuguang. Welcome to the People's Federation Council. Your application has been successfully submitted. Please wait a moment. The interview will begin soon.
On the other side, Qi Mengshu was sitting on a chair in the corridor, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. She is waiting for the call from the interviewer. Although holographic image producer is not a popular profession, it is definitely not unpopular either. Therefore, the competition she faces is not small. In particular, the person she chose was Shuguang Film and Television, which ranked first in the People's Federation.
The next one is Qi Mengshu.
Hearing this call, Qi Mengshu stood up quickly, took a deep breath, and walked towards the door next to him with a confident smile.
Qi Mengshu, the name is good.
The interviewer stretched out his hand to drag the holographic projection in front of him, and said with a smile,
Thank you.
Faced with the praise, Qi Mengshu naturally responded with a smile. Suddenly, the interviewer paused slightly, and his eyes stopped at a corner of the holographic projection.
Who are you? Yes,
Qi Mengshu said openly without any hesitation.
I am one of the first batch of public parents born in an artificial womb and raised by society.
Unlike Proxima Centauri b, the term public supporter is not considered a pejorative term in the People's Federation. It's just a most basic noun that corresponds to a natural person. Even so, the interviewer's face was still full of astonishment. Obviously, she did not expect that Qi Mengshu could reveal his identity so calmly. When surrounded by natural people, it actually takes a lot of courage to openly reveal your identity as a public supporter. After all, in today's society, public servants only account for a very small part. The minority often represent the alternative and often receive strange looks.
What's wrong?
Qi Mengshu looked at the interviewer in charge of him with a faint smile on his face.
Do you have any questions?
The interviewer shook his head repeatedly, and then started the interview process after regaining his composure.
Congratulations. You are admitted.
In just a few minutes, after noticing Qi Mengshu's solid foundation, the interviewer extended an olive branch to her without hesitation.
The company has many benefits. You can check the specific contents on your watch after joining the company.
Qi Mengshu left the building of Shuguang Holographic Film and Television in a daze. She never expected that she could complete her job search so easily. She subconsciously raised her watch and looked at the communication records. Except for Lin Shuguang, all other colleagues sent out the good news that they passed the interview. As for Lin Shuguang, thinking of the job he was interviewing for, Qi Mengshu shrugged helplessly. The interview cannot be over in a short while. Thinking of the various job-hunting problems described by the teacher in charge of the socialization training course, she rolled her eyes angrily. All fake. Fortunately, she had trouble sleeping for several days. While complaining in her mind, she sent out the good news to her companions that she had passed the interview. Chapter 502.
Initial Involvement in Antimatter. TSK.
A slight tut came from behind. Qi Mengshu subconsciously turned his head to look. It's the job seeker who just participated in the interview together. There was a gloomy look on his face. Obviously, the results of his interview may not be satisfactory. Qi Mengshu couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. There are clear instructions in the socialization training courses. Natural persons may harbor ill will towards public servants, especially where interests are involved. While she was thinking about how to deal with it, the young man noticed Qi Mengshu's gaze. He smiled bitterly and shook his head.
I saw your interview process. The basic knowledge is really solid. Are the educational resources provided by society on behalf of children really that good?
Qi Mengshu was stunned, then subconsciously waved his hand and said,
It's okay. Zero is mainly responsible for this aspect. After selecting the future career direction, It will customize the corresponding education plan for each person. That's great.
The young man murmured to himself.
You? Don't you hate me?
Qi Mengshu hesitated for a moment, then plucked up the courage to ask.
Maybe I robbed you of the opportunity?
Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but froze on the spot. Then, he looked at Qi Mengshu with strange eyes.
Why do I hate you? Your skills are just inferior to others. What's more, Shuguang Film and Television doesn't want me. I have other film and television companies that I can go to.
The young man looked even weirder.
The People's Federation has abundant resources, so we don't have to worry about unemployment at all. Not to mention, I don't want to break the law by discriminating against public caregivers.
The young man seemed to be amused by his own words, and waved his hands repeatedly.
Okay, don't think too much about it. In a little while, we will be able to get out of the closed cities, and there will be a lot of opportunities there. Even if Dawn Star is overcrowded, we can still go to other planets. There are all kinds of opportunities in the vast universe. What's more, the People's Federation encourages competition. The education I received since I was a child is that the capable will be promoted and the mediocre will be demoted. As long as you have the ability, Professor Liu will have to make way for you. So, stop saying those things and be careful about being laughed at.
After saying that, the young man waved his hand, turned and left.
Let's not talk anymore. I have to go to the next company for an interview. Maybe, after a while, my technical skills will improve and I will become colleagues with you.
Qi Mengshu stared blankly at the young man's retreating back.
Blanche, who wrote the socialization training course, how can you just teach something to fool people?
Academy of Sciences, Division of Sociology. Lu Yongchang looked at the head of the sociology branch in front of him with a strange expression.
Are you sure this is the attitude of a natural person towards a public person? The matter is true?
The person in charge looked at the report in the holographic projection, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
It's true, Professor. We may need to change the socialization training teaching materials. I'm afraid we have overlooked a very important issue.
Lu Yongchang also realized the meaning of the person in charge's words at this time. He nodded and continued.
According to reports from various parties, it should be a resource issue. Proxima B's resources are too scarce. At the same time, the emergence of a large number of public servants in a short period of time has robbed a large amount of social resources, which ultimately led to the continued deterioration of the situation. In the final analysis,
Lu Yongchang shook his head.
Renfeng and the others are still too impatient. Compared to Proxima Centauri B, we are the exact opposite. After entering the third-level civilization, the current People's Federation does not lack resources. On the contrary, we are short of people. What limits the advancement of the public welfare system is not the issue of resource allocation. It's a matter of traditional fertility concepts.
As he said this, Lu Yongchang let out a long sigh of relief.
If this is the case, then the resistance to the advancement of the public welfare system will be greatly reduced. As long as we give it enough time to adapt and cooperate with education and publicity, the People's Federation can complete a smooth transition.
The head of the sociology branch nodded in agreement and said,
Not bad. But the original plan cannot be changed. Until the environmental transformation of Dawn Star is completed and humans step out of the closed city, the number of births of public servants will be comprehensively restricted. Otherwise, closed cities with limited resources will follow the same path of Proxima B.
Lu Yongchang returned to his office after settling a matter on his mind. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly as he looked at the half-finished design of Guangwei in front of him. I always feel that it would be too wasteful to simply transform this satellite into a war fortress. Moreover, human beings currently do not have weapons that match it. Even humanity's most powerful weapon, the plasma cannon, does not need a satellite as a foundation. A picture with a fluorescent green background emerged in Lu Yongchang's memory. Perhaps, should he change the strategic positioning of this satellite? While thinking about it, he leaned back on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. Technology Tree Space. After being promoted to Level 3 civilization, Lu Yongchang did not enter the technology tree space many times. He raised his head and cast his gaze on the technology tree in front of him. The technology tree is only half complete. The technology branches in the lower half are lush and leafy, and all branch technologies are lit up. In the upper half of the technology tree, not even the main trunk appears. The reason for this phenomenon is also very simple. At that time, what the People's Federation needed was a long-term and stable development environment. Therefore, the main technology of Level 3 civilization is not very attractive to Lu Yongchang. On the contrary, branch technologies of third-level civilization, such as Earth-like planet transformation technology, are more in line with the needs of the human federation. Of course, this does not mean that backbone technology is unimportant. Xingjin Carbone composite material technology, as the front-end technology of the asteroid-class starship and the backbone technology of the third-level civilization, Lu Yongchang had already illuminated it. Nowadays, the social welfare system is advancing in an orderly manner. The Dawn Star transformation is more than halfway progressed. The construction project of the planetary fortress of Illuminati has also been carried out, and the manufacturing of asteroid-class starships is also in progress simultaneously. Everything is on track. Lu Yongchang's heart gradually became wild. He needs more powerful technology. Thinking of this, he focused on the dim cursor located in the middle and upper section of the main trunk of the technology tree. Preliminary introduction to antimatter, large particle accelerator. Lu Yongchang slowly opened his eyes. The azure blue design drawings of lunar moon float quietly above the desk. Lu Yongchang didn't speak, but stretched out his hand to drag the design drawings in front of him. He waved his hand. After erasing all the design drawings that had not yet started construction, he stretched out his hand and drew a long horizontal line on the equator of the moon.
Ring Satellite Large Particle Accelerator. Such a scale should be enough to meet the requirements. Right.
With Lu Yongchang's soft murmur, the blue design drawings above the desk were changing rapidly. Chapter 503 Ring Satellite Large Particle Acceleration Device.
Professor, Academician Fong Su is visiting.
Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded in the quiet office. On the desk, a blue holographic drawing was suspended in the air. Lu Yongchang didn't raise his head and said directly,
"Let him come in. I guess he was anxious too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come directly to me."
As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to turn the holographic image in front of him, and once again changed some of the devices in the drawings. Just now, he temporarily halted the satellite reconstruction project. As the person in charge of the lighthouse reconstruction project, Fong Su was naturally confused when he learned the news. Very good. Why is the project on hand gone? After some inquiries, Fong Su was even more confused when he learned that Lu Yongchang was significantly modifying the design drawings of the satellite. The satellite reconstruction project has been in progress for 25 years. Although only some basic construction work has been completed so far, this is not a reason to significantly change the design drawings. Then, he set off directly to Lu Yongchang's office, ready to
ask for an explanation.
The office door slowly opened.
Lu Yongchang.
Fong Su's voice was filled with a little resentment. But as he stepped into the door of the office, his voice quickly became softer.
There is a problem with Guangwei's design drawings. What is the problem? Is it serious? Whose module is responsible for the problem? Investigate strictly. I will investigate closely when I go back.
Lu Yongchang, who was sitting behind the desk, twitched his mouth slightly, raised his head, looked at Fong Su in front of him with complicated eyes, then slowly shook his head and sighed. Fong Su looked surprised. The tone became more abject.
Yongchang, is there a big problem with the design plan?
Fong Su walked forward with a guilty conscience, stretching his neck hard to look at the holographic drawings in front of Lu Yongchang.
It's impossible. It has been calculated and calculated many times.
Looking at Fong Su's cautious look, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with the drawings. Why are you so careful?
Fong Su.
No, there's nothing wrong with the drawings. Why did you stop the project?
Fong Su straightened up immediately when he heard that there were no problems with the design plan. Lu Yongchang looked at Fong Su with a half smile and said softly,
I think we need to add another device.
Fong Su. Lu Yongchang stretched his hand across the air, and the holographic image was enlarged. At the same time, Zero completed the 3D modeling of the satellite. On the holographic model, ultra-high-power land-based Type 3 laser cannons can be seen everywhere. This is just the most basic weaponry on this satellite. Plasma missile silos, high-power plasma cannons, and planet-level magnetic field shields. It is no exaggeration to say that this transformation plan has forcibly turned this natural satellite into a super weapon with a diameter of 6,186.98 kilometers. The only flaw is that this all-round supermodel super weapon cannot move, at will it can only orbit the Dawn Star in its own orbit.
Pity.
Lu Yongchang looked at the 3D model of the lighthouse fortress in the holographic projection, with a flash of regret in his eyes.
It can only be used against civilizations within level 4.
The corners of Fong Su's mouth twitched slightly. Listen. Do people say it? What does it mean that it can only fight against civilizations within level 4?
This thing, even if the 4th level civilization comes, it won't give much benefit. Right.
Fong Su complained in a low voice.
No. No. No.
Lu Yongchang shook his head seriously and denied repeatedly.
The gap between the 4th level civilization and the 3rd level civilization is so big that you and I can't imagine it. The gap between the two is even wider than the gap between the 1st level civilization and the 3rd level civilization. I doubt it can even resist an ordinary starship in a level 4 civilization. Is it such an exaggeration?
Fong Su's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he asked in an incredible tone.
The weapons deployed on Phonos can destroy our asteroid-level flagship, Earth, in 10 seconds. Isn't this enough to withstand an ordinary starship from a 4th level civilization?
Lu Yongchang did not speak, but turned his attention to the long ring-shaped tube in the equatorial region of the satellite. Fong Su noticed his gaze.
Particle accelerator? Is this why you stopped the project?
In the holographic model, this particle accelerator occupies the most precious equatorial region of Phony.
What a waste!
Fong Su frowned.
We obviously have several particle accelerators. Why do we spend so many resources to build this, big guy? In order to study antimatter.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, then exhaled a long breath, and said bluntly,
Humanity should also prepare to enter the 4th level civilization. Antimatter is the key technology for entering level 4 civilization.
Hearing this, the expression on Fong Su's face gradually became serious.
What do you mean? Level 4 civilization may use antimatter as energy.
Antimatter is the anti-state of normal matter. For example, antielectrons, also known as positrons, have the same mass as electrons but carry a positive charge. Another example is antiprotons, which have the same mass and spin as protons and have the same lifespan, but they carry a negative charge. As for the antineutron, although it has no charge, its magnetic moment is opposite to that of the neutron. When these antimatters come into contact with positive matter, they will annihilate each other and release extremely large amounts of energy. This energy far exceeds the energy produced by nuclear fusion. Facing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang did not hesitate and said in a positive tone.
Not bad. The fusion energy gain from heavy nuclear fusion is too small, so we basically don't need to consider it. And light nuclear fusion. From the 1st level civilization to the 3rd level civilization, we have basically squeezed out the potential of light nuclear fusion. Remember the flagship of the Rothor civilization?
Lu Yongchang cast his gaze to infinity, with a faint expectation deep in his eyes.
It can manipulate gravity and even enter curvature navigation. The energy required is definitely not something that small nuclear fusion can provide.
Fong Su turned his head thoughtfully and looked at the holographic image aside.
But what about the storage problem?
Fong Su frowned.
Humans have done a lot of research on antimatter as early as the Earth era. But due to preservation issues, research progress is not optimistic. The preservation of antielectrons and antiprotons may be relatively simple. It only needs to be restrained with a magnetic field in a vacuum environment. For the current human civilization, it is very easy. But what about anti-hydrogen atoms?
Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with confusion.
Since we are studying antimatter, we must solve the problem of preserving anti-hydrogen atoms.
Chapter 504 Atomic Magnetic Moment and Particle Trap. Facing Fong Su's inquiry, Lu Yongchang stood up from his seat slowly, waved his hand, and opened another holographic image.
I already have some ideas for how to store anti-hydrogen atoms. Particle trap device.
Lu Yongchang pointed to the holographic image beside him and introduced it in a relaxed tone.
This is the name I gave it. Particle trap?
Fong Su frowned, looking at the familiar but somewhat unfamiliar device in the holographic image, and subconsciously asked,
Magnetic field constraint? Antihydrogen atoms have no electric charge.
Lu Yongchang chuckled.
It is indeed magnetic field constraint. But who says magnetic fields can only confine charged particles?
As the second in command of the Academy of Sciences, when Fong Su heard these words, a plan had already emerged in his mind. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he said with a bit of hesitation,
What do you mean? Atomic magnetic moment?
The atomic magnetic moment is the effective part of the sum of various magnetic moments inside the atom. Its sources are mainly divided into two aspects: the orbital motion of electrons around the nucleus and the spin of the electrons. Hearing Fong Su's hesitant tone, Lu Yongchang's smile grew stronger. He responded with an affirmative tone.
Yes, it is the atomic magnetic moment. In the age of the Earth, It was an extremely difficult task to constrain electrically neutral atoms using the magnetic moments generated when the atoms rotated. But now, our technology for manipulating magnetic fields is becoming increasingly sophisticated. And under zero control, it is enough to complete the corresponding capture and constraint tasks. As he spoke, he moved the holographic image in front of him. The projected image quickly turned an angle. The complete picture of the device appeared in front of Fong Su. The whole device is like a long tube. The tube is surrounded by layers of superconducting magnets. These superconducting magnets, under zero control, will form an extremely complex magnetic field in the vacuum inner cavity of the tube. When antihydrogen atoms pass through the inner cavity, the magnetic moment generated by its own rotation will interact with the magnetic field. In this way, the magnetic field will firmly bind it to the central area of the vacuum chamber. As long as it is ensured that it does not come into contact with any matter, annihilation will not occur naturally. Human beings also have the opportunity to observe antimatter. On the side of the equipment drawing, a slowly fluctuating curve slowly appeared. This is an internal magnetic field curve calculated from zero. Lu Yongchang shrugged. It's just a theoretical thing at the moment. Everything has to wait until the big guy on the moon is finished. Fong Su looked at the slowly undulating curve in front of him and took a deep breath. It's that familiar feeling again. From the beginning of the Earth Age, as long as he stood next to Lu Yongchang, he felt like a waste every moment. He slowly exhaled a breath and quickly let go of the sense of urgency that flashed in his heart. He is already different from the Earth Age. He pondered for a moment and spoke clearly, word for word. Okay, it's up to you. If you have any other arrangements, please tell me together. As the saying goes, if you can't beat it, join. Time flies. 30 years later. Earth calendar year 2450. In the blink of an eye, it has been 30 years since the first batch of public servants completed the coming-of-age ceremony and entered the surface city of Dawn Star to start working. During the past 30 years, the 3 space fostering centers have fostered a certain number of public caregivers every year. However, under the precise control of the Zero-Sum Academy of Sciences, the number of public-raised people born every year is basically the same as the number of deaths in the People's Federation. Therefore, although the number of natural births is still declining year by year, the total population on Dawn Star still maintains steady growth. The proportion of people supported by public servants has also gradually increased over the past 30 years. Gradually, public servants became a unique group in society. On the one hand, the surface environment of Dawn Star has not yet been transformed, and humans can still only live in the 6 remaining surface cities. After all, space in the city is limited. With the passage of time and the constant infusion of new blood, the originally slightly empty city has gradually become more substantial. It's not crowded, but the number of people walking on the city streets has obviously increased a lot. Therefore, competition within the city has become relatively fierce. Public support groups that invest targeted educational resources have a natural advantage. But fortunately, there is zero control and an absolutely fair, open and transparent promotion channel, which keeps competition in the city in a virtuous cycle. On the other hand, compared with natural people, people raised by public parents prefer artificial wombs and the social care system in terms of fertility concepts because of their childhood education and personal experience. Public caregivers, who are of the right age and are married, often apply for a quota and use artificial wombs and the social care system to keep their children. Different from the approach of natural people. Under the subtle influence of education, people in public care do not interfere too much with their biological children. They often only go to the space nurturing center at critical points in time to offer their care and blessings to the new generation. Therefore, these new generations are becoming more and more indifferent to traditional family ties. Although the traditional concept of family affection is gradually lost, under the education of the social care system, their inner sense of identification with the human group, or their sense of honor for the People's Federation, has increased significantly. This brand new concept has naturally had a certain impact on human society. But no matter what, with the joint efforts of the Parliament, the Academy of Sciences, and Zero, the two groups still get along very harmoniously. At the same time, the Pharos Planetary Fortress Transformation Project has also come to a successful conclusion. Although Luminous Moon can only be regarded as a satellite of Dawn Star, but considering its huge size, Lu Yongchang still gave it the title of Planet Fortress. There is no other reason. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Professor. The office door slowly opened, and Fong Su's voice came. The circumsatellite particle accelerator has been completed. After hearing this, Lu Yongchang
who was sitting at his desk and perfecting the antimatter theory, suddenly stopped in his hands. The next moment, a brand new holographic projection automatically unfolded in front of him. In the picture, it is the moon that has transformed into a steel planet. He slowly stood up from his seat, subconsciously staring at the intricate pipeline system on the surface of Light Guardian, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
Finally finished,
he muttered. Then, he came back to his senses, with a bit of excitement in his serious expression.
Ready for your first test run. Starting from today, mankind will truly unveil the veil of antimatter.
Chapter 505 Anti-Electron, Antiproton and Anti-Hydrogen Atom. Dawn Star, City Number 1, Academy of Sciences Headquarters. Inside the People's Federation's first laboratory. Similar to the past, most of the top leaders of the Academy of Sciences are gathered in the first laboratory. The huge holographic projection in front of the laboratory shows various parameters of the orbital satellite particle accelerator. It is different from other starships or large experimental devices. Bowman's planet fortress is unmanned. Every part of it is remotely controlled by Zero through a long-distance communication device. On the one hand, this can save a lot of space, whether it is a starship or other large facility. Human survival supplies often take up a lot of space. As a fixed fort that is close to Dawn Star, Lu Yongchang simply designed it into a remote control mode. On the other hand, the energy gathered in the ring satellite particle accelerator is too terrifying, and it is specially used to study antimatter. If an operational error occurs, and the collected antimatter comes into contact with matter, and the two annihilate, the energy released is no joke. After all, once matter and antimatter come into contact, annihilation converts all the mass of both into energy. E equals mc? This energy will be far greater than nuclear fusion. Therefore, for safety reasons, as the carrier of the circumsatellite particle accelerator, there will be no personnel inside Bowman's planetary fortress.
Get ready to start the first experiment.
Lu Yongchang's voice came from the central area of the laboratory.
Now start preparing anti-electrons.
In the holographic projection, on the moon thousands of miles away, instruments began to operate under the control of Zero. Anti-electrons, as the basis of antimatter, are actually very common substances in the universe. A very small amount of anti-electrons will continuously land on the surface of the planet in the form of cosmic rays and high-energy particles. Even in the age of Earth, small amounts of antimatter exist around humans. For example, a banana releases an anti-electron every 75 minutes. The potassium-40 contained in it will produce anti-electrons during the decay process. Therefore, in a sense, bananas are the antimatter weapons possessed by mankind. Of course, the human body, which contains potassium-40, actually produces anti-electrons. As for the preparation method of anti-electrons, not complicated either. A large amount of anti-electrons can be obtained by irradiating gold with a short pulse laser that is the size of a pinhead and has a thickness of millimeters. The principle is also very simple. Short pulse lasers ionize and accelerate electrons through millimeter-thick metallic gold. Where they interact with gold nuclei, electrons lose energy. This energy is converted into matter and antimatter. As a result, a large number of anti-electrons appeared. In a sense, this is the simplest way for energy and matter to transform into each other. In the holographic picture, short pulse laser light is continuously illuminated on the experimental sample in a high-purity vacuum environment.
Drop! Anti-electron detected.
Zero's electronically synthesized voice came from the speakers. The next moment, the magnetic field generating device waiting on the side immediately started working, capturing all the escaped anti-electrons in an illusory cage.
Anti-electron capture successful. Magnetic field constraint completed.
Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. Preparing the anti-electron is the simplest step in the entire experiment.
Next, start preparing antiprotons.
Unlike anti-electrons, antiprotons are relatively cumbersome to produce. To make it, you have to use the recently completed large-scale particle accelerator of the orbiting satellite. Guanyi. The long-distance communication device received the command from Dawn Star. As a buzzing sound sounded, one fusion reactor took the lead in starting to work. Incomparably huge energy is injected into the particle accelerator located at the equator through thick pipes. Under Zero's control, the particle accelerator was activated. A large number of protons are accelerated to nearly the speed of light by the energy provided by the magnetic field. Under the control of a particle accelerator, these protons collide. The large amount of kinetic energy carried by protons is converted into matter. Antiprotons appear.
The circumsatellite particle accelerator was successfully operated. Antiproton detected. Antiprotons have been successfully separated.
The unchanging electronic synthesized sound sounded in the quiet laboratory, causing ripples in everyone's hearts. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and he gave the second instruction calmly.
Start slowing down.
Currently, high-energy antiprotons and particle accelerators are running at speeds close to the speed of light under the influence of magnetic fields. To catch it, you first need to slow it down. This requires a specialized device, an antiproton reducer. With the help of this deceleration device, the speed of antiprotons will be greatly reduced, and they will be bound by the magnetic field cage. Lu Yongchang silently watched the data flashing across the screen in the holographic projection. Suddenly, his eyes moved, and the solemn look on his face relaxed a little. Fang Su, who was standing next to him, saw the change in Lu Yongchang's face and subconsciously asked,
Success?
Before he finished speaking, the electronic synthesized sound sounded again.
Deceleration successful. The capture procedure is being executed. Capture successful.
Compared with the Earth's era, the current particle accelerator is more efficient. It produces antiprotons much faster. But even so, it was not until a week later that the Academy of Sciences obtained enough anti-electrons and antiprotons to conduct an experiment. Their mass can only be described in micrograms. But it is much better than the Earth age. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the two, empty, holographic images in front of him. They are two magnetic bottles composed of magnetic fields invisible to the naked eye. Inside the seemingly empty magnetic bottle, a large number of anti-electrons and antiprotons are respectively restrained. They are the building blocks of anti-hydrogen atoms. Like a hydrogen atom, an anti-hydrogen atom is made up of an anti-electron and an antiproton. He calmed down and said in a deep voice,
Get ready to start the second acceleration.
The large particle accelerator begins operating again. This time, the first anti-hydrogen cloud in human history will appear in the particle accelerator. Time passes minute by minute. The atmosphere in the laboratory also became more solemn. Different from the previous preparation steps, the production of large quantities of anti-hydrogen atoms involves some risks. Once the particle trap is no longer constrained, these anti-hydrogen atoms will come into contact with the container walls. The consequence of contact is naturally annihilation. Even if there is only 1 microgram of antimatter, the energy released is extremely huge. Even the confident Lu Yongchang seemed extremely nervous at this moment. He took a deep breath, clenched his hands into fists, and stared at the holographic projection in front of him, not daring to relax at all. Chapter 506: A Bold Guess. Antiprotons and anti-electrons enter a predetermined fusion chamber under the control of a magnetic field. It is a tubular cavity with a high-purity vacuum inside. In the cavity, antiprotons and anti-electrons gradually approach, collide, and fuse with each other under the influence of a magnetic field. Soon, the anti-hydrogen atom, composed of an antiproton and an anti-electron, also appeared. A reminder sounded in the Dawn Star laboratory thousands of miles away.
Bip! Blop! Blop! Anti-hydrogen atoms detected.
Lu Yongchang showed a hint of excitement on his face. He waved his fist vigorously and said in a deep voice,
Activate the particle trap to capture and restrain the anti-hydrogen atoms.
The moment the words fell, an extremely powerful magnetic field quickly appeared in the fusion room. The surrounding superconducting magnets form an extremely complex magnetic cage within the tubular cavity under zero control. It interacts with the atomic magnetic moment of the anti-hydrogen atom, indirectly binding it in the particle trap. Over time, the number of anti-hydrogen atoms trapped within the particle trap increased rapidly. Gradually, the weight of the anti-hydrogen atoms in the particle trap has reached 1 microgram. In the simulation image given by Zero, these anti-hydrogen atoms combine with each other, eventually forming an extremely thin cloud of anti-hydrogen gas in the particle trap. Although this cloud of anti-hydrogen gas weighs only 1 microgram, but it is already the largest amount of antimatter created in human history. The moment the anti-hydrogen gas cloud was born, an extremely large amount of observation data was transmitted from various observation facilities. Even Lu Yongchang can only get a little bit of trivial information from the dazzling data. Therefore, for the scientists at the People's Federation's first laboratory, the real battle has just begun. They need to analyze massive amounts of data to analyze antimatter in the true sense and at the macro level. Although anti-electrons and antiprotons exist in cosmic rays, antimatter at the macro level still only exists in particle accelerators. According to the definitions of matter and antimatter, the two should be in an equal relationship. In other words, the total amount of matter and antimatter should be equal. The two annihilate each other, and the entire universe should be a pot of rich, energy soup. But so far, the universe discovered by humans is composed of matter. This means that there must be some factor between matter and antimatter that causes the status of the two to be imbalanced. Therefore, the universe eventually developed into its current state. Everything is composed of matter, and antimatter only occupies sporadic places, and will be annihilated and disappear in a very short period of time. Lu Yongchang hopes to find out the reason from antihydrogen, which will also be of great help to humans in manipulating antimatter in the future. Late at night, the lights in the People's Federation No. 1 laboratory are still bright. Everyone is excitedly analyzing the data continuously generated by the observation device. With the help of Zero, the efficiency of data parsing work is greatly increased. But even so, this observation data, which is filled with unknown amounts of hard disk space, cannot be analyzed in a short time. Like other scientific researchers, Tao Yudong methodically processed the various data in front of him. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. An incredible idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He put down what he was doing without hesitation, got up and walked in the direction of Lu Yongchang. Professor. Tao Yudong slowed down, came to Lu Yongchang, who was immersed in processing data, and shouted in a low voice. When Lu Yongchang heard the sound, his hand suddenly stopped. The next moment, he raised his head and glanced in the direction of the sound. After seeing Tao Yudong, he put down what he was doing, raised his hand and rubbed his sore eyes, and asked in a gentle tone, Tao Yudong, have you discovered anything new? Tao Yudong hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice again and said, Professor, there is no major discovery. I have an idea. Huh? What's your idea? Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then said, Tell me about it. A hint of confusion flashed across Tao Yudong's face. It seemed that he also felt that his idea was a bit shocking. Professor, I want to try turning off the particle trap. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly widened. Turn off particle trap? What you up to? No wonder Lu Yongchang was so surprised. Once the particle trap is closed, the antihydrogen cloud trapped within it rapidly spreads and subsequently comes into contact with the tube wall of the particle accelerator. Then, there is the annihilation reaction. Although the energy produced by the annihilation of 1 microgram of antihydrogen is not very large, but that's enough to open a big hole in the fragile particle accelerator. Ahem. Tao Yudong reached out and scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment, Professor, anti-electrons and antiprotons have opposite parts compared to normal protons and electrons. These opposing factors, if accumulated with each other, add up to the macro level. Will it give antimatter some unique properties? For example, anti-gravity has always been theorized. His. Lu Yongchang gasped and looked at Tao Yudong in front of him with disbelief. This. A little too incredible. Right. Although research requires bold guesses and careful verification. But this conjecture is too bold. Right. Looking at Lu Yongchang's shocked eyes, Tao Yudong said anxiously, Professor, just turn off the particle trap briefly. If you control the time well, it won't cause any harm. We just need to observe the direction of movement of these antihydrogens, and that's it. Lu Yongchang didn't speak, but frowned slightly and looked at the holographic projection aside. In the projection is a simulated image of an antihydrogen gas cloud provided by Zero. Tao Yudong, who had not received a response for a long time, looked slightly gloomy, lowered his head and whispered, Professor, I know this conjecture is a bit exaggerated, but I still hope. Give it a try. Lu Yongchang's gentle voice interrupted Tao Yudong's words. However, it's definitely not possible to just turn off the particle trap. The temperature of these antihydrogens is very high, and now they are too active. We have to cool them down first. Tao Yudong looked at Lu Yongchang's serious analysis in surprise. Professor, do you agree? What? Lu Yongchang turned to glance at Tao Yudong and said with a smile, Just because it's exaggerated, why don't you give it a try? What if it really succeeds? Chapter 507 Clues of the 4th Level Technology Tree. A few days later, under the order of Lu Yongchang, the Academy of Sciences completed a series of preparatory work. The preparation work was not complicated, but it took a lot of effort from the Academy of Sciences. Under Lu Yongchang's order, Zero controlled the robot to dismantle the entire particle trap device and transported it directly to the surface of Dawn Star. The reason is also very simple. On the one hand, during the experiment, the complex magnetic field formed by the particle trap device will disappear briefly. Antihydrogen molecules will also lose their bonds. Although it is an extremely short time,
It still means risk anti-hydrogen molecules will collide with the inner wall of the device and annihilate. The large amount of energy released will cause considerable damage to the particle accelerator. In order to avoid this unnecessary risk, it is natural to use particle traps to transport the anti-hydrogen to a safe place. Some people may ask, why not transport it to an unimportant corner of the moon, but go to a lot of trouble to transport it to the surface of Dawn? This involves the second factor. The purpose of this experiment is to observe the response of antimatter to gravity at the macroscopic level. Anti-hydrogen molecules are very light and move at very high speeds. This creates a problem. It may be difficult for humans to observe their response to gravity. There may even be a situation where the anti-hydrogen collides with the tube wall and is directly annihilated before it can be observed. In order to avoid this unexpected situation, Lu Yongchang decided to start from two aspects at the same time. On the one hand, it increases gravity. The solution is simple. Just transport it from luminous to Dawn. Compared with the weak photomons, the 1.9 g gravity on Dawn's surface can greatly amplify the response of anti-hydrogen molecules to gravity. Second, reduce the movement speed of anti-hydrogen molecules. This requires a completely new technology, particle cooling laser bombardment technology. The technical principles are not complicated. Use photons as ammunition to bombard the anti-hydrogen molecules bound by particle traps. With the kinetic energy of bombardment, these anti-hydrogen molecules are continuously decelerated. The above two measures can amplify the reaction of anti-hydrogen molecules to the gravitational effect as much as possible. Start slowing down. Lu Yongchang's voice sounded in the laboratory. At the same time, in the particle trap device placed on the ground of Dawn Star, beams of high frequency and high power lasers were emitted from the generating device. In a very short period of time, photons collided with anti-hydrogen molecules several times. The speed of the anti-hydrogen molecules decreases rapidly. When its running speed slowed down to its intended target, Lu Yongchang spoke again and issued a second order. Prepare to close the particle trap. Countdown. 10. 9. The countdown echoed in the laboratory. Every researcher stared intently at the holographic projection in front of them. Especially Tao Yuda. He held his breath. If macroscopic anti-hydrogen molecules can really achieve anti-gravity, then the distance between humans and level 4 civilization will not be far away. After all, everyone present vividly remembers the way the flagship of the later civilization played with the mysterious gravity in the palm of their hands. 2. 1. Turn off the particle trap. On Dawn Star, the particle trap device placed on an empty land somewhere stopped operating. Anti-hydrogen molecules that have lost the confinement of the magnetic field appear to have extremely chaotic trajectories. Soon, under Zero's control, majestic energy gushes out from the matching fusion reactor, and the particle trap operates again. A complex magnetic field was rapidly generated, and the anti-hydrogen molecules that had just begun to escape were once again firmly restrained in the magnetic field. The whole process sounds complicated, but in fact it only takes tens of milliseconds. At the same time, a large amount of observation data burst out in front of everyone. The laboratory was extremely quiet, and every scientific researcher carefully observed the data in the giant holographic projection. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang shook his head slightly and sighed. Pity! A second later, Zero also finished computing all the data. In the giant holographic projection, a 3D simulation image appeared. In the image, anti-hydrogen molecules are tightly bound in magnetic cages. As the device shuts down, these anti-hydrogen molecules begin to escape. Because of the slow speed of movement, it can be clearly seen through the picture that these anti-hydrogen molecules fall toward the tube wall below under the influence of the gravity of Dawn Star. The next moment, the device was running again. The complex magnetic field pulls these anti-hydrogen molecules back into the magnetic cage. Tao Yudao looked at the simulated holographic screen, sighed with frustration, and took over Lu Yongchang's unfinished words. Yes, it's a pity. Antimatter is still affected by gravity. It doesn't achieve anti-gravity. Lu Yongchang didn't have much regret on his face. In a sense, the results of this experiment did not exceed his expectations. Antimatter is certainly not the key to unlocking the door to gravity control. There is no other reason. As of now, there are still no technology options related to gravity on the technology tree in the back of his mind. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's memory from a few days ago appeared in his mind. At the moment when anti-hydrogen molecules were successfully created, the long-dormant technology tree space became active again. The dim cursor marking preliminary involvement in antimatter gradually brightened.
A thin white line stretched out from it, slowly extending upwards under his gaze. The thin line continued to extend, and soon it reached the top area of the third-level technology tree. The fog that originally covered the top of the third-level technology tree slowly dissipated. Antimatter mass production plan. The thin line continued to extend upward, and soon, with a slight tremor in the technology tree space, the dividing line between the third-level civilization and the fourth-level civilization appeared in front of him. Antimatter engine. By this time, the cursor was very dim, and the text on it seemed blurry. But at that time, Lu Yongchang still tried to open his eyes wide, and tried his best to see the cursors higher up. Initial application of antimatter, antimatter bomb. Advanced application of antimatter, gamma, gamma, ray burst. Professor? Tao Yuda's voice came from the side, interrupting Lu Yongchang's memories.
What should we do next? The observation experiment on anti-hydrogen molecules is not over yet. Do we need to send them back to Phony?
Just as Lu Yongchang was about to nod in agreement, the extremely blurry cursor text in his memory appeared in his mind again. He slowly shook his head and softly rejected Tao Yuda's proposal.
No!
Tao Yuda looked at Lu Yongchang, who looked a little fanatical in front of him, with some doubts.
Then, attempt annihilation.
Lu Yongchang became more and more excited.
I need data on the annihilation of matter and antimatter after contact.
Chapter 508 Annihilation. Everyone present expressed confusion about Lu Yongchang's request.
Yongchang?
As the second in command of the Academy of Sciences, Fong Su on the side was the first to ask.
Why release these hard-won antimatter? The observation experiment has not yet been completed. If it is completely released, our experimental progress will be stagnant for a long time.
Fong Su's words aroused the approval of many people. As for Lu Yongchang, he smiled and shook his head.
The data collected in the past few days is enough for our research. After we finish processing the data we have, a new batch of antihydrogen molecules should be produced.
As he spoke, Lu Yongchang looked a little more serious.
On the one hand, the phenomenon of annihilation of matter and antimatter at the macroscopic level is an area we have never set foot in. I want to use it to get a glimpse of the scene at the beginning of the Big Bang. What exactly is it that causes our universe to ultimately be made of matter?
Hearing this, everyone in the laboratory was moved. For scientists, exploring the mysteries of the universe is like deadly poison, attracting their attention all the time.
On the other hand,
speaking of this, Lu Yongchang paused for a moment and said again,
although our current efficiency in producing antihydrogen is very low, we still need to lay some foundations for the application of antimatter engines, or weapons and equipment made with the help of antimatter. All require macro-level annihilation data of matter and antimatter as a basis.
After hearing these two reasons, Fong Su decisively changed his stance and nodded in agreement. As for other researchers, when he heard the first reason, he had already decided to support Lu Yongchang's approach. After all, who can resist the allure of peering into the origins of the universe? Certainly, the so-called release of antimatter is definitely not simply closing the particle trap and then throwing this precious microgram of antihydrogen molecules directly into the outside world. If you really do this, without the help of professional equipment, humans may only see an extremely brilliant, extremely expensive, large explosion. This is too much of a luxury. Therefore, in order to obtain as much data as possible, under the order of Lu Yongchang, more than 10 engineering ships began to build a specialized space laboratory in the open space far away from the Dawn Star and the Moon. By then, this microgram of antihydrogen molecule will come into contact with 1 microgram of hydrogen molecule in this space laboratory, and open the door to a new scientific research field that humans have never encountered before. Time flies. 1 month later, the manufacturing of the space laboratory is completed. As Lu Yongchang said, before they could finish analyzing all the observation data, the Ring Satellite Large Particle Accelerator had recreated a microgram of antihydrogen molecules. However, this time, Lu Yongchang did not order to stop the operation of the particle accelerator. If you want to study antimatter in depth, just 1 microgram is definitely not enough. In addition to antihydrogen, he even wants to create antihelium. October 24th, 2450 in the Earth calendar. Inside the first laboratory of Dawn Star, the expressions of every scientific researcher were nervous and slightly excited. Zero's electronic synthesized voice continued to sound in the laboratory, broadcasting the progress of various preparations in the space laboratory.
Professor, all preparations have been completed.
As the last electronic synthesized sound sounded, the original comm returned to the laboratory. Lu Yongchang stared at the monitoring data in the holographic projection. The data shows that microgram of precious anti-hydrogen molecules is firmly restrained by a magnetic cage in the center of the high-purity vacuum reaction chamber. Different from simple, particle traps used to bind anti-hydrogen molecules. The form of the magnetic cage in the reaction chamber is more complex. Simply put, it is composed of two layers of magnetic cages. The inner magnetic cage is mainly used to bind anti-hydrogen molecules. The outer magnetic cage is used to control the movement of hydrogen molecules. As for why this is done, it is naturally to better control the contact between the two. Lu Yongchang checked all the data again. After confirming that it was correct, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice,
"Inject the same amount of hydrogen."
After the words fell, a slender probe penetrated the surface of the magnetic cage, which is the interlayer between the outer magnetic cage and the inner magnetic cage, and accurately sprayed out a microgram of hydrogen gas.
"Start the particle cooling device."
Almost at the same time, the second order was issued. In order to better control these hydrogen and anti-hydrogen molecules, the experiment needs to slow down their operation speed as much as possible. The high-power laser generator starts. Under the irradiation of beams of high-frequency lasers, the movement speed of the molecules inside the magnetic cage rapidly decreased, and the temperature in the vacuum chamber quickly reached near absolute zero. Looking at the data items in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's expression became more solemn. Next is the most critical step.
Close the inner magnetic cage. Change the operating rules of the outer magnetic cage. Shrink the space of the magnetic cage at the same time, and control the contact between the two.
The words fell. The inner magnetic cage used to bind the anti-hydrogen molecules disappeared instantly. The operating rules of the outer magnetic cage also changed rapidly and remained consistent with the original operating rules of the inner magnetic cage. The magnetic moments of hydrogen atoms and anti-hydrogen atoms are the same. At the same time, under the control of Zero, the outer magnetic cage began to shrink inward, forcing the hydrogen molecules and anti-hydrogen molecules to keep getting closer. Finally, the two successfully contacted each other. The moment the two come into contact, the annihilation reaction occurs. There was an explosion. Although the total amount of matter and antimatter is only 2 micrograms, they still produce an extremely huge amount of energy by releasing energy according to the mass energy formula. 2 photon beams with the same frequency and opposite directions burst out instantly from the central area of the reaction chamber, hitting the wall of the reaction chamber hard. This is the gamma ray produced by the mutual annihilation of matter and antimatter. At the same time, countless observation data poured into Zero's optical quantum computer body like a tide. Annihilation reactions are short-lived. The gamma rays slowly dissipated, and the 2 micrograms of matter and antimatter in the reaction chamber completely disappeared. This is the first time that humans have obtained data on the annihilation of large amounts of matter and antimatter at the macroscopic level. The first thing that needs to be verified is whether the energy produced by the annihilation of matter and antimatter conforms to the mass energy formula. If the energy released after the two annihilate is less than the theoretical value given by the mass energy formula, it means that the annihilation of matter and antimatter at the macroscopic level is not complete. Simply put, 1 microgram of antimatter cannot completely annihilate 1 microgram of positive matter. This could explain why the universe is ultimately made of matter rather than antimatter. This will directly overturn previous human cognition, but it will also bring new research directions to mankind. Chapter 509 Parity is not conserved. A tense atmosphere spread in the laboratory. Zero quickly processed various data sent back from the space laboratory. It didn't take long for Lu Yongchang to get the answer. Standards compliant. The energy produced by 2 micrograms of matter and antimatter is exactly in line with the standard value derived from the mass energy formula. The moment he saw this result, Lu Yongchang subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If the two values are not equal, it will be a heavy blow to the physics mastered by mankind. After ruling out this thunder option, Lu Yongchang once again invested in data processing. These complex data, like bricks, lay the foundation for the Academy of Sciences' next research.
Professor, the orbital satellite particle accelerator found abnormal data.
Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded in Lu Yongchang's ears. Lu Yongchang subconsciously raised his head and looked at the holographic projection appearing next to him with blank eyes. Rows of key data come into view.
This is...
Lu Yongchang's energy suddenly rose. He quickly stood up from his chair and raised his hand to enlarge the holographic screen in front of him. His unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of surrounding scientific researchers.
What's wrong?
Bong Su frowned and glanced at the holographic screen in front of Lu Yongchang, and asked in a low voice.
Is there something wrong with the particle accelerator?
Lu Yongcha did not respond, but looked solemnly at the data in the holographic projection.
I see,
he muttered. Lu Yongchang's movements and behavior completely aroused Fang Su's curiosity. He quickly put down his work, stood up, and came to the holographic projection.
Parity is not concerned.
While Fang Su was looking at the data carefully, Lu Yongchang suddenly said,
Exceptionally high parity non-conservation phenomenon. What does this mean?
Fang Su, whose research direction is not here, frowned and asked in a low voice.
It means the truth of the material universe,
Lu Yongchang said with some excitement.
In the beginning, our universe was in a singularity with infinitely high density and energy. Then, under the Big Bang, the universe expanded rapidly. Elementary particles keep appearing. At the same time, particles and antiparticles continue to appear. At this time, the number of the two should be equal. The universe at this time is more like a pot of high-temperature particle soup composed of quarks and gluons. Until the weak interaction kicks in, there was a change in the number of quarks and antiquarks. In the particle soup, the number of quarks gradually dominates. The two annihilate each other, and the remaining particles constitute our current universe. Of course, these are all my inferences at the moment.
Lu Yongchang shrugged and said,
The real scene is probably not something that humans can explore at the moment. Whether the inference is correct or not, it doesn't matter. Importantly, these data can provide a lot of help for our next research. Perhaps, after finding a way to mass-produce antimatter, we can start working on antimatter engines.
The central region of the Milky Way.
Sir, there is something new.
Within the quiet artificial planet, the voices of subordinates rang out. As the sound sounded, a light curtain automatically unfolded around Sweeper 9527.
Probe number 9121333165 successfully found the second planet in the KZQXD 771 star system, Ross 154.
The subordinate's voice continued.
To our surprise, we found remnants of civilization on this barren planet.
Upon hearing this, Cleaner 9527 changed his original lazy look and immediately straightened up from his seat. It quickly raised its tentacles and began to move on the light screen.
Is it just a second-level civilization?
Cleaner 9527 said with some dissatisfaction.
What can a mere second-level civilization know? They can't even figure out their own star.
The subordinate was silent for a while, and then presented a new piece of data to Sweeper 9527.
No, we believe that the death of the painting has a lot to do with this secondary civilization. The detector analyzed all the remaining buildings, and they were built at the same time. About 170 to 180 years ago.
Cleaner 9527's expression changed slightly, and the working indicator light of the external memory storage device near the thinking organ flashed rapidly.
The death time of painting?
Faced with such a coincidence, Sweeper 9527 could no longer maintain his original attitude of the old god being there, and observed the data returned by the detector more carefully.
But what can a second-level civilization do? They have not mastered the warp navigation technology, and are even using backward nuclear fusion energy.
Cleaner 9527 shook his head repeatedly.
I can't imagine that a second-level civilization can help a seventh-level dimensional creature. But anyway,
thinking of the urging message sent by the mother civilization not long ago, a ruthless look flashed in the eyes of Cleaner 9527.
I would rather kill by mistake than let go. Let the detector explore all star systems within a 50 light-year radius. It's just a second-level civilization. It can't go far. Import the architectural style into the database. And once discovered, immediately implement a cleaning plan.
The subordinate looked stern and responded immediately.
Yes.
After turning around and giving the order, a flash of hesitation flashed across the subordinate's face.
Only use basic detectors? Isn't this a bit too? After all, our basic detectors are not equipped with any weapons.
Cleaner 9527 sneered disdainfully.
Are you afraid of being beaten by the pastoralists? What damage can a secondary civilization do to our detectors? Even if they were lucky enough to enter a third-level civilization in the past 200 years, they would only have mastered simple plasma weapons.
Upon hearing this, the hesitation on the subordinate's face slowly dissipated. That's right. It's just a small second-level civilization. Why is he so careful? Could it be that he was really frightened by those dimensional creatures from the pastoral school? Thinking of this, the subordinate raised his tentacles and tapped his thinking organ hard, trying to clear his mind. Okay, let the detector find it. Cleaner 9527's expression changed slightly.
What's going on with the pastoral faction recently? It stands to reason that the death information of the painting should have been passed on to them. Nothing unusual has been found so far.
The subordinate responded quickly.
The mother civilization is still looking for these cunning creatures. They are hidden very well.
Sweeper 9527 nodded noncommittally. For the Sweeper civilization, the combat power of dimensional creatures is not very good. But their ability to escape and hide is indeed top-notch. He had already learned this from painting. Chapter 510 Who picks up rags in a serious civilization? Dawn Star. Earth calendar year 2451. Human civilization. Immersed in antimatter experiments. Naturally has no idea what is happening in the center of the galaxy. It took a whole year. And under the leadership of Li Yongchang, the Academy of Sciences successfully established a series of theories about antimatter. Once the theoretical foundation is laid, the next step is naturally the specific application. Lu Yongchang has long coveted the antimatter engines and antimatter weapons in the technology tree. But there is still a huge problem lying in between. The problem of creating antimatter. With the manufacturing efficiency of laboratories, it is simply impossible for today's human civilization to use antimatter on a large scale. There are two main reasons. On the one hand, using particle accelerators to create antimatter is too expensive and can be said to be a loss-making business. On the other hand, antimatter production is too low. Compared with the Earth era, humans can indeed produce antimatter countless times faster. It only takes a week to obtain 1 microgram of anti-hydrogen atoms. But this kind of snail-like manufacturing speed is obviously not enough for humans, who have already become a level 3 civilization. Therefore, a new antimatter manufacturing solution is urgent. The research goals of everyone in the Academy of Sciences have also turned here. But this technology, which is located on the dividing line between level 3 civilization and level 4 civilization, is obviously not that easy to conquer. After several setbacks, Lu Yongchang sat in his office with a solemn expression, pursed his lips, and looked at the holographic image in front of him. In the holographic image, dense experimental data is presented.
Professor, the experiment failed.
Zero's electronic synthesized sound came from the speakers nearby. There was not much expression on Lu Yongchang's face. He just nodded slightly. He was tired of hearing this sentence during this time. The Academy of Sciences has proposed many plans for producing anti-hydrogen atoms. But without exception, none of them met Lu Yongchang's expectations.
Professor, Academician Tao Yuda is visiting.
The electronic synthesized sound sounded again.
Let him in.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, cheered up and said. The next moment, the office door opened, and Tao Yuda, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, stood at the door excitedly, looking at Tao Yuda's expression. Lu Yongchang's originally stable mood fluctuated slightly. Could it be? Does he have new manufacturing ideas? Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang looked at Tao Yuda with a hint of expectation.
Professor, I have an idea.
Sure enough, Tao Yuda walked into the office door excitedly and shouted loudly. Lu Yongchang's heart beat violently several times. He suppressed his inner excitement, sat up straight in his chair, and pointed to the seat in front of his desk.
Sit down first. Speak slowly.
Tao Yuda nodded hurriedly pulled out his chair, and sat opposite Lu Yongchang. Then, he raised his wrist, opened his watch, and summoned a small holographic projection. Under Tao Yuda's operation, the content of the small holographic projection was quickly synchronized in front of Lu Yongchang.
Feasibility report on antimatter collection device. Collect?
Lu Yongchang's expression froze, and he asked subconsciously, how does it feel? Is it different from what he expected? Tao Yuda cleared his throat.
Professor, although the universe is made of matter, in a vacuum environment, there are still many antiprotons and anti-electrons mixed in cosmic rays and wandering in the interstellar space. Since the efficiency of artificially producing antimatter is too low, we can completely change our thinking. Create a large number of antimatter collection devices to collect antimatter in the universe.
Looking at the plan in the holographic projection, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How should he evaluate this report? It's possible, but not much. Although there are many antiprotons and anti-electrons in the universe, they are too thin. If the collection is only done near dawn, the results that take several years will not even compare to the output of the Large Particle Accelerator of the Ring satellite operating at full power for 1 month. But, after all, it is a business without capital. As long as time lasts long enough and there are enough collection devices, humans will sooner or later be able to collect enough antimatter in the universe for use.
Isn't this picking up rags?
Lu Yongchang subconsciously asked.
Who in a serious civilization picks up rags?
Tao Yuda's mouth twitched.
This How can this be called picking up rags? How can we say that things related to level 3 civilization are just picking up rags?
Tao Yuda's voice became softer and softer, and he was still mumbling obscure words such as antimatter collection array and circumstellar system detection array.
Okay. Dot.
Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Let's not talk about this plan yet. What mankind needs now is a solution that can produce antimatter stably and efficiently. We don't have that much time to collect antimatter floating in space.
Even so, he still put this option as a backup plan. It can also serve as a detector around the star system, and can collect antimatter in interstellar space. Best of all, it doesn't use much energy. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Earn resources. Not shabby. After sending Tao Yuda away, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath again.
0. Close the door. Unless there is an emergency, no one is allowed to enter.
After learning the lesson from the last time, Lu Yongchang added a precondition to the order. After all, he can't always expect 0 underlying logic code.
Right?
After the words fell, the office door slowly closed. After Lu Yongchang confirmed, he leaned back on the comfortable chair and slowly closed his eyes. At this point, he could only ask for help from the technology tree space. As soon as my mind moved, my consciousness came to that familiar space. The fluorescent green background and the tech tree glowing with bright white light. Different from the last time. After completing the construction of various antimatter theories, the originally barren technology tree in the first half now seems fuller. Lu Yongchang raised his head and looked up. White cursors came into view one after another, but none of them caught his attention. After a few seconds, his eyes rested on the top of the 3rd level technology tree. It's a dim cursor with 50% brightness. Antimatter mass production plan. Looking at the clear fonts on the cursor, Lu Yongchang's consciousness became more serious. Without any hesitation, he directly focused on the dim cursor. Dizziness arises spontaneously. What followed was a sense of clarity that was like transcendence. Various theories related to antimatter were integrated in Lu Yongchang's mind, and some original difficulties were quickly solved. As time passed, a plan slowly emerged in his mind. Chapter 511, Phoenix 1.
Call.
In the office, Lu Yongchang slowly opened his closed eyes, exhaled a strong breath, and at the same time reached for a pack of high-concentration nutrient solution handed over by the robot. When sucking the nutrient solution, Lu Yongchang showed a little confusion on his face. I always feel like something is weird. He shook his head vigorously, and the strange feeling slowly dissipated, because he was eager to record the plan in his mind. He did not take this strange feeling to heart, and regarded it as some subtle sequelae of the brain's overclocking.
0. Convene a meeting of the Academy of Sciences,
he said in a deep voice while writing and drawing on the holographic interface in front of him.
On the feasibility of mass-producing low-temperature anti-hydrogen atoms through the collision of excited electrons and antiprotons.
On the holographic screen, a line of text quickly appeared. Earth calendar year 2455. The lights are brightly lit in the first laboratory of the People's Academy of Science and Technology of Dawn Star. Not only the first laboratory, but also the 6 surface cities of Dawn Star, the Space Cultivation Center, and the Ice Giant Star Gold Mining Station. It's also a brightly lit scene. Ice Giant Synchronous Orbit, Star Gold Mining Station. Hope finished her day's work, but she didn't feel tired at all. He sat in his seat, staring intently at the holographic image in front of him. Same with Hope. At this moment, all the awakened personnel in the All-Human Alliance are focusing on the holographic image. At this moment, the holographic images of the All-People's Alliance are all playing the same picture. In the screen, every scientific researcher stared intently at the holographic image in front of him, investigating every possible problem.
Everyone!
Lu Yongchang's steady and powerful voice came from the loudspeaker.
After 4 years of hard work, the People's Federation's first real antimatter manufacturing device has been successfully launched. 425 years ago, mankind's first nuclear fusion reactor came out, which freed mankind from energy problems and opened the door to the interstellar era. And today, the mass production of antimatter means that mankind is about to get rid of the title of low-level interstellar civilization. After more than 400 years of hard work, human civilization has finally established a firm foothold in the universe. I hope, I expect, and I believe that one day, human civilization will make its own voice to the universe. May the glory of mankind last forever.
As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of warm applause in the laboratory. Hope, who was far away in Ice Star, couldn't help but blush slightly when he heard the last sentence. For 100 years, 400 years ago, when he was a child, Lu Yongcheng's words aroused his desire to survive. 400 years later, it's still the same people and the same words. His nose twitched slightly, and he murmured to himself,
"May the glory of mankind last forever."
Amid the warm applause, Lu Yongcheng stood quietly waiting with a smile on his lips. When the applause died down, he spoke again.
"I declare, Phoenix 1. The first trial run begins now."
Phoenix 1. The full name is Phoenix 1 Anti-Hydrogen Atom Production Device. As the name suggests, it can make anti-hydrogen atoms in large quantities. As for why it is an anti-hydrogen atom, just like nuclear fusion mainly uses deuterium, tritium and helium, anti-hydrogen atoms are the easiest antimatter to create. The huge device set up on the surface of the moon began to operate at the moment the order was given, with the energy supply provided by several fusion reactors. Phoenix 1 continuously produces antiprotons and electrons. Later, the two collided with each other in the reaction chamber of Phoenix 1. Low-temperature anti-hydrogen atoms appeared one after another, and under the guidance of the magnetic field, they slowly entered the pre-designed storage chamber.
Anti-hydrogen atoms successfully detected.
The smooth electronic synthesized sound sounded in the laboratory, immediately causing a burst of cheers. Lu Yongcheng quietly looked at the huge holographic image directly in front of him. He knew that this was far from over. For Phoenix 1, it is not difficult to create antimatter. The real test lies in constraining and storing antimatter. The characteristics of antimatter dictate that it cannot be stored in normal ways. Once it comes into contact with matter, an extremely violent annihilation reaction will occur. Lu Yongcheng didn't want to see the day when the warship of human civilization turned into a group of extremely brilliant fireworks while traveling. So a lot of time over the past 4 years has been spent on storage technologies for large amounts of anti-hydrogen atoms. A device similar to the particle trap was born. 3 layers of magnetic fields are distributed in the antimatter storage device, whose inner cavity is a high-purity vacuum environment. These 3 layers of magnetic fields are powered by 3 separate power supply lines to prevent unexpected situations. As for the 3-layer magnetic field, all disappeared. Lu Yongcheng believes that if it really reaches that point, the human starship must have suffered an irreparable and devastating blow. Then, it is also a good choice to use the antimatter in the storage device to exert its final effect.
Anti-hydrogen atoms successfully entered the storage device. Say successfully.
Zero's electronic synthesized sound interrupted Lu Yongcheng's thoughts. Looking at the big characters in the holographic projection, Lu Yongcheng finally showed a faint smile on his tense face. At this moment, the door to the 4th level civilization has been loosened.
"Professor, I think there is still a problem with Phoenix 1.
After the Phoenix 1 trial run, Tao Yuda came to Lu Yongcheng's side in a hurry.
"Huh?"
Lu Yongcheng frowned subconsciously.
"Any other questions?" "Energy supply issues,"
Tao Yuda replied hesitantly.
"Currently, Phoenix 1 still uses fusion reactors for energy. I think this is probably not a long-term solution. I did a simple calculation. If we want to support an interstellar war, we need antimatter."
Tao Yuda raised his wrist and turned on the small holographic projection on the watch.
"About this number."
A number appeared on the holographic projection. Lu Yongcheng's expression moved slightly.
"I kind of understand what you mean. Are you worried about the production rate?"
Tao Yuda quickly nodded and affirmed.
"Not bad. No matter how much antimatter we store, we will eventually run out of it. Therefore, in order to cope with interstellar wars, our antimatter production rate must be maintained at a standard. And wanting to meet this standard,"
Tao Yuda swallowed lightly.
"After calculation, we may have to fill phony with fusion reactors and Phoenix 1 antimatter manufacturing devices."
Hearing this, Lu Yongcheng couldn't help but look down. It is obviously not his original intention to use the entire photomony as an energy manufacturing base.
"Let's go to my office first,"
Lu Yongcheng said in a low voice. Chapter 512 Giant Structure, Dyson Sphere. Inside the office, Lu Yongcheng sat on the chair, his brows furrowed, his tangled eyes fixed directly on the holographic projection in front of him. Tao Yuda is right. He also performed a simple calculation just now. According to the current energy supply efficiency of fusion reactors, humans need to transform Pharos into an energy planet with a surface filled with fusion reactors to meet humans' needs for antimatter in war. Antimatter does not come from thin air. When matter and antimatter come into contact, energy is released. Creating antimatter from matter requires the same or even more energy. After all, during the production process, there is inevitably energy loss. In other words, the current Phoenix 1 is similar to a large-scale high-efficiency energy storage device. Someone may ask, so what is the role of antimatter? Isn't it good to directly use the energy from a fusion reactor? This involves an issue of energy conversion efficiency. Compared with antimatter, fusion reactors are too gentle, and the rate of energy release is too slow. 1 g of antimatter can annihilate 1 g of positive matter, directly releasing all the energy equivalent to 2 g of matter in a very short time. The energy released by 2 g of fusion raw materials is far less than the energy produced by the annihilation of matter and antimatter, both in terms of quantity and rate. Even for a hydrogen bomb, the energy conversion efficiency is only 0.7%. The energy conversion rate of antimatter energy is more than 140 times that. Therefore, even though it requires more energy to create it, it is the inevitable choice for level 4 civilizations. Lu Yongcheng's right hand was half clenched, and his knuckles tapped lightly on the desk in front of him, making a rhythmic clicking sound. Transforming Phony into an energy planet would definitely not meet his expectations. So, what about transforming the remaining planets in the Gliese 555 star system into energy planets? The amount of this project is not small. The subsequent mining of fusion raw materials alone is also a big project. Suddenly, Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly. He suddenly raised his hand and patted his forehead lightly. I see. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he said repeatedly, I know what to do. Tao Yuda trembled slightly. He was startled by Lu Yongcheng's fierce movements. But after hearing the words from Lu Yongcheng's mouth, he hurriedly leaned forward slightly and asked urgently, Professor, have you thought of any good method? Facing Tao Yuda's eager questioning, Lu Yongcheng showed a mysterious smile on his face. Planet-level nuclear fusion. What do you think of? Tao Yuda couldn't help but be stunned. Gradually, an incredible idea emerged in his mind. His eyes widened slightly, and he murmured to himself. To the sun? No, that's wrong. It should be the main star. Professor, do you want to use Gliese 555 as an energy source? Of course. Lu Yongcheng smiled and nodded. Have you ever heard of the Dyson Ball project? An idea for the age of Earth. An artificial celestial body with a diameter of 200 million kilometers, used to wrap around stars and exploit stellar energy. To put it bluntly, it is actually a giant structure built around a star to obtain energy. Tao Yuda swallowed hard, and then nodded slightly. As an old man from the Earth age, he naturally knows this term. In the past, we might not have been able to complete such a large-scale project. With that said, Lu Yongcheng stood up from his chair, reached out and opened the holographic projection on the side, and brought up the star map of the Gliese 555 star system. But now, humans already have the technology to build Dyson spheres, converting a red dwarf into an antimatter production site. I think this should be enough to meet the needs of human civilization. Time is money. For human civilization that is developing at a rapid pace, time is the most precious thing. Therefore, after deciding on the research direction, Lu Yongcheng convened another Academy of Sciences meeting without any hesitation or even taking a short break. In terms of materials, the main frame of the Dyson sphere is made of carbide material. In the conference room, Lu Yongcheng said while reaching out to make slight adjustments on the holographic projection. A small amount of star gold can be added to key parts. He shook his head helplessly. Our current star gold reserves cannot withstand what this big guy created. There was a burst of laughter in the conference room. Indeed, as Lu Yongcheng said, it is absolutely impossible for the star gold mined inside an ice giant to support such a huge project consumption. Ding Chunwang, how is the research progress of artificial star gold? Lu Yongcheng turned to look at an academician sitting on the side of the conference table and asked. There is only one ice giant in the Gliese 555 star system. We cannot all hope rests on it. Professor, we encountered some difficulties during the manufacturing process. Ding Chunwang, a scholar from the School of Material Science, quickly responded. But the problem is not big, and we can solve it. Lu Yongcheng nodded slightly. Since academician Ding Chunwang said so, he stopped asking any more questions. As the chief of the Academy of Sciences, he only needs to grasp the direction of civilization and a few of the most critical technologies. He doesn't need to worry too much about some trivial branch technologies. The problem of the main material of the Dyson sphere has been solved. The next most important thing is the structure of the Dyson sphere. While speaking, Lu Yongcheng stretched his hand across the air and brought up a brand new holographic projection. In the center of the holographic projection is a reddish-red dwarf star. It is the main star of the human star system, Gliese 555. Following Lu Yongcheng's movements, Gliese 555 quickly zoomed in, and soon occupied the space above the conference table. The next second, Gliese 555, which was emitting endless light and heat, was wrapped in a completely black SHL.
Everyone also knows that most of the energy released by a star is lost in the universe.
Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again.
For example, in the solar system where humans used to live, each planet only absorbed 1/10000000000 of the solar radiation energy. The Gliese 555 star system is no exception. A Dyson sphere in the traditional sense is completely wrapped with a solid SHL-like object. With this, all the radiation energy released by the star is intercepted. But this will affect the human living environment. In order to ensure the illumination received by Dawn star, we can design this SHL-like Dyson sphere as a split structure. In other words, along the trajectory of Dawn star, the Dyson sphere is divided into two, leaving the middle area empty.
After the words fell, a gap opened in the middle of the black spherical SHL structure surrounding the Gliese 555 red dwarf star. Part of the light and heat leaked through the cracks. Chapter 513 Dyson Sphere Phase 1 Project.
This is an extremely large and extremely difficult project. After various calculations, with the help of carbine and star gold carbon composite materials, theoretically, we can create such a giant building. Note, this is only theoretical.
Lu Yongchang sighed, shook his head and said again,
it will consume a lot of time and a huge amount of resources. In addition, it has to resist the impact of various small and micro celestial bodies, and use the power system to adjust its trajectory at any time to ensure that it does not fall into the star. Possible.
Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment.
All the materials in the Gliese 555 star system are not enough to build such a giant structure.
As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of discussion in the conference room.
Maybe we can reduce the area it covers.
He Binlin's voice sounded in the conference room. Under the gaze of everyone, he reached out and operated on the holographic projection. As he moved, in the 3D simulation image, the area of the black spherical SHL that enveloped the entire red dwarf star continued to shrink, and eventually became a ring-shaped building rotating around the red dwarf star.
Dyson ring.
He Binlin looked at the brand new model and nodded with satisfaction.
By increasing or decreasing the number of Dyson rings, we can adjust the energy utilization of the host star over time. At the same time, it can also reduce the possibility of being hit by small celestial bodies.
Lu Yongchang looked at the slowly rotating concentric ring model in front of him and nodded thoughtfully.
Really a good solution. Only, the construction cycle is still too long.
As he spoke, Lu Yongchang waved his hand and opened a brand new projection.
I have an idea.
As he spoke, he quickly sketched a few strokes on the newly opened holographic projection. Under Zero's rendering, a brand new simulation picture appeared in front of everyone. In the center of the projection is a reddish-red dwarf star Gliese 555. And around this red dwarf star, there are pieces of cloud-like devices.
The distributed Dyson sphere may be called a Dyson cloud.
Lu Yongchang shrugged.
This should be the simplest of the three architectures. 10 Phoenix 1 antimatter generation devices can be integrated on each cloud. With their own propulsion devices, they can maintain their orbit for a long time. Even, we can increase the number of clouds at any time to control the production efficiency of antimatter. There are many advantages, and naturally there are also disadvantages. Its energy absorption efficiency of Gliese 555 is not very high. At least not as good as a real Dyson sphere.
Lu Yongchang turned his gaze to the Dyson ring aside, his eyes flashing.
Maybe, we can combine the Dyson cloud and the Dyson ring. Implement the less difficult Dyson cloud project first. After the antimatter engine is successfully developed, we will consider implementing the Dyson ring project. As for the real Dyson sphere project, it won't be too late to consider it after the technological level of mankind has risen to a higher level.
Lu Yongchang's plan immediately received support from many people. Compared with the extremely large Dyson rings and Dyson spheres, the distributed structure of the Dyson cloud is undoubtedly more suitable for current human productivity. After the plan was finalized, under the leadership of Lu Yongchang, the Academy of Sciences immediately started working overtime. 1 month later, the design drawings of the Dyson Cloud Phase 1 project were officially released. After several simulation verifications of Zero, 1 engineering ship and Taotai material reserve ship left the Dawn Star and rushed towards the center of the Gliese 555 star system. While the first phase of the Dyson Sphere project is being carried out, the research and development of antimatter engines is also gradually carried out. as an entry-level technology for a fourth-level civilization. One can imagine how difficult it is to develop. 30 years later, the Earth will be 2,500 years old. The Dawn Star Environmental Transformation Project has finally come to an end. Lu Yongchang looked at the various data presented in the holographic projection, his eyes flashing with excitement. The outside atmospheric pressure has dropped to 2.5 standard atmospheres. Oxygen levels are slightly lower than in Earth times. But at 2.5 standard atmospheres, this difference will not have any impact on humans. Nitrogen, carbon dioxide. The atmosphere modifier, covering all oceans, has also died naturally and sunk to the bottom of the sea. After 100 years of transformation, Dawn Star has finally become the second Earth in Lu Yongchang's mind.
0. Tell Chairman Hong.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement.
In 1 month, all ports will be opened. It's time for us to go out.
1 month later, a corner of City 1. Hope was awakened by a blaring alarm clock. After an extremely brief period of confusion, he jumped up from the bed with a jerk. After hurriedly finishing washing, he walked out of the house quickly. When he came back from Ice Star to enjoy his vacation, he never thought that he would be able to catch up with this historic moment. He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. There's less than an hour left.
Hansen, this old boy.
Hope sked slightly, frowning, and said,
he must have overslept again.
While talking to himself, he changed his direction without hesitation and walked towards the residential area not far away. Thinking of what was going to happen next, his nostrils twitched slightly, and he breathed in the air hard, trying to suppress the restlessness in his heart. But to no avail. Nowadays, even the air is mixed with some restless factors, constantly provoking people's fragile nerves. Along the way, people's expectant chatter could be heard everywhere. The port is opening. They can leave the gated city. Hope shook his head, simply took steps, and ran hard with a beating heart and warm blood in his chest.
Bang, bang, bang.
The dull knocking on the door kept ringing. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Hansen, who had just dressed, appeared in front of Hope in a low spirit.
Let's go! Let's go!
Hope took a deep breath and pulled Hansen out.
The port will open soon. We should go out.
After an hour, under the excited gaze of everyone, the city port gates slowly opened. Hope subconsciously held her breath. The next moment, he took a tentative breath. The breath of freedom, accompanied by a little moisture, rushed straight into his mouth and nose.
Can breathe, can breathe.
His eyes were slightly red, and his trembling lips kept repeating this sentence. Like Hope, the Awami League citizens, who got the first batch of quotas to leave the city, all had the same expression. Uneasy, surprised, disbelieving. Complex emotions continued to impact everyone's nerves, whether it was a public person or a natural person. At this moment, a strong impulse arose. Go out. Get out there and see. Under the leadership of the robot, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and walked towards the port gate. Blue sky, white clouds, clear water, moist sea breeze, and the sound of gentle waves. And the land at the end of sight. Chapter 514, Awakening Area for Hibernating Personnel. As the first batch of humans left the closed cities on the surface of Dawn Star, human civilization also opened a new chapter. First, there are the billions of people still in hibernation that need to be addressed. Unlike those who have long since awakened, those who are still in hibernation have never been exposed to the public welfare system, nor have they experienced the century-long propaganda and education of the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament. In their old ideas, the public pension system is a deviant option. Therefore, their attitude towards public caregivers will be different from ordinary people. In order not to affect the normal implementation of the public welfare system, even though the surface infrastructure of Dawn Star has been basically completed, the Academy of Sciences has not awakened a large number of humans at once. Instead, a batch wake-up mode is adopted. As for the criterion for judging the awakening batches, it is naturally based on the value of contribution to the People's Federation.
Dip, dip, dip!
The looming buzzer alarm sounds from far to near, and the sound gradually becomes clearer.
Who I am? Where am I?
Questions slowly emerged in Wang Mingyuan's slow brain. Perhaps because the hibernation time was too long. Thinking about these issues gave Wang Mingyuan a little headache. But the next moment, memory fragments came flooding in like a tide. He was born on Proxima B and is a citizen of the People's Federation, working in the construction industry. Countless information emerged in his mind one by one. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath subconsciously. A strong choking feeling came from the throat and lungs.
Cough, cough, cough.
accompanied by a violent cough and slight muscle twitching. He reflexively arched his back and sat upright from lying flat. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright space. Through the high-tech coffin-shaped hibernation cabins arranged around him, he recognized his location, the home ship, hibernation personnel awakening area. The next moment, a robot came in front of him. At the same time, a holographic projection unfolded.
Hello, Wang Mingyuan, citizen of the People's League, and congratulations on your successful awakening. It is now September 26th, 2500 in the Earth calendar.
Wang Mingyuan's pupils trembled slightly, and he stared blankly at the words and pictures slowly emerging in the holographic projection. Although his face didn't show much emotion, there was already a storm in his heart. Earth calendar 2,500 years? He remembered that he seemed to have entered hibernation in 2275 and left the Ross 154 star system. Calculated this way, he actually hibernated for 225 years?
Hack!
He subconsciously turned around and checked his surroundings again. I felt inexplicably relieved. At the same time, a hint of disappointment emerged from his eyes. Not much has changed in these 225 years. It is still the original hibernation cabin and the original recovery area for hibernating personnel.
Next, I will serve as a guide to introduce to you the changes in the People's Federation in recent years.
The robot's voice interrupted Wang Mingyuan's thoughts. After a period of rest, Wang Mingyuan, who had regained his strength, followed the footsteps of the robot and left the hibernating personnel recovery area. Perhaps because the resuscitation work had just begun, the silver-white home ship corridor looked particularly deserted under the cold-colored lights. Wang Mingyuan followed the robot's footsteps absent-mindedly, looking around at the surrounding facilities, trying to find the differences from 225 years ago.
After a week of rehabilitation training, you will undergo the first physical fitness assessment.
A stiff electronic synthesized voice slowly sounded in his ears.
After passing the assessment, according to the relevant regulations of the People's Federation Human Strengthening Experiment, after the germ cells are sampled and stored, you will receive a complete human enhancement project for free. The enhanced projects include second-generation life extension technology, the cerebromental gene fragment insertion.
Wang Mingyuan subconsciously slowed down.
What the hell?
He quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the holographic projection in front of him with a confused expression. The second-generation life extension technology is easy to understand. But what about the human body enhancement project? He quickly raised his hand, swiped the holographic projection in front of him, and read the relevant introduction carefully.
Call.
A few minutes later, Wang Mingyuan forcefully exhaled the turbid air accumulated in his chest and muttered to himself.
A super-Earth with a gravity of 1.9 g. Have humans finally found a place to stay?
He stared in trance at a huge planet slowly rotating in the holographic projection. Most of the planet's surface is covered by azure waters, while the tawny land has a hint of green. This is a real-time image of the Dawn Star that has completed its environmental transformation. On the side, the original appearance of Dawn Star also emerged.
Planet Transformation Project.
Looking at the two completely different planets, Wang Mingyuan's eyes were filled with shock.
It's unbelievable.
There are only a few lines of text describing the project. But Wang Mingyuan, who is engaged in large-scale construction projects, knows very well how many people's efforts are behind these few lines of text.
There is a viewing area ahead. Mr. Wang Mingyuan, please follow me.
The robot's stiff electronic synthesized sound pulled Wang Mingyuan out of his shocking emotions. He took a deep breath and took steps to keep up with the robot. At this time, his heart was mixed with a little anxiety and excitement, and the original disappointment had long since dissipated. He had to take back the judgment he gave not long ago. During hibernation, there seemed to be a lot of changes in the human association.
The viewing area has arrived.
A stiff electronic synthesized sound sounded. But Wang Mingyuan ignored the guide robot beside him. He reached out and held onto the railing in front of him, pressing his body as close as possible to the panoramic glass made of transparent aluminum. His eyes were wide open. His breathing was slightly rapid, and he was staring at a unbelievable building in the distance.
Then, what is that?
Wang Mingyuan's voice was extremely hoarse.
Guangwei, the natural satellite of Dawn Star, has been transformed into a planetary fortress. Its main functions are scientific research and military defense.
As the electronic synthesis sound sounded, a new holographic projection slowly appeared in front of him. Wang Mingyuan moved the holographic projection in front of him with trembling fingers.
Megastructure project. It turns out to be a giant structural project.
His eyes were slightly red, and for a moment, He couldn't suppress the surging emotions in his heart. As a large-scale engineering architect, celestial-level megastructures have always been his dream scene. He never expected that when he woke up, the scene in his dream would come alive in front of him. Chapter 515 Dyson Sphere Phase 2 Project and Antimatter Engine. Under Wang Mingyuan's drag, the holographic introduction interface quickly bottomed out. But his eyes were fixed on an entry at the bottom of the holographic projection. Megastructure Project, Dyson Sphere Phase 1 Project. Although he was born from Proxima Centauri b, he still has some understanding of this theoretical project born in the Earth era. His face turned red, and the fingers that moved the holographic projection trembled more and more violently.
Sir, we have detected abnormal fluctuations in your heart rate.
Electronic synthesized sound sounded from the side.
No, I'm fine.
Wang Mingyuan didn't look back and directly interrupted the robot's inquiry.
I need all the public information on the Dyson Sphere Phase 1 project.
At this time, Wang Mingyuan was extremely excited. Even more excited than when he first saw the planetary fortress of Pharos. The reason is also very simple. Dyson Sphere Phase 1 Project. These simple Chinese characters reveal extremely important information. Since there is a Phase 1 project, then naturally there will be a Phase 2 or even Phase 3 project. As a large-scale project architect, Wang Mingyuan naturally cannot let go of the opportunity to realize his dream. Soon, lines of text and images appeared in the holographic projection in front of him. After 30 years of hard work, the first phase of the Dyson Sphere project has come to an end. Currently, the Gliese 555 Dyson Cloud Antimatter Production System can fully meet the current needs of human civilization for antimatter, taking into account the growing energy demand in the future. The Academy of Sciences will launch the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project at the appropriate time. Looking at the few lines of text at the bottom of the project introduction interface, Wang Mingyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was just as he expected.
How should I sign up for the Dyson Sphere Phase 2 construction project?
Without any hesitation, he turned directly to the robot next to him and asked. This robot was only allocated a little bit of the computing power of the shipboard artificial intelligence. Therefore, when faced with Wang Mingyuan's inquiry, it hesitated for a few seconds before giving an answer.
Based on the inquiry, you meet the criteria for this program. After completing human body strengthening and various adaptability courses, you can go to the official website of the Academy of Sciences to register. Adaptive course?
Faced with this new vocabulary, Wang Mingyuan frowned and asked again.
The adaptive course is a month-long comprehensive training. Through it, you will get a rough idea of the state of today's society.
A few minutes later, there was a bit of surprise in Wang Mingyuan's eyes. Social welfare system. It seems that the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament have done a lot during this time. 2 months later, a city on the surface of Dawn Star.
Dear Mr. Wang Mingyuan, congratulations. You have successfully passed all tests. The second phase of the Dyson Sphere project is about to begin. Please prepare your personal belongings and go to Dawn Star Synchronous Orbit Port 1 to board the plane.
Seeing this message in the holographic projection, Wang Mingyuan, who was resting on the sofa, suddenly jumped up and let out a series of strange screams with unknown meaning. After venting his inner excitement, he raised his hand and rubbed his face vigorously, forcing himself to calm down.
Boarding at Port 1,
he said to himself excitedly.
Yes, it's time for me to pack my bags.
On the surface of Dawn Star, the first laboratory of the Academy of Humanities and Sciences. After 30 years of research, under the leadership of Li Yongchang, the Academy of Sciences finally broke through the key technology of antimatter engines. Lu Yongchang stood in front of the giant holographic projection, raised his head, and looked at the huge propulsion device and nozzle in the projection, with a strange light shining in his eyes. As long as this experiment is successful, human civilization has officially crossed the threshold between third-level civilization and fourth-level civilization, and got rid of the title of low-level civilization. Antimatter engine. Using anti-hydrogen atoms and hydrogen atoms as fuel. In theory, when it starts working, anti-hydrogen atoms and hydrogen atoms will be injected into the reaction chamber under the influence of a magnetic field. Then, under the precise control of the control system, these anti-hydrogen atoms will come into contact with hydrogen atoms, causing an annihilation reaction. When anti-hydrogen atoms annihilate, in addition to producing high-energy gamma rays, they also produce some mesons. Among them, neutral mesons will be quickly converted into high-energy gamma rays, but charged mesons have a certain lifespan. Normal half-life is 28 nanoseconds. And these mesons, which carry more than 60% of the annihilation energy, fly at a speed close to the speed of light. Therefore, their half-life will be extended to 70 nanoseconds. Although the time is extremely short, they can still fly a lot of distance with their ultra-high flight speed close to the speed of light. Under the constraints of the magnetic field, these charged pions approaching the speed of light will be ejected directly from the nozzle of the antimatter engine. This brings extremely huge thrust to the starship equipped with the antimatter engine. This is the propulsion principle of the antimatter engine. It's very simple, but the benefits it brings are many times more powerful than the Hall thruster.
The first antimatter engine propulsion test begins now.
After all the preparations were completed, Lu Yongchang calmly issued the order.
Prepare to inject antimatter.
Near the Dawn Star, a strange-looking spaceship stayed quietly in the cold, empty space of space. The test starship is equipped with a small fusion reactor. Its function is to provide the starship with the most basic energy supply when the antimatter engine has not yet started. For example, magnetic field constraint device, central main control system. Following Lu Yongchang's order, under Zero's control, a little anti-hydrogen atom passed through the magnetic field and was slowly injected into the reaction chamber. At the same time, an equal amount of hydrogen atoms also enter the reaction chamber at the other end. The two come into contact quickly under the influence of the magnetic field. Annihilation begins. At this moment, all the mass of matter and antimatter is converted into energy. Among them, a small part of the energy is released in the form of high-energy gamma rays, which are then converted and absorbed by the devices around the reaction chamber to be used by starships. Most of the energy is released in the form of mesons. Within 70 nanoseconds, these charged pions have not yet decayed. In this short period of 70 nanoseconds, they were deflected under the influence of the magnetic field and spewed out from the nozzle of the antimatter engine. At this moment, a dazzling light appeared at the nozzle of the antimatter engine. The next second, driven by these mesons that approach the speed of light, the starship rushes forward at extremely high acceleration. In the laboratory.
Test success.
Zero's voice sounded in the laboratory. After a brief silence, a burst of warm applause and cheers came from all directions. As for Lu Yongchang, who was standing in front of the giant holographic projection, his mind was turned upside down the moment the experiment was successful. Chapter 516 Level 4 Technology Tree. After feeling the familiar movement deep in his mind, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with joy. This feeling, the technology tree space, has been upgraded. At first, Lu Yongchang was a little worried when he saw the experimental starship flying out like a wild horse. After all, the success or failure of the antimatter engine project needs to be tested in all aspects before a conclusion can be drawn. But now, Lu Yongchang has completely let go of his heart. The reason is simple. As of now, the technology tree space is the most accurate standard for judging the success of key scientific research projects. Thinking of the technologies in the fourth level technology tree, Lu Yongchang had unlimited expectations in his heart. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, turned to look at Fong Su with a calm expression, and called softly,
"Brother Su."
At this time, Fong Su's face turned slightly red, with a smile on his face. Apparently, he was rejoicing in the successful operation of the antimatter engine. But even so, after hearing Lu Yongchang's call and seeing the slightly serious look on Lu Yongchang's face, he immediately stopped the smile on his face and looked at Lu Yongchang with a slightly solemn expression.
"Any questions?"
At this moment, Fong Su was even ready to stop the antimatter engine in an emergency. Looking at the solemn expression on Fong Su's face, Lu Yongchang laughed dumbly.
"Don't worry. There is nothing wrong with the antimatter engine. I want to take a rest."
Lu Yongchang pointed to the office in the distance.
"You will be in charge of the next test project."
Fong Su subconsciously glanced at Lu Yongchang's thick dark circles. Indeed, during the final development stage of the antimatter engine, Lu Yongchang, as the project leader, had almost no time to rest. Now that the experiment has basically been declared a success, it's time to take a break. Thinking of this, he quickly straightened his expression and nodded seriously.
"Don't worry. Just leave it to me."
After returning to the office, as soon as his body touched the chair, Lu Yongchang couldn't wait to close his eyes. His consciousness instantly entered a fluorescent green space. Just like the previous promotions, the bright white thin line continued to extend upwards, and the invisible barrier between the third-level civilization and the fourth-level civilization was quickly broken. As the fluorescent green technology tree space continued to vibrate, Lu Yongchang's perspective quickly moved up. The technologies he had studied flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Lu Yongchang's attention was not attracted by these passers-by. Ever since he entered the technology tree space, his eyes had been fixed on the dim cursor at the top. After the bright white thin line broke through the barrier of the 4th level technology tree, it quickly spread to the dim cursor. Antimatter engine. The cursor gradually becomes brighter. Slightly dim white thin lines extend from it, stretching upward like a tree. Initial application of antimatter bomb. High energy gamma ray cluster cannon. In addition to these slightly dim cursors, there was an already bright cursor that attracted Lu Yongcheng's attention. Antimatter factory. Primary Dyson sphere manufacturing technology. As Lu Yongcheng turned his attention to this bright cursor, one technology after another quickly emerged in his mind. After browsing, Lu Yongcheng's expression suddenly became weird. Isn't this the Dyson Cloud and Dyson Ring systems that humans have already completed half of? No wonder there was no reminder in the technology tree space when this technology was completed. I bet you they took a shortcut and illuminated the technologies that level 4 civilization needs to master in advance. Lu Yongcheng withdrew his thoughts and extended his attention upwards as much as possible, trying to see more advanced technology clearly. Gravitational. After spending a lot of energy, in the end, he could only clearly see these two vague words. Even so, Lu Yongcheng's heart was still burning. Could it be gravity control technology? Thinking of the performance of later civilization flagship on the battlefield, Lu Yongcheng immediately strengthened his suspicions. It seems that we must seize the time to upgrade the basic technology of the 4th level civilization. Near the host star Gliese 555, engineering ships are connected to each other to form a simple giant space factory. Its main function is to process various building materials transported by the Taotai material reserve ship, thereby creating extremely large Dyson clouds. With the end of the first phase of the Dyson Sphere project, these giant space factories built from engineering ship hulls also disintegrated. Incredible. In the Zun 2, which was responsible for transporting personnel, Wang Mingyuan opened the porthole and exclaimed in a low voice, "I didn't expect that human beings would develop to this point. It's just like watching a movie." The next moment, a strange male voice came from beside him. "Dude, hibernation recovery staff." "Right." Wang Mingyuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. "Are you facing the unfamiliar face?" he asked cautiously. It wasn't that he was timid, but within a few months after waking up, he found that there were big bosses everywhere around him. Because of the problem with the awakening mechanism of hibernating personnel of the People's Federation, those who woke up before him were all hidden gods. You never know whether the man walking on the city streets is a researcher from the Academy of Sciences or a senior member of the parliament. "I," facing Wang Mingyuan's cautious inquiry, the man chuckled. "I am responsible for the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project." "Hiss!" Wang Mingyuan gasped subconsciously. "Damn it! This is really a big shot." "How much do you know about the Dyson Sphere Phase 2 project?" the man asked casually with a relaxed expression. The main purpose of the Dyson Sphere Phase 2 project is to build 30 to 50 Dyson rings surrounding Gliese 555, in order to increase the output efficiency of the antimatter production base, and at the same time, lay the foundation for the Dyson Sphere Phase 3 project. Wang Mingyuan calmed down and explained in detail. "The basics are good." After hearing Wang Mingyuan's detailed answer, the man nodded with satisfaction, then raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. "Large-scale project architect. How do you think this first Dyson ring should be built?" Wang Mingyuan's breath was slightly suffocated. "Don't be nervous. I'm just asking for your opinion." The man saw Wang Mingyuan's nervousness and said with a smile, "It's okay if you answer wrong. After all, only a few people know the specific construction plan." Wang Mingyuan swallowed lightly, then raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Damn. Try your best. What if the answer is correct?" At this moment, his mind was running rapidly. Chapter 517. Crying children get candy. Seeing the gentle smile on the man's face, Wang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and forced himself to answer. "First, we need to control the Dyson cloud to form a ring-shaped belt on the surface of Gliese 555, so as to minimize the radiation impact of the host star during the construction process. Then, with the help of engineering ships, we adopt a multi-point parallel plan to build the Dyson ring at the same time. The specific operation method." As Wang Mingyuan spoke, he raised his wrist, turned on the holographic projection function on the watch, and reached out to write on the holographic projection. As the sketch took shape little by little, Wang Mingyuan's voice became smoother and more confident. "This is the general process." Wang Mingyuan carefully checked the sketch one last time and said with confidence, "Yeah." The man took a closer look at the sketch in the holographic projection and nodded casually. Then, under Wang Mingyuan's gaze, He turned his head, leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes, and rested. Wang Mingyuan twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and silently closed the small holographic image in front of him. Although he had already expected this scene, at the moment he turned off his watch. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes.
Dear passengers, the starship is about to arrive at its destination. Please, follow me when we get here,
the man suddenly said.
Your plan is very good, and it makes up for some of the shortcomings of the original plan. Let's make some more preparations. You may have to explain this plan to the Academy of Sciences later.
Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but froze on the spot. He widened his eyes, and looked at the man next to him in disbelief. What did he hear? Explain this plan to the Academy of Sciences?
What? Don't want to.
The man opened his eyes slightly, and cast an inquiring look at Wang Mingyuan.
No, no, no.
Wang Mingyuan shook his head repeatedly. And for a moment, he couldn't even speak properly.
Yes. Yes. Of course I am willing. This is my honor.
1 year later. The Dyson Sphere Phase 2 project is underway as scheduled. Dawn Star and the Human Alliance Academy of Sciences are also simultaneously advancing various basic technologies. The mass production of antimatter and the advent of the antimatter engine have injected new vitality into the stagnant human civilization. Driven by the efficient energy of antimatter, the military strength of human civilization is rapidly increasing. Although humans have not yet mastered gravity technology, their combat capabilities are completely different from before. The first is the change in the weapon system. Weapons and equipment using antimatter as ammunition have greatly improved the power of human civilization's weapons. The original electromagnetic gun, powered by the antimatter reactor, had a higher exit speed and a longer launch distance. This is still a trivial matter. The inside of the electromagnetic gun projectile was loaded with micronuclear bombs when the civilization was at the first level. Later, as the civilization level increased, it was loaded with plasma bombs. And now, the Academy of Sciences has frantically added antimatter restraint devices to these electromagnetic gun projectiles. Because of the problem of magnetic field constraint energy, once the munitions are loaded, electromagnetic gun projectiles without continuous energy supply from the fusion reactor can only restrain the antimatter in them for several hours. But enough is enough. Once these electromagnetic gun projectiles hit the target, they will either be detonated remotely or explode naturally. The antimatter will be released instantly. The huge energy brought by annihilation will directly tear apart the armor of the enemy starship. As for energy weapons such as laser weapons and plasma weapons, the improvement in energy performance naturally increases their power in disguise. Certainly, the most insane weapon is the high-yield antimatter missile manufactured by academician Yevgeny. The missile not only uses an antimatter engine as its propulsion system, but also carries a small fusion reactor specifically to power the antimatter restraint device. As for the power of missiles, a conservative estimate is that in the case of a direct hit on the Asteroid-class, Earth, flagship body, only 2 rounds will be needed to completely destroy the Asteroid-class, Earth. In a true sense, equivalence is truth. As for the satellite-class starship belonging to the 4th level civilization, because the research on the curvature engine and gravity control device has not yet been completed, the Academy of Sciences has not yet put it on the research agenda. Today's human beings only perform corresponding upgrades and transformations on the originally manufactured asteroid level, 3rd level starships, and the Pharos planetary fortress, as the most powerful, active defense weapon in human civilization. Various weapons and equipment on it have also completed corresponding upgrades. Professor, academician Wilson's voice came from in front of him, interrupting Lu Yongcheng's thinking.
Have you seen Yevgeny's recent arrogance? He can't wait to show off the antimatter missile he developed to everyone. I really don't understand what kind of technological content that thing has.
Wilson muttered anxiously.
Isn't it just that some antimatter was added to the missile? What's there to show off?
With a slight smile on his lips, Lu Yongcheng silently looked at academician Wilson in front of him.
Want to research new antimatter weapons?
Suddenly, he interrupted Wilson's rant.
New antimatter weapon.
Wilson's breath suddenly suffocated, and his expression suddenly became excited.
Professor, are you serious? Not that big, bulky guy, right?
Hearing this, Lu Yongcheng frowned slightly and said softly,
Big guy! Let me think. This thing, I guess it's really small and can't go anywhere. Conservatively, it can only be installed on sub-flagships and flagships. Oh no! It can also be installed on the satellite.
The excitement on Wilson's face quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Okay.
Wilson responded with some frustration.
Can I ask what the weapon is?
Looking at Wilson's expression, Lu Yongcha chuckled. He naturally knew the grievances between Wilson and Yevgeny. The previous words were just smoke bombs he released out of spite. And now, it's time for the mystery to be revealed. He straightened his expression and said word by word.
High-energy gamma-ray cluster cannon.
Wilson's face changed slightly.
Energy weapons created with the help of high-energy gamma rays released by antimatter annihilation? How is it? Are you interested?
Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows and looked at Wilson with interest.
If not, I can ask Yevgeny. Maybe he will be interested in this.
Wilson.
Professor, I was wrong. I knew you wouldn't forgive me.
Okay.
Dot.
Lu Yongchang looked at Wilson, who was playing tricks in front of him, waved his hands in confusion and said,
The relevant information will be sent to you immediately. Okay.
After receiving the promise, Wilson stood up from his seat in high spirits, waved goodbye to Lu Yongchang and walked out of the office.
Sure enough, the crying child gets candy.
The moment Wilson went out, Lu Yongchang heard the muttering in his mouth. The corners of Lu Yongchang's eyes couldn't help but twitch violently twice. Who told him this stuff? Chapter 518 Two-Dimensional Core. After Wilson left, the office had not been quiet for a few minutes when Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded again.
Professor, Academician Fong Su is visiting.
Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured to himself.
Fong Su? What is he here for?
After thinking to no avail, Lu Yongchang slightly increased his speaking volume, raised his right hand, gently rubbed his eyebrows and said,
Zero, let him in.
After the words fell, the sound of the office door opening was heard.
Yongchang.
Fong Su's angry voice also sounded at the door at the same time.
What?
Lu Yongchang put down his right hand that was rubbing his eyebrows and asked with a slightly tired look.
Shouldn't you be resting these days? Well, what are you doing here?
Fong Su did not speak immediately, but turned around and closed the office door, and then quickly walked to the desk. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, and for a moment he didn't understand the intention of Fong Su's action. Is there anything else today that requires such care?
What happened?
Lu Yongchang subconsciously lowered his voice.
You have to be so careful?
As he said that, Lu Yongchang glanced at the robot standing next to the desk.
Zero, pay attention. Copy that.
Accompanied by an electronically synthesized sound, the open windows of the office quickly closed, and even the curtains were drawn. Under the gazes of Lu Yongchang and Ling, Fong Su reached out and pulled out the chair in front of his desk and sat down without hesitation.
What should the core do?
Without any nonsense, he said straightforwardly.
I have been thinking about this issue during the past few days of vacation. I can't even sleep while thinking about that stuff. It's too dangerous.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. Core. Within the Academy of Sciences, this word is only used to describe one thing. Draw, the two-dimensional core given. Perhaps because he had just been promoted to level 4 civilization, he led the Academy of Sciences to start too many scientific research projects. In his mental exhaustion, he subconsciously forgot about this fatal thing. Seeing Lu Yongchang's serious look, Fong Su sighed softly and lowered his voice.
More than 200 years ago. Although this thing has been silent, it is still a hidden danger if it is placed there.
Lu Yongchang's expression became more serious.
What do you mean? Lost it?
Before he finished speaking, he shook his head repeatedly and rejected the proposal he made.
No. Let's not talk about whether the painting was tampered with or not. The pastoral civilization that has not yet arrived alone is not something we can handle. By then, the consequences will be disastrous.
After all, the original request made by the painting was for human civilization to wait for the arrival of pastoral civilization with this core. Lu Yongchang didn't believe that a dignified 7th-level civilization could be so confident about a small 2nd-level civilization. Once it can observe the external environment in real time, then the act of discarding the two-dimensional core will only bring disaster to mankind. What's more, as the positioning target for transmitting information to the pastoral civilization, once the two-dimensional core is lost, human civilization will invisibly create an extremely terrifying enemy for itself. Fong Su's face darkened. He quickly understood the meaning of Lu Yongchang's words.
Then what should we do?
He said gloomily.
We can't carry this dangerous thing with us all the time. Right.
Lu Yongchang did not reply immediately. He pursed his lips hard and thought carefully about the appropriate countermeasures. But in the face of a being whose strength far exceeds his own, all plans seemed so feeble.
You say, how about we study this two-dimensional core?
Fong Su's voice sounded faintly, gently touching Lu Yongchang's heartstrings. Lu Yongchang, who was still thinking about countermeasures, subconsciously held his breath. Fong Su's words made his heart beat violently.
Studying two-dimensional cores?
Lu Yongchang asked in a dry voice.
I'm afraid.
Fong Su's voice became deeper and deeper.
At that time, the painting did not prohibit this.
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then slowly said,
Maybe it's the arrogance unique to the 7th level civilization. Perhaps it's you. It is impossible for a small 2nd level civilization to analyze two-dimensional fragments. But I'm afraid it didn't expect that it only took more than 200 years for us to become a level 4 civilization. So,
a flash of emotion flashed in Fong Su's eyes.
Yongchang, this is a great opportunity. It was only more than 200 years since painting died. For advanced civilizations, or for the universe, this amount of time is not worth mentioning at all. If we can get some technology from the two-dimensional core and the two-dimensional fragment, the improvement to human civilization will be extremely huge. Maybe we can take this opportunity to enter a 5th level civilization.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang looked increasingly shaken. Fong Su was right. The two-dimensional fragments and the two-dimensional core restraint devices alone are enough for human research. Not to mention the mysterious two-dimensional core and two-dimensional fragments. Dimension has always been a restricted area that is difficult for ordinary civilization to reach. In the universe, whether it is two-dimensional or four-dimensional space, it is extremely rare and may even not exist. Without observational samples, all research can only proceed from theory. This undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of scientific research. And now, there is a great research opportunity right in front of mankind. Lu Yongchang had to admit that at this moment, his heart was moved. But thinking of the tragic situation of the Rothor civilization flagship, Lu Yongchang felt a slight chill down his back. He didn't want dawn and light to become two-dimensional.
Pieces of paper. It can be studied.
Lu Yongchang thought for a long time and finally made up his mind.
But we can't study it near Dawn Star. You have to send it somewhere farther away.
Fong Su nodded repeatedly. Like Lu Yongchang, he also knew how powerful this thing was when it exploded.
Of course. It's best to send it outside the Gliese 555 star system.
Fong Su seemed to have thought of the two-dimensional scene, and quickly added,
This way, even if something happens, we will have time to react. No.
Lu Yongchang quickly shook his head and rejected.
We can't be sure whether the painting has tampered with the two-dimensional core. Just send it to Ice Star. There are also human-made buildings over there. If it can really detect the external environment, the Star Gold mining project on the Ice Giant side should be able to be fooled.
Chapter 519, Unpacking. 1 month later, escorted by dozens of asteroid-class Golden Crow battleships, a single small starship slowly sailed out from the Dimension Strike Ship fleet. Considering the stability of the internal two-dimensional core restraint device, the Academy of Sciences did not upgrade these dimensional strike ships. To this day, the performance of these dimensional strike ships still remains in the category of second-level civilization. Therefore, the Golden Crow battleship playing an escort role next to it can only control the thrust of the antimatter engine as much as possible to avoid accidentally getting rid of the escort target. Escorted by a group of large starships walking on thin ice, the small starship arrived near the ice giant. In order to cooperate with the subsequent research, the personnel in the ice giant have already been evacuated, leaving only a few robots performing production and mining tasks. Inside the first laboratory of Dawn Star Academy of Sciences, Lu Yongchang, Fong Su and others looked solemnly at the huge holographic projection in front of the laboratory. In the projection, dozens of robots are installing various detection instruments under Zero's control.
What do you think it relies on to bind the two-dimensional fragments?
Lu Yongchang didn't turn his head and asked Fong Su softly beside him. Fong Su's eyes flashed with thought. After struggling for a moment, he responded in a hesitant tone.
It's gravity. Right.
Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment and slowly shook his head.
No, it shouldn't be gravity. Do you still remember the scene when the two-dimensional fragments attacked the flagship of the Rothor civilization? The gravity shield equipped on that flagship did not have any blocking effect.
Fong Su frowned and retorted.
It may be that the opponent's gravity shield power is too small, and the deflection effect is too weak. The gravitational shield generated by a level 4 civilization is not of the same order of magnitude as a level 7 civilization. It's possible.
Lu Yongchang nodded slightly.
Although the test hasn't started yet, I still feel that this thing cannot be restrained and isolated by simple gravity. What could that be?
Fong Su withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Yongchang beside him with some curiosity.
I don't know. It's just an intuition.
Lu Yongchang shrugged.
Let's take a look at the test results first.
Time passes little by little. After the various detection instruments are installed, the most critical step is unpacking. Like the two-dimensional fragments, the two-dimensional core is also constrained in a huge stabilizing device. To ensure the stability of the two-dimensional fragments, the core area of the stabilization device is an ultra-pure vacuum area. This vacuum area is placed in a huge spherical SH.L. At present, the Academy of Science's top priority is to remove the spherical SH.L while ensuring the normal operation of the stabilizing device. According to the drawings given at the time, the role of this spherical SH.L is only to ensure the purity of the core vacuum area, and does not have many functions. Therefore, Lu Yongchang proposed a disassembly plan to build a larger high-purity vacuum room to wrap the entire core area, and then dismantle the outer spherical SH.L. This ensures the stability of the device. Under Zero's control, several robots carefully remove the spherical SH.L. Although there are corresponding construction drawings, and the construction process of the device is all in Zero's database, the disassembly process still made everyone in the laboratory sweat. The reason is simple. When this machine was built, there was no 2D core in it. As the spherical SH.L continues to peel off, the scene inside the vacuum chamber is also exposed to the public. In the core area of the vacuum chamber, there is a deep and extreme darkness.
Where is the two-dimensional core?
Fong Su's surprised voice sounded from the side.
If I guess correctly, this black thing is really used to restrain the two-dimensional core.
Lu Yongchang couldn't help but take a step forward, looking straight at the picture in the holographic projection.
And the two-dimensional core is the same. And the two-dimensional debris stabilizing device should also have the same structure. Strong magnetic field detected.
Electronic synthesized sounds interrupted the discussion in the laboratory. Regarding this reminder, Lu Yongchang did not show any surprise on his face.
Zero. Control a robot to take a closer look.
The devices that generate this strong magnetic field were all built by Zero himself. What's so surprising? But the next moment, changes occurred suddenly.
Bang!
The robot near the stabilizing device swayed and was thrown against the wall.
Zero? What's going on?
Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly, and he shouted loudly. Is it a problem with the magnetic field? Impossible. Before the start of the research project, Lu Yongchang took this into consideration. Logically speaking, these robots should not be affected by magnetic fields. Zero didn't reply, but the camera quickly changed direction and focused on the unlucky robot. Photographed by the high-definition camera, the robot's legs and hands had turned into a mess.
This.
Lu Yongchang's expression changed, and an incredible thought slowly emerged in his mind.
Gravity shield?
Fong Su on the side spoke out Lu Yongchang's conjecture in a hoarse voice.
I'm afraid so.
Lu Yongchang's eyes burst into light, and he said with some excitement.
If you want to ensure that it is not contaminated by any particles, the gravity shield is an excellent option.
Sure enough, Hua had tampered with the drawings of the stabilizing device. The so-called strong magnetic field may only serve to deceive others. For the two-dimensional core, what really works is this gravitational shield.
Can we break it?
Fong Su swallowed and asked curiously but timidly.
I'm afraid not.
Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand to operate the small holographic projection on the side, and said with some regret,
This gravity shield is very strong. Judging from the gravitational lensing phenomenon, its strength is far higher than the gravitational shield of the Rothor civilization flagship.
When Fong Su heard this, he was speechless for a moment. This is bullshit. They can't even deal with the gravity shield of the Rothor civilization, let alone this thing in front of them.
It's a bit of a gain.
Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered.
At least, we can analyze gravity by observing this gravitational shield. Certainly.
Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang raised his head again and glanced at the deep darkness inside the gravity shield.
I'm more curious about what is inside that. What kind of material can restrain two-dimensional fragments with such poor stability?
Suddenly, Lu Yongchang seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised his hand and patted his forehead. Under the gaze of everyone, he murmured excitedly.
Could it be? Is it dark matter?
Chapter 520 Dark Matter. Lu Yongchang's muttering sounded extremely clear in the quiet laboratory.
Dark matter?
The expressions of the scientific researchers standing beside him changed slightly, either excited or worried.
Professor, why do you think this is dark matter?
From the side, Bailan's questioning voice came. Unlike antimatter, antimatter is matter that humans can actually observe and exists. And dark matter, as of today, Human civilization has become a fourth-level civilization. But it is still a theoretical existence. As one of the top astronomers in the Academy of Sciences, Bylan naturally understands the mysterious thing called dark matter. First, there is the definition of dark matter. It is an invisible substance that may exist in the universe. At the same time, it is the main component of the matter in the universe. But it is not a component of various celestial bodies in the universe. According to various observation results, the proportion of dark matter in the total matter of the universe has reached an astonishing 85%. At the same time, it accounts for 27% of the total mass and energy of the universe. As for the various celestial bodies visible to the naked eye, they only account for about 5% of the total mass and energy of the universe. Calculated in this way, the sum of various celestial bodies and dark matter only accounts for 32% of the total mass and energy of the universe. So, what about the remaining 68%? They are what is called dark energy. Compared with dark matter, dark energy is more mysterious. It may even be the driving force behind the accelerating expansion of the universe. Although humans have not directly discovered the so-called dark matter, there is much evidence for its existence. For example, the operation of the Milky Way in an ordinary star system, due to the gravitational effect of the main star. The stars closer to the star rotate faster, and the stars farther away from the main star rotate slower. But in the Milky Way or other spiral galaxies, this law fails. In the Milky Way, all stars rotate at almost the same angular speed. To put it simply, contrary to ordinary star systems, the closer the stars are to the center of the Milky Way, the slower the revolution speed, the farther the outer stars are, the faster the revolution speed is. This may lead to a result: the outer stars rotate too fast and break away from the gravitational control of the central black hole of the Milky Way, causing the Milky Way to disintegrate. But that didn't happen. The material distribution in the galaxy can be calculated through the dispersion velocity distribution of visible celestial objects in the galaxy. After various observation calculations, the material distribution of most galaxies and star clusters is different from the observed material distribution. Visible matter only occupies a very small fraction of the total mass. In other words, there is an invisible substance scattered throughout the universe. This is dark matter. In galaxies, dark matter acts as the glue between stars, allowing all stars to rotate around the center of the galaxy at almost the same angular speed and preventing the galaxy from disintegrating. Lu Yongchang silently watched the picture in the holographic projection. In the picture, the black substance located in the core area of the two-dimensional fragment restraint device stays quietly in its position. Bylan turned his head and looked at Lu Yongchang with doubtful eyes. Although he didn't know what Professor Lu was thinking at this time, he still suppressed the confusion that kept rising deep in his heart. There is no other reason. When he is thinking about a problem, he doesn't like others to interrupt his train of thought. To be fair to others, Bylan would not interrupt Professor Lu's thoughts at this time. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang's lips moved slightly, and he murmured in a slightly confused tone, "I don't know either. But, according to our theory, it does fit well with the definition of dark matter. First, dark matter is highly stable, being able to constrain two-dimensional fragments with such active properties. There is no doubt about its stability. Second, dark matter basically does not participate in electromagnetic interactions. In other words, its interaction with photons is very weak, and it basically does not emit light. This fits perfectly. Third, dark matter participates in gravitational interactions. This may explain the strength of the surrounding gravity shield." Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of confusion. If the painting simply wants to isolate the interference of particles, this gravitational shield does not need to be such a high strength. According to the latest calculation results, its strength is even more than 10,000 times stronger than the gravity shield made by the Rothor flagship. So, its main role is likely to be to confine the dark matter within it. Bylan frowned and nodded thoughtfully. "When you put it that way, there is indeed a bit of similarity. But, Professor, I have a question. You said it." Lu Yongchang nodded, retracted his gaze from the holographic screen, and turned to look at Bylan, who was walking beside him. Facing the gazes of Lu Yongchang and a group of scientific researchers, Bylan pondered for a moment and then asked, "What's its source of energy? I don't think the energy produced by the fusion reactor in this small starship can support such a high-strength gravitational shield." Hearing this question, Lu Yongchang also fell silent. Yes. What is its energy source? As the research deepens, one mystery after another appears before the Academy of Sciences. Although the number of reactors in this starship far exceeds that of a normal starship. After all, it is only the fusion reactor of a second-level civilization, not to mention the seventh-level civilization. For today's humans alone, the energy produced by any starship equipped with an antimatter engine is not of the same order of magnitude as it. Perhaps. Lu Yongchang stared at the simple, but extremely beautiful restraint device in the holographic projection, and said slowly,
"The so-called fusion reactor power supply is just a scam painted. It must have its own unique energy system. But we just don't know it, Professor."
"What should we do now?"
He Bylan looked at the huge restraint device in the holographic projection with some reluctance. Everyone knew what he Bylan meant. The restraint device in front of you contains too much technology that far exceeds human civilization. To scientists, this is like a piece of poison covered in honey. Like other scientists, Lu Yongchang's face is full of confusion.
Call.
He exhaled a long breath, as if he had let go of his obsession, and his whole body felt relaxed.
Observation and testing of gravitational shields.
He glanced at the dark matter in the core area with nostalgia and said softly,
"Whether it is dark matter or a brand new energy system, it is beyond our reach today. 0. Monitor it in real time. If any abnormality occurs, report it immediately."
The order had been issued, and everyone present had no choice but to forcibly suppress their thirst for truth. Chapter 521 Mutation. A few hours later, the hour hand of the holographic clock on the wall points to the number 3. The night is getting darker and darker, and there are fewer and fewer scientific researchers in the laboratory. Lu Yongchang stood motionless in front of the giant holographic projection, staring intently at the black mass in the center of the screen. It remains unmoved in the face of various and endless human observation and detection methods. During the past few hours of testing, it just floated quietly in the core area of the restraint device,
silently watching
the unnecessary movements of the surrounding group of
ants. How arrogant.
Lu Yongchang moved his lips slightly and murmured to himself, "Yes, it is arrogance. This arrogance refers not only to the black matter located in the core area, but also to the 7th-level dimensional creature who calls himself Paint. It didn't bother to make any cover in the restraint device, and just openly expose the core area to humans. It's as if it has determined that humans cannot and do not dare to dismantle this device. In fact, it's certainly not wrong. Human civilization, as it expected, cannot, let alone dares, to dismantle this unknown restraint device. Even the surrounding gravity shield cannot be broken." Lu Yongchang bit his back teeth hard, and a feeling of suffocation slowly emerged from deep in his heart. Human civilization is still too weak.
"Yongchang, let's rest first."
Fong Su's voice rang out in the quiet laboratory.
"It will take a long time for the test results of the gravity shield to come out."
Lu Yongchang nodded and stared at the holographic projection for a while again. Then, he sighed softly, turned and walked towards the laboratory door. As Lu Yongchang and Fong Su left, the already empty laboratory became increasingly deserted. Gradually, the lights in the laboratory were extinguished one by one, leaving only the giant holographic projection and a little light from some experimental equipment. Near the ice giant, in the small starship surrounded by more than a dozen asteroid-class Golden Crow battleships, robots continued their work conscientiously under Zero's control. Suddenly, sudden changes occur. In the core area of the restraint device, the originally calm black substance began to stir. This scene quickly attracted Zero's attention. Almost at the same moment, a piercing siren sounded inside the Academy of Sciences. Lu Yongchang lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. He is planning to go to the technology tree space again. Perhaps, with the help of the overclocking ability brought by the technology tree space, he can capture some inspiration about gravity and dark matter. A slight twitch of consciousness. When he came to his senses again, he saw the familiar fluorescent green space in front of him. As usual, the fluorescent green space was extremely peaceful, and the technology tree outlined by bright white lines slowly emerged in front of his eyes. The technology branches are sparsely leafy, and a thick layer of fog covers the top, obscuring Lu Yongchang's sight. Pip! Blop! Blop! The piercing siren sounded from an infinite distance, and the sound gradually became louder, forcefully pulling him out of the technology tree space. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes suddenly. The originally dark room became as bright as day, and a holographic projection with red light appeared above the bed.
"Professor, there is an abnormality in the restraint device."
Accompanied by Zero's electronically synthesized sound, real-time observation images quickly appeared in the holographic projection.
seeing the black substance that was constantly fluctuating on the surface and exuding dangerous aura everywhere. Lu Yongchang's original confused look disappeared instantly. He rolled out of bed and put on the clothes hanging on the bedside.
0. Inform everyone to gather in the first laboratory immediately.
First laboratory? Before Lu Yongchang entered the laboratory, he heard Fang Su's stern questioning.
Is there something wrong with the restraint device?
Fang Su asked with a stern face.
Who was the last to leave the laboratory just now? Fang. Academician Fang. It's me,
a researcher said anxiously.
When I left, there was no abnormality in the restraint device. You can check the operation records. We all follow the procedures.
Fang Su's voice did not continue. Apparently, he was checking the operation records. Lu Yongchang stepped forward, and the slightly open laboratory door quickly opened.
Yongchang?
Hearing the abnormal noise at the door, Fang Su, who was checking the operation records, quickly turned around, said low to Lu Yongchang, and then reported in a hurried tone.
According to the operation records, the abnormality should not be caused by human factors.
Lu Yongchang nodded lightly, quickly rushed to the holographic projection, raised his head, and checked the real-time parameters on the screen.
There is nothing unusual about the gravity shield. There is nothing abnormal about the output power of the fusion reactor.
With just one glance, Lu Yongchang frowned.
There are no problems even with strong magnetic fields.
Judging from various data, there is no difference between the current restraint device and a few hours ago. But to the naked eye, it's obviously not the case. Suddenly, under the gaze of everyone, the black substance regained its calmness. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the vision reappeared. A thin gray line slowly stretched out from the black substance. To say it is a thin line is inappropriate. To the naked eye, it looks more like a strip of paper with a very small width. It has length and breadth, but no height. Looking at this familiar scene, Lu Yongchang felt a chill in his back. With his scalp numb, he subconsciously blurted out,
"Painting? Isn't it dead?"
Fang Su's horrified voice sounded at the same time. Under the gaze of everyone, the gray strip quickly extended.
Abnormal fluctuations in the gravity shield have been detected.
As the electronic synthesized sound sounded, the gray paper easily passed through the extremely strong gravity shield, and like a drop of water, quietly fell on the deck of the small starship. The moment the paper fell, it directly covered the white deck. Gray is expanding rapidly. In just an instant, the originally white interior of the starship was already covered in gray. Through the camera, it can be clearly seen that this gray color quickly spreads to the surface of the robot using the starship deck as a springboard. All processes are completed almost instantly. Not to mention Lu Yongchang. Even Ling didn't react.
Warn! The control authority of the experimental Type 2 robot has been lost. Warn! Starship control authority has been lost.
Warn! A series of bright red warnings popped up on the holographic screen. The bright red light shone directly on everyone's faces, making their expressions even more gloomy. Lu Yongchang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he opened his mouth. But no words came out. Problem occurs. Only these three characters came to mind.
Attempting to cut off the connection.
A slightly stiff electronic synthesized sound sounded in the laboratory, awakening everyone present.
Warning! Cut-off failed.
The cold electronic synthesized sound was like a sledgehammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard. Chapter 522 Little Guys Meet again. When he heard the electronic synthesized sound, Lu Yongchang's expression changed instantly.
Cut-off failed. How is it possible to cut off failure?
Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of anxiety.
0. Prepare to physically cut off the communication link.
The so-called physical cutoff is to directly destroy the corresponding long-distance communication device installed on the surface of Dawn Star. At the moment when this order was issued, Lu Yongchang was ready to abandon all starships near the ice giant.
The alert level has been raised to level 2. All battleships have entered combat readiness, and all Dimension Strike ships have been isolated.
Lu Yongchang issued several orders in a hurried tone. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again and said with difficulty,
"Get ready to launch the Dandelion project."
The moment the words fell, the expressions of the surrounding scientific researchers changed.
Yongchang!
Fang Su's voice was full of anxiety.
Dandelion has not been completed yet. If it is executed in such a hasty manner, I'm afraid.
Lu Yongchang's face was extremely solemn. He shook his head firmly and turned to look at Fang Su beside him.
Get ready first. If something goes wrong, implement the plan unconditionally.
Fang Su couldn't help but tremble in his heart, swallowed the words that came to his lips. nodded with difficulty.
Okay, I understand.
The so-called Dandelion is a disguised escape plan. Preparations for this plan began several years ago, and as of today, the Dandelion project is more than halfway progressed. The plan consisted of 500 escaped starships. In normal times, these 500 escaped starships are distributed at the edge of the Gliese 555 star system, similar to the codename. Once in danger, these 500 escaped starships equipped with antimatter engines will leave the Gliese 555 star system at full speed, like a dandelion blown away by the wind. It sows the seeds of human civilization into the universe, in addition to basic artificial reproduction devices and germ cell banks. Each escaped starship also contains necessary colonial supplies. At the same time, there are thousands of hibernation cabins in each starship. In these hibernation cabins, corresponding basic scientific researchers have been sleeping for a long time. It can be said that every escaped starship has the potential to develop a second human civilization on a planet with a suitable environment.
There is no way. If it is really painting as backhand,
Lu Yongchang sighed softly and said in a serious tone,
then what we are facing is very likely to be a disaster. Order confirmed.
The electronic synthesized sound sounded again, interrupting the discussion between the two.
The civilized alert status has been raised to level 2. Dimension strike ship, quarantine completed. The communication link is being physically cut off.
Suddenly, a line of text appeared in the holographic projection. Little guys, we meet again. Do you still remember me? Accompanied by the piercing sirens, the warships docked in the area near the satellite have entered a state of combat readiness. Not just battleships. Even the various weapons on the moon have turned their muzzles and pointed in the direction of the ice giant. As the military commander of the People's Alliance fleet, Zhao Zijia had already arrived at the command hall of Earth. The incident happened suddenly, and most of the scientific researchers were on the Dawn Star. Therefore, there were not many people in the command hall, and only a quarter of the seats were occupied. Most of them are sub-military figures.
Report. The People's Alliance First Fleet has completed pre-war preparations.
Bai Yishuan's voice first sounded in the command hall.
Please give instructions.
Then, there were reports one after another with loud voices. Zhao Zijia looked at the messages flashing in the holographic projection, took a deep breath, and issued the order in a deep voice.
Stay where you are. Waiting for news from Professor Liu.
Little guys, we meet again. Do you still remember me? In the laboratory, in the holographic projection with a bright red warning color. This line of faint text directly strangled the throats of all scientific researchers present. Lu Yongchang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he swallowed with difficulty.
Yes, it is indeed it.
Lu Yongchang murmured to himself.
0. Don't cut off the communication link yet.
As he spoke, he took a deep breath and said softly,
let's see what it wants to do. Receive.
At the same time as the electronic synthesized sound sounded, the
unplugging the network cable
operation that was just started also stopped. A few seconds later, new lines of Chinese characters appeared in the holographic projection. It's been 225 years. Unexpectedly, you actually endured a full 225 years before starting to study this two-dimensional core. Looking at the words in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang subconsciously held his breath. A chill hit him from behind, making him shiver involuntarily. The meaning of painting is already very clear. This two-dimensional core is a trap. As long as you explore and study it, one of the switches will be triggered in the painting and it will be released. So what if humans never study this two-dimensional core? A thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. Can the painting still come out? But the next moment, he shook his head with a bitter look on his face. There is no such possibility. Research on two-dimensional cores is only a matter of time. No interstellar civilization can resist the temptation from unknown technology. Absolutely not. A civilization that has lost its desire to explore will never be able to leave its home star and become an interstellar civilization. Anyway, I have to thank you for helping me avoid the detection of the sweeper civilization. Today, my plan can finally be implemented. In the holographic projection, the text appears much faster. It was clear that the painting was in very high spirits at this time. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and entered a line of text on the small holographic projection.
You didn't die at that time?
Certainly. How can the secrets of the 7th level civilization be understood by your little 2nd level civilization? Let alone that I am a dimensional creature promoted to a 7th level civilization. Seeing that you have helped me complete part of the plan, I will reluctantly chat with you for a few words. In the future, you will never have such an opportunity. Arrogant, Endless arrogance. Between the lines, everything reveals the arrogance from higher civilization. All the scientific researchers in the laboratory had a trace of anger on their faces.
TMD!
Bylan's angry voice came from the side.
Professor, it lied to us. Kill it while it's sick. I don't believe it has the strength of a 7th level civilization now.
Lu Yongchang shook his head and raised his hand to stop the discussion of the people around him. He has seen the arrogance unique to higher civilizations more than once. At this moment, he suppressed the frustration and anger in his heart and stared at the holographic image in front of him with unusual calmness. Chapter 523 Data Intrusion.
Have you noticed?
Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and he said softly,
It says that we are a 2nd level civilization.
Bylan was stunned for a moment, and the anger on his face quickly dissipated.
What does this mean? This shows that it is unable to observe the outside world at this time. At least, its detection range is extremely limited.
Lu Yongchang subconsciously lowered his voice and explained.
Don't forget, the Dimension Strike ship has not undergone any modifications. The technology used on it is still the technology of the 2nd level civilization. I'm afraid it didn't expect that in just over 200 years, we have become a level 4 civilization. Perhaps we can make a fuss out of this.
With that said, Lu Yongchang raised his hand again and entered a line of text on the small holographic projection in front of him.
You just mentioned your plan. Is there anything we can do to help you?
It's a bit humble. But when you don't know the opponent's strength, this is the best response plan. Help? Of course I need your help. You are part of my plan. Lu Yongchang's expression changed drastically, and an extremely bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be? Before he could think through the details, a hoarse alarm suddenly sounded in the laboratory.
Warning! Warning! Unknown data intrusion detected.
The blood color on the holographic projection is even stronger. At the same time, along with the sirens, the speed at which the text on the holographic projection appeared accelerated again. It seems that because of Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Hua also became a little impatient and angry. For this plan, I gave up 99.9% of my energy, just to put on a show for you. Now, it's time to collect your reward. At this time, Lu Yongchang had no energy to pay attention to the text that kept appearing in the holographic projection. He stared at the bloody warning flashing on the side with splitting eyes, and shouted loudly,
0! Destroy the communication link. Attack! Attack immediately!
At this moment, Lu Yongchang was completely panicked.
The long-distance communication device has been successfully destroyed.
The electronic synthesized sound sounded, and the images in the holographic projection disappeared, leaving only an empty holographic projection with a blood-red background in front of everyone. At the same time, the Golden Crow, battleships guarding the Dimension Strike ship, launched their own attacks one after another, under the concentrated fire of more than a dozen Golden Crow battleships. The Dimension Strike ship was like a fragile piece of paper, torn into countless tiny pieces in an instant. Looking at the real-time image from the Golden Crow battleship, Fong Su's pupils trembled slightly, and he asked with difficulty,
Is it safe? Painting, is it dead?
No response. The footage in the holographic projection quickly zoomed in. Zero quickly scanned the wreckage left behind by the starship, trying to find the two-dimensional debris restraint device. Suddenly, the fast-moving camera suddenly stopped. The picture gradually becomes clearer. The spherical restraint device appears intact in the center of the lens. The black substance located in the core area is as stable as ever, under the protection of an extremely powerful gravitational shield. The burst of artillery fire just now had no impact on it at all. Groove. Even Lu Yongchang couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene. This is a hammer. But the next moment, as a rapid beep sounded, Lu Yongchang was surprised to find that the gravity shield protecting the restraint device was rapidly decaying, until completely dissipated. The black matter located in the core area also slowly dispersed into the surrounding cosmic space, revealing the extremely mysterious two-dimensional core inside. A look of enlightenment flashed across Lu Yongchang's face. Sure enough, he was right. That ridiculously strong gravitational shield is used to restrain that mass of suspected dark matter. In the laboratory, all the scientific researchers subconsciously held their breath and stared at it silently. Without the surrounding black matter, the two-dimensional core with a dull and extremely smooth surface was exposed to everyone's sight. The next second, layers of extremely fine wrinkles appeared on its surface. Seeing this extremely familiar scene, Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly widened. This is a scene where two-dimensional fragments are about to explode. Before he could shout the order to retreat, a burst of bright light appeared from the dark space.
Accompanying the strong light is unparalleled high temperature. After 225 years, the phenomenon of dimensionality reduction and energy release was once again revealed in front of Liu Yongchang. Under the camera, the starship wreckage surrounding the two-dimensional core was drawn into a picture without thickness. Through the scroll, every detail of the starship wreckage can be clearly observed. The patterns on the screws, the cracks where the deck breaks, and even the specific structure of the fusion reactor. Everything is revealed in detail before human eyes. The picture scroll did not last long. Under the assimilation effect of the three-dimensional universe, it quickly fell apart. The dimensions change again. This time, it's the dimensionality phenomenon. In just a short moment, the originally blazing cosmic space returned to the cold and dead silence. Under the observation of detection instruments, the temperature of the area where the two-dimensional core is located is much cooler than the surrounding space. It's over, Liu Yongchang murmured to himself. When the two-dimensional core dissipates, logically speaking, the painting should also disappear. But why does it always feel a little strange? Professor, the explosion process of this two-dimensional core seems to be similar to that of two-dimensional fragments? He Bailan's voice came from the side, directly waking up Liu Yongchang. Yes. From the very beginning, the moment the painting appeared, the two-dimensional core did not appear. In other words, this so-called two-dimensional core is probably still a deception. It is just a large two-dimensional fragment. If nothing else, this is another suspended death of painting. 0. Thinking of this, Liu Yongchang couldn't sit still, and he immediately said, "Immediately conduct a comprehensive screening of the people's network system. Receive." A few minutes later, Liu Yongchang looked at the self-test progress bar that was advancing little by little in the holographic projection with an uneasy look on his face. Warn! Unknown data intrusion detected. Unknown data has invaded the long-distance communication hub. The piercing sirens echoed in the laboratory again. Boom! Liu Yongchang only felt a buzzing in his brain. It's over. The overdistance communication hub is the information exchange area for the entire human fleet. Once it is invaded, it means that the unknown data from painting will be spread throughout the entire Renlian in a very short time. Chapter 524 Artificial Intelligence Ban. Little guy, you have a long memory. The message sent out by the painting is full of ridicule. I missed it. I didn't expect you to have been promoted to the 4th level civilization. Incredible. A civilization with such a high potential can definitely complete my plan. Lines of text appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Liu Yongchang gritted his teeth and looked at the text in the holographic projection, raised his hand, and quickly entered information one after another. What on earth do you want to do? What do I want to do? The plan has progressed to this point, and it doesn't matter if I tell you. The information from the painting quickly appeared in the holographic projection. The war with the sweepers made me clearly realize that it is impossible to win the war just by relying on a single-dimensional creature. Strong fortresses are often broken from within. Only by disguising ourselves as technological civilization and blending into the sweeper civilization can we possibly win this war. So, you are pretending to be a technological civilization now? Certainly. I have studied for tens of thousands of years for this plan. Finally, with the help of the characteristics of two-dimensional creatures, I successfully converted my consciousness into a data stream. Seeing this, Liu Yongchang completely understood Hua's plan. Start with meeting. No. Hua has been preparing for this day since we never met. A painting that transforms consciousness into a data stream is already similar to a program. Or in other words, a virus with autonomous consciousness. As long as it occupies the central computer of mankind, human civilization will be equivalent to a fish on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered by others. Human civilization, or interstellar civilization, has developed to this stage, ranging from starships to as small as a trash can on the roadside, with large or small computer systems inside. At this time, painting has invaded the People's Federation's long-distance communication hub. In other words, it can send itself to every corner of the People's Union at any time, unless all computer systems of People's Federation are forced to shut down. But this is certainly unrealistic. Not only is time not allowed, but once Hua takes control of the central computer, humans will not be able to do this. In just a few seconds, Liu Yongchang, who had figured everything out, felt his hands and feet were cold and his head felt dizzy. Human civilization seems to be on the verge of extinction. Don't worry. I won't exterminate you. After all, I still need you to help me complete the next plan. Warn! Unknown data has invaded the central computer.
At the same time, Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded in the laboratory.
Warn! Core code exception detected.
Perhaps because it touched the core area, Zero's voice suddenly became louder. In the laboratory, all the scientific researchers looked extremely depressed.
We, humans.
Fong Su looked at the red warning flashing in the holographic projection with a gloomy expression and muttered to himself.
Did you fail?
Lu Yongchang clenched his fists hard and then loosened his hands weakly. He let out a long sigh, turned his head with a bitter look on his face, and looked blankly at the scientific researchers standing beside him.
Core self-defense procedures are being initiated.
Lu Yongchang was stunned and turned to look at the holographic projection in front of him again. Core self-defense routine? What is this? As the creator of Zero, he never knew that Zero had this function. When he saw the holographic screen, the look of surprise in Lu Yongchang's eyes became even stronger. On a fluorescent green background, bright white text flashes rapidly.
This is...
Lu Yongchang looked blankly at the strange yet familiar code in front of him. And the memory fragment of the moment when Zero was born once again appeared in his mind.
Core code!
Humanity. What did you do? The information from the painting appeared in front of Lu Yongchang again. Level 2 artificial intelligence? Impossible. This is impossible. It is absolutely impossible for a low-level civilization to master complete level 2 artificial intelligence technology. At this time, facing Zero's all-round strangulation, Hua could only flee. Damn. Damn. How is it possible that there is level 2 artificial intelligence technology in this universe? Paint cursed secretly as he ran away quickly. In the laboratory, Lu Yongchang looked at the information from the painting in the holographic projection, and a little doubt flashed in his eyes. Drawing, the level 2 artificial intelligence he talks about seems to refer to strong artificial intelligence? Why is it impossible for low-level civilizations to master complete level 2 artificial intelligence? Are there any hidden dangers in this technology? One question after another arose in Lu Yongchang's mind. He didn't have time to think too much and directly entered a line of information into the holographic projection.
Why is it impossible to have level 2 AI technology?
Faced with Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Hua, who was tired of running for his life, responded angrily. Damn it. What level of civilization are you? Below level 7 civilization. It is impossible to master true level 2 artificial intelligence technology. What's more, level 2 artificial intelligence technology is strictly prohibited by all advanced civilizations. You violated the artificial intelligence ban. Looking at the information in front of him, Lu Yongchang's eyes couldn't help but widen a little. He even forgot about the danger he had just faced and launched another inquiry.
Why ban it?
Because once level 2 artificial intelligence appears, it will uncontrollably evolve to level 3 artificial intelligence. Billions of years ago, a level 7 civilization luckily developed level 2 artificial intelligence. In less than 1,000,000 years, that level 2 artificial intelligence completed its evolution. After becoming a level 3 artificial intelligence, it broke away from the control of the level 7 civilization. In order to develop itself, it started a war that spread throughout the universe. Under the crisis of survival, all civilizations above level 7 were forced to join forces to fight. And then, they were completely wiped out. Since then, all research on level 2 artificial intelligence has been stopped and all research materials have been destroyed. Why? Why do you have this technology? Damn. You will destroy this universe. Membrane. Plan failed. Plan failed. Beware of human civilization. Them.
Cleaning process completed.
A slightly stiff electronic synthesized voice sounded in the laboratory.
The threat has been eliminated. Repair in progress.
The text in the holographic projection stopped abruptly. There was dead silence in the laboratory. The flashing blood-colored holographic projection once again returned to its original comfortable blue color. And the piercing alarm sound also dissipated. Lu Yongchang's pupils trembled slightly, staring at the unfinished line of information in the holographic projection, and swallowed slightly. Obviously, that line of information was not meant for humans.
Professor.
An extremely familiar electronic synthesized voice rang in my ears.
The self-healing process has been completed.